Chapter 1. The mist swirled, and the light was faint in the solemn main hall of Lingda Temple. A young girl knelt on a bamboo mat with a serious expression, her hands clasped together, her brow slightly furrowed, and her demeanor solemn. She leaned forward, resting her forehead on her palms, and, after a moment of silence, she slowly stood up. With clear eyes, she looked at the young monk beside her and said, "Master, today I would like to ask for a fortune stick. Last night, she had a dream where she had a big argument with the man she liked, after which she left for another place and never saw him again. When she woke up, she felt a heavy weight in her heart racing uncomfortably. That's why she found time to come up the mountain to Lingda Temple, rumored to be the most effective place for divination. She wanted to ask for a fortune stick because she had liked that man for 5 years, and she felt reluctant to give up on him, but recently she felt a bit tired. There was a lingering frustration in her heart that she couldn't disperse, and she didn't know where to go or what to do with the feelings she had cherished for 5 years. She thought perhaps she could ask the Buddha, maybe the Buddha would tell her. The young monk held a bamboo tube, quietly waiting beside her. After speaking, her gaze fell on the bamboo tube in the monk's hand, and she awkwardly touched her nose, thinking that Lingda Temple was indeed extraordinary, able to predict the future. The young monk hesitated for a moment, looked up at the sky, and ultimately handed the bamboo tube to the girl. Inside the lightweight bamboo tube lay a bunch of bamboo sticks, and Qing Ge didn't know which one belonged to her. She couldn't help but hold her breath, feeling nervous. The sound of rattling echoed in the empty hall, and with a snap, one bamboo stick fell to the ground. Qing Ge hurriedly squatted down, disregarding her obstructive denim shorts. Trembling hands respectfully and devoutly picked up the bamboo stick from the ground. It had a line written on it. In the past, the boat lost its needle. Although Qing Ge couldn't understand it, she realized the phrase seemed too short and unfinished. She handed the bamboo stick in her hand to the young monk waiting beside her. The young monk accepted it, lowered his eyes to take a glance, and said, "Amitabha, I will go get you the fortune text." When Qing Ge received a thin piece of paper, she suddenly realized that the content was too long to fit. The past boat lost its needle, and this morning still seeks it in the sea. If the original needle is found, it takes effort and heart. Poetic meaning. This hexagram symbolizes searching for a needle in the sea. Everything requires effort and labor. However, seeking the root is akin to charting the day. It is due to the existence of fortune. Interpretation. Fortune is the foundation of fate. Fate is the seed of fortune. Clearly stated. It is advisable to be prudent. It was too long, and she didn't understand it. Qing Ge looked up at the young monk with a confused expression, but before she could speak, she was interrupted. The young monk had his hands together, looking at her with an apologetic expression. "Amitabha, I do not understand the fortune. It wouldn't be good to press someone for an explanation." So Qing Ge gently nodded to express her gratitude, her expression dazed as she walked out of the main hall, wanting to find a quiet place to check the meaning of the text on her phone. The young monk stood at the entrance of the hall, where the wind howled, watching the girl's receding figure with a slight sigh. Is the world of mortals really this disturbing? How can he possibly understand it? He glanced back at the towering Buddha statue, and then looked up at the sky. Just now, the red thread on the girl's wrist was nearly broken, but it was wrapped in a faint golden light. He didn't know what fate awaited her. Qing Ge twisted and turned until she found a quiet spot in the vast temple. After all, she was in the entertainment industry, and if someone recognized her, it would not be good. With reverence for the Buddha in her heart, Qing Ge quietly found a corner to crouch down and fiddle with her phone. After a while, her small shoulders slumped, and she helplessly covered her face with her hands, softly crying. Why can't she find anything? Why? That annoying man was against her. Could it be that the fortune she sought would also go against her? A wave of helplessness surged in her heart. "Miss, what's wrong?" Just as Qing Ge was crying intensely and felt a bit dizzy, she suddenly felt a tap on her shoulder. She quickly lowered her head to wipe the tears from her face with her sleeve, and when she looked up, she was stunned. What a beautiful lady. Seeing that she had no reaction, the lady said gently, "My name is Uneasy, and I work here. Is there anything I can help you with?" Uneasy probably sensed Qing Ge's guard, so she patiently explained, but Qing Ge was simply in a daze. "I just came to ask for a fortune, but I couldn't find anyone to interpret it, so I copied it down myself. But I don't understand it. Can I take a look?" Uneasy squatted down next to Qing Ge, her gaze warm like that of an older sister looking at her younger sibling. Qing Ge handed the damn fortune text to Yin Cece, not knowing why she felt an inexplicable fondness for this beautiful stranger. Perhaps it was because she was so beautiful, like a fairy descending to earth. Yin Cece read it carefully and then stealthily glanced at the little girl who had been staring at her. The girl looked extremely nervous. After a moment of thought, she patiently explained to the girl, "The meaning of the fortune is probably that your feelings are already destined. If there is fate, then why seek? If there is no fate, why force it? If you already have a partner, that is fate. If not, you can look forward to the arrival of a partner. If you miss an old lover, then if there's no fate, why cling to it?" Hearing this, Qing Ge's eyes brimmed with tears again. Yin Cece bit her lip, feeling a bit at a loss for what to do. Just as she was thinking about it, she saw Qing Ge take out her phone. "Can we add each other on WeChat? You understand Buddhism, right? Then you must understand fate. If I have questions in the future, can I ask you?" Just after adding WeChat, Qing Ge's phone buzzed. Looking down, she saw it was her manager, Fat Doe, calling her. She quickly got up. "Sorry, I have to go. Something urgent." Yin Cece stood in place watching Qing Ge's departing figure, sighing. So this girl is Qing Ge. Seeing her eyes red from crying and thinking about what happened afterward, she truly felt heartbroken. When Qing Ge was breathless, rushing to the entrance, she indeed saw a white minivan parked at the door. As soon as she approached, the minivan door was pulled open with a whoosh, and her manager, Fat Doe, looked at her with a serious expression. "You're quite something now, daring to run off to Lingde Temple by yourself?" He shot a glare at the assistant, Shi Qing, who was curled up in the passenger seat, shivering. "If I hadn't pried the news out of Shi Qing, you would be trending on Weibo by now, let me tell you." While scolding her, he made room for Qing Ge to get in the car. Looking at Qing Ge's red-nosed face, he snorted and said, "Turn up the air conditioning. That movie's resources were hard-won by me, praying to gods, and Buddha won't help. You must go act." Fat Doe said sternly. Qing Ge shot him a glance and quietly pulled the cartoon blanket off his lap, swiftly wrapping herself in it. "I'm not here for the movie." Qing Ge took a breath. Running all the way had helped her release a lot of pent-up emotions, and she felt she could still fight 300 rounds. It was just a man. How could she, Qing Ge, not win him over? Seeing Qing Ge's expression, her suddenly brightened eyes, if it wasn't for the movie, then what was it for? Fat Doe felt a sense of impending doom and quickly sat up straight. Glancing ahead, he leaned closer to Qing Ge and lowered his voice to threaten her. "Let me tell you, you just debuted not long ago, and you haven't even found your footing yet. No dating allowed." Qing Ge bravely met Fat Doe's gaze. Her small face puffed up in anger. "But I entered the entertainment industry for him. If I win him over, I will withdraw from the industry." After saying that, she turned to lean against the window, leaving behind a fuming manager. "Mr. Fat Doe, dear aunt, that's our boss. Can you please find someone else?" Fat Doe tugged at the blanket that had been snatched away, his face full of helplessness and fear. Everyone else is following the unspoken rules set by their bosses for their artists. But you? Are you really that amazing? It's like you were the one opening the door for amazing. Huh? You entered the circle just to be under the boss' unspoken rules? You really dare? Saying this, he reached in his pocket and pulled out a pack of stinky tofu from Wenhui Fong, slowly tearing open the silver foil packaging and opening his mouth wide to stuff the stinky tofu inside. Qing Ge pretended not to hear or smell anything, curling up in the blanket without making a sound. Her manager, you see, has a sharp tongue but a soft heart when she gets too angry. She decompresses by eating stinky tofu. Qing Ge had previously asked Fat Doe why he eats stinky tofu whenever he gets angry. Fat Doe straightened his back and vowed, "That's not stinky tofu, that's the taste of home." "All right then, the taste of home. If you say so, then it is." The nanny van arrived downstairs, and Qing Ge wrapped herself in her blanket and got out of the car. Fat Doe quietly threatened from behind, "I'm telling you, you better not do anything bad." After saying this, he shot a glare at Shi Qing, who had been silent and pretending to be dead. "You better keep an eye on her. If anything happens, you must tell me right away." The nanny van's door was closed, and Fat Doe took out another piece of stinky tofu to chew on. His heart was racing, always feeling like something terrible was about to happen. Thinking about what the boss had said when he handed Qing Ge over to him, Fat Doe couldn't help but shiver. He hoped Qing Ge wouldn't provoke the boss. "Qing Ge, yeah, I'm sorry." Shi Qing followed Qing Ge with a small suitcase, apologizing softly. They had agreed to keep it a secret for Qing Ge Jia at Lingde Temple. But unexpectedly, Fat Doe found out. Sigh. It's fine. Qing Ge waved her hand nonchalantly, entered the elevator, and went upstairs. Once back home, she felt every pore in her body relax. Leaning against the sofa, she stared blankly at the chandelier above, while Qing busied herself with unpacking. A surge of fighting spirit welled up in her heart. Qing Ge, a little warrior, could she be easily defeated like this? No, she felt she couldn't give up. All the way here, she had been thinking that she had loved Teng Feng for 5 years. Could the signing crush her? No. Gaining something good must be even harder, especially a good man, right? Qing, have you ever been in a relationship? Qing Ge lay on the sofa, propping her feet up, and asked. Qing was taken aback and nodded gently. Then tell me, how can you tell if a man likes you? Qing Ge pressed on, squinting her eyes and licking her lip corner. How did you know your boyfriend liked you? Qing tilted her head and thought that was a long time ago. It should be jealousy. Oh, how so? Qing Ge, who had never been in a relationship, was somewhat puzzled. My boyfriend is usually quite indifferent after we got together. We didn't contact much. I always thought he didn't like me. Then one time at gathering, I left with a male classmate, and he misunderstood then. Suddenly recalling something, Qing's face turned beet red. At that moment, I realized he didn't dislike me, he just didn't show it. After listening, Qing Ge pondered, lying back on the sofa and stroking her chin, murmuring softly, jealousy. She always felt Teng Feng had feelings for her otherwise. Why would he have desperately signed her to his company after learning she entered the industry? But recently, he had been avoiding her, making her heart race. Why not go for it boldly? At a party, Yu fell in love at first sight with the famous agent Huolonji. That man was carefree and easygoing, like a glowing contradiction, every bit of him reaching into her heart. She chased after him for half a year, and after one drunken night together, they finally got together. He didn't touch her, didn't kiss her. She thought Huolonji was just slow to warm up. Until one day, she overheard someone asking him when he was planning to get married. Huolonji sneered coldly. So dirty, just playing around. Marriage is impossible with her. Yu bit her lip to keep herself from crying he didn't love her, and looked down on her. After Yu broke up with him, Huolonji was satisfied. A scheming woman who went through so much to get to her position probably didn't know how many men she had flirted with. She just didn't know why her heart felt so blocked. Yu dared to think and speak, becoming an overnight sensation. When someone asked her about her dating history, Yu laughed lightly. What history? I've only loved one person. The person asked why they broke up. Because at that time I was blind. In a luxurious private room, amidst the intoxication of wealth that a group of young men surrounded Yu. One on her left playfully fed her fruit, while another on her right held a wine glass up to her lips. Yu giggled, her fiery red lips exuding charm, welcoming all. With a bang, Huolonji stormed in, his handsome face tightly set as he looked at this scene. He grabbed Yu and pulled her outside, his phoenix eyes bloodshot, trembling as he said, I was wrong. Will you come back, please? Yu looked at him in surprise and laughed disdainfully. You don't think I'm dirty? But I think those young men are better than you. The man ignored her, gripping her tightly. His carefree demeanor vanished, and his eyes only held her. I beg you to come home with me. Yu, heart like dead ashes, determined to be a heartbreaker. Huolonji, regretting deeply, desperately trying to win back his dog of a man. 1. No misunderstanding between the couple, just a dog of a man being difficult. 2. No sequel for now. Chapter 2. Qing Ge began to develop unusual feelings for Teng Feng when she was 17, her youthful heart blossoming like a fragrant flower bud, finally blooming with each passing day of companionship. Teng Feng was a good friend of her cousin Lin Ji, who had always been close to Qing Ge's mother. Not wanting to stay at home, he frequently visited her house, eventually bringing Teng Feng along. Qing Ge met Teng Feng when she was 7 at that time. He was 17. How interesting. Time seemed like a cyclical loop, allowing Qing Ge to develop different feelings for Teng Feng at the age of 17. It was a cold afternoon when Qing Ge had a fierce argument with her family. With the college entrance examination approaching, her family wanted her to study finance. Qing Ge refused to comply. She had been learning piano since she was 4. After forcing her to learn piano, now that she loved it and wanted to make it her lifelong career, they wanted her to study finance. This battle without gunpowder was less about teenage rebellion and more about the awakening of her independent spirit. She, Qing Ge, was not living for someone else's plan, she was a living person. So her mother, in a fit of rage, slapped her and kicked her out barefoot in the dead of winter. Her mother, usually gentle and kind, was only like that under the premise of unconditional obedience. Young Qing Ge, filled with reckless courage, looked down at her frozen red toes, unsure of what to do. She couldn't lower her head, but her mom was really ruthless. To force her, she didn't even throw out a pair of slippers. Outside, in the icy cold, with temperatures below 10 degrees, if she went out barefoot, she might as well give up her feet. Then Teng Feng appeared, like a god descending from heaven. Looking at her, without saying a word, he took off his coat and wrapped it around her, removed his scarf, and covered her icy little feet. With a firm grip, he lifted her into the car, without saying a word. He was so considerate, not asking what had happened, caring for her young and fragile heart. Leaning in the man's broad embrace, his scent was truly enchanting, making her want to close her eyes and indulge. With her ear pressed against his body, she could hear his strong heartbeat through his sweater. Then gradually, for some reason, her own heartbeat grew louder. Until later, she never spoke of what happened that day, and he never asked. But between them, it seemed like something was indeed different. That day, Teng Feng took her to her cousin's house. Linji was about the same age as Teng Feng and had already become independent, no longer living in the old Lin family home. It should be said that she was finally no longer living there, as Linji did not like that house at all. Before the college entrance examination, Qing Ge had been living there without returning home. During those 6 months, her interactions with Teng Feng gradually increased. Teng Feng was not very talkative, but he would bring her delicious food, every week snacks, small cakes, and new things that girls liked. And he would also help her with her studies.At that time. Qing Ge secretly asked her brother why Teng Feng had not returned to the army. It was her first time feeling curious about a boy. Her brother sighed and said that Teng Feng might be starting a business with friends. Qing Ge was extremely surprised. Teng Feng graduated from a military academy and directly became an officer after graduation. She had heard her parents mention that he had a bright future ahead. So how could he suddenly change careers? Her brother said it was because his family forced him to come back, but he didn't elaborate further. Qing Ge looked at Teng Feng's silent profile by the window, feeling a pang in her heart, thinking that they were indeed connected by fate, both feeling helpless and pitiful. When she started to like Teng Feng, she didn't even realize it. By the time she clumsily noticed, her feelings had already taken root and could not be retracted. In these 5 years, Qing Ge confessed her feelings twice. The first time was on her 18th birthday, which fell in early spring. Teng Feng arrived directly after getting off the plane, bringing with him a chill from the wind and frost. He bought her many gifts: perfume, lipstick, blush, eyeshadow palettes, skincare products, jewelry, and dresses, all things that represented her imagination of a girl's life. The thoughtful gifts gave her the courage to speak up. With her eyes filled with stars, she tilted her head to suppress her shyness and softly said, "Teng Feng Gige, I like you." At that moment, Teng Feng looked at her with a complex expression and said, "Qing Ge, you are still too young." The second time was during her junior year in college. After insisting on studying music, her relationship with her family had become tense. After another argument with her mother, Teng Feng, not knowing how, rushed over immediately, anxiously waiting downstairs. As soon as he saw her come out, he hurriedly approached her, worried she might fall, and gently wrapped his arm around her. On the way to her cousin Lin Ji's house again, Qing Ge gazed blankly at the street scenery outside the car window. After a long while, she came to her senses and looked at Teng Feng's determined profile, saying, "Teng Feng Gige, I've grown up." However, this time, Teng Feng didn't say a word. His brow was tightly furrowed, and where she couldn't see, his large hand was gripping the steering wheel tightly. After that, Teng Feng became increasingly busy, and the two of them met less and less often. Qing Ge never expected that the entrepreneurial venture her brother mentioned was actually an entertainment company. After founding the company, Teng Feng faced difficulties in the first 2 years, but eventually began signing many promising newcomers, including various beautiful women. Although no rumors surfaced, Qing Ge began to feel a sense of crisis. She had thought that once she grew up, she could be with Teng Feng Gige, but now, surrounded by beautiful women, she felt she couldn't passively wait any longer. At the age of 21, Qing Ge decided to enter the entertainment industry. Teng Feng must have found out somehow, perhaps her brother told him, He finally came to find her, angrily dragging her from the dormitory door to the car, the anger swirling in the confined space. Why do you want to enter the entertainment industry? Don't you know how chaotic it is? You can, so why can't I? Qing Ge turned to look at Teng Feng, observing his determined face. Her gaze landed on the dark circles under his eyes, and she softly said, I just want to be closer to you. You haven't even replied to my messages lately. With a nasal tone filled with grievance, Qing Ge quietly accused, Why are you ignoring me? With just those two sentences, Teng Feng was brought back to reality. Frustrated and helpless, he wanted to tug at his hair, but couldn't. Even though he had left the army and taken off his military uniform to enter the entertainment industry, Teng Feng still carried a masculine and sharp aura, his hair cut short. Clean and neat. I'm not ignoring you. Teng Feng looked down and avoided her gaze, hiding his painful expression from her. Just give me a little more time. Qing Ge pressed him to clarify what he meant, but silence followed. Later, Teng Feng signed her to the company with the best conditions, providing her with the best manager, the best car, and the best resources, a top-notch setup for a newcomer. However, Qing Ge waited for nearly 2 years. Everyone said Qing Ge was the little princess that Greenlight Entertainment was promoting fiercely, but no one knew that this little princess was finding it increasingly difficult to see Teng Feng. Recently, there were a few times when Teng Feng was clearly in the office, but when she went, he would not see her, having his assistant block her outside. Originally, he had been slow in replying to messages, but now he hardly replied at all. He completely stopped answering her calls. Qing Ge was completely anxious now. She could wait for him, but he couldn't. He couldn't be so hot and cold. Not knowing what to do, she turned to Buddhism for help. Although the divination results were not great, Qing Ge would not give up. After hearing Shi Qing's advice, she got a new idea. For these years, she had been waiting patiently for him, but why not make him feel a little crisis? Isn't it said that men are most afraid of being provoked? She thought this idea was quite good, very good, so she decided to act. The next day, after finishing her schedule, Qing Ge hurriedly ran back to the nanny car, breathing heavily. Hurry back to the company. Today, Fat Doe was not around, only her assistant Shi Qing was with her. Qing Ge had her own studio under Greenlight, and strictly speaking, she was their boss. How do you think I did today? Qing Ge tidied her messy hair, her long, silky hair draping behind her. Her round, bright eyes sparkled, and her face was flushed from running. Shi Qing glanced at her, then quickly averted her gaze. Everyone said Qing Ge was the cute type in the industry, but she thought those people must be blind. This was clearly a jade rabbit that had become a spirit. Just now, even a woman like her dared not look too long. That little appearance was too tempting. Looks good. Shi Qing quickly nodded, feigning enthusiasm before starting the engine. Sister Qing Ge, do you have something to do with the company? Not just something, but a big deal. The Mountain King was coming out to seize the beauties. Oh no, the men. The charge horn blew, and she was about to launch a full-scale attack. Qing Ge smiled naturally. Just go to prepare for the movie's production. Shi Qing secretly sighed. While she didn't understand why they needed to go to the company for movie preparations, since the boss said so, there must be a reason. As long as it wasn't to find the big boss, that was fine. Qing Ge thought she had hidden her feelings for Teng Feng so well that no one would notice. But how could you hide such feelings? Every time her joyful and excited expression couldn't fool others on the public front. There were Fat Doe's orders, and on the private front. She didn't want the innocent and beautiful Qing Ge to keep chasing after a man who didn't cherish her. Shi Qing didn't understand Qing Ge had looks and money, so why was she so stubborn about Teng Feng? She hoped Qing Ge would give up. Soon the gossip in the company was just too harsh. As soon as they arrived at Greenlight Entertainment, before the car had even stopped, Qing Ge anxiously opened the door. She rushed out as soon as the car was parked, turning back to wave at Shi Qing with a smile. See you later. In the underground parking lot, the only sound was the hurried echo of her high heels clicking on the floor as Qing Ge smiled and ran towards the elevator. She hadn't seen her Teng Feng gauge for 48 days and 5 hours. In the past, she had always waited, but now she didn't want to wait any longer. Ding dong. Qing Ge took the president's elevator straight up to the floor and saw Assistant Wang standing at the door. Good afternoon, Assistant Wang. Is Mr. Du in? I need to see him, Qing Ge said with a smile. It felt inappropriate to call Feng Ge brother in a work setting, but thinking about seeing him soon made her fingers tingle with excitement. Assistant Wang swallowed hard and instinctively turned to glance at the tightly closed door behind him. Miss Qing Ge, did you make an appointment today? Her mind went blank at those words. Appointment? When did Fenggu ever need an appointment? Their relationship wasn't that distant and cold. Seeing Qing Ge in a daze, Assistant Wang felt a bit guilty. He turned back and took another look, pressed his lips together, and said, "Let me ask for you." After saying that, he walked to the desk by the door, picked up the intercom phone, and after 2 beeps, someone on the other end answered. Assistant Wang glanced to the still-dazed Qing Ge. "President, Miss Qing Ge is at the door wanting to see you. What do you think?" Before he could finish, a cold voice on the other end said to not let her in and hung up without hesitation. Qing Ge struggled to shift her gaze over. Just as she was about to say something, a charming laugh slipped through the crack of the door. Instinctively, Qing Ge tightened her grip on her white leather bag, and the smile on her lips vanished. "I'll wait here." The Mountain King's expedition was not going well. She didn't dare to push the door open directly, and she couldn't quite articulate what she was afraid of. Assistant Wang remained silent, hesitated for a moment, then said nothing. He vacated his seat and brought Qing Ge a cup of warm water. After a long while, the door finally opened. With fiery red lips and a form-fitting black dress, Bai Qin stepped out. She looked surprised and somewhat disdainful upon seeing Qing Ge, and with a mocking tone as if realizing something, she said, "Was it you just now? The one Mr. Du said he wouldn't see? Then why are you still shamelessly waiting here?" After speaking, Bai Qin raised her eyebrows, shook her head with a TSK, and turned her slender figure leave. How can someone so young be so shameless? When had Qing Ge ever faced such ridicule? She trembled with anger, wanting to shout that Bai Qin was the one without shame. Her upbringing could no longer restrain her furious heart. She suddenly stood up, pushed the door open, and rushed in. Chapter 3. The moment she rushed in, she saw Teng Feng standing by the window, adjusting his white shirt, staring blankly ahead. Unsure if he was lost in thought or daydreaming, his hands slowly buttoning up the shirt. The office was shrouded in a layer of ambiguous light. Qing's heart dropped. Could it be that Teng Feng was with Bai Qin? The man heard the noise and turned around, seeing Qing storming in with an angry expression. Casting an annoyed glance at Assistant Wang, who was following her with a look of panic. He then waved his hand impatiently, signaling Assistant Wang to leave. Only after Assistant Wang closed the door did he slowly shift his gaze to Qing Ge. "Is there something you need?" Teng Feng's voice was cold and distant as he turned back to his desk and sat down, lowering his head to review documents again. After a long wait without a response, he raised his head to look at Qing Ge, saying, "I'm busy. If you have something to say, say it. If not, then leave." Qing Ge looked at Teng Feng in disbelief, seemingly not expecting him to treat her so coldly. What was Bai Qin here for? The jealousy that surged within her at the sight of Teng Feng buttoning his shirt was uncontrollable, and it was the first time she questioned him. The sound of flipping through documents suddenly stopped, and Teng Feng raised his head, looking at her coldly. "This is the company. Mind your identity." Tears welled up in Qing Ge's eyes as she stubbornly gazed at the man she loved. Teng Feng chuckled. "Even if I really had something with her, what does it have to do with you, Qing Ge?" After 48 days, hearing him call her name again was so painful. This sentence felt like a sharp sword piercing through Qing Ge's heart. It hurt so much that she felt like she might collapse. Instinctively, she looked around, realizing she was standing in the middle of the huge office with nowhere to lean on. The pain made her forget about shyness and restraint. "But we agreed that I would wait for you, right?" Qing Ge's voice trembled softly as she asked, with a hint of uncontainable accusation. "We agreed I would wait for you. I am waiting for you. How can you find someone else?" But this pitiful tone seemed to soften the man's heart not at all. Upon hearing this, Teng Feng threw his pen onto the desk. The pen, being somewhat heavy, clattered loudly. He leaned back in his chair, his gaze calm as he looked at Qing Ge. After a while, he smiled helplessly, as if looking at a spoiled little sister. "It's been almost 2 years, and you still remember?" Without waiting for Qing Ge to respond, Teng Feng continued, "You're still young. Why not focus on your career instead of daydreaming?" After saying that, the smile on his lips vanished completely, and when he looked up again, his eyes were filled with stern anger. "I didn't sign you in to be involved in romance. You're supposed to earn money for the company." After saying that, he coldly tapped the wooden desk, clearly impatient. "I still have work. Close the door on your way out." After that, he no longer looked at Qing Ge and lowered his head to continue reviewing documents. Qing Ge could no longer hold on and, feeling drained, lowered her head. The tears that had been locked in her eyes could no longer be contained, falling drop by drop onto the floor. She turned around in a daze, slowly walking to the door, stopping for a moment, softly saying something before opening the door and leaving. The sound of her high heels gradually faded, no longer the cheerful click of before. Qing Ge forgot to close the door. After Qing Ge's figure disappeared, Teng Feng raised his head, looking at the door with a complex expression. Soon, Assistant Wang peeked in, wanting to say something. Teng Feng ignored him and coldly said, "Did you hear everything? Why haven't you closed the door?" Once the door was shut and the vast office was left with only Teng Feng, he covered his face in frustration, exuding a low pressure, and slammed his hand on the desk. Raising his hand, he saw his reddened palm and chuckled lightly. He stood up and walked to the spot where Qing Ge had just stood, looking down at the wet stains on the floor. Teng Feng was momentarily frozen. He slowly crouched down, trembling hands wiping the tear stains clean. Qing Ge walked listlessly towards the parking lot, curling up in the car in silence. Her heart was shattered into pieces. She needed time to recover. This time to recover extended to the shooting days of the movie Small Town Romance. People aren't always down on their luck. There will always be good fortune waiting for her. After joining the crew, she was pleasantly surprised to find that the beautiful girl she had encountered at Lingde Temple was also in the cast. And she was the assistant to the male lead Wei Hung. What a huge coincidence. Wei Hung is one of the top actors in the industry, the youngest Grand Slam film emperor in the country, and he ranks among the best on the international film scene. Moreover, Wei Hung is also a good friend of Teng Feng. Yan Cc is Wei Hung's assistant, and since Wei Hung is a good friend of Teng Feng, this means the four of them could go on double dates in the future. Young girls always have romantic fantasies about love. Over a month passed, and she felt much better. A few days before joining the crew, Lin Ji had called her, inviting her to dinner for a good chat, especially since the film would be shooting in the film city for 1 or 2 months. The food at the film city wasn't great, and Qing Ge would lose about 5 or 6 pounds every time she joined the crew. Although 5 or 6 pounds wasn't too much, Qing Ge's base weight was low. Each time, Lin Ji felt heartbroken, which was why she called ahead to prepare a nice meal for Qing Ge. How about hot pot? The ingredients here are fresh. You probably won't get to eat this at the base. Lin Ji's voice was filled with the sound of wind. Qing Ge softly replied with an aha. Oh, and your brother Teng Feng is coming over. He said he hasn't seen you in a long time. Qing Ge's eyelashes trembled, and after a moment, she gently said, "He's dating." "Does he have time? Dating? He's dating?" Lin Ji exclaimed, her voice breaking, sounding further away but still making it to the microphone. "That dog is dating?" So they were together. Qing Ge listened quietly, her small hands gripping the phone tightly, her knuckles turning white. "Hey, Qing Ge, who told you that? He not dating. He's busy every day like a dog. How could he have time to date?" Qing Ge remained silent, staring blankly at the bedside lamp, unsure of what to say. When she opened her mouth to speak, she found her voice suddenly hoarse. The anxiety was overwhelming. She cleared her throat softly, her left fingers fiddling with a small white shell button on her pajamas, suddenly recalling what Teng Feng had said that day. Even if he wasn't dating, she still didn't know how to face him at this moment. Her heart hadn't healed yet. "Brother, oh no, you're all busy, so there's no need to have dinner with me. I'll take this time to memorize the script. I've caught a bit of cold, and the doctor told me not to go out." After saying that, she softly added, "Goodbye, brother," and hung up the phone, distracted. Qing Ge did not notice that Lin Ji had put the phone on speaker, not wanting to eat, but giving a convoluted reason. Lin Ji put down the phone and glanced at Teng Feng, whose face was ashen beside her. "Are you two having a fight?" Teng Feng pressed his lips tightly together, remaining silent. "Hey, what is wrong with you? I'm telling you, if you keep this up, the wife that's right in front of you will fly away." Lin Ji knew a bit about the situation between her sister and her good friend and supported their being together. She just didn't know what had happened. Their relationship had been stuck for several years. If she really leaves, don't regret it. After saying that, Lin Ji patted Teng Feng on the shoulder and sighed deeply. After that phone call, Teng Feng had Fat Doe bring a large bag of medicine to Qing Ge. It was all cough suppressants, phlegm relievers, and cold prevention medicine. He also took the initiative to text her, asking how her recovery was going. Qing Ge sat in the simple hotel room of the crew, holding her phone and looking at Teng Feng's message, then glancing at the bag of medicine on the corner of the table. She secretly smiled sweetly. The anger in her heart dissipated more than half, and she thought that Teng Feng must have been in a bad mood that day to treat her like that. She heard it was because Bai Qin wanted to terminate her contract. After all, Bai Qin was one of the company's top-earning artists. But how could he lose his temper at her like that? Even though she wasn't that angry anymore, she still felt wronged. So she casually tossed her phone aside and stopped replying to messages. In the following days, she indulged in food and drink with uneasy, living life to the fullest. Until just before Teng Feng's birthday, her scenes were few, and it was almost coming to an end. After thinking for a long time, she decided to ask the director for leave to adjust her scenes, preparing a birthday surprise for Teng Feng. A few days after she calmed down, she went to the mall to pick out the coolest watch in her eyes. Teng Feng always wore a steel chain watch, and although Qing Ge, being a girl, didn't know much about watches, she felt that was too monotonous. So she chose a matte black sports watch, which she thought matched Teng Feng's cool and hard style. Produce. She had a little secret. This watch was a couple's model. When the car stopped downstairs at Greenlight Entertainment, Qing Ge lowered her head to tidy up her outfit. A woman dresses up for the one she loves. In this freezing weather, Qing Ge wore a fitted black floral dress, with her long, fair legs exposed. When the wind blew, she was covered in goosebumps. Holding the wrapped watch box, she trembled as she adjusted the red silk flowers on top. Beautiful yet freezing. Beautiful yet freezing. Just a few more steps to go. Hang in there. Standing at the entrance of Teng Feng's private elevator, Qing Ge instinctively took a deep breath. After all, the last unpleasant scene had just occurred not long ago. But Teng Feng had already apologized, so she would generously forgive him. Qing Ge closed her eyes, encouraged herself, and stepped boldly into the elevator. As soon as she exited the elevator, she heard intense arguing coming from afar. Qing Ge's expression froze, and she tiptoed closer quietly. When she reached the door, she exchanged a glance with Assistant Wang, who wrinkled his nose and lowered his voice. The president's sister is here. Qing Ge fell silent. Oh, it was Teng Feng's sister, Lin Yi, the one with different parents who had been living with the Du family for the past few years. She decided not to knock and quietly stood aside, waiting for the two inside to finish arguing. Ironically, sometimes she found herself envying this sister who always argued with Teng Feng. At least she could talk to him, right? Unlike her, sigh. Qing Ge shook her head. She couldn't think any further. She was here to wish Teng Feng a happy birthday. With her head down, a gust of wind blew her hair away from her forehead, and when she looked up, she saw Lin Yi furiously throwing open the door. Upon seeing her, Lin Yi's first reaction was surprise, followed by even more rage. Without holding back, she stepped forward in front of Assistant Wang, glaring down at Qing Ge with hatred. Let me tell you, you will not be with my brother. After saying that, she glanced back. Why do you keep throwing yourself at him? If my brother really liked you, how could he not be with you all these years? Why can't you give up? Why don't you go inside and ask him if he agrees to be with you? Do you dare? Lin Yi leaned closer to Qing Ge's ear, her tone dripping with sarcasm. You little slut. In an instant, Qing Ge was filled with anger. She felt like she had a bad fate with the door of this office. What was going on with the two encounters in a row? Why did these women always come out to scold her? What was wrong with them? However, it had to be said that Lin Yi's words hit the deep-seated fears buried in Qing Ge's heart. She had known Teng Feng for 5 years, and logically, if they liked each other, go if you want. Do you think I'm afraid? Qing Ge stubbornly held her head high, her raised eyebrows full of pride. Qing Ge pushed the door open and walked boldly inside. The dazzling sunlight flooded in, a vast expanse of white so bright that she couldn't see the path ahead. Lin Yi's mocking face kept flashing in her mind. Chapter 4. Teng Feng was a bit surprised to see Qing Ge walk in, but after a moment, he composed himself and was much gentler than last time. He raised the corners of his lips and asked with a smile, "What brings you here?" Qing Ge, feeling dizzy with anger, took a few steps forward and threw the watch gift box onto Teng Feng's desk. The exquisite small box rolled twice and did not stop at the edge of the desk, falling to the ground with a thud. Teng Feng kept staring at the box, and the moment it hit the ground, his brows furrowed together, and his previously stern and cold demeanor dissipated instantly. He was already unhappy because Linya caused a ruckus just now, and now he felt that Qing Ge was being unreasonably petulant, which made him somewhat displeased. What's wrong? The gentle voice he had just used vanished completely. Despite it being winter, Qing Ge felt like there were insects buzzing around her ears, as if they were weeping. She looked at the man in front of her, the one she had loved since she was 17, and suddenly felt a bit exhausted, wanting to give herself an explanation, wanting to seek a conclusion. Qing Ge closed her eyes, hiding her confusion. When she opened them again, her gaze was filled with a hard light, full of expectation and longing. She held her tender heart sincerely in her palms, slowly raised it above her head, and offered it to the person she loved. As long as he looked up and touched it, he would know how rare this tender feeling was. Teng Feng, I have liked you all these years. Do you like me? In these past 2 years, her greatest fear was revealing her feelings. However, at that moment, after saying it, she felt it wasn't so hard after all. Perhaps it would bear some fresh and sweet fruit. Thinking lightly, when she spoke again, she even carried a smile. Her brows and eyes curved sweetly, like honey. Do you like me? 1 second, 2 seconds. A minute passed, but there was no response from the other side. In the empty office, only an awkward, dry silence remained. Teng Feng's lips were pressed tightly together, turning pale, and the blood vessels in his eyes became more pronounced. He stood there like a green mountain or a cold pine, silent. Seeing him like this, Qing Ge couldn't quite articulate how she felt inside. She suddenly smiled, then fell silent again. She felt that if there were an award for the best silence in the world, it would undoubtedly go to Teng Feng. Don't call me that. Teng Feng managed to squeeze out a sentence with difficulty. Qing Ge stiffened, her flushed little face turning pale. She silently encouraged herself not to give up. She had come this far and absolutely could not give up. Suddenly, she recalled what Qing had said to her. If you want to know whether a man truly cares about you, see if he gets jealous. She felt her heart was in a mess, reduced to a lump of raw meat. She should feel pain, but for some reason, she felt numb. After all, it couldn't get any worse, could it? Qing Ge felt as if her soul was floating in mid-air, looking down at her own body. She smiled at herself, saying, if you don't like me, then I want to create a scandal. Upon hearing this, Teng Feng finally reacted. His brows furrowed tightly, and a vein on his forehead throbbed. What did you say? I said I want to create a scandal. Look and see if you have any suitable men in your hands. They must be single. I don't want to ruin anyone's relationship. Teng Feng ripped open his collar and strode to the window, throwing it open. The cold wind rushed in. It took him a while to close the window again. I don't agree. Teng Feng turned around, his gaze cold. Why don't you agree? Qing Ge pressed on tightly. Teng Feng fell silent again, not saying a word. Either you be with me. Qing Ge gently closed her eyes, her sharp nails digging into her tender palms. Or, you help me find someone to create scandal. Endless silence. Can't you love yourself a little more? Teng Feng shouted in a low voice. Qing Ge suddenly laughed helplessly, hiding her trembling hands behind her back, wondering what he meant by not loving herself. Did he think wanting to be with him was a lack of self-love? So tiring. In that moment, Qing Ge suddenly felt the world was peaceful and nothing mattered anymore. What was she doing here? Qing Ge smiled and nodded. Okay. Teng Feng stared intently at Qing Ge, turned around, picked up his phone from the desk, opened the contacts, and directly dialed a number. Lanji, do you know any male artists? Qing Ge wants to create a scandal. The voice on the other end was Hua Lanji, the manager of Wei Heng, the male lead in town romance. Besides this role, Wei Heng and Hua Lanji were university roommates with Teng Feng and had a very close relationship. When Greenlight Entertainment was established, Wei Heng and Hua Lanji had helped behind the scenes significantly. He spoke while looking straight at Qing Ge. Qing Ge's expression remained unchanged, while Teng Feng's large hand, which was in his pants pocket, clenched into a fist, gritting his teeth as he continued, I want it now. Don't make me wait too long. After hanging up, both of them fell silent. Qing Ge looked out the window, not knowing what she was thinking. Her expression was neither sad nor happy, as if she had emptied herself. 5 minutes later, the phone rang back. Teng Feng hung up the phone with a stern face. Liang Chun, is that okay? If so, I'll send you over now. Someone will take photos of you at the hotel. It had only been a short while, and they had already picked someone for her. Qing Ge's body stiffened upon hearing the voice. Was he that impatient? She clearly wanted him to soften. It seemed she truly didn't hold much weight in his heart. Liang Chun was currently one of the top young stars in the industry, debuting as a singing and dancing idol, and had just successfully transitioned to acting. His first movie showcased his superb acting skills, making waves in the industry. He was considered a hot male artist now. Okay, after saying that, Qing Ge nodded, no longer looking at Teng Feng, and turned to leave. Teng Feng opened his mouth, but ultimately closed it again. His gaze swept around and landed on a bottle of water on the desk. He walked over, opened it. You wanted to create a scandal? Then drink this water before you go. Qing Ge glanced at him, finding this man quite interesting. Just moments ago, when she confessed, he said nothing. Now, when she wanted to create a scandal with another man, he remained silent, but when she was about to leave, he instead asked her to drink water. With her delicate, pale hands, Qing Ge took the water bottle and tilted her head back, sipping the cold mineral water little by little. As she drank, perhaps it was truly too cold, or perhaps it was something else, but it brought tears to her eyes. Qing Ge didn't want to show weakness, lowering her head to prevent Teng Feng from seeing her tears. What a coincidence. Liang Chun just happened to be at Greenlight Entertainment today. This water is really hard to drink. Qing Ge held her breath, drinking for a long while before finishing it. There was a knock on the door, and Liang Chun's deep, magnetic voice sounded, "Boss, do you need me?" Qing Ge needs publicity. You cooperate and take her to the hotel. In just that moment, Teng Feng had arranged everything clearly. The last spark of hope in Qing Ge's heart was completely extinguished. How did it come to this? Oh, because she forced him to be with her. So he really didn't like her. If he did, how could he push her towards another man? Qing Ge's mind was in chaos, and she didn't know what the two men were saying afterward. She only knew she silently followed Liang Chun out, feeling like the little person inside her was banging her head against a wall, bloodied and crying like a dog, finally collapsing and not moving. So pitiful. Her 5-year love ended so tragically. How pitiful. Getting into the car with Liang Chun, Qing Ge's emotions suddenly broke down. She curled up in the corner, ignoring everyone. Like a small baby, huddled into a ball, sobbing softly. Her mind was in a mess. One moment, it was Teng Feng's cold face. The next, it was the scene where he told her to go to a hotel with another man. And then there was him saying, "Don't call me brother, Teng Feng." Cold tears slipped from the corners of her eyes, and layers of overlapping images kept surfacing in front of her. Qing Ge bit her lip, unable to stop cursing herself. Why was she so cheap? Why did she offer her heart only to be trampled on? As she cried, she became increasingly dazed, while her body felt hotter and more unbearable. Upon arriving at the hotel, Liang Chun helped her out of the car. Qing Ge's steps were unsteady, and her gaze grew more blurred. "Qing Ge, why is it so hot?" Qing Ge forced herself to ask softly. Liang Chun stopped, noticing the abnormal flush on her small face, and suddenly had a bad premonition. He quickly took her into the elevator. If this situation was captured on camera, it would be a disaster. Once inside the elevator, Qing Ge's body felt weak, and she slumped against the elevator wall, slowly sliding down to the floor. It was too hot, too hot. Qing Ge was in a daze, unable to remember anything, only feeling her whole body burning with heat. The sound of tearing fabric echoed as her clothes were ripped apart, and the cold air touched her skin, providing some relief. But just as she felt slightly better, the heat surged back more intense, as if thousands of ants were gnawing at her body. It was unbearable. Qing Ge struggled to roll her body and fell to the ground with a thud. The pain brought her a moment of clarity. She lifted her head, squinting, as her sluggish brain finally seemed to grasp what was happening. It seemed she had been drugged. She braced herself, pinching her thigh hard, then raked her sharp nails across the back of her hand, tiny droplets of blood surfacing from the broken skin. With sheer willpower, she stumbled into the bathroom and turned on the cold water, letting it pour over her before losing consciousness. When Qing Ge woke up, it was already deep into the night. She looked around in confusion, and upon turning her head, she saw Yin Cece sitting on the sofa, looking down at her phone. She didn't speak and closed her eyes again to recall what had happened. She had taken a day off to celebrate Teng Feng's birthday, and when she arrived at his office, she happened to see his half-sister stepping out and provocatively bumping her shoulder. Qing Ge immediately lost her temper. This sister was a thorn in her side, even though they had no blood relation and lived in the Du family. Moreover, her feelings for Teng Feng were as obvious as day. Qing Ge could tolerate everything else, but not this sister. She asked Teng Feng if he liked her, but he remained silent. In a moment of irrationality, she told him that if he didn't like her, he should arrange for her to be with another man. Teng Feng, provoked by her, called Huolanji in front of her. Later, Liang Chun came and took her to the hotel for a photo shoot. In the car, she felt hopeless, as if she was crying out all the tears of her life. She felt a bit uncomfortable in the car, and once she got out, she felt her whole body burning, as if countless little ants were crawling all over her, tingling and numb. Her consciousness fluctuated between clarity and confusion, remembering the entire process. Qing Ge buried her face in the pillow, silent tears streaming down. Today, she had rushed back in a whirlwind of emotions, so excited that she hadn't even eaten, only drinking a bottle of water in Teng Feng's office after he had upset her. After being in the entertainment industry for a year or two, even if Qing Ge was still naive, she understood why she had acted out of character before. She felt ashamed, dirty, and realized she had fallen for the wrong person. Blind. Indeed, despairing tears soaked her completely. How she wished she could never wake up again. Chapter 5. After crying enough. Qing Ge's eyes were so swollen that she could barely open them. But in this moment, she felt so grateful. Grateful that she was lucky enough to have such a good friend. Yan Shishi explained the situation to Qing Ge while gently wiping her tears. Wei Heng and Huolanji are outside. You don't mind, do you? Liang Chun, being someone who mingled in the industry, noticed something was off with Qing Ge as soon as they entered the hotel. What was most fortunate was that Liang Chun was a gentleman. After realizing something was wrong, he hesitated to contact Teng Feng. After all, he had just received Qing Ge from Teng Feng, and then such an incident occurred. He couldn't be sure whether it had anything to do with Teng Feng. He had heard that Qing Ge was currently filming with Wei Heng, and Wei Heng's assistant had a good relationship with her. The recent buzz about this incident was initiated by Wei Heng's manager, Huolanji, who contacted him. After thinking it over, Liang Chun called Huolanji. Thus, Wei Heng and Huolanji rushed over immediately. Seeing that Qing Ge had calmed down somewhat, Yan Shishi draped her jacket over her, as Qing Ge had torn her dress. Just as she was about to step outside, 3 men stood in the corridor, creating a tense atmosphere. Why was Teng Feng here? Yan Shishi was astonished and hadn't had the chance to warn Qing Ge before Teng Feng strode forward and grabbed Qing Ge's wrist. I'll take you home, he said, his voice filled with concern, a hint of tension and tremor in it. Qing Ge tried to shake off his grip, but failed. The man's hand was like a vice, not exerting too much pressure, but holding her tightly as if afraid she would run away. His grip was firm but didn't hurt her, and the subtle tenderness in his actions made Qing Ge involuntarily snicker. This man was truly sick. Wasn't she in this state because of him? Wasn't this what he wanted? Why was he pretending to be compassionate now? Qing Ge slowly raised her head and met Teng Feng's eyes. Her face was pale and haggard, and the admiration and love that once flowed in her eyes had vanished. Let go, she said, her voice hoarse and weak, yet filled with resolute hatred. Didn't you want me to give up on you at all costs? You've finally accomplished your wish. She weakly curled her lips, her colorless lips still marked by her own biting. Congratulations. Her faint words echoed in the quiet corridor, sounding even weaker. Qing Ge took one last look at Teng Feng, devoid of any sadness or joy, her eyes filled with desolation. She then lowered her head and held Yan Shishi's arm, signaling that they could leave. After taking a couple of steps, Qing Ge felt weak and almost stumbled forward, nearly falling to the ground. A strong arm caught her. Huolanji had been watching Qing Ge, and when she looked up, appearing as if she would shatter into countless pieces, he felt a pang in his heart. Noticing she was unsteady, he quickly stepped forward to support her before she could fall. Huolanji glanced at Teng Feng, who stood frozen, and 1,000 thoughts collided in his mind. Ultimately, he bent down and held Qing Ge in his arms. Caught off guard, Qing Ge's body stiffened. She can't carry you, and Wei Heng won't be able to either, Huolanji said in a teasing tone to mask his tension. You don't want Teng Feng to carry you, do you? Hearing this, Qing Ge relaxed, She was tired, and those few words had drained her last bit of energy. She quietly leaned her head against Huolanji's chest and closed her eyes, silently permitting his closeness and embrace. Yan Shishi exchanged a glance with Wei Hong, and ultimately, without saying a word, they followed Huolanji out. They walked quickly, and soon the corridor fell silent, with only Teng Feng still standing in place. Listening to the elevator's descending alert, he struck the wall hard, his eyes filled with rage. When they reached the parking lot downstairs, Huolanji gently placed Qing Ge in the back seat of the car, and after a moment's thought, he swiftly took off his coat and covered her with it. Qing Ge looked up at him quietly, and Huolanji smiled. "Don't catch a cold. You still have to film when you get back." Huolanji wasn't sure how to treat Qing Ge at this moment, and could only cautiously advise her under the pretense of work. Qing Ge did, closed her eyes, and gently leaned her head against the car door, remaining still on the way, unsure if she had fallen asleep. Yan Shishi watched from the side, her heart aching intensely, even her tongue tinged with bitterness. She couldn't imagine what kind of blow it would be for such an innocent girl like Qing Ge to encounter something like this. Looking at her pale, translucent face, Yan Shishi even wished that she would just cry hysterically. Crying would be better. It was far better than holding it in. However, things didn't develop as she hoped. The next day, Weibo exploded. Qing Ge and Liang Chun's hotel room photos were leaked. The Weibo servers crashed under the load, and the trending topics included 5 tags about it. Qing Ge's relationship exposed. Qing Ge Liang Chun. Qing Ge hotel photos. Qing Ge and Liang Chun hugging in public. And so on. Liang Chun was one of the top-tier celebrities in the country, even though he had transitioned to a serious acting career. His look attracted a staggering number of female fans, who were also quite fierce. Qing Ge's comment section was a disaster. "Shameless, sticking to my brother. Are you run brother wouldn't look at her? Even if there was something, it would just be for fun. Brother said he has no plans for a relationship. Can't even see what you're worth." It was brutal. Qing Ge stared blankly at the phone screen, filled with comments and the incessant private messages. She thought that after seeing Teng Feng like that yesterday, he at least felt remorse, and she didn't have to worry about the photos being exposed. But that man was truly ruthless. Qing Ge's mind felt split in two, one half filled with water and the other with flames, the only thought being that she wanted to escape, to hide herself away in a quiet corner and lick her old wounds and new scars in silence. But she couldn't. All morning at the filming location, a crowd of staff members fell silent as soon as they saw her. Various eyes intertwined on her, forming an impenetrable web. Some were curious, some envious, and some looked down on her. Qing Ge forced herself to hold it together, her heart crumbling, though her face only appeared slightly pale. After just one night, her chin looked sharper, as if she had suddenly lost weight. Qing Ge no longer smiled much while on set. After finishing her scenes, she would quietly sit in a corner, lost in thought. Nearby, Huolanji watched the small girl curled up in her chair and sighed deeply. He had been feeling uneasy these past few days, and every time he thought of that day's scene, it felt like someone was rubbing sandpaper against his flesh, causing him great pain. Wei Hong, hearing the sound, looked up at his friend and manager, seeing him disheveled, with unshaven stubble and visible bloodshot eyes, beside a series of cigarettes. Huolanji had just called Teng Feng and had a heated argument with him. "What do you mean? Qing Ge's like that. And you still release the photos? Don't you have a heart? Yesterday I saw you and thought you had a conscience. What is going on? Is your conscience a luxury item that you can't afford?" After cursing, he hung up the phone, frowning as he thought of ways to take down the trending topics. Liang Chun's popularity was too high. As soon as the photos were released, they spread like wildfire, and now it seemed too late for any action. But he had to do his best. Huolanji glanced at the pale, weak girl not far away and took a deep drag from a cigarette. Qing Ge seemed unable to bear the smell of smoke. Wei Hing flipped through the script in his hand and casually said something. Upon hearing it, Huolanji paused with his hand holding the cigarette halfway up, and the next moment he decisively threw the cigarette but to the ground and extinguished it with his foot. He then bent down to pick up the extinguished cigarette, and carefully wrapped it tightly in a tissue. After finishing, he noticed Wei Hong beside him with a strange smile on his lips. "You're hiding it pretty deep. Wei Hung glanced around and, seeing no one paying attention to them, lowered his voice and said, I didn't realize you had feelings for Qing Ge all these years. I don't, Huolanji stammered for a moment, hurriedly stuffing the crumpled tissue into his pants pocket. Wei Hung glanced at his movement, clicked his tongue in annoyance, and had a look that clearly said you're lying. After knowing each other for so many years, they were both like thousand-year-old foxes. What kind of ghost story are you trying to play with me? What is the matter? Feeling embarrassed. Wei Hung continued in a low voice, but you really can endure watching Qing Ge chase after Teng Feng for so many years. Impressive, impressive. Huolanji finally couldn't hold back and shot him a fierce glare. This guy is just like he was in college. He looks gentle and refined, but he is actually the worst at heart. Such a schemer. Whereas she? Why isn't she cooked for you? Huolanji glanced at Yin Cc, who was squatting next to Qing Ge, thinking why he should torture himself. He couldn't let Wei Hung off easily, so he jabbed a knife into Wei Hung's heart with a smirk. Wei Hung immediately wilted. He hadn't seen Yin Cc for several days, and now she only had eyes for Qing Ge, basically ignoring him, not to mention eating the meal she cooked. Sweet and sour pork, braised pork, Buddha jumps over the wall. All of it was gone from him. A war without gunpowder ended with two old men stabbing each other in the back. In the past few days, Yin Cc had completely ignored Wei Hung, staying by Qing Ge's side every day. Before the evening shoot wrapped up, Yin Cc walked over to Qing Ge with a cup of warm cheese milk tea, her expression somewhat unnatural. Qing Ge looked up, her big eyes clear as ever. Although she was trying to hide it well, if one looked closely, they could see her slightly thinner face. Qing Ge looked at Yin Cc in confusion. Her sister, she was usually decisive and rarely spoke so tentatively. So she leaned in and asked softly, what's wrong? Yin Cc glanced towards the door, handed the milk tea to Qing Ge, and finally sighed. Teng Feng is here again. Do you want to see him? Teng Feng had been coming every day for the past few days, but Qing Ge hadn't seen him. This man, Teng Feng, was quite interesting. When Qing Ge said she didn't want to see him, he would just wait outside until she returned to her hotel room and turn off the lights before leaving. Yin Cc had just taken a look, and that troublesome man seemed to have lost quite a bit of weight. Qing Ge was silent for a moment, holding the milk tea in her hand, staring at the bustling filming location ahead and not saying a word for a long time. After a while, she came back to her senses, looked up at Yin Cc, and smiled. Let us meet. I need to give myself an explanation. After we meet, let us turn the page completely. It snowed outside today, and Teng Feng stood in the parking lot outside the film crew, covered with a thin layer of snow. The passing staff whispered, hey, isn't that the boss of Greenlight Entertainment? Why has he been coming here so often these days? Haven't you heard about the rumors between Qing Ge and him? He must be here looking for Qing Ge, right? Who doesn't know that Qing Ge is the most favored by Greenlight Entertainment? In less than 2 years since her debut, her popularity had skyrocketed. This industry is ruthless, and with Qing Ge rising so fast, it's hard to believe there's no one backing her. But no one knows what kind of relationship Qing Ge has with the boss of Greenlight Entertainment. However, given the nature of the industry, it's likely that she is being supported, right? The staff whispered gossip and quickly ran into the set. In the end, two of them couldn't resist their strong curiosity and hid behind a board outside the set, secretly peeking at what was happening over there. Soon, they saw Qing Ge walking over in a black down jacket from the crew, and the two staff members were extremely excited, feeling like they were witnessing a grand scene. Teng Feng watched Qing Ge getting closer and felt nervous, swallowing hard and clenching his fists. The once cute and bright girl had changed. Oh no, she was gone. The current Qing Ge was enveloped in a layer of cold hardness. Her usually lively eyes, which sparkled with warmth, were now eerily calm, without a ripple. Teng Feng only needed to meet her gaze once to know it was over. Everything was over. He had finally messed everything up. Chapter 6. Do you need something? Président? Qing Ge decided to settle things quickly and didn't even plan to get into his car. Teng Feng looked at her in pain, his eyes bloodshot, as if afraid of scaring her. He trembled his lips and softly asked, why aren't you calling me brother anymore? In the past years, every time they met, Qing Ge would chirp around him like a lively lark, calling out, Teng Feng, brother. At first, he found it uncomfortable, but later, every time he heard her call him that, his heart felt incredibly sweet. Upon hearing this, Qing Ge burst into a laugh, as if she had heard the most outrageous joke. "Brother? President Du, don't joke around," she said, her smile slowly fading as she recalled the bottle of water, his ruthless phone call in front of her, and the trending topic that had everyone criticizing her. It all solidified into a cold line in her heart. How could she call him brother again? That would be so shameless. The words he had said before turned into sharp blades, stabbing into his heart once more. Why shouldn't he say that? This was the first time Teng Feng saw Qing Ge like this, and it pained him deeply. He glanced at her frozen, red nose. She hated the cold. "Let us talk in the car," he suggested. He had many explanations to give. The photos weren't released by him. He didn't mean for things to turn out that way, and he only wanted her to drink that bottle of water to calm down, not knowing there was something in it. He thought that since she liked him so much since childhood, maybe if she calmed down, she would want to stir up gossip anymore. He really didn't know, but now, no matter what he said, Qing Ge felt it was like a weasel wishing the chicken a happy new year. This man who had pushed himself forward, no matter what. She couldn't get over this hurdle in her heart. Qing Ge shook her head, thinking, how could I get in the car and disgust you? I just came out to tell you that it's over between us. After saying this, she gave a self-deprecating smile. What relationship do we even have? She looked up at Teng Feng with firm eyes and said, don't come looking for me again. Let us act like we never knew each other. After saying this, Qing Ge turned and walked away without looking back, but was suddenly grabbed by someone. The moment their skin touched, Qing Ge felt goosebumps rise on her skin. Excitedly, she forcefully shook off his hot hand, stepped back in fear, and looked at Teng Feng with disgust. Don't touch me. It was as if she were looking at something terrifying. After saying this, she turned and ran away. The experience from a few days ago had left an indelible impression on her heart. Teng Feng stood there, watching Qing Ge's figure gradually fade away, feeling heartache and anger. He turned around and slammed the car hood in frustration. Two staff members nearby were shocked, expecting to witness a tender scene, but instead saw a violent outburst. Teng Feng was a notable figure in the industry and probably didn't want anyone to see such a scene. The two staff members realized something was wrong and hurriedly stepped back, their phones still in hand, but in their panic. They knocked over the large board that had been hiding them. The loud crash echoed through the parking lot. Teng Feng expressionlessly turned to look in that direction, noticing two strangers huddled together and feeling something was off. His eyesight was sharp. From afar, he saw the flash of a phone screen. Frowning, he strode over. The two staff members, like frozen field mice, didn't know whether to flee or wait for their fate. Before they could decide, Teng Feng reached them and said, "Hand me the phone." Upon opening the photo album, he indeed saw the recent pictures of himself and Qing Ge together. The two staff members trembled, and they heard Teng Feng coldly say, "Send me the photos." After a moment of hesitation, still not trusting anyone else, he decided, forget it, I'll do it myself. After transferring the photos, he said a faint thank you and turned to leave. The two staff members stood in shock, confused about what he was thanking them for. They exchanged puzzled glances, and after some thought, it seemed they had uncovered something significant. Initially, they thought Teng Feng was supporting Qing Ge, but it appeared that Qing Ge was actually the one being pursued. Teng Feng returned his car, but didn't drive away immediately. Instead, he took out his phone again and carefully traced Qing Ge's figure on the screen. He thought about it. Over the years, he and Qing Ge had never taken a photo together. So at that moment, he found himself somewhat grateful to those two strangers. After looking at the photo for a while, he set it as his phone wallpaper, his WeChat wallpaper, and made it the background for everything he could. After looking at it for a bit longer, his phone vibrated. Seeing the name on the screen, Teng Feng frowned. Wenzi, have you managed to contact them? Wenzi was also Teng Feng's university roommate, along with Wei Heng and Huolan. The four of them made a complete group. Previously, he had asked Wenzi to handle some matters, but he hadn't expected to hear back after so long. Otherwise, he would have had to shamefully seek out Qing Ge. On the other end of the line, Wenzi hesitated. Are you really sure? Isn't it going to be too much? Teng Feng's expression turned cold. He felt that his indecisiveness had caused Qing Ge to get hurt. His previous restraint was to keep Qing Ge away from all the troubles, but he didn't expect her to still get dragged into it. This actually solidified his resolve. In that case, he had no reason to be soft-hearted anymore. Is the hospital arranged? Should I just send the person over? Teng Feng coldly asked without answering Wen Zi's question. Wen Zi paused for a moment and spoke with difficulty. Teng Feng, think it over. That's your mom. And your sister. Upon hearing this, Teng Feng could no longer suppress his anger and shouted in a low voice. Just because she is my mom, she can harm me for so many years. She can treat Qing Ge like this? And I don't have a sister. I only have a younger brother. After saying this, fearing he might lose control, Teng Feng hung up the phone, furious, and threw his phone onto the passenger seat. He pounded the steering wheel twice. The black SUV let out two mournful cries, just like him. To hell with tolerance. What has his life become? Qing Ge returned to the film set, appearing as usual, as if encountering that man and having a small dispute had no impact on her. Time doesn't care for the joys and sorrows of adults. It just keeps moving forward. In the entertainment industry, one wave hasn't settled before another rises. The photos of Qing Ge and Liang Chun had not yet cooled down when the goddess of the Jade Girl, Xia Ji, suddenly posted on Weibo, declaring herself single. Qing Ge thought something was off. Upon inquiring, she learned that Xia Ji had gone abroad. With the awards ceremony approaching, why would she go abroad? After some digging, she found out that Liang Chun had a girlfriend who was also from the industry, the well-known Jade Girl goddess, Xia Ji. Moreover, they had been together for 7 years and were reportedly living together, their relationship very good, just short of getting married. She couldn't understand why Liang Chun would stir up rumors with her when he already had a girlfriend. When she found out, she felt uneasy. In fact, it turned out to be quite bad. After their scandal broke, Liang Chun was unilaterally dumped by Xia Ji. She didn't know what Xia Ji thought of her, but Qing Ge felt she should apologize to Xia Ji. Even if she didn't know at the time, she couldn't comfort herself with ignorance. After all, she had caused the couple to break apart. She had experienced pain herself and knew the anguish of disappointment and despair toward a loved one. Qing Ge thought that her relationship with Teng Feng had caused a real disaster, actually separating a loving couple. She had to do something, otherwise her heart wouldn't find peace. At the award ceremony, Qing Ge looked around and finally spotted Xia Ji in a long dress ahead. She quickly hurried over and pulled Xia Ji into a corner to quietly explain and apologize. It's okay. This has nothing to do with you, Qing Ge. You didn't know before? Xia Ji smiled gently, even raising her hand to tenderly smooth the furrowed lines on Qing Ge's forehead. Aren't you angry? Qing Ge asked in confusion. She already knew that Xia Ji had been with Liang Chun for 7 years. Such deep feelings. She couldn't bear to think about it. I am angry, but one must look forward. Besides, I'm not angry with you. Problems between us will eventually come to light, Xia Ji said lightly, shrugging her shoulders. Leaving the wrong person early is a good thing. It's better than being stuck with them for a lifetime. As she spoke, Xia Ji even playfully winked at Qing Ge. At that moment, Qing Ge felt a mix of emotions, unsure whether to envy Xia Ji's strong and carefree attitude or to sympathize with Liang Chun, the one who was deemed the wrong person. She silently lit a candle for Liang Chun in her heart, having heard that he had recently been falling apart, not expecting his girlfriend to be so furious and wanting to win her back. From the looks of it, it seemed unlikely he could do that. Just then, Xia Ji was called away by the staff. Throughout the award ceremony, Qing Ge was absent-minded. Xia Ji's words had a profound impact on her. She thought, since she had already decided to end things and give up, she shouldn't remain trapped in the quagmire of sadness. She was only 22, still young, and had plenty of good times ahead. Thinking this way, she recalled how she had been crying for a while before sleeping these past few days, feeling that she was being too weak. She needed to be carefree, to be open, to resolutely not look back. After the ceremony, Qing Ge felt much lighter. As she walked outside, she looked up and froze in her tracks. How did Xia Ji get into Wei Heng's car? Wei Heng had clearly shown special interest in Shi in the production team. Even when Shi was with her, Wei Heng would get jealous, looking very concerned. What was going on? Qing Ge was puzzled as she watched the black car drive away, and then she saw a figure running swiftly to catch up. It was Liang Chun. What a dramatic scene. However, Qing Ge was more worried about Shi over the years. She had only encountered one friend with whom she felt an instant connection. Not to mention, it had been Yin Shishi who had saved her during the recent incident. Standing in place, Qing Ge hesitated, taking her phone out of her dazzling black handbag, torn over whether to inform Yin Shishi. Before she could decide, she heard a familiar voice. Looking up, she saw Yin Shishi had already approached her. Qing Ge hurriedly threw her phone back in her bag. "What's wrong? You seem strange." Yin Shishi joked, looking at Qing Ge like a startled jade rabbit. Qing Ge shook her head, feeling uneasy about Yin Shishi. "Sister Shishi, will you have dinner with me tonight?" "Sure." At that moment, Qing Ge had no idea that Yin Shishi was fully aware of everything that would happen in the car that had just left. The two of them were distracted and had a hasty meal outside before heading home. Once home, Qing Ge prepared to take a shower. Eager to wash off the heavy makeup on her face, which felt unbearably uncomfortable. She found a few magazines for Yin Shishi and boiled a kettle of hot water before rushing into the bathroom. After finishing her shower and while drying her hair, she thought she heard Yin Shishi calling for her. She turned off the hairdryer and raised her voice. "What did you say, Sister Shishi?" "I have to rush back to the set for an urgent matter, Qing Ge. See you." There was a pause. "Goodbye, Qing Ge." Qing Ge bit her lip, feeling something was off, and put down the hairdryer to run outside. Just as she reached the bedroom door, she heard the front door slam shut. Panic rose in her heart as Qing Ge rushed back to her room, unplugged her phone charger, and called Yin Shishi. Beep, beep, beep. No answer. Qing Ge gritted her teeth, opened the wardrobe, grabbed a long down jacket, threw it on, and rushed to the elevator. But when she went outside, she couldn't see Yin Shishi anywhere. Confused, she walked back, unsure what to do as she paced back and forth in the living room when her phone rang. Looking at the screen, she was surprised to see it was Wei Hung calling. Wei Hung, didn't he just take Xiaji away? Why was he calling her? Chapter 7, is Cece there with you? Wei Hung asked anxiously. He had just tried calling Yin Cece, but he couldn't get through, and eventually they hung up on him. Qing Ge, confused, replied, "She's not here. Sister Cece just left." Wei Hung asked a few more questions before hanging up, sounding very anxious. Qing Ge sat on the sofa, still dazed, wondering what was going on. Did Wei Hung like Sister Cece or Xiaji? Who was he really pursuing? Could he be trying to play both sides? She thought she heard a hint of tears in Sister Cece's voice before she left. Qing Ge leaned back on the sofa, feeling lost, and let out a long sigh. Men really aren't good for anything. Wei Hung and Teng Feng are both bad guys. Catching her breath, Qing Ge started frantically calling Yin Cece again. And after more than 10 tries, she finally got through. "Qing Ge, what are you doing?" Yin Cece's voice came through the phone, sounding a bit helpless yet affectionate. The moment the call connected, Qing Ge felt a sense of relief, but was also anxious. "Sister Cece, where are you right now?" Not giving Yin Cece a chance to refuse, Qing Ge hurriedly said, "I'm coming to find you." After all, she didn't have many scenes left, and the director, Wenzi, had given her a break, saying she should rest for a few days. Coincidentally, the movie Little Town Romance, which was mainly funded by Teng Feng's Greenlight Entertainment, starred Wei Hung, who was a good friend of Teng Feng, and was directed by Wenzi, who was also a good friend of Teng Feng. Wei Hung's manager, Huolanji, was also a good friend of Teng Feng. After falling out with Teng Feng, Qing Ge felt quite uncomfortable, as if a shadow was lingering over her. Fortunately, Wenzi was considerate. She hadn't even mentioned it, and he proactively gave her a break. After agreeing on a time with Yin Cece, Qing Ge hurriedly bought a plane ticket and packed her bags. She was quite lucky. There was even a leftover ticket for the next flight. She snagged it. The next morning, the two heartbroken girls finally met in a small border town in the north. Yin Cece seemed familiar with the place and took Qing Ge to check into a hotel. The hotel's location was excellent, right on the most bustling pedestrian street in the city. Qing Ge felt a bit excited. She had never experienced such a hurried, solitary life before. Her family always arranged her life clearly. This excitement even made her temporarily forget about that dog of a man, Teng Feng. The temperature difference between day and night was significant here, and it was quite cool, so both girls hurried, having not brought enough clothes. After checking in, they went on a shopping spree at the mall. By the time they returned to their room to rest, it was already evening. "Sister Cece, why did you leave so quickly last night?" Qing Ge asked quietly while watching Yin Cece organize her clothes. Yin Cece paused for a moment, the smile on her face fading as she realized that men are not to be trusted. Qing Ge had a rough idea of what was happening and felt that this was probably a story of deep romantic suffering. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly and then agreed, right? Men are no good. So where are we going to have fun tonight? Qing Ge asked, shaking her fair legs and rolling her eyes to change the subject. Just thinking about Teng Feng made her heart ache, but she tried to remain strong and composed. The two discussed quietly for a while and ultimately decided to take Qing Ge's suggestion to go to a gay bar. Qing Ge's reasoning was quite compelling. There were plenty of handsome guys there, and they wouldn't be interested in them, allowing the two lonely women to enjoy the view. Yin Cece found this reasoning very reasonable and couldn't argue against it. The two girls quickly packed their things and excitedly prepared to expand their horizons at the gay bar. At this moment, they had no idea that real danger was gradually approaching them. Inside the bar, the atmosphere was vibrant and intoxicating, with a feeling as if peach blossoms were blooming everywhere. Looking at the various handsome guys with different hairstyles and their strong, muscular bodies, Qing Ge found herself captivated by the ambience. Compared to ordinary bars, this place was particularly flamboyant. Oh my, look, two handsome guys are getting close. They're touching each other's chests. They're getting closer and about to kiss. After watching for a while, Qing Ge felt like she had stepped into another world. The trivial matters of love seemed insignificant. Look at how happy they were living outside societal norms. She was just experiencing a breakup. What was the big deal? Aren't there plenty of men in the world? Once she goes abroad, handsome guys would be everywhere. During this time, Qing Ge had thought a lot. She entered the entertainment industry to be closer to Teng Feng. Now that they had completely fallen out, she didn't want to stay in his company anymore. It would be too awkward seeing each other all the time. Moreover, her personality was relatively introverted, and being in the spotlight every day was a bit overwhelming. Every time she finished socializing, she felt like she had been drained and needed to return to her little nest to recuperate. So why not just withdraw from the industry? Cut ties with that dog of a man decisively and cleanly? She was ready to study abroad, or even just travel. Once Qing Ge had this realization, she happily pulled Yin Cece to the restroom. Though she was bold enough to speak her mind, in this mixed crowd, it was better for two girls to be cautious. Inside the restroom, someone had clearly smoked before, and the air was thick with smoke, making it hard to breathe. Qing Ge shouted to Yin Cece to wait outside while waving away the smoke around her nose, trying to make her way out. After just a few steps, she was stopped. Qing Ge instinctively shivered and shouted, "I'm a girl, I like boys. Our orientations are different," fearing she might encounter some bisexual guy. The person in front didn't say anything but stared at her with greedy, angry eyes. When Qing Ge looked up, she saw Teng Feng's cold, handsome face, and she gasped in surprise. "You've really got guts showing up anywhere," he said, nearly furious to the point of bleeding from 7 orifices. He had never imagined that this girl would be so bold. Qing Ge momentarily lost her composure, rolled her eyes, and thought, "What does it matter to me why you're here? You're not my boyfriend." She glared at him, clenched her small fists, and kept hitting her chest, trying to stop her hiccups, which was quite uncomfortable. Just as she was about to return to her seat and wait for Yin Cece, she felt her wrist being grabbed tightly. Qing Ge rolled her eyes again, knowing this would happen. "What do you want?" she asked helplessly. Teng Feng felt a tightness in his chest when he saw Qing Ge's expression. What was that look? It was as if she thought he was being unreasonable. The sparkle in her eyes when she used to look at him had completely vanished. It felt like his heart was being clawed at by a beast, burning with pain. Originally, Qing Ge thought, "I confessed to you, and you didn't agree. Now that I want to leave, you come chasing after me. Is something wrong with you?" Suddenly, a loud slap echoed as someone smacked Teng Feng's backside, startling him. He turned around to see a muscular man with a beautiful face blowing him a kiss and winking. Teng Feng clenched his teeth, his cheeks puffing up with anger, and said through gritted teeth, "Let's talk outside." Qing Ge watched everything unfold in shock. She had liked Teng Feng for so many years and had never gotten that close to him, yet in just 2 seconds, he was being taken advantage of by another man. It seemed like fate was truly not on her side. The stunned girl was dragged out of the bar. "Hey, wait. Sister Cece is still inside. She can't leave Yin Cece there." Teng Feng glanced at her with his head down. Wei Hung was present. silently lighting a candle for Cece. Well, Qing Ge felt that she indeed needed to have a good talk with Teng Feng to give this relationship a perfect ending. Oh no, it could only be considered a complete period. Walking through the streets and alleys, there weren't many people left on the street at night. Qing was being pulled forward, looking up at the twinkling stars in the sky. In the past, on sleepless winter evenings, she wished to watch the stars with him. She looked at the broad back of the man blocking her. The breezy night wind was blocked by him. Teng Feng led her into the hotel, and Qing Ge suddenly widened her eyes. What a coincidence! This was the hotel where she and Cece were staying. Is it possible that this huge city has only this one hotel? Is it a coincidence, or did he track their movements? Qing Ge silently glanced at Teng Feng, observing him quietly. The two sat in the living room of the executive suite, and for a long while, neither spoke. Qing Ge lowered her head, absent-mindedly playing with her fingers, while Teng Feng silently watched her. The previous situation had completely reversed. Cough! Teng Feng felt a dull pain in his heart when Qing Ge ignored him, lightly clearing his throat. After all these years, I owe you an apology. I owe you an explanation. Qing Ge's hand, playing with her fingers, paused, but she didn't look up. What happened recently was truly an accident. Teng Feng's temples throbbed. Speaking was somewhat difficult. My mom and Lin Yi said that if she could keep me at home, she would give half of her family fortune to her. Then Lin Yi, you such a method. Unexpectedly, due to a series of misunderstandings, that bottle of water you drank. He paused. My mom has been a bit abnormal since my dad left. Actually, not just abnormal. She even wants to bring Qing Ge back, but she is afraid of scaring people away. I'm afraid she might harm you, but I don't want to give you up. So he begged her to wait for him. Yet he didn't dare to meet her. And then there were the photos. These words Teng Feng spoke were extremely difficult. It really wasn't me who leaked them. I'm investigating who did it. He got up, kneeling on one knee in front of Qing Ge, holding her small hands with his bloodshot eyes fixed on her pure face. Will you forgive me? I won't do this anymore. Lin Yi's been sent away by me and my mom. Has been sent to the hospital. Teng Feng spoke vaguely. At this moment he dared to say this, fearing that Qing Ge would be scared away. All these years since being forced to leave the military, he had suffered from his mother's torment and his brother, but he never spoke of it, so no one knew. Qing Ge quietly looked at him, not saying a word for a long time. She believed that what Teng Feng said was probably true. He had never been one to lie. But she didn't know what had happened to his mother that led to her being hospitalized. He was so pitiful, but the hurt she had endured over the years, the tears she had shed, the coldness she had faced, were all real. She felt that she could no longer pursue him like before. But seeing his gradually reddening eyes, her throat felt choked. She tilted her head, not daring to meet his gaze. Give me some time to think about it. The man felt as if he had received a reprieve. He sighed in relief, his arms suddenly pulling her into his embrace. Qing Ge could hear the sound of his thunderous heartbeat near her ear, the warmth of his body enveloping her. This was the first time she realized his feelings after being held in his arms. Once she left, there would be no more chances. It was too late. She whispered in her heart, you came too late. I've been sad for a long, long time, those hundreds and thousands of days and nights. Whether it was honesty or apology, it was too late. Why didn't you come a little earlier? Perhaps it was just fate. Qing Ge gently closed her eyes, her lashes brushing against each other. A tear fell. The fabric on her shoulder seemed to have also gotten wet. That cold and heartless man. Could it be that he was crying? After knowing him for so many years, she had never seen his tears. You, what are you crying for? What do you have to cry about? You pushed me away. Wasn't it you? Teng Feng was obedient, even though he was restless all over. He restrained himself and patiently waited, not daring to put any pressure on Qing Ge for fear of making her unhappy again. But things didn't go as he wished. The trending topics exploded again. That day, Teng Feng went to the film set to find Qing Ge, and while they were talking in the parking lot, they were secretly photographed. The person who took the photo was quite cunning, using a clever angle. Weibo was filled with a series of heated discussions and explosions. Qing Ge's rise through unspoken rules, a roundup of female stars who slept their way up, Qing Ge's sugar daddy, Qing Ge juggling multiple relationships. The current social environment demands a lot from women, requiring ordinary women to be able to manage both the home and career to earn money, preferably not worse than men. and to be perfect in managing everything at home, regardless of whether men take care of the family or not. Working during the day and doing housework and taking care of children all night. Such demands are placed on ordinary people, let alone on a star like Qing Ge. The online public opinion has taken on a somewhat humiliating tone. Some netizens felt that just a few days ago, she had photos of her in a hotel room with a male star, and now she is hugging her boss. She must be shameless. Netizens crowded into Qing Ge's Weibo, queuing up to insult her. Shameless. Shameless. It was heard that some female stars nowadays love to collect stamps. Has Qing Ge also slept her way through the entertainment industry? Haha. Qing Ge was so scolded that she couldn't even open Weibo. It would freeze as soon as she did. Yan quickly uninstalled Weibo from Qing Ge's phone and signaled her assistant, Shiqing, to keep a close watch on Qing Ge during these days. She had already suffered enough during this time. She was only 22. Later, strangers started to send Qing Ge endless text messages, cursing her and calling her in the middle of the night. Yan felt it was unbearable. Don't look at it. What is the use of seeing this? Don't listen to their nonsense. We're living well. Let them be angry. What is wrong with people nowadays? They speak so irresponsibly. The malice is too strong. Yan hugged Qing Ge and gently patted her back. Qing Ge leaned her head gently on Yan Cc's shoulder. Her round eyes red, her voice trembling slightly as she asked, Sister Cece, what did I do wrong? Why do they have to treat me like this? Whether it was due Teng Feng or the anonymous strangers online, why did they have to treat her this way? You did nothing wrong. No, I did. Qing Ge suddenly sat up straight, glaring ahead, her usually gentle eyes turned icy. The biggest mistake I made was falling in love with him. No, it was loving him. Now, Qing Ge didn't even want to mention the man's name. Yan hesitated. So, you're leaving tomorrow on a plane. Do you want to tell him? Chapter 8. Teng Feng was anxiously waiting. A few days later, he received a call from Lin Ji in the office. Qing Ge is flying abroad today. She didn't want me to tell you. After thinking for a moment, I still felt somewhat reluctant. The flight takes off in an hour. Whether he could see her one last time depended on luck. He rushed to the parking lot, but found his hands trembling so much that he couldn't drive, ultimately throwing the keys to his assistant. On the way, Assistant Wang noticed that the boss was tense all over and was so anxious that he bit his lips until they bled. Cold sweat dripped from Wang, and he inexplicably felt a bad premonition. At that moment, he realized that Qing Ge seemed to hold an unusual place in the boss's heart. What about all the things he had done before? It's over. Teng Feng wasn't lucky enough to catch her. Instead, he got into a fight with Huolanji, who was also chasing after her at the airport. He also received a piece of news that made it hard for him to eat or sleep. Qing Ge was going abroad first to see Shimu's concert. As for other men, Teng Feng was not afraid. Those people couldn't give him a sense of crisis. But Shimu was different. Qing Ge had liked Shimu since she was a child, idolizing him immensely. She chose to study music in college, to follow in Shimu's footsteps and be a dream chaser. If Qing Ge got to know Shimu, with her being so cute, what would happen? No, he couldn't think about it. Teng Feng returned to the company in a daze, not paying attention to anyone who greeted him along the way. Everything around him felt foggy. Sitting in his office chair, he heard someone call him Teng Feng Gij in a crisp and sweet voice. He suddenly looked up, but there was no one at the door. No Yingfe. Only she called him that. He didn't allow others to call him that. A wave of sorrow, as if he had lost everything, tightened around his heart. Teng Feng suddenly stood up and slammed his fist on the desk. Teng Feng wandered aimlessly in the office building, his own office filled with Qing Ge's shadow. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He pushed open the stairwell door and sat down on the stairs, staring blankly out the window. After a while, the door to the next floor was pushed open, and the sound of high heels clicking echoed. It was probably female employees gathering to gossip. Teng Feng didn't mind such behavior during work hours, as long as his own work was done. Hey, did you hear? Qing Ge went abroad today. She must be trending. She's embarrassed. She must have gone abroad because she was rejected after confessing to the boss. Just think about it. For so many years, sticking to the boss and having unclear relationships with other men. TSK. Don't say that. Unmarried men and women. Why can't they pursue their own happiness? Pursuing happiness isn't wrong, but if the boss liked her, they would have been together long ago. After such a long time, if he hasn't agreed, shouldn't the girl have some self-awareness and self-respect? The annoying gossip buzzed into Teng Feng's ears, and he stood up. The women downstairs immediately fell silent, peering to see who it was. As a result, they caught a glimpse of the boss, his gaze icy as he looked down at them. Oh no, it's over. The gossiping boss has been caught. If I hear any more of this, you'll bear the consequences. Teng Feng said this and left the room, leaving the female employees confused. What's going on? Does this mean the boss doesn't dislike Qing Ge? My goodness, the pain in his tone was almost impossible to hide. One female employee, very politically astute, quickly took out her phone and opened the company's small group chat. Although it was called a small group, there were a few hundred people, including various leaders. She hurriedly typed a line. The boss personally said he likes Qing Ge. Don't spread rumors. If the boss catches you, there will be consequences. Please be informed. Teng Feng was very sad. He never knew that people in the company viewed Qing Ge this way. There was also new trending news. Teng Feng opened his phone and saw nothing but mockery and insults online. His large hand, gripping the phone, trembled slightly, and the corners of his eyes turned redder. The girl he wished to keep in his heart was being belittled like this, and the culprit behind this situation was himself. He wanted to slap himself. He hated that he hadn't made a choice earlier. Assistant Wang squatted at the door, watching his boss walk over with a dejected expression. Enveloped in a dense fog of gloom, clearly written on his face was, "I'm in a bad mood. Don't bother me." Wang instinctively shrank back behind his desk, hoping that the boss wouldn't see him. He didn't want to walk into the line of fire. But it seemed like the boss heard his silent plea and stopped at the door. "Have I been bad to Qing Ge?" Teng Feng asked softly, staring blankly in Wang's direction. My goodness, how dare he say that? Wang was drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing. He hadn't figured out how to respond when he saw Teng Feng shake his head, a wretched smile appearing on his lips as he pushed open the door and entered the office. Wang was left gaping. What was going on? Why was the boss acting so strangely after Qing Ge went abroad? Only then did he realize that Qing Ge was not unimportant to the boss. She was extraordinarily important. After speaking, Teng Feng waved his hand to withdraw the trending topic and issued a statement. Okay, boss. Assistant Wang left on orders, and the office was once again left with only Teng Feng. He couldn't bear to think about whether Qing Ge cried when she saw the trending topic. That girl was so soft. Would she be very sad? Teng Feng thought for a long time and took out his phone to call Wei Hong, asking him to have Yin Cece answer the phone. Yin Cece's slightly puzzled voice came through the receiver, wondering what Teng Feng wanted. Did want to inquire about where Qing Ge had gone? It was obvious she wouldn't tell him. Hello, I want to ask, did Qing Ge cry after seeing Weibo? Did she say how she wanted to handle it? Yin Cece sneered at the mention of this. Her good friend had just been hurt by this dog of a man and had gone far away. She couldn't have a good attitude. She cried until her eyes couldn't open. But Qing Ge didn't say she wanted to handle it. She said to let the past be past. She said, this is God's punishment for her. Teng Feng furrowed his brow, his voice low and hoarse. Punishment? Yes, the punishment for loving the wrong person. With a loud thud, the phone fell to the ground, tumbling a few times before hitting the wall. From that day on, Teng Feng became like an emotionless robot, working day and night without rest. Even an Iron Man couldn't stand it. So within a month, Teng Feng finally fell ill. Even when sick, he didn't go home, collapsing in the office break room, feverish and delirious. In his dreams, he watched Qing Ge turn away from him again and again, looking coldly at him, without even saying goodbye. When Wei Hong arrived, he found his old friend burning with fever, his face flushed, lips cracked and peeling, lying sideways on the bed, softly calling Qing Ge's name. Sigh. Lin Ji sighed. If I had known it would come to this, why do it in the first place? Thinking of Qing Ge's carefree and joyful face on social media, and then thinking of the man beside her, then glancing down at his old friend in such a miserable state, Wei Hong really couldn't bear it. So, one must never be too headstrong. He picked up his phone and sent a photo of Teng Feng to their small group of 4. The meaning was clear. This guy is sick, and tonight's gathering is canceled. 1Z. What is love in this world, that it makes people promise life and death? Huolanji. He deserves it. Huolanji felt that Teng Feng deserved it. When the girl was looking at him with a sincere heart, what was he doing? Now that the girl has left, he's finally in pain. Who was he pretending to be sad for? Even though Huolanji knew that the incident of drugging and booking a hotel had nothing to do with Teng Feng, he still felt uneasy. After all, it was because Teng Feng failed to manage his family that such things happened, and he couldn't escape responsibility. However, Huolanji didn't have much to say either. He also liked Qing Ge but didn't dare to confess, so they were pretty much in the same boat. Later, Teng Feng went abroad to look for Qing Ge, but she did not disclose her whereabouts. Teng Feng searched blindly and couldn't find her. Although he didn't find her, he developed a habit of not being able to sleep without drinking. Spring gradually passed, summer flowers withered, autumn arrived, and winter came. A year passed in the blink of an eye. The plane roared, landed, and taxied at the airport. Qing Ge looked outside through the small window, filled with joy. She was finally back. This year had really been tough on her Chinese stomach. She had eaten enough steak and pizza, barbecue, hot pot, pancake rolls, and grilled cold noodles. She was back. Originally, she hadn't finished playing outside. The reason she returned was that she received a call from Uneasy a few days ago. At that time, she had just finished lunch and was strolling in the garden with Mu to digest when her phone rang. Seeing it was Uneasy, Qing Ge was a bit surprised. She had been in touch with Uneasy throughout the year, but they mostly communicated through WeChat and rarely talked on the phone. Qing Ge glanced at the time. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon in China. Did something happen? Qing Ge, my due date is next month. Can you come back and accompany me? I'm a little scared. Just one sentence left Qing Ge stunned. Wait, due date? Doesn't that mean she's pregnant? And the due date is next month? Next month? Uneasy is pregnant? And she is about to give birth? Why is she suddenly having the baby? Qing Ge stood there, subconsciously asking hurriedly. It's not about why suddenly having the baby. She wanted to ask how she got pregnant. How could she not have noticed during the video call? What sudden birth? Uneasy giggled on the other end. During the video, I purposely only showed you my face. I didn't gain much weight after getting pregnant. So what do you think? Do you like this surprise I prepared for you? Surprise? More like a shock. Mu patiently listened beside Qing Ge, and as he listened, he chuckled mischievously. This Wei Hung sure is quick. He doesn't seem like a man in his 30s at all. Just like that, Qing Ge packed her bags, said goodbye to Mu, and hurriedly returned to the country. Chapter 9. After leaving the airport, Qing Ge called a car and made a phone call to Uneasy while in the car. Sister Shishi, I'm back. Where are you living now? Uneasy exclaimed happily on the other end of the line, repeatedly giving her the address, which was in a villa area in the city center, a prime location. How did you move there? Didn't you and Wei Hung live near the palace before? Uneasy glanced at the nervous man beside her and helplessly said, Wei Hung is afraid that I might be pregnant and isn't used to taking the elevator. So we changed our place. Wei Hung, who was nearby, coldly interjected, that's exactly why. They used to live on the 20th floor. And if the elevator suddenly broke down and Uneasy went into labor, what would they do then? Such a significant matter as pregnancy and childbirth cannot be taken lightly. Wei Hung felt he was justified. Qing Ge couldn't help but click her tongue after hearing this. She really didn't expect the previously gentle and refined Wei Hung to be like this after marriage. Sister Shishi is already such a big person. He's worried about her bumping into things or getting hurt. He might as well wrap her up and carry her everywhere. If Wei Hung heard this, he would probably applaud her for such a good idea. After getting the address, Qing Ge told the driver and hung up the phone. Before heading to Uneasy's house, she planned to stop along the way to buy a gift for the little baby. In the evening, the sun set, and the sky was filled with brilliant fiery clouds. A tall man pushed the door open, his hands full of items. Looking a bit strange at seeing Wei Hung and Uneasy standing still in the living room. What's with the sudden dinner? Is something going on? Teng Feng had just put down his things when the door behind him was pushed open again, and Huolanji entered carrying items as well. This kid actually bought a bag of hot pot base. Huolanji saw Teng Feng and let out a cold snort, habitually wanting to pick a fight with him. Ever since Qing Ge went abroad, he had not been fond of Teng Feng. Every time they met, he would poke at him. Before Huolanji could say anything, Uneasy's gentle voice came through. Qing Ge is back today. Teng Feng posed. Looking dazedly at Uneasy as she continued speaking, she's on her way here now. With a buzz, Teng Feng's hands trembled, feeling like a new star had exploded next to his ear. After a moment of shock, he strode over to Wei Hung and pulled him away. Zan Cici. What is this about? Why is he dragging her husband away just because Qing Ge is back? With a thud, the sound of a door closing echoed from the end of the hallway, leaving Yin Shishi and Huolanji in the living room, bewildered. Huolanji paused for a moment, looking in the direction Teng Feng had left, and coldly snorted. Why did Qing Ge come back today? Huolanji casually asked as he put the bag of hot pot base into the kitchen fridge. They had agreed last week to have hot pot today, and that dog Wei Hung said, "My precious wife is about to give birth and wants to eat hot pot. I don't feel safe with outside food." Huolanji had a relative who specialized in making hot pot base, and he knew what his brother meant with just one look, so he readily agreed. That relative's business was doing well and was quite busy. He had just finished packaging it last night, and Huolanji hurriedly brought it over today. He didn't expect to hear that Qing Ge was coming back, but this was truly a coincidence. Yinshishi really hadn't thought about bringing these people together. Qing Ge had clearly said she would come back next week, but look at her sudden arrival. Being pulled into the room by Teng Feng. Wei Hung leaned against the wall, watching Teng Feng anxiously pacing around. Is this outfit not good? Teng Feng had been wearing the same suit for 2 days, and it was starting to show creases. This year, Teng Feng hadn't cared much about his image since his beloved girl had left him. Who was he dressing up for? Find me one of your clothes, quickly. Teng Feng put his hands on his hips, frowning with an expression that couldn't hide his nervousness. Wei Hung glanced at Teng Feng with a half-smile, lazily walking toward the wardrobe. Where's your razor? I need to shave. Teng Feng called out, heading to the bathroom, and soon the buzzing sound of the razor could be heard. Wei Hung brought over some clothes, and Teng Feng quickly put them on. After changing, he washed his face hurriedly. He had stayed up all night again, and there were dark circles under his eyes. He looked at the man in the mirror, nervously swallowing. The man in the mirror also swallowed nervously. Teng Feng touched the dark circles under his eyes and slightly lowered his head to check his hair in the mirror. Not bad. No gray hairs. He certainly didn't want Qing Ge to think he looked old when they first met again. All right, what are you doing? Wei Hung stood still, watching his good brother's anxious and restless expression. Back then, they had gone to a gay bar together to catch someone, and now they had ended up at two extremes. He and Yin Shishi were a couple now. Qing Ge had gone abroad without saying a word, not leaving a message for Teng Feng. Pretty handsome. Still Qing Ge's brother Teng Feng. Wei Hung patted Teng Feng's shoulder. He already knew about their past grievances and felt that Teng Feng was not wrong. If he encountered something he felt was dangerous to Yin Shishi, he would definitely do everything to protect her. The only thing Teng Feng did wrong was not telling Qing Ge anything, not treating her as an equal, which caused her a lot of suffering. The melodious doorbell rang, slipping through the living room, crossing the hallway, and drilling into Teng Feng's heart. His large hand hanging by his side clenched into a fist, tightening instinctively. His thin neck made his Adam's apple frequently slide up and down. Let's go take a look. Wei Hing opened the door, gesturing to him, and strode outside. Oh, Sister Shishi, your belly is so big now. Qing Ge's lively and clear voice came in, like a divine sound descending. After a year of not hearing that familiar voice, Teng Feng suddenly raised his head, feeling warm inside, and his eyes felt hot. He took long strides outside, stopping as soon as he reached the living room. Qing Ge's hair had grown quite a bit, cascading in waves behind her. She wore a white Chanel-style dress, and the pearl earrings by her ears made her look extremely gentle. She was the same as a year ago, yet different. Teng Feng didn't know why he could see so much in one glance. It was as if she was walking towards him from the light, and it felt like a lifetime. The living room suddenly fell silent. Qing Ge withdrew her hand from Yin Shishi's belly, and as soon as she looked up, she saw Teng Feng standing in the living room wearing a white sweater. Seeing Teng Feng suddenly, Qing Ge was taken aback, seeming not to expect to see him again. She glanced at him and then shifted her gaze, thinking that he looked a bit haggard. Qing Ge raised her eyebrows in confusion, but whatever happened to him was none of her business now. She glanced around at the quiet crowd in the room, breaking the awkward atmosphere. A year ago was already in the past for her. The worldly past she had already let go. She had met many people and heard many things this year, feeling that she was no longer bound by petty feelings. Long time no see. Qing Ge naturally nodded at Teng Feng as a greeting and smiled while talking to Wei Heng and Huolan Ji. Teng Feng remined frozen. Watching Qing Ge's relaxed demeanor, his eyes gradually reddening. He hurriedly lowered his head to hide his embarrassment. The hot pot meal was quite difficult to navigate. Huolan Ji couldn't take it anymore halfway through and went out to smoke in the yard. Yan Shishi's belly started to hurt from sitting too long. So Wei Heng quickly and carefully helped her to the bedroom. Only Teng Feng and Qing Ge remained at the dining table. And Qing Ge comfortably cooked meat under the fiery gaze of the man. She had craved hot pot so much while abroad that her eyes nearly turned green. You've been away for so long. Are you doing well? Teng Feng broke the brief silence. Pretty good. Qing Ge didn't look up and casually replied. Why didn't you say anything when you left? This sentence was difficult for Teng Feng to say, and he tried to lighten his tone, fearing it would upset Qing Ge. Qing Ge fell silent for a moment, glancing at him while picking up food, but she had nothing to say. There was nothing to say now, either. When Qing Ge looked up, she noticed the fresh wound on Teng Feng's chin and felt a bit puzzled, but then thought it had nothing to do with her. So she decided not to dwell on it. She had plenty of experience in this regard. Out of sight, out of mind, she pretended not to see it. Huolanji entered, reeking of smoke, and sat back down at the table. Teng Feng noticed Qing Ge's somewhat impatient expression and pursed his lips, swallowing his reluctance to speak. He could only steal glances at her while picking up food, his gaze deep and persistent. Qing Ge, I'll give you a ride home later, okay? Huolanji came back, not for the hot pot. His intentions were not as simple as they seemed. Upon hearing this, Teng Feng immediately looked up, only to see Qing Ge gently nodding. Okay, Hua Ge, how about we finish eating here? It's getting late, and let Shishi Jie take a good rest. Qing Ge suggested. After saying that, she got up, went inside to greet Yan Cici, and headed towards the door with her bag. Teng Feng suddenly stood up and took a few quick steps to Qing Ge, lowering his gaze, wanting to say something but hesitating. I'll wait for you in the car, Huolanji said, opening the door and leaving. Soon, the sound of a buzzing engine came from outside. Qing Ge looked up at Teng Feng. Her eyes clear and her voice not cold, but only mildly warm, showing polite consideration for a stranger. Is there something else? Duzong? Why call him Duzong? Isn't he brother Teng Feng? Teng Feng looked at Qing Ge with a pained and surprised expression, his lips moving slightly. Filled with words, he didn't know how to start. He wanted to ask her how she had been this past year, where she had gone, and whether she still had feelings for him. The aunt quietly came out to clean up the dining room, and the faint sound of clinking dishes reached them. Qing Ge glanced at her watch, feeling a bit impatient. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't waste time. When she looked up again, her impatience was unmistakable. I'll give you a ride home, Teng Feng said, taking a deep breath, his eyes filled with pain. Don't call me Zong anymore. It feels too distant. Qing Ge was a bit surprised, not expecting Teng Feng to say such things, and even more surprised that he seemed to still have feelings for her. But a year had passed. She thought she had moved on. It's not appropriate to call you brother Teng Feng anymore, Qing Ge said softly. Let the past be the past. The future will be better. Zong, you will meet someone you like, someone who is more suitable for you. After saying this, Qing Ge took one last look at him. Your outfit today looks great. Goodbye. Chapter 10. The warm sweater dissipated the cold aura around Teng Feng. As Qing Ge walked briskly outside, she thought that this style of dressing might suit him better. It seems that everyone has changed this year. Teng Feng was struck down by Qing Ge's few harsh words. He could almost hear the sound of his heart being torn apart, with a big hole in the middle, letting in a cold breeze. After regaining his composure, he quickly chased after her, only to see the black silhouette of the car. No, there are no suitable girls, none. He has changed. He really has changed. And he no longer dares to be as headstrong as before. But in Qing Ge's eyes, there was no longer a place for him. Back home, it was another sleepless night filled with alcohol. Why couldn't she even give him a chance to speak? On the way back, Qing Ge was somewhat silent. She had expected to see Teng Feng right after returning to the country. After all, he was the man she had liked for years. It was impossible for her to feel nothing at all. However, Qing Ge's attitude towards love was very resolute. Since they couldn't be together, she might as well not even be friends. Just like how she couldn't understand how ex-lovers could still be friends. How awkward. She didn't want to put herself in such an embarrassing position, so she deleted all of Teng Feng's contact information as soon as she left the country. But unexpectedly, reality played a huge joke on her. Deleting the contact info didn't help, and she ended up meeting him in person when she returned. Qing Ge sighed silently. Throughout the journey, Huolangji's phone buzzed incessantly. He picked it up to take a look, then impatiently tossed it onto the center console and stopped looking. "Why don't you answer?" Qing Ge asked curiously. Huolangji's brow twitched, unsure how to respond. Recently, at an event, he had encountered a girl who, upon seeing him, looked at him with a fierce gaze, claiming to have fallen in love at first sight. Somehow, she got his contact information and started harassing him every day. He was almost driven to madness. "Don't mention it," Huolangji sighed, saying no more. He had initially wanted to catch up with Qing Ge, but the constant buzzing sound had killed his mood. Once home, Qing Ge got out of the car and said goodbye to Huolangji. As she walked to the building entrance, she noticed that Huolangji's car was still parked there, and peering in, she saw he was on the phone. "Hey, interesting," she thought. She felt that Huolangji's feelings for her were not romantic. It was more like an older brother's affection for a younger sister. Otherwise, he wouldn't remain so calm upon seeing her again. What a pity. She thought Huolangji would have made a good boyfriend. But she wasn't in the mood for romance right now. A night passed, and the next day, Qing Ge woke up early. When she returned to the country, Shimu had asked her to bring a precious old music score and deliver it to his teacher. Qing Ge planned to finish delivering it early to avoid losing or damaging the score. She couldn't afford to compensate for it if something went wrong. Sure enough, as soon as she went downstairs, her phone rang. She took it out of her bag and saw it was Shimu. "Little pigeon, don't forget to deliver the music score." Got it. I'm just about to set off. You really know how to rush me. I know little pigeon is the best. Did you run into any old flames when you got back? Jedenaście motiz delightly. Qing Ge's car had been parked in the underground garage for a year and needed to be taken for maintenance. So she planned to take a taxi to deliver the music score this morning. Holding her phone in one hand and pushing the door open with the other, she joked, "Old flames? Are you jealous?" After a pause, she added, "Why are you still awake at this hour? Don't you care about your health? Didn't you say your heart wasn't feeling well before?" Concern naturally flowed from her tone. After taking a couple of steps, she looked up and froze. Teng Feng was standing at the door, not knowing how much he had heard, his face somewhat haggard and pale, his gaze fixed heavily on her. Qing Ge was taken aback upon seeing Teng Feng, then turned to the phone and said, "I'll talk to you later. Get some rest." After hanging up, she turned back to the man, standing like a giant rock at the door with a hint of confusion. "Why is Mr. Du here?" she asked with a polite smile, reserved for strangers. Teng Feng looked at her with a pained silence, his expression hard and troubled. Memories flooded back to him. A year ago in his office, when she called him Brother Teng Feng, he had coldly replied, "Don't call me that." Qing Ge found it utterly pointless and shrugged. She nodded slightly, not probing into why he was there, and prepared to walk past him. As expected, she felt her arm being gripped. Qing Ge rolled her eyes secretly, thinking to herself that she had really predicted this. "Can we talk?" Teng Feng said, tightly pursing his lips, still looking cold, but seemingly a bit different. Qing Ge found it quite interesting. In the past, she had pursued him, yet now the roles were reversed. But why should she listen? There is nothing to talk about, right? Qing Ge genuinely felt there was nothing worth discussing anymore. It was all old history, so why dwell on it? A man should look forward. She had already moved on. Teng Feng stood there in silence, stubbornly frowning at her, not saying a word. Someone pushed the door open and walked in. Casting a puzzled glance at the two at the door, wondering what kind of dramatic farewell scene this was, Qing Ge felt a bit embarrassed. "All right," she sighed. "I have to go do something now. I can't chat." Teng Feng felt extremely wronged. A year ago, she had clearly said she would think about it. Yet she had left without a word. He waited, and not a single word came. He had studied at a military academy for his undergraduate degree and had served in the army until he was 27, when his family made him give up a bright future and transition to civilian life. Teng Feng spent a vigorous and ambitious decade in the army, which left him with a strong military demeanor, cold, tough, persistent, and enduring. Not to mention, he was quite clueless when it came to matters of love. Although Teng Feng was quiet, he had a rich inner life. It was just that he didn't express it. Then I'll give you a ride, Teng Feng said, like a giant eagle that had finally caught a rabbit, unwilling to let go. After you finish, we can talk. Qing Ge, feeling confused, got into Teng Feng's car. On the way to the National Music Academy, she kept wondering what had happened this past year that had changed Teng Feng so much. He used to be someone who didn't care about anything. After getting out of the car, she followed the address Qing Ge gave her to find the piano department's office building. The National Music Academy was indeed extraordinary. It was the top institution in the country. So wealthy? As she glanced in front of the practice building, she was amazed to see that all the pianos inside were Steinway. She had heard that 20 years ago, the academy was dubbed the All-Steinway School, becoming the first in the country to earn this title. Only when all the pianos in the school were Steinway products could it be awarded this honor. In short, it was very impressive. Upon reaching the office building Qing mentioned, Qing Ge found his mentor, Li Lin's office, and gently knocked on the door. Guomin, a somewhat elderly but charismatic voice, came from inside. Qing had already informed his mentor, and Li Lin was eagerly waiting. That kid took my music score and said he'd trade it for a better one. I've been curious about how much better it could be. Li, in his 60s, had been invited back by the school and received national expert subsidies. He was spirited and sharp-eyed, although his hair was white. He didn't look old at all. Li Lin's eyes lit up. Oh, what a spirited young lady. It seems my beloved student finally has a situation. He decided to lend a helping hand to his favorite student. Li Lin took off his glasses and smiled at the energetic girl in front of him. I've heard you play the piano quite well. Qing Ge was taken aback for a moment, then smiled sweetly and nodded. Her playing seemed okay, but it wouldn't be considered impressive. Over the past year, she had been accompanying Qing on piano, probably at Qing's suggestion. Come on, play a piece for the old man to listen to, okay? Qing didn't dare to say it was bad. The old man and the young girl left the office and went to the piano room. When a security guard at the piano room saw Li Lin arrive, he quickly got up to greet him. Li Lao directly took Qing Ge to the innermost part of the piano room corridor and winked, saying, "This piano is my favorite. Feel free to play a piece." Qing Ge sat on the piano bench while Li Lao stood beside her, patiently waiting. She had played these 88 black and white keys thousands of times, but this was her first time in Guin, using a Steinway from Guin. This was the ultimate dream for piano students in China, and it had been her dream as well. In their year, Guin's piano department only admitted 10 students nationwide. It was a tough selection process. She was incredibly excited and thrilled. In her excitement, Qing Ge played Lis La Campanella, a piece she had been challenging herself to practice recently. In this short 4-minute piece, there were constant arpeggios, rapid octave changes, and large interval jumps. The technical requirements for the performer were extremely high. The piano sound was warm and lively, and Qing Ge couldn't help but dance along with the melody. When the final note fell, Qing Ge remained lost in thought for a long time. It felt like a dream, and she couldn't quite believe she had actually played it. This was her first time playing so fluidly, as if the music flowed freely from her fingers. The melodious piano sound seeped out through the door crack, and the doors of other piano rooms in the corridor opened one after another, with students poking their heads out to look at each other. They whispered curiously about which great musician was playing this divine piece, as they couldn't recall anyone in the school at this godly level. It didn't sound like a teacher either. Curious boys and girls squeezed to the entrance of the piano room at the end of the corridor, peering through the glass door. That profile seemed somewhat familiar. Why did the goddess look so familiar? A piece played like that could make anyone a goddess in the eyes of piano students, regardless of their appearance. And this profile was indeed beautiful. The students whispered among themselves, and suddenly someone said, "Isn't that Qing Ge? No way with piano skills like that. She could be a young concert pianist. Why would she go into the entertainment industry?" The goddess behind the glass door was immersed in the music, slightly turning her face. "Wow, it really looks like Qing Ge." The students quickly took pictures and sent them to friends they knew, thinking they must stop the goddess for an autograph later. Li Lao, standing aside, turned around and silently glared, and 3 seconds later, the corridor was empty. As the piece ended, Li Lao's eyes lit up in an instant. Originally, he wanted to give the little girl a little recognition for Qing's sake. But after hearing this piece, He completely forgot about his beloved disciple. To play this piece so passionately and with such depth was rare. It required either extremely high skill or great talent. He had never seen another young pianist who could play at this level. Li Lao squinted at Qing Ge, looking at her like a piece of uncut jade, feeling uplifted in his heart. After all these years, he had finally found another good seedling. He wanted to recruit her under his wing. Such a treasure must be kept tightly guarded, so that no other old man could snatch her away. Girl, I need an assistant. Would you like to come? Chapter 11. Qing Ge was stunned, looking up at old Li in confusion. There are rumors in the music industry that old Li's teaching assistants are all his disciples, right? Hasn't he stopped taking on apprentices for a long time? The old man was preparing to celebrate his 70th birthday. He spoke halfway, and Qing Ge patiently waited. Just take you as my last disciple as a celebration. Qing Ge. What kind of unexpected fortune is this? Old Li is renowned in the domestic music festival scene. How many people want his guidance, but can't find a way? He wants to take her as a disciple. All right, you can go back now. I'm a bit excited today and need to go to the office for a drink to calm down, so I won't keep you. After saying that, he walked away with his hands behind his back, leaving Qing Ge stunned and confused. What is going on? She came to deliver a song and ended up being taken as a disciple by the biggest figure in the country? What kind of overwhelming and unbelievable luck is this? In the eyes of pianists, such an opportunity is equivalent to one day when the richest man in the country, Ma Baba, shows up at your door and says you are his long-lost child, and as an apology, he wants to give you 100 billion. By the time she sat down in the CAF with Teng Feng, Qing Ge finally reacted, biting her lip and looking out the window, grinning uncontrollably. Why is she so happy? Seeing her so joyful, Teng Feng couldn't help but feel happy too. When Qing Ge heard this, her smile immediately faded. It's nothing. She shook her head. What do you want to say? Teng Feng felt a pang in his heart. The old Qing Ge had never kept secrets from him, always eager to share everything. It felt like swallowing tons of bitter lemons. The man in front of her had a pained expression, his eyes gradually reddening. His jaw clenched tightly. Qing Ge felt a bit uncomfortable and looked away, but she also felt like she hadn't said or done anything wrong. So why did he look like someone had ripped out his heart? Teng Feng had always been a cold and reticent person in her mind, so the occasional warmth from him was especially touching. But she didn't need that now. Just be like before, Qing Ge murmured softly, feeling as if she was abandoning him. It would be just fine if he remained indifferent to her, letting them part ways. I was wrong before, and it won't happen again, Teng Feng said, his face gloomy. Qing Ge sighed silently in her heart, cursing inwardly. Where is the future? Today, Teng Feng indeed had something serious to discuss with Qing Ge. A year ago, after Qing Ge quietly went abroad, he kept her studio running, everything operating as usual. The ads and magazine photos accumulated before were sent out in batches, along with a single that was never released. So this year, Qing Ge's influence in the domestic entertainment industry not only did not fade with her exit, but instead soared higher. Qing Ge. But I don't want to be in the entertainment industry anymore. Her only purpose for entering the industry was to get closer to Teng Feng. She never had the ambition to become a legendary diva. Having given up on this man, it was only natural for her to leave this circle. She was inherently introverted and shy, and she didn't like to deal with all sorts of people insincerely. It seemed Teng Feng didn't hear her words and continued talking. The earnings from this year are with me. Give me your bank card number, and I'll transfer it to you. At the time, Qing Ge had left cleanly, canceling the work bank card associated with Greenlight Entertainment. Ever since Qing Ge left, Teng Feng felt empty inside, afraid she wouldn't come back, and also afraid she would return and ignore him. He simply pretended she was still there. Her studio continued to operate, and her manager and assistants were still around. He didn't know how long Qing Ge would be gone, so he tricked himself into believing she was just on a long trip. Just transfer the money to my brother. Let him give it to me. She didn't want to have any more ties with the man in front of her. Memories flooded back, and she feared returning to the past. She didn't want to lose herself in love again. She wanted to stay far away from him. Let's not meet again in this lifetime, okay? Qing Ge clasped her hands under the table, looking at the man in front of her, softly pleading. The man seemed incredulous at her words, suddenly looking up, staring intensely at the girl wrapped in a layer of ice. No, he said, his tone rough and trembling. He had finally waited for her to come back. He would never let her go. She was dreaming. At night, in a hotel private room, 3 men sat there, looking at Teng Feng, who was pouring drink after drink for himself with varying expressions. Huolanji scoffed, thinking it served him right. Where was he when Qing Ge was sad for so many years? Wenzi leaned closer to Wei Hong, asking, what is going on with him? Today marked their 15-year reunion, and although they often saw each other, it was hard to gather all 4 together since they were all busy. Yet, Teng Feng arrived and began drinking recklessly, as if he were desperate. Wenzi, who was focused on his film career and uninterested in love, couldn't understand why he was acting this way over a woman. Wei Hong sighed lightly, guessing that Teng Feng had once again been rejected by Qing Ge. When Wei Hong saw Teng Feng pour another drink, he stepped forward and took the glass away. Stop drinking. Teng Feng didn't try to take it back. After all, nobody could withstand his fighting skills when he was drunk. He sat there in a daze, feeling empty without any alcohol, his heart sinking, desperate to fill that void. She ignores me, doesn't see me, avoids me. Ever since that day in the CAF, Teng Feng had been waiting for Qing Ge downstairs every day. But he hadn't seen her even once. Only then did he realize that Qing Ge was avoiding him. Huolanji clapped his hands. Weren't you hiding from Qing Ge back then too? This is truly a case of 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. What were you thinking when you heard her back then? Huolanji became increasingly agitated as he spoke, the veins on his neck bulging. The rivalry felt particularly intense, especially since Huolanji had always disapproved of Teng Feng bullying Qing Ge. Wenzi worried that Huolanji might provoke Teng Feng, knowing he couldn't win against him. So he quickly pulled Huolanji away. Let's go smoke. The private room fell silent. Wei Hong looked at Teng Feng with a sense of fear and regret, thankful that he hadn't been as straightforward as Teng Feng back then. Otherwise, he might be in the same miserable situation now. Qing Ge. Teng Feng leaned back in his chair, softly calling the name of the woman he loved. Wei Hong couldn't bear it and picked up his phone to call Qing Ge. Qing Ge, Lao Du is drunk, could you? Qing Ge listened quietly and simply said, I'm sorry, before hanging up. Qing Ge stared blankly at the sheet music in front of her after hanging up. Wei Hong's words had left her a bit dazed. It was impossible to say that she hadn't been moved during her time back in the country. After all, he was a man she had loved for 5 years. Especially after seeing him shed his cold exterior and lay his true, soft self before her. His love, his pain, and his regrets were all something she could understand deeply. But it felt like her heart was wrapped in some kind of membrane. She looked at everything calmly, but deep down her heart was still a cold, desolate wasteland. She didn't know how to face his sudden and overwhelming affection, so she simply chose to avoid him. Qing Ge silently dazed for a while, then got up and walked to the study, squatting down to take out a notebook from the bottom shelf of the bookcase. This was her old diary, filled with her sincere love. Teng Feng Gidge returned to the country today and brought me chocolate. The chocolate there is so delicious. They say chocolate represents love. Teng Feng Gidge, do you like me? I haven't seen Brother Teng Feng for a long time, and I'm feeling really sad. How can I get a little closer to him? Brother Teng Feng signed me. I'm so happy. Does that mean I can see him every day from now on? Qing Ge reached out to gently touch her tender handwriting, suddenly stood up, and rushed to the kitchen with her diary, intending to burn it. Just then, her phone rang. Qing Ge quickly ran back to her room and saw it was Uneasy, so she immediately answered the call. Qing Ge, Wei Hong has something to do tomorrow. Will you accompany me to the prenatal checkup? Qing Ge's face lit up with joy. Of course, no problem. The next morning, Qing Ge drove to pick up Uneasy. Uneasy was about to give birth, and her belly was so big it made Qing Ge's heart flutter. Once, Uneasy was as beautiful as a noble flower, fragrant and elegant. Now, after becoming a mother, she had become even gentler. While waiting in line for the checkup, Uneasy smiled and asked Qing Ge, how old do you want to be when you become a mother? Since becoming pregnant, perhaps due to the pregnant woman effect, Uneasy felt surrounded by pregnant women. She cherished the rare friendship she had found and dreamed that their children could play together in the future. Qing Ge was somewhat confused by the question. Mother? It felt like a strange word. Her relationship with her mother was distant and polite. Ever since she chose to study music instead of finance, as her mother wanted for her college entrance exam, they had fallen out. When she went abroad, her mother didn't try to keep her, nor did she ask anything. It was as if her mother had decided she had never given birth to such a troublesome child. When she returned to the country, her cousin Lin Ji told her that her parents had gone on vacation and had not returned early because of her arrival. Because of her relationship with her mother, Qing Ge felt lost and wondered if she could be a good mother. If their mother-child relationship was like that, then maybe it was better not to have it all. It's too early for that. I don't even have a boyfriend. Qing Ge snapped back to reality, curiously touching Yin Cici's round, huge belly and whispered, "Wow." As soon as her hand touched it, a lump seemed to rise under her palm, as if the baby were high-fiving her. "Oh!" Qing Ge exclaimed softly, her eyes widening in amazement as she looked at Yin Cici. "The little baby is greeting me. Of course. Aren't you the godmother?" When Qing Ge first returned to the country and learned that Yin Cici was pregnant, she jumped with joy and wanted to be the godmother. The prenatal checkup went smoothly, and the doctor advised Yin Cici to eat less in the last 2 weeks. As it got closer to the due date, the baby absorbed nutrients faster. It wouldn't be good if the baby grew too large. When Yin Cici got home and opened the door, she was greeted by the delicious aroma of braised Crucian carp. Wei Hung was in the kitchen, wearing an apron, diligently following the recipe to cook the fish. Braised Crucian carp was Yin Cici's favorite dish, one her father had made for her since she was little. But she hadn't been able to eat it since coming here. After becoming pregnant, Yin Cici wasn't sure if she craved the fish or missed her parents, often waking up crying in the middle of the night. When Wei Hung found out, he said nothing and the next day began researching in the kitchen. After wasting a dozen fish, he finally recreated the familiar taste that Yin Cici missed. The pleasant smell of fish lingered in the air as Yin Cici leaned against the door, watching Wei Hung's tall, focused figure with warmth in her eyes. "You're back?" Wei Hung heard the noise and turned around with a gentle smile. "How was it? What did Qing Ge say?" Chapter 12 today. Yin Cici met with a sense of duty on her shoulders. Wei Hung felt sorry for his good brother, but didn't want to put Yin Cici in a difficult position. So he asked her to subtly probe whether Teng Feng still had a chance. Yin Cici shrugged and shook her head in regret, indicating that it was probably hopeless. Wei Hung sighed and didn't say anything further. After a while, he suddenly remembered, "All right, the three of them drew lots to see who could be the godfather. And Lanji won. Just thought I'd let you know." Yin Cici remained silent, lighting a candle for Teng Feng, who couldn't even get in on this. Anyway, it was just a title, nothing serious. Wei Hung also thought that the three of them were too rowdy. Drawing lots to be a godfather was quite a creative idea. He felt that his daughter was too popular. Just look at them eager to become godfathers. So let us fulfill their little dream. Yin Cici didn't speak, silently criticizing in her heart that the godmother was Qing Ge and the godfather was Lanji. What a coincidence. She wondered how Teng Feng would react when he found out, probably already reserved for an upcoming battlefield. After accompanying Yin Cici for her prenatal checkup, Qing Ge hurried off to Guin. Ever since she became Li Lao's closed-door disciple, Shimu was overjoyed and talked about her senior brother every day on the phone. For the past few days, she had been practicing the piano in the practice room. Although Li Lao's disciple had directly upgraded to his assistant, she would sign a contract with Guin to become a temporary teacher. However, the necessary procedures still had to be followed, and the dean and several senior teachers from the orchestra department needed to conduct interviews and score her, with a score of over 95 required to retain her position. When Qing Ge learned this news, she trembled with excitement. A teaching position at Guin, although it was a contract position and not a permanent one. After thinking it over, she decided to go to Gong Entertainment first to tidy up her previous matters, since she didn't want to remain in the circle any longer and didn't need to keep the studio. When she had a day free, Qing Ge drove to Gong Entertainment. Upon entering, she felt something was off. It seemed like someone had been secretly watching her. To be honest, she had no good feelings about this place now, especially since she had some trauma from before. She had been here twice before going abroad, once arguing with Teng Feng and once being drugged. The user experience was terrible. This time, Qing Ge was more cautious. Adults should remember both rewards and punishments. She walked directly to the front desk and said, "Hello, I would like to see Teng Feng." The receptionist, who was sorting visitor information, instinctively showed some impatience upon hearing this. Such a big talk Probably just another wannabe star or internet celebrity trying to cling to the boss. Do you have an appointment? The receptionist maintained her professional demeanor, smiling as she looked up, but her underlying disdain was unmistakable. Appointment? Qing Ge was taken aback. She didn't have one. It seemed she would have to make a wasted trip today. She shook her head, preparing to take out her phone to make a call. Pondering who to call. Are you Miss Qing Ge? The receptionist suddenly became excited upon seeing her face, her eyes lighting up as if she had seen a savior. And her tone changed. Qing Ge. A big question mark appeared on her small face. Startled, she instinctively took a step back, feeling confused. You don't need an appointment. Hurry up. Hurry up. The receptionist realized she had lost her composure and seemed to have frightened Qing Ge, quickly explaining. This is our little ancestor. We've been longing for you. Everyone in the company knew that a year ago, after Miss Qing Ge went abroad, the boss was heartbroken and smashed his office. Even Assistant Wang, who had worked with the boss for many years, was fired for some unknown reason. In the previous year, the boss had been like a statue carved from an Arctic glacier, but a few days ago, spring seemed to have arrived, and according to Assistant Liu, it was because Qing Ge had returned to the country, causing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. They had finally made it through. Good days were coming. The past year had been tough, and just when things seemed to warm up for a day or two, the boss was once again enveloped in a low-pressure atmosphere. With mistakes that he usually overlooked, now being harshly criticized along with bonus deductions. It seemed the boss's pursuit of his wife was not going smoothly. But now that Miss Qing Ge was here, their little ancestor had come to save them. Hallelujah! The receptionist watched Qing Ge enter the elevator with tearful eyes full of gratitude, unaware at that moment that the little ancestor was not there to save them. This was the devil's advance. Qing Ge took a deep breath. She truly had a shadow over Teng Feng's office. As the elevator numbers approached her floor, she felt the weight on her chest grow heavier. This was the last time she would come. She would be coming back again. Qing Ge clenched her small fists, silently cheering herself on. Assistant Liu, seeing Qing Ge, stood up suddenly, feeling like he saw a glimmer of hope. He dreaded the boss's low-pressure moments. When that happened, the boss would glare coldly, causing everyone to feel a chill run down their spine. Miss Qing Ge, please come in. His excited voice trembled. Qing Ge. Why was it not Assistant Wang anymore? What was going on with these people? Why were they so excited to see her? What had happened that she didn't know about? But it didn't matter to her. Qing Ge nodded, pausing slightly before pushing the door open, still knocking on it. Teng Feng furrowed his brows in annoyance, wondering who was so careless as to disturb his work. Didn't they know he needed to focus on handling documents before 10 in the morning? When he looked up, he was stunned. The icy demeanor in his eyes melted away in an instant, a smile spreading across his face, full of surprise and joy. You're here. Qing Ge nodded, her expression calm. Mr. Du, are you busy? I need to discuss something with you. As she spoke, she walked toward the meeting area opposite his desk. The Qing Ge now was not the same as a year ago. She would no longer stand there humbly waiting for him to bestow a few kind words. Bringing in a glass of orange juice, Teng Feng pressed the intercom and spoke softly. Qing Ge looked at the bright yellow juice in front of her and suddenly thought of the past, laughing sarcastically. What did he think? That she could still eat and drink comfortably around him? Did he want to repeat the same mistakes? Teng Feng belatedly realized the source of Qing Ge's sarcasm, and his stern face turned pale, appearing even colder. I came to tell Mr. Du that I want to disband the studio. How do you think we should terminate our contract? The contract isn't up yet. It will be considered a breach on my part, so you can calculate the penalty. Qing Ge had thought this through before coming. She certainly couldn't remain entangled with Teng Feng and Gong Entertainment any longer. She could afford the penalty, and if necessary, she could borrow a bit from her brother. With a studio like this, it was foreseeable that she would have to deal with Teng Feng from time to time. She didn't want that. When he heard this, Teng Feng felt a tightness in his chest, as if he hadn't heard clearly. He asked in disbelief, "What did you say?" The joy he had just felt was washed away completely, replaced by a wave of despair. I said we need to settle accounts. Then we can part ways amicably. Qing Ge felt a bit impatient, instinctively frowning slightly. They had discussed this before, and she had just made it clear. Was he hard of hearing? Teng Feng lowered his gaze to his black leather shoes, remaining silent. After a long while, he raised his eyes, struggling to pull the corners of his mouth into a strange smile. I can help you manage it. You don't have to worry about the trouble. Don't push him away again. If the studio were gone, how would he see her? How would he be able to talk to her? Qing Ge raised an eyebrow, surprised by Teng Feng's current retreat and compromise. Her meaning was very clear. Then she wouldn't hold back her words. Right now, the most troublesome thing for her was having to interact with him. They had discussed this before. He shouldn't pretend not to understand. After all, she is an elite from the military and a big shot in the business world. Pretending to be stupid is pointless. A conversation among smart people is brief and to the point. Once everything that needs to be said has been said, there's no need for further rambling. The subsequent process has been entrusted to a lawyer, and I hope Mr. Du won't make things difficult. After saying this, Qing Ge stood up and silently reflected on her words. She then silently gave herself a thumbs up, devoid of personal feelings, without being humble and particularly distant. This was exactly the kind of interaction that Teng Feng had once desired. Very good. She applauded herself. Without looking back, Qing Ge walked out. When her hand touched the doorknob, she paused and thought to herself, "You don't need to be so enthusiastic towards me. That's not like you at all. When have you ever treated me this way? If you could have been like this before, would our ending have been different?" After a self-mocking cold laugh, she left without any reluctance. Qing Ge was somewhat euphemistic. What she meant was that he didn't need to be so humble towards her, not to lose himself in trying to please the other person as she once did. Teng Feng surprisingly understood in an instant. Assistant Liu, filled with anticipation, pushed the door open and saw his boss slumped on the sofa, exuding an air of gloom. Assistant Liu, has the little ancestor failed to put out the fire? He glanced at the orange juice on the coffee table, unmoved. It was still the same way it was when he brought it over. Assistant Liu shrank back, trying to reduce his presence, preparing to take the cup away. No need to move. Teng Feng slightly raised his gaze, intently looking at the cup of orange juice. I'll drink it. Assistant Liu stared in shock at his boss. Didn't the boss always only drink mineral water and refuse any kind of beverage? The man who even found soda water too impure actually wanted to drink orange juice? Is the sky falling? Assistant Liu watched as his boss moved swiftly, filled with anger, and tilted his head back to down a cup of warm orange juice. The orange juice is hot. Assistant Liu quickly reached out to stop his boss's self-destructive behavior. But unfortunately, he was too late. He realized that the little ancestor came today not only to put out the fire, but instead poured a whole box of gasoline onto it. Assistant Liu walked out holding the empty cup, and the office fell silent. Teng Feng stared at the spot where Qing Ge had just sat, thinking about how mature and capable she had been negotiating with him. He knew it would be very difficult to win the little girl back, and even harder to regain her heart. But why did seeing her resilient and brave demeanor just now hurt him more than when she quietly went abroad after promising him she would consider it? Just now, she had frowned to exert pressure on the other party, speaking confidently and hitting the negotiation target directly. He had thought he would feel gratified seeing the little girl grow up and mature, but when he truly witnessed this scene, his heart tightened, and only one thought filled his mind. Who turned the originally cute and innocent little girl into this? Where did the soft and sweet little sister who would act spoiled towards him go? Where has she hidden herself? Teng Feng suddenly got up and walked to the window, opening it wide, letting the cold wind rush into his heart, making his eyes feel hot and moist. It's him. He is the one who ruined his little girl. 5 years of endurance, a year of waiting. Only now does he truly and completely realize it, wishing he could go back in time and give himself a good beating for the foolish things he did. Unfortunately, in this world, there is neither a time machine nor a pill for regret. Chapter 13. Qing Ge, under the regretful and sad gazes of numerous employees, returned to the car in a daze, sitting in the driver's seat, her hands tightly gripping the steering wheel. Then, unable to hold back, she let out a chuckle. She felt wonderful today. She was no longer that little girl chasing after Teng Feng. The red sports car sped out of the parking lot, and Qing Ge rolled down the window, stretching her left hand out to catch the wind in the sunlight. Ah, a romantic and splendid new life. Here she comes. Qing Ge ran around all the music training schools in the city and finally found a piano room in a corner with a Steinway grand piano. She immediately booked that room at a high price and practiced day and night. There was a strong drive within her, not wanting to embarrass Shimu, not wanting to disappoint old Lee's expectations. Moreover, she absolutely didn't want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. During her student days, she had resolutely pursued music, even being kicked out by her own mother, and she didn't get into the National Music Academy. At that time, she had fallen behind in her studies for too long, and there was nothing she could do about the regrets. That was the National Music Academy, the dream of her youth. And now the door open to her was not as a student, but as a teacher. It was 23-year-old Qing Ge reaching out across the river of time to 17-year-old Qing Ge, saying, "Look, you can do it." Qing, still practicing? The piano room owner, Zhang Tian, was a 30-something artistic youth, a rich second generation with musical dreams. He gave Qing Ge a nickname and called her Qing every day, in a rather affectionate manner. Leaning against the door of the piano room, holding a cup of Starbucks coffee, he nodded toward Qing Ge. "Gonna practice all night again? Want a coffee?" Zhang Tian was very interested in Qing Ge, but not in a romantic way. He found her very intriguing, clearly thriving in the entertainment industry. It seemed she could earn over $100 million a year, right? Ordinary people would think that these big stars spend their nights in bars or nightclubs, living in a haze of smoke and lights. But here was this big star practicing the piano day and night right under his nose. When she got hungry, she just had a couple of bites of bread, and when she got thirsty, she drank a bit of sweet Nongfu spring water. The contrast was indeed quite stark. Don't tell him it's for the sake of dreams. He had dreams too, but money was more important, just because he was a rich second generation. He could confidently say that. Qing Ge glanced back at Zhang Tian and gently shook her head, feeling a bit shy. "Am I bothering you?" "Sorry. No, not at all. Want some coffee? Aren't you tired?" "I'm not tired." Qing Ge turned a page of the sheet music, softly murmuring. "Hey." Zhang Tian clicked his tongue. "Isn't it strange? Who can practice the piano all night and not get tired?" Teng Feng had been waiting downstairs at Qing Ge's house for several days without seeing her. He didn't know where the girl had gone, so he called Lin Ji, who hesitated and said he didn't know, no matter how he asked. He just didn't know. Lin Ji was concerned about his sister and seemed to have given up on him. As time passed, Teng Feng grew increasingly anxious, unable to count how many days he had been waiting. He stood quietly at the entrance of Qing Ge's house, shrouded in darkness, with a glowing red cigarette but flickering. Ding dong, the elevator arrived. A thin man was helping Qing Ge walk slowly toward him, and Qing Ge leaned weakly against the man. She seemed unaware. Teng Feng raised his eyes and dropped the cigarette, but to the ground. He felt cold all over. In the dark and silent corridor, with a click, the sensor light turned on. The two men faced each other, their eyes locking, sparks flying. Teng Feng straightened up, narrowing his eyes, his thin lips pressed tightly together. "Who are you, big brother?" Zhang Tian suddenly smiled, slick and oily, and asked, "What's wrong with Qing Ge?" Teng Feng didn't answer, striding forward to pull the girl into his arms. Zhang Tian refused to let go. 10 years in the military had given Teng Feng a lot. The iron-blooded military might have become part of him, and at this moment, he stared at the other man without reservation, just as he used to stare down enemies. Zhang Tian's hand trembled, and Qing Ge was pulled into Teng Feng's embrace. Zhang Tian's family was complicated. His half-brother and half-sister fought over the inheritance, not to mention the tender, illegitimate younger brother outside. The whip of life had made him especially sensitive to people's emotions. He instinctively felt that this man was someone he couldn't provoke. But he also couldn't let Qing Ge fall into the mouth of a wolf. "You are Qing's?" Zhang Tian mustered his courage to ask. Qing? Teng Feng raised his eyes, shooting a glare over. Zhang Tian was taken aback. No. It's Qing Ge. Only then did Teng Feng lower his gaze to the soft girl in his arms, his cold and hard face immediately softening. "I'm her boyfriend." Zhang Tian was stunned again. He hadn't heard Qing Ge mention that she had a boyfriend. He needed to verify this. "How do I know you're really her boyfriend?" Teng Feng pressed his lips together, usually wearing 2 hair ties on his wrist, one black and one brown. His right wrist had a scar from falling down the stairs when he was a child. She liked to cover it with hair ties, feeling that metal jewelry was too cold. She only drank latte, thinking black coffee was too bitter. She loved solid-colored clothes, liked wearing sweaters, and enjoyed warm feelings. There was a beauty mark at the corner of her right eye, and people said that beauty marks could lead to emotional upheavals. She always thought about getting it removed, but was afraid of scarring. When she smiled, it was the sweetest with a dimple on her left cheek, but not on the right. She didn't tea like drinking water and would subconsciously tear at her lip skin when nervous. She knew it was bad to drink less water, so she always carried her favorite red mug with her, filling it up whenever she sat down. Zhang Tian was dumbfounded. I didn't ask these things. But wow, is this a boyfriend? This level of understanding is practically stalking. The girl in Teng Feng's arms seemed to sense the vibrations of his chest and softly murmured, Teng Ge. Teng Feng defend immediately. She had been practicing the piano all night and fell asleep from exhaustion. Practicing the piano? Teng Feng nodded upon hearing this, saying nothing, carefully carrying the girl toward the door, hesitating slightly when they reached the entrance. Zhang Tan, not far behind, didn't he leave? He still felt uneasy. If this stern man was indeed Qing Ge's boyfriend, he should know her home password, right? Zhang Tan mustered his courage and patiently waited. Tap, tap, tap. A series of numbers sounded, and with a click, the door opened. Teng Feng silently breathed a sigh of relief, confirming his guess. All right, I'm leaving now. Zhang Tian completely lowered his guard, trusting Teng Feng's words. Before turning to leave, he still said, You should advise Qing Ge. The assessment is important. But she also needs to take care of her health. Assessment? What assessment? Teng Feng didn't show it on his face, nodding at Zhang Tian, carefully holding Qing Ge in his arms as he entered the door. Taking advantage of the cool moonlight, he quietly carried Qing Ge to the bed in her bedroom, squatting by the bed to quietly watch her sleeping face. The little girl had thrown herself into living abroad for a year, but she looked just the same as before. No, she looked even better. The worry between her brows had disappeared. Teng Feng sighed softly, feeling that he had been foolish in the past. Many things could have been avoided if he had just discussed them with her. After all, Qing Ge used to be so soft-hearted. The tall man leaned against the bed, clearly having stayed up all night. Qing Ge slowly woke up, and as soon as she opened her eyes, she felt a severe headache. Recently, she had been staying up late, which was bad for her health. As her eyes focused, she was momentarily stunned, looking at the familiar scene before her. How did she get home? Glancing to the side, she saw her phone charging on the bedside table. Qing Ge muttered to herself, wondering if she had stayed up too late and lost her memory. She picked up her phone and turned on the screen, which showed a message. It was from Zhang Tian. The music store is closed today. Don't come. Just take a good rest for the day. Qing Ge held her phone, as if trying to remember something. After practicing the piano yesterday, she was really exhausted, feeling as if her body had been emptied out. And then Zhang Tian said he would take her home. What happened next? Qing Ge didn't know what she was thinking, suddenly looking down at herself. She was wearing her usual long-sleeve pajamas, buttons fastened tightly. It seemed she had indeed lost her memory. Qing Ge thought quietly. With a buzz, her phone vibrated again. Another message from Zhang Tian. But your boyfriend is too scary, right? He almost looked like he was going to eat me when I took you home. Qing Ge was startled. Boyfriend? Just as she was puzzled, a video call invitation from Shimu popped up. Qing Ge glanced at her tightly buttoned pajamas, quickly tidied her messy hair, cleared her throat, and then answered the video call as if nothing was wrong. What are you doing? Why did it take you so long to answer? I just woke up. Qing Ge replied with a hint of helplessness. You stayed up late again. Huh? Forget it. You want to listen anyway. Shimu snorted, then excitedly said, Oh, little dove, you've done really well. My master told me that the assessment is tomorrow. How are you preparing? Don't be nervous. Just perform normally and dazzle everyone. Once Shimu started talking, he couldn't stop. So Qing Ge simply took her phone to the bathroom, washing her face while listening to him. Do you want me to come back to see you? Shimu deliberately left his sentence half-finished, pretending to flirt around. It's fine whether you come back or not, Qing Ge said, wiping the water from her face with a towel. Hey, don't you have a tour? Don't you have time? Hey, can you really say you don't have time? Shimu silently thought, actually needing her help with something, but couldn't say it now. All right, I'll see you. After chatting for a while, Qing Ge finally hung up the video call. After washing up, she felt a bit hungry and turned to head to the kitchen for something to eat. When she reached the door, she froze. Du Tengfeng was standing at the door, holding a white plate, looking at her with a gloomy expression. His eyes were filled with grievances, sadness, and disbelief, glimmering with anger. Who is he? Du Tengfeng asked in a hoarse voice. Chapter 14. Qing Ge looked at the man who suddenly appeared in front of her, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. How could he be here? Du Tengfeng noticed Qing Ge's actions, which were childlike, and his heart softened. It had been a long time since he had seen her so soft and innocent. Let's eat first. Du Tengfeng's tone also softened as he gestured with a white bone china plate. Only then did Qing Ge see that the plate was filled with her favorite breakfast from the morning: bacon, fried eggs, and waffles. However, the main issue right now was not that. What are you doing here? Qing Ge stood still, her arms crossed defensively. Du Tengfeng's eyes flickered. It seemed he hadn't received permission from the owner to enter. You were sent back yesterday, and I was a bit worried. The man who sent Qing Ge back yesterday was one person, and the one she was video chatting with just now was another. Du Tengfeng felt he couldn't be more troubled. He had known all along that Qing Ge was a precious gem. Once she was out, she would attract all sorts of dangers. Previously, Qing Ge only had eyes for him, and he felt secure, thinking about solving the family's troubles first. He never expected. Qing Ge pursed her water-hued lips upon hearing this. She had been sent back by Zhang Tian last night and had no clear memory of it. She felt annoyed, thinking she shouldn't have practiced piano all night. If something really happened, she would definitely regret it. Thank you. I'm fine now. You can go. Qing Ge took a step forward to take the breakfast that Du Tengfeng was holding, speaking in a softer tone. Although she didn't want to have any further ties with him, his concern for her warranted gratitude. Du Tengfeng didn't move. Who were you video chatting with so early after just getting up? Du Tengfeng's lips curled into a forced, awkward smile. He rarely smiled. His cold demeanor had been cultivated in the military, where he trained daily with other men, running 5 kilometers in the morning and carrying weights for 10 kilometers at night, leaving no energy for laughter. Qing Ge averted her gaze, silently critiquing his smile as too unattractive. What does it have to do with you? Qing Ge walked to the living room sofa, sinking into the soft couch and curling up into a small ball. For some reason, she didn't want Du Tengfeng to know about her current relationship with Shimu. Du Tengfeng stood still, the dim sunlight filtering through the clouds and casting shadows on him. His expression darkening. Qing Ge didn't want to talk, and he couldn't force her. The two of them had reached this point because of his mistakes. He couldn't let their relationship deteriorate further. After a moment, Du Tengfeng turned and went to the kitchen to get warm water. Preparing a cup of soybean milk for Qing Ge, silently placing on the coffee table in front of her, watching her quietly. Qing Ge, like a fluffy little kitten, took bites of the breakfast on her plate. Satisfied after filling her noisy stomach, her brows relaxed, and her face, adorned with fine fuzz, seemed to sway happily. When she looked up, she saw Du Tengfeng staring at her, and she froze in his pained, obsessed gaze, forgetting to chew and choking. Cough, cough, cough. Qing Ge leaned forward, covering her mouth and coughing hard, her vision clouded with mist and her eyes reddening. Drink some water. A large hand with distinct bones held out a cup. Qing Ge didn't care and quickly drank several sips from his hand. After calming her breath, she felt much better. She had almost choked to death just now. Once she regained her composure, she realized she was being loosely embraced by the man, his other hand patiently patting her back. Shocked, Qing Ge hurriedly scrambled to the corner of the sofa, staring at him in disbelief. Du Tengfeng sat in the car, looking down at his left hand, slowly rubbing his thumb against the other fingertips. After a while, he let out a satisfied chuckle. In the year that Qing Ge had been away, his stubborn obsession had grown wildly in his heart, wrapping around him tightly. Remembering how startled and shy Qing Ge looked in his arms just now, the chaotic waves of his beating heart briefly calmed. Du Tengfeng sighed, undid. Qing Ge was his remedy. When he lifted his gaze again, the thick fog in his eyes darkened, his expression cold with a bloodthirsty light. He suddenly felt that he couldn't give in to Qing Ge too much. If the mountain wouldn't come to him, he would go to the mountain. He needed to firmly trap her by his side, humbly begging for her forgiveness. Suddenly enlightened, the heavy gloom that had shrouded Du Tengfeng for days lifted significantly. He took out his phone and called Linji. Is Qing Ge practicing piano lately? Well, Linji hesitated. not wanting to reveal Qing Ge's whereabouts to Du Tengfeng. Although Du Tengfeng was his close buddy, his sister was closer. He couldn't bear to see his sister in any potential danger. Does Aunt Lin know you've been waiting for Yu all these years? Du Tengfeng asked in a deep voice. Damn, are you threatening me? Lin Ji shouted in disbelief. Yu was Lin Ji's junior in college. And after pursuing him for a semester, they finally got together. Later, they broke up and got back together, their feelings deepening, and they decided to get married after graduation. Then came the Klitsch plot. Lin Ji's mother couldn't accept it and was furious. Back then, she could accept marrying a man she didn't love for the sake of the family business. But how could she accept her son not putting family interests first? Born into such a family, he could never have freedom in marriage. So Lin's mother decisively intervened, humiliating Yu. At first, Yu and Lin Ji insisted on their relationship, but then Lin's mother resorted to tactics against Yu's parents. Yu was a strong-willed girl. She left without a word. Yu disappeared completely. If Yu knew you were dating other women, could she still be with you? If Lin's mother knew Lin Ji still cared for Yu, with her crazy temper, she would probably just stuff a woman into his room. Lin Ji fell silent for a moment, gritting his teeth angrily. How did I not notice you were so despicable before? Du Tengfeng chuckled, but didn't answer. Why is Qing Ge practicing piano? With such relentless practice, she must be planning something big. He couldn't bear to be left in the dark. Lin Ji was truly exasperated. He had to choose between his wife and sister, and he felt humiliated selling out his sister. The National Music Conservatory invited her to teach, but it required an internal assessment, and she felt uncertain. Du Tengfeng scoffed, my Qing Ge is so outstanding. The National Music Conservatory would dare to invite her, and then not want her? Besides, he is here. Lin Ji shivered at the scoff. What are you going to do? I'm telling you don't. Before he could finish, Du Tengfeng hung up. Of course, he had to do something. Not only did he want to do something, but he also wanted to be fully involved. Du Tengfeng couldn't allow himself to be kept in the dark any longer. Qing Ge woke up early in the morning, sitting at the vanity and carefully applying light makeup. Holding the car keys, she opened the door, only to freeze upon turning her head. What are you doing here? Du Tengfeng stood beside the elevator, looking at her with a gloomy gaze. Qing Ge felt he seemed a bit different, but she couldn't pinpoint how. Where are you going? I'll take you. At that moment, Qing Ge didn't have the energy to figure out what was wrong with him. She glanced at him curiously, but ignored him, walking into the elevator. Du Tengfeng didn't stop her and followed her into the elevator, not saying a word. Qing Ge watched the elevator descend floor by floor, glancing at the man beside her, who stood as straight as a pine tree. He was quite strange today. Upon reaching the underground parking lot, Qing Ge stepped out first, with Du Tengfeng following steadily behind. Qing Ge walked to her car, glancing at the black G-Class beside her, thinking it looked somewhat familiar. Just as she thought of something and turned around to exclaim, she was grabbed and stuffed into the big G. Wait, grabbed? Qing Ge sat in the passenger seat, unable to believe it, hurriedly tidying her small dress in her coat. She looked up and saw Du Tengfeng expressionlessly walking around the front of the car and getting into the driver's seat. What are you looking at, dumbfounded? Du Tengfeng glanced at Qing Ge and casually patted her head. Qing Ge shrank back. Don't touch me, my hairstyle will get messed up. Fin, Du Tengfeng nodded, fastening his seatbelt. Should I help you with yours? Qing Ge was successfully thrown off track. It wasn't until the car reached Guin that she regained her senses. How did she get abducted by this dog man? When she got out of the car, she found Du Tengfeng still following her. Qing Ge felt complicated, nervous and annoyed. Can you not follow me? Du Tengfeng quietly looked at her, not saying a word. Annoyed, Qing Ge turned around and walked away, just like before. Unable to get a word out. The Du Tengfeng she saw a while ago must have been fake, right? You're such a turtle. Qing Ge muttered as she walked. Oh, why a turtle? Turtles don't talk. When Qing Ge realized what was happening, she found Du Tengfeng beside her, smiling with deep meaning. She actually said it out loud. Qing Ge covered her mouth, staring blankly at the man. All right, you're not nervous now, right? Du Tengfeng gently patted Qing Ge's back. Go ahead, I'll wait for you outside. The internal assessment ended smoothly, and the eyes of the deputy head of the piano department lit up, excited to grab Qing Ge's hand, but was stopped by Li Lao's sharp gaze. The winter break is coming soon, and classes will be arranged for the next semester. During this time, Just follow Li Lao and get familiar with the school. Qing Ge was extremely happy, feeling like she could fly. When she came out, she saw Teng Feng waiting outside the building, standing under a huge pine tree with unmelting white snow at his feet. Seeing her joyfully running out, the man smiled and reached out to her. "You're out." Qing Ge froze in place. She had imagined this scene countless times when she was in college. Back then, she looked at the sweet couples around her with a bit of envy, thinking that if she were with Teng Feng, he would come to pick her up too. In a daze, it felt like she had returned to the past, her heart, frozen in ice, cracked open with a snap. Just as she was immersed in the dream of the past, almost yielding and softening, her phone rang. Lin Ji's rough voice came through. "Sister, your mom is back. Just left my house. They want to introduce a boyfriend to you." Lin's mother's single combat power was already invincible. Now she was a double threat. "Sister, you better run." Chapter 15. Qing's mother has a younger sister at home, and there's also an older sister. The relationship between the two sisters is tightly intertwined and twisted, competing with each other since childhood. Later, when it came time to inherit the family business, the elder sister boldly married a strong-willed man. A year after their marriage, she gave birth to Lin Ji, and from then on, everything went smoothly for her, at least in terms of career and wealth. Since Lin Ji's parents were not in love, and there was no romance involved. After Qing's grandparents passed away one after another, the family power fell into the hands of the elder sister. Qing's mother was unwilling to accept her sister's authority, believing that her sister had never been as capable as herself and had merely found a strong man to rely on. However, needing to rely on the family's business dividends to survive, she couldn't afford to offend her sister too much. Thus, this complex mix of resentment and expectation was projected onto Qing Ge, forcing her to excel, to study finance, and planning for her to enter the family business after graduating from university to share in the profits from Lin Ji. The two sisters, despite their complicated relationship, surprisingly agreed to introduce a boyfriend to Qing Ge. No wonder Lin Ji secretly called her to give her a heads up. There must be something unusual going on. These two old ladies actually teamed up to stir up trouble. Qing Ge watched the man under the tree stop in his tracks, seemingly lost in thought. But her mind was swirling with countless possibilities. What was wrong? Teng Feng was originally waiting with a light smile for Qing Ge to run over. But she received a call and instead stopped in place, dazed. She had clearly intended to run over just now. Teng Feng decisively stepped forward, lowering his head and gently asking, "What's wrong?" Qing Ge jolted back to reality. It's nothing." It was obvious that something was bothering her, but since Qing Ge wouldn't say, Teng Feng couldn't press her further. His heart felt bitter. She really wasn't saying a word to him now. "I'll take you home." Qing Ge was distracted, dazedly following Teng Feng into the car, staring blankly at the dust and water droplets on the car window. As they passed the piano room on their way out, many people were crowded together outside in the winter, with several large trucks parked nearby, their engines rumbling. Teng Feng's lips were pressed tightly together, and the slightly upturned corners of his eyes drooped due to his displeasure, his gaze dark as he stared ahead, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Teng Feng patiently waited, hoping that perhaps in the next moment, Qing Ge would tell him why she was anxious, why her mood had suddenly soured, why. But as the seconds passed, until the moment Qing Ge reached home, he still hadn't heard a word from her. Watching Qing Ge hurriedly run back into the house, he felt as if his heart was about to explode. Qing Ge returned home, sunlight flooding in, and the living room glowed warmly. She finally felt a bit of warmth in her body. She sat on the sofa to calm down for a moment, realizing that she couldn't just sit and wait. She definitely wouldn't be able to outsmart those two old witches. Not to mention, too, even her past struggles with her mother always ended with mutual losses. If she got caught this time, it would be a disaster. After thinking it over, Qing Ge decided to call Li Lin. "Teacher, sorry to bother you, but I want to ask if I can apply for the school dormitory." Li Lin laughed heartily. "Of course you can. When do you plan to move in?" "I'll let the logistics director know." Before hanging up, Li Lin pondered for a moment and asked, "Is there anything I can help you with, Xiaoge?" Li Lin knew Qing Ge used to be a star and that her family was well off. It felt a bit off that she would rush to stay in the dormitory just after passing the assessment. Qing Ge hesitated, unsure how to explain. How could she say she wanted to avoid a blind date? She really couldn't bring herself to say it. After a moment of silence, Li Lin's voice became serious. Though still kind, if you want to talk, just let me know. After hanging up, Li Lin immediately called Shimu. Half an hour later, Li Lin informed her that everything was arranged. Qing Ge thanked him repeatedly, thinking the call was over, and bowed 3 times while holding the phone, muttering, "You're truly my lifesaver." "What are you saying, girl?" Qing Ge's porcelain-white face turned crimson, and she hurriedly hung up. She felt embarrassed to have been overheard. Grabbing a nearby pillow and burying her face in it, letting out a small scream. It was too shameful to have her crush's teacher hear her acting silly. After quickly packing her things, including her usual makeup and clothes, she dashed out. Avoiding trouble for the time being, after all, her mother only knew she had returned to the country and had no idea what she had been up to lately. Qing Ge, carrying a huge backpack and pushing a 28-inch suitcase, walked toward the underground garage. A small sports car was too cramped, and driving it to school would be a bit too flashy, not fitting her proper and serious image as a teacher. Fortunately, she had previously bought a low-key, unassuming black sedan to avoid paparazzi. In short, it was cheap. It wasn't even an entry-level BBA. It was a family sedan costing just over 200,000, perfect for her current status. With a place to go and a plan in mind, Qing Ge hummed a little tune as she loaded her luggage into the back, eager to drive away. If her mother found her and tried to block her, it would all be for nothing. Qing Ge had a strong, ominous premonition that the so-called introduction to a boyfriend might actually be a way to sell her off for a marriage alliance. After all, Lin Ji had money and power now, and was as stubborn as a rock in a toilet waiting for Yu. Compared to that, she, being soft and sweet, was definitely easier to manipulate. The black sedan slowly drove out of the parking lot. Hidden in the corner, Teng Feng watched Qing Ge, burdened with her large bags, frantically escaping like a fugitive, his eyes narrowing, the lighter in his hand clicking open and shut, his back teeth clenched tightly. The veins in his neck bulged. Trying to avoid him? What a naive thought. Teng Feng followed her at a distance, surprised to see her return the way she came. Watching her laboriously drag her enormous suitcase, moving slowly like a snail, Teng Feng glanced up at the sign on the building. Teacher's dormitory. With a raised eyebrow, he pulled out his phone and made a call. "Assistant Liu, how are things going?" "Mr. Du, everything is proceeding as you instructed. One more thing. If the other party doesn't agree, we will withdraw everything." Teng Feng's voice was cold, but the words he spoke were quite astonishing. Assistant Liu cautiously moved the phone away to check the screen. It was indeed Mr. Du, but why was he planning to stay in the Guiying dormitory? Donated 30 Steinway grand pianos just to stay in Guiying's dormitory? Assistant Liu's face turned anxious and confused. The world of the rich was truly incomprehensible. Assistant Liu felt disheartened, wondering if this was the reason he could never get rich and could only work for others. After sending away Teng Feng, the harbinger of disaster, and avoiding her battle-hardened mother's phone calls, Qing Ge's life settled down. Li Lin didn't assign her any work, and instead, with the new year approaching, he packed up and flew abroad with his spouse to reunite with their children. Before leaving, he only told Qing Ge to practice the piano well. Qing Ge felt lost, realizing that the master indeed had a different style of doing things. Was she now a free-range sheep? However, this peaceful life didn't last long. She received a call that Yin was about to give birth. By the time, Qing Ge rushed to the hospital. Yin had already been taken to the delivery room. The sounds of painful cries from the mothers leaked out through the door, and Qing Ge felt a thin layer of sweat on her forehead, her hair standing on end. Before Wei Hung sent Yin in, he joked with her, saying that if she had a big fat boy, he would be jealous, and it would be best to have a caring little cotton-padded jacket. "Comrade Cici, this tough task is handed over to you." In order to stay motivated, Yin had not checked the baby's gender during any of her prenatal checkups since becoming pregnant. As she put it, "I'm in so much pain, but just to know whether this little one is a boy or a girl, I can hold on until the end." She wanted to use her strong curiosity to overcome the pain, the tearing, the fear of various delivery methods. As soon as Yin stepped into the delivery room, Wei Heng's face darkened, the lines on his forehead deeply etched. His beloved woman was suffering alone inside for the love child of the two, and he could do nothing to help. Wei Hung was restless, The demeanor of a leading man was nowhere to be seen, and he wished he could peek through the door crack. Cece was so afraid of pain. How helpless and anxious must she be right now? Qing Ge felt as if hundreds or thousands of deer were jumping around in her heart pounding. She couldn't sit still either. Her hands clenched together as she stared at the frosted glass door of the delivery room. A large hand appeared in front of her, holding a white, disposable cup, offering her some coffee. Qing Ge was taken aback, looking up to see Teng Feng's cold, hard face, calm as ever. It would probably take a while, so have some to perk up. Teng Feng pushed the coffee forward. Qing Ge felt her tongue jump nervously. She quietly thanked him as she took the warm cup. She no longer cared about keeping her distance to avoid suspicion, listening to the painful cries of the woman in labor inside, not knowing how much it hurt. A sharp scream made Qing Ge shudder. She grew increasingly scared, glancing at Wei Hung, who was anxiously tense, and quietly leaned over to ask the man beside her, "Why aren't you nervous?" Teng Feng shot her a glance, his eyes filled with confusion and inquiry, coldly replying, "It's not you giving birth, so why should I be nervous?" After looking at his nearly collapsing best friend, he thought for a moment and signaled with his eyes to Qing Ge, "But if it were you in there, I guess I wouldn't be any stronger than him." Qing Ge stared incredulously at the man beside her. What on earth was he talking about? Who wanted to have a baby with him? Chapter 16, the pain, was almost palpable beside her. And Qing Ge looked in shock at the man next to her. What did he just say? Was it really him who said that? Could it be that he had his soul swapped with someone else's? Qing Ge thought back and forth, feeling that this wasn't a good place to give him a beating. So she silently averted her gaze and pretended she hadn't heard. Teng Feng slightly lowered his head and tilted it, and when he didn't get a reaction from her, he let out a somewhat regretful sigh. This made Qing Ge explode in anger, turning around to glare at him. What a load of nonsense about having a child. What a load of crap. How could he lose his face so quickly after just a few days apart? After a while, the delivery room door opened, and the doctor wearing a mask came out holding a rosy little baby, shouting towards the outside, "Family of Cece." Wei Heng paused for a moment and hurriedly stepped forward, somewhat flustered and unsure as he tried to take the baby. "Take a good look. I'm confirming for you. In a little while, the baby will be sent to the neonatal department for examination and will be returned to the ward after 2 hours." Wei Hung lowered his head, looking at the baby's red, wrinkled little face, his eyes instantly turning red as well. The eyebrows looked like his, and the lips looked like his too. Teng Feng stood quietly in the corner, watching, suddenly feeling a wave of warmth rise in his heart. He had never envied someone as much as he did at this moment. Cece was pushed back to the ward. Although she was a bit tired, her spirits were still quite good. The single patient room had 2 beds, one for the mother and one for the companion. Cece rested quietly while Wei Hung leaned beside her, taking care of her tenderly and gazing at her affectionately. The couple leaned close together, speaking softly. Qing Ge and Teng Feng sat quietly on the companion bed, not daring to make a sound. However, Teng Feng was already a man of few words. He usually wouldn't speak unless it was in front of Qing Ge, and even then, he would prefer to remain silent. Suddenly, the door was pushed open with a bang, and Huolanji rushed in, abruptly stopping. "Where's my godson?" On the way here, he had asked and was told that Cece had given birth to a little boy. Teng Feng narrowed his eyes at this, feeling an ominous sensation rising in his heart. He was extremely displeased. Wei Hung glanced at him but didn't say anything, lowering his head to continue softly comforting Cece. This made Huolanji click his tongue in amazement, commenting on how much of a wife-slave Wei Hung was. Truly embarrassing for the men. Sure enough, the next second, Huolanji turned his head and saw the two on the companion bed. Naturally ignoring the darkened expression on Teng Feng's face, and excitedly rubbed his hands while asking Qing Ge, "Where's our godson?" One sentence made Teng Feng's ears and eyes explode. Cece felt tired and dozed off, and a few of them quickly retreated to avoid disturbing her. Huolanji had urgent matters to discuss with Wei Hung, and the two stood whispering in the corridor. Teng Feng had a stern face, feeling as cold as if encased in frost, following behind Qing Ge without speaking or making any moves. When Qing Ge went downstairs and raised her hand to call a taxi, He finally stretched out his large hand, grabbing her delicate wrist and pulling her toward his car. Ignoring her struggles, he shoved her into the car. "What are you doing?" "I want to go home." On the other side, the door opened and cold wind rushed in. Teng Feng looked at her deeply, then slammed the door shut. "I'll take you." Qing Ge's anger flared up like wild grass in the prairie, soaring high. "Do you even know where I live to take me there? Can you stop being so stubborn? Can you respect my opinion for once?" With a heart full of grievances, her eyes widened in fury, her chest rising and falling rapidly. She wasn't sure if she was speaking of the past or the present, or perhaps both. In the silence, Teng Feng quietly watched her, and after a moment, he spoke with some difficulty. He wasn't accustomed to doing these things, nor was he used to explaining himself to others. "You've worn your feet raw." Qing Ge had rushed over after receiving a call, wearing a pair of shoes that didn't fit. By the time she realized she was in ill-fitting high heels, she had lost the desire to go back and change. After standing for most of the night, the back of her heels had already been worn down. Recently, ride-hailing services had been having issues, and there were fewer cars available. Teng Feng glanced over Qing Ge at the heavy moonlight behind her, pressed his lips together. It was already late at night. "Safety first, I'll take you." All the things he wasn't used to doing in the past, he could change them for her. "Is that okay?" Qing Ge was stunned, and his slow, deliberate words made her anger gradually dissipate, leaving her feelings complicated. Had she just been too much a shrew? "But you don't know where I live now." Qing Ge felt somewhat unconvinced, still putting up a last-ditch resistance. Teng Feng turned his head and looked at her deeply, a rare smile curling at the corners of his lips. "I know." The smile even carried a bit of mischief that didn't match his age. "He knows?" How could he possibly know? Just as Qing Ge was about to ask, she heard Teng Feng continue, "And I have something to discuss with you." Teng Feng started the engine and, while turning out, spoke in a calm tone, "It's something important." Something important? His tone was usual. But why did she feel like she sensed a hint of vehemence in his words? Qing Ge fell silent and chose not to speak, feeling unconvinced. He definitely didn't know where she lived. Seeing him act as if he had everything under control made her angry, the flames of resentment flaring up inside her. She imagined how delightful it would be to see him unable to find her place, and just the thought made her feel better. "Let us see you put on airs." Qing Ge quietly patted her chest, calming herself down, a little fairy shouldn't curse. Then, 20 minutes later, looking at the familiar gate of the university, Qing Ge fell silent. "You're stalking me?" Qing Ge was smart enough to figure out quickly, her voice turning cold. Teng Feng slowly drove into the campus, not answering her question. When the car stopped in front of the teacher's dormitory, he turned his head, half of his face hidden in the darkness. "Let us go. I'll take you upstairs." Qing Ge suddenly pushed the door open and walked forward without saying a word. Teng Feng followed behind. And since Qing Ge returned to the country, during their few encounters, he had enjoyed walking slowly behind her, watching her back. Each time he used his gaze to confirm that this little girl had truly come back. Qing Ge was holding her breath. Even though her feet hurt from the high heels, she resolutely refused to give in. She hurried upstairs, silently thanking her luck that her dormitory was on the second floor. If it had been the 7th floor, her feet might have been ruined. The sound of the man's footsteps followed her closely, but not too near. Qing Ge bravely climbed the stairs and turned the corner, taking out her keys to unlock the door. As she opened the door, she slightly turned her body, raising her proud little head. "Duzong, I've arrived. Thank you for bringing me. Goodbye." Hearing the familiar and jarring title, Teng Feng let out a self-deprecating laugh. Just as Qing Ge was about to step inside, hearing that laugh made the flames of her anger flare up again. "What are you laughing at? You wait for me." Wait for him? Qing Ge was completely confused. Why should she wait for him? Then she saw the man walk over to the door of the dormitory next to hers, skillfully pulling out his keys to open the door and striding inside. Qing Ge. In her mind, there was a fierce battle. One side said to go see what was going on, while the other insisted she had to maintain her dignity and not go. Before Qing Ge could make a decision, she saw Teng Feng come out holding a plastic box. "Let us go, come inside." Qing Ge looked at him in bewilderment, completely confused by his series of actions. Teng Feng maintained a cold demeanor, but with a hint of a smile in his eyes as he touched her forehead. "Come inside, I'll apply medicine for you." After saying that, he glanced at her swollen heel. Doesn't it hurt? Don't hold back. Qing Ge stood at the door, motionless. Teng Feng sighed helplessly. If you want to stay at the door, that's fine too. After saying that, he squatted down, holding Qing Ge's thin little calf, his large hand measuring it lightly. You need to eat more. A clicking sound of a lock being opened came from the end of the corridor, and Qing Ge quickly stepped back 2 paces into the room. She had just arrived at school and didn't want anyone to see a man holding her leg in such an ambiguous situation at the door late at night. If someone saw this, who knows how it would be spread? Teng Feng squatted in place, not expecting her to suddenly step back, his hand still hanging in the air in the same position. All right, let's go inside. Teng Feng seemed to have no temper, following Qing Ge's thoughts. The door closed gently, and Teng Feng pulled Qing Ge to sit next to a chair. In this precious space, the classroom dormitory was nothing more than a regular student dormitory converted. 4 bunk beds had been moved away. On one side of the room was a single bed, and on the other side was a desk. The man gently took off her high heels, his warm hand touching her cold ankle. The delicate sensation sending an electric jolt upward, causing Qing Ge to shiver and instinctively try to retreat. But with a slight force from the man's hand, she couldn't move anymore. Don't wear so little in the future. Although it's not snowing, the temperature can still be bearable, but you should wear something thicker in winter. The way he applied the medicine was sincere, his movements meticulous and gentle, making Qing Ge feel as if they were longtime lovers in love. A sharp pain came from her foot, and Qing Ge looked down to see Teng Feng applying liquid Band-Aid on her. The neon liquid Band-Aid worked well, but the moment it was applied, it really hurt. This snapped Qing Ge's scattered thoughts into a bundle. Her phone vibrated incessantly. It was Lin Ji. Qing Ge hesitated for a moment, glanced at Teng Feng, who had a serious expression, and still answered the call. Brother, what's up? Sister, I'm in trouble. My aunt found out about you being at Guin. She'll probably come looking for you in a few days. You need to prepare early, whether to escape or what. I suggest you go meet her. Who knows, you might hit it off at first sight. Qing Ge rolled her eyes, thinking why didn't you go instead? And just said got it before hanging up. After putting down the phone, she noticed Teng Feng was gazing at her with dark eyes, squatting while she sat, and he slightly raised his head, his desire and infatuation unmistakable. Meet her? Fall in love at first sight? Lin Ji's loud voice made Teng Feng understand everything clearly. He wasn't stupid. After thinking for a moment, he figured out what was going on. He hadn't even pursued her yet, and someone was already trying to cut in? Chapter 17, Teng Feng couldn't quite describe how he felt inside. Clearly, Qing Ge was right in front of him. He had just touched her smooth skin. But why did it still feel like they were so far apart? Don't meet. Teng Feng's voice was hoarse. Just tell your family I'm your boyfriend, and I'll help you. Qing Ge frowned. She didn't want that. How could he make her meet other men? Teng Feng stood up, placing both hands on the armrests of Qing Ge's chair, enveloping her in his embrace, looking down at her. The man's cold and strong aura instantly wrapped around her tightly, leaving Qing Ge with nowhere to retreat. Being pressured by her family was already distressing enough, and now she was in a gloomy mood, not wanting to play along with the man in front of her. You should leave. The man leaned down even further, their faces extremely close, their breaths intertwining. Then I'll just wait in line to be your backup, okay? Qing Ge had never imagined that this strong and indifferent man would say such a thing. Her heart was in turmoil, instinctively rejecting it. Are you crazy? Who would voluntarily be a backup? Besides, what kind of woman does he not want? Teng Feng scoffed, his eyes dark as if he wanted to swallow her whole. He leaned slightly closer to her ear, his nose brushing against her earlobe. You should give me some medicine. His voice was extremely hoarse. The footsteps in the corridor approached and then receded again. The heat radiating from the man made Qing Ge's heart foggy. She had never been this close to him, not even during those 5 years before. Oh no, she had never been this close to any man. Qing Ge's throat felt hot and dry, uncomfortably so, and she quietly swallowed. The man was still staring at her, as if there were some extraordinary miracle about her. Are you wondering how I've become like this? The little person in Qing Ge's heart nodded frantically. Clearly, he was someone who was cold and distant. How could he suddenly become so flirtatious? Teng Feng affectionately rubbed against her ear tip, a hint of satisfaction escaping him as he sighed. I don't know either, but I'm quite curious. What kind of magic do you have to turn me into something else? After saying this, he raised his head, getting closer and staring intently into her eyes as if he wanted to see her soul. Do Teng Feng didn't press her, taking a deep breath of her fragrance before slowly standing up. I live next door. If you're uncomfortable, come find me. After saying that, he smiled self-deprecatingly, muttering in disappointment. You'd rather call 120 than come to me, right? Du Teng Feng took one last deep look at her, feeling a tumult of jealousy in his heart. Afraid of doing something he would regret if he stayed any longer, he quickly left. The small dormitory fell silent again, and Qing Ge's mind buzzed with questions. Du Teng Feng said he lived next door. This was the teacher's dormitory. How did he get in? And this man actually took the initiative to say he wanted to be your backup? Has he gone mad? The next morning, Qing Ge woke up naturally, lying in bed, straining to listen for sound from next door. The dormitory had poor sound insulation. She could hear every little movement clearly. Qing Ge lay patiently for a while, and then the door next door opened. The man's steady footsteps sounded, pausing slightly at her door. Qing Ge's heart leaped. Fortunately, he only paused for a moment before his footsteps continued, growing fainter. Qing Ge let out a sigh of relief. She had been turning the situation over in her mind all night, unsure how to face him. They had clearly agreed to go their separate ways. How could he change his mind and come back wanting to take her back? After washing up, Qing Ge prepared to go to the cafeteria for breakfast. She opened the door and was taken aback. There was a silver thermal bag hanging on the doorknob. She reached out to take it and found a cup of soy milk and a few small steamed buns inside. There was also a white card with the man's strong handwriting. Wear sneakers, it's cold today, dress warmly, don't catch a cold. Her emotions became complex in an instant. She knew without thinking who had done this. Now she didn't need to line up at the cafeteria anymore. Qing Ge carried the thermal bag back to her room and stared at it in a daze. Upon entering the piano room, Qing Ge was a bit surprised. The originally empty small piano room now held a Steinway grand piano. It felt strange, and a thought flickered in her mind, but vanished before she could grasp it. She immersed herself in the sheet music for the entire morning and felt a bit hungry only after the sun slanted westward. Qing Ge packed her things and prepared to go eat. Coincidentally, she ran into Wang Liangchun, the deputy director of the piano department, on the way. Director Wang, Qing Ge called out, jogging over, why are you eating so late? Wang Liangchun smiled kindly upon seeing her and nodded slightly. There were some matters in the department that delayed me. Want to eat together? The two walked to the cafeteria together as Wang Liangchun patiently explained many of the school's minor details to Qing Ge, which Li Lao didn't care much about, but were important to her. Qing Ge nodded repeatedly, feeling grateful for Wang Liangchun's guidance. After a moment's hesitation, Qing Ge couldn't contain her curiosity and asked, Director, are only teachers from our school allowed to live in the teacher's dormitory? This question seemed odd. Wang Liangchun glanced at her and nodded seriously. Of course, this is a benefit for young teachers provided by the school. Qing Ge felt puzzled upon hearing this. How did Du Teng Feng get in? Did he rent a room from another teacher? He was such an impatient person. Surely he wouldn't go through convoluted means like that, right? However, there were exceptions. If someone made significant contributions to the school, many things could be negotiated. What counts as a significant contribution, Director Wang? Qing Ge asked. Wang Liangchun slapped his forehead, suddenly realizing why Qing Ge would ask such a question. Have you seen the new neighbor next door? Like a new neighbor who donated a dozen or several dozen Steinway grand pianos to the school. Don't even think about asking for a teacher's dormitory. We would even give him an office. He was a god of wealth. Qing Ge froze, standing there as if her throat was stuffed with cotton, drying up her mouth. He donated so many pianos just to live in the teacher's dormitory? Wang Liangchun looked at Qing Ge, puzzled by her sudden stop, but he didn't think much of it, believing the girl was just startled by the man's strange behavior. Not only did he ask for a teacher's dormitory, but he also wanted an office. After pondering something, Wang Liangchun clapped his hands and laughed heartily. I just remembered. Coincidentally, his office is next to yours. Oh, thinking about it like this, what a coincidence. You two must have a good chat when you meet. Qing Ge didn't hear anything else Wang Liangchun said. She felt both wronged and repulsed. How did he do this? Later, Teng Feng was busy and specifically used his assistant's phone to send Qing Ge a text, telling her that he would be on business trips for a while and reminding her to take care of herself. What could he do? Since his phone number was still in Qing Ge's blacklist, Qing Ge had temporarily succeeded in avoiding her family's matchmaking plans, but in a few days, she would have to go home because the new year was approaching. Lin Ji had called her in advance, saying that their two families would celebrate the new year together this year. Just thinking about various scenarios made Qing Ge's head throb. However, despite her parents always forcing her to do things she didn't want to do, she felt that they were still good to her. Qing Ge couldn't bring herself to not go home for the new year when she was in the same city. She missed her dad quite a bit. On the day before the new year, on the morning of New Year's Eve, Qing Ge stood at her doorstep with a New Year's goods she had bought, taking a deep breath before ringing the doorbell. I'm about to see my mother, feeling nervous and scared. Ding dong, I pressed the doorbell, and after a short while, the door opened, revealing Lin Ji's big face, making faces at her. You're quite something, hiding away for almost a month without coming home. Do you know my aunt was so angry she almost ripped the roof off? Qing Ge rolled her eyes at him, thinking how foolish she must seem to jump back into a fire pit knowing it's there. One sentence left Lin Ji speechless. I advise you to be careful. My aunt is quite scheming, and you can't outsmart her. Lin Ji patted Qing Ge's shoulder with some sympathy, feeling a lingering fear. Luckily, he was secure in his position. Otherwise, he would be the one in trouble now. If Xiao Yu knew he was involved with another woman, he would definitely be discarded. So scary. Qing Ge walked into the living room with her things. Her mother looked up when she heard the noise, her gaze calm and expression peaceful. You're back. Put down your things and go rest in your room for a while. It's time to eat. She didn't mention anything about Qing Ge not answering her calls before. Qing Ge felt a shiver, inexplicably sensing a calm before the storm. After finishing lunch with trepidation, nothing happened at all. Qing Ge quickly applied some oil to her feet and ran back to her room to rest. In the living room downstairs, Qing Ge's mother and Aunt Lin sat together, holding teacups and speaking softly. Did you call them? Just let them come directly tomorrow. Qing Ge's mother said calmly. Aunt Lin hesitated a bit. Shouldn't we tell Qing Ge in advance? What if she runs away again? Qing Ge's mother looked at her sister with some disdain. Having made a mistake once, does she really need to make it again? Is this a matter of underestimating her skills or her intelligence? Before they come, I will lock Qing Ge in her room. Aunt Lin thought for a moment and nodded. It's unfair to the child, but our company hasn't been doing well these past 2 years. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to do this. Qing Ge's mother chuckled lightly, raising her hand to stop her sister's words, thoughtfully glancing at her sister. We know you've made sacrifices. It's our turn now. We haven't been shirking responsibility, have we? Continuing would easily lead to conflict. So the two sisters stopped the topic and shifted to another conversation. Chapter 18 for Qing Ge. The family during the new year is actually quite similar to her usual home. Her mother is cold and doesn't say much, and she only chats with her dad. Her aunt and uncle have a poor relationship, and her uncle simply doesn't spend the new year with them, basically working overtime at the company. Her parents have a good relationship. At least for as long as she can remember, her dad has always unconditionally complied with her mom. Even her surname follows her mom's. Her full name is Lin Qing Ge. At this moment, her cousin Lin Jijing is sitting in front of the TV, engrossed in watching the Spring Festival Gala, foolishly humming along to the songs. Qing Ge sighs inwardly. TSK. With such a silly brother, it's no wonder Sister Xiao Yu doesn't want him. Outside, firecrackers are popping. Children are laughing and playing, and fireworks light up the sky. All the lively atmosphere of the new year has nothing to do with her family. Qing Ge squeezes in beside her dad, feeling that he seems to have something on his mind today. Dad, what's wrong? Qing Ge's dad looks at her, his rough palm gently touching her forehead. Sweetheart, do you feel happy now? Qing Ge is puzzled by the sudden question and thinks for a moment before nodding. She feels happy, full, warm, and doing what she loves. Hearing this, her dad nods thoughtfully. Before midnight, Qing Ge can hardly hold on any longer and says goodbye to everyone before heading upstairs to sleep. The next day, she wakes up naturally and sees that it's just past 7. Qing Ge opens her sleepy eyes and enjoys the leisure of lying in bed. Outside the window, everything is white. It has snowed. The railing on the window affects the beauty of the snow outside. Qing Ge lies there, lost in thought as she gazes at the snowy scene. After a while, she feels a bit hungry and glances at the nightstand, only to find that her phone is missing. She puts on her slippers and tiptoes downstairs to the kitchen to find something to eat, while also looking for her phone. Did she leave it downstairs last night because she was too tired? She gently presses the doorknob, and with a bang, the door swings open. Qing Ge's lingering sleepiness instantly dissipates, and she trembles, pressing down on the doorknob in disbelief. Another bang. Distant footsteps approach, as if they have been waiting for a long time, and upon hearing the noise, they come over immediately. The housekeeper outside the door speaks in a trembling voice. "Miss Qing Ge, the lady says there are important guests today, and she wants you. Want you to tidy up before they arrive." Qing Ge feels a buzzing in her ears, staring incredulously at her door. She can't believe she's been locked up. It suddenly occurs to her, and she whips around, only to realize that the window has also been welded shut. The sound of an engine comes from downstairs, and Qing Ge rushes to the window, seeing Lin Ji getting into a car to leave. She quickly opens the window, ready to shout, only to see her mother standing beside Lin Ji's car, looking up at her with a blank expression. Qing Ge's heart aches. How could she treat her like this? In a daze, Lin Ji has already driven away. The winter sun gradually rises, but Qing Ge feels as though she has fallen into an ice river. It seems that she is the only one left in the world, isolated and helpless. Who can come to save her? Qing Ge slowly squats down without moving. The cold wind blows in, chilling her to the bone. Her mother's expression just now was clear. If she didn't drink the toast, she would have to drink the penalty wine. So let it be. Everything is just like when she was 17, as if it were a cycle. Her frozen hands and feet lose feeling, and Qing Ge cries, tears flooding down. Tears are the least valuable thing, and she suddenly wipes her face dry. She gets up, closes the window tightly, and crawls back into bed to warm herself. Her mind races, and the most passive option is to wait for the blind date to come. They really have to meet. Knowing her mother's temperament, she might directly set a wedding date. Luckily, it's the new year now. If it were any other time, she would probably be forced to get a marriage certificate right away. If it really comes to that, she might have to jump out of the car. She needs to think carefully about how to deal with this. Once she calms down, Qing Ge gets out of bed and goes to the bathroom to wash up. While washing, she chuckles to herself, grateful that her room has a bathroom. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing. After washing up, Qing Ge opens her wardrobe to pick out clothes, quickly dismissing skirts and such, and find a set of sportswear to put on, along with a loose cotton coat. Once everything is ready, Qing Ge sits on the windowsill, harboring a glimmer of hope that someone will see her. She sits there for the entire morning. The people in the villa area probably stayed up all night, playing mahjong until dawn. There's no one at the door, not even a dog passing by. Qing Ge grows anxious and hungry, and the light in her eyes gradually dims. She curls up her legs, helplessly resting her head on her knees, staring blankly out the window, her eyes misting over with tears. She doesn't know how much time has passed when she sees a figure walking from afar. Qing Ge jumps up and opens the window, but as soon as the figure appears, they turn in another direction. The chilling wind blows away the tears in her eyes, and she sniffs. She closes the window and continues to sit there waiting. As long as the moment of the hammer drop hasn't come, she will not give up. As she sits, hunger makes her dizzy, and she accidentally falls asleep. She doesn't know how long she has slept, but there's a disturbing, thumping noise in her ears. Qing Ge groggily opens her eyes, staring blankly at her legs, feeling that they are a bit numb. As her awareness gradually returns, she realizes what has happened. She has been locked up by her family to force her into a marriage arrangement. With a bang, something hits the window, making a noise, and Qing Ge suddenly turned her head. A tall, cold man stands in the snow, looking up at her. Qing Ge opens the window, looking at him, her nose suddenly feeling sour. Since returning to the country, she has never seen Teng Feng so happy. She bursts into laughter, and as she laughs, tears flow down her face. Teng Feng stands there quietly watching her. Although she can't see his expression clearly, she inexplicably feels that his gaze must be very gentle now. After crying for a while, Qing Ge wipes her tears, quickly returns to her room, runs to her desk, grabs a piece of paper and a pen, writes a note, and rushes back to the window. throwing it down towards the man. Her aim is surprisingly good. The paper lands right in front of him. He bends down to pick it up, and as he unfolds it, his expression suddenly sharpens. He looks up and sees the girl he cares about behind the sealed window, like a canary locked up. Teng Feng tightly grips the paper in his hand, clenching it into a fist. He didn't expect Qing Ge's mother to do such a thing. If he hadn't come to check on her today because he couldn't reach her, what would have happened? He doesn't dare to think. After pondering for a moment, Teng Feng takes out his phone from his coat pocket, makes a throwing gesture towards Qing Ge, and then signals for her to go back inside. Once Qing Ge's figure disappears, Teng Feng searches for a point of leverage and forcefully throws his phone towards the window. The phone flies through the air along a perfect parabolic arc, and Teng Feng watches it intently, feeling anxious, as he sees the phone slip through the gap in the railing into the window. He lets out a long sigh of relief. He has never been so grateful for the brutal training in the military. Qing Ge's little head soon reappears, and she excitedly waves the phone at him, as if she has been saved. Teng Feng isn't sure if she can see clearly, but he smiles reassuringly at her, gives her a deep look, turns around, and strides away, breaking into a run after a few steps. Qing Ge watches Teng Feng's gradually disappearing figure, feeling warmth in her heart. She roughly understands his intention. He has given her the phone, and now she can go back to get another phone so they can communicate and plan their next steps. Qing Ge closed the window and squatted on the windowsill, looking at the phone in her hand. The pitch-black color felt cold to the touch, just like its owner. After pressing the screen to light it up, the unlock page appeared. Oh no, how did I forget to ask him for the password just now? Qing Ge felt a bit more relaxed, but she didn't dare to try easily. If she got it wrong and the phone was locked, it would be a disaster. After a while, there was still no movement on the other end of the phone. However, there were gradually noises coming from downstairs. Qing Ge's heart suddenly lifted again, her hands trembling above the screen. After thinking for a moment, she tried a string of numbers. With a click, the screen unlocked. Her own smiling face reflected before her. Soon, there was a knock on the door, and her mother's voice sounded. Qing Ge, startled, quickly hid the phone under her body. Half an hour later, the distinguished guest arrived, and she dressed up to go downstairs. I think those who know how to adapt to the situation are the real heroes. What do you think? Qing Ge's mother didn't expect her consent, and after speaking, she left, presumably to make preparations. The phone remained silent. Qing Ge anxiously paced back and forth in her room, her eyes gradually turning red. She didn't want to be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Where is he? Why hasn't he called yet? Just as she finished speaking, a buzzing sound rang out. It was an unfamiliar number, and Qing Ge quickly answered. How are you? Teng Feng's voice was low, panting with a hint of breathlessness. But his anxiety and concern were unmistakable. He must have just run very fast. Qing Ge didn't have time to worry about him. It was urgent, her voice trembling slightly. My mom said to come downstairs in half an hour. There was a brief silence on the other end. Teng Feng, in a difficult situation, didn't want to confront Qing Ge's mother head-on. After all, she would be his future mother-in-law. But he was also resolute in not allowing Qing Ge to be manipulated like this. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Qing Ge replied softly, feeling her body miraculously stop trembling. All right, in a while, you go downstairs as usual. Your aunt will probably let him take you out. I'll be waiting outside, and I'll follow you. Once you're far enough away, I'll come to get you. If you don't go out, I'll come over in half an hour and take you away directly. The man's calm and steady voice came through the phone, strategizing. Little girl, don't be afraid. I'll one-t let you come back alone in the future. This was the first time Teng Feng called her that, but at that moment, Qing Ge didn't notice. She didn't even have time to pay attention to his exceptionally gentle tone. Teng Feng gently coaxed her on the phone, his voice as gentle as water, saying he would take care of everything, and if she couldn't hold on, she could just call him directly. I'm on my way now, and I'll be at the door soon. Don't be afraid, Luga. I'm waiting for you outside. Qing Ge covered her mouth, tears streaming silently down her face. Chapter 19. Even though Qing Ge's relationship with Teng Feng is not what it used to be, she still unconditionally believes in his abilities. If he says it's fine, it must be fine. Qing Ge's heart sank as she put it back in place, quietly waiting for the impending storm. With a click, the sound of a key turning in the door lock was heard. Qing Ge's mother slowly walked out from behind the door and couldn't help but frown at the sight of her. What kind of outfit is this? Did I not tell you to dress nicely? Wearing sportswear like this. Qing Ge's round eyes were still red, resembling a jade rabbit that had turned into a spirit. Not wanting to lose face, she raised an eyebrow. Your outfit is actually quite good. If someone didn't know better, they might think you're the main character today. Indeed, Qing Ge's mother maintained her figure well, wearing a black sweater dress wrapped around her and draped in a bright red shawl, adorned with a full set of black pearl jewelry. What are you saying? Qing Ge's mother walked over, furious, and raised her hand, wanting to slap Qing Ge. Qing Ge showed no fear, even leaning her face forward. Go ahead, and after you hit me, let's see what others think. A moment of silence ensued. The person standing opposite her lowered their hand, displeased, and changed their clothes. Not changing. Just as the two mothers were to stand off, a car pulled in outside, and the atmosphere downstairs suddenly became lively. With no time to change, Qing Ge's mother shot her a resentful glance. You better perform well later, don't let me down. Qing Ge tugged at the corner of her mouth. Oh, Ms. Lin, you look so beautiful today, and your jewelry is lovely. You truly look young. Oh, Sister Wu, you are much more beautiful than I am. Qing Ge listened expressionlessly to the two women exchanging compliments, secretly rolling her eyes. I brought my son to pay you a New Year's visit today. He brought some New Year goods for you. His dad is busy, still on a business trip in Africa, so I wanted to send my regards. The middle-aged lady, referred to as Sister Wu by Qing Ge's mother, spoke cheerfully. Glancing at Qing Ge, oh, this girl is really pretty, definitely a talented girl. Qing Ge, can you tell I'm a talented girl just by wearing sportswear? My son will come in soon. He's not bad looking either. Wang selling melons, must boast about oneself. Qing Ge was pulled over to sit on the sofa, lowering her head and quickly thinking about how to escape when she heard a somewhat familiar voice at the door. Happy New Year, Annie. A familiar voice? Qing Ge suddenly looked up to see Zhang Tian standing at the door, holding a huge gift box in both hands. The two locked eyes and froze. Ms. Wu was overjoyed and leaned over to Qing Ge's mother. Oh, these two kids can't be falling in love at first sight, can they? Zhang Tian put down the gifts and directly sat down next to Qing Ge, his eyes sparkling with a strange light. The two silently exchanged glances. Zhang Tian, don't you have a boyfriend? Qing Ge, can't you see my unwillingness written all over my face? The two mothers, seeing this, thought that perhaps the young couple really had an eye for each other and linked arms to go upstairs to the flower room to see the flowers. What's going on? Where's your man? As soon as Ms. Wu left, Zhang Tian revealed his true self, casually leaning against the sofa while peeling an orange, mumbling quietly. Does your boyfriend know about this blind date? I feel like he would come at you with a knife. The man he saw at Qing Ge's door last time left a deep impression on Zhang Tian. Fierce and menacing, with a bloodthirsty look in his eyes. Zhang Tian couldn't believe that he would allow his girlfriend to go on a blind date. He's waiting outside. The orange fell with a thud onto the sofa, rolling roundly to the floor. Zhang Tian stared at Qing Ge in shock. Am I destined to die under that fierce guy's knife? Oh, stop overthinking it. Let me explain. Qing Ge leaned over and quietly recounted the whole story, feeling increasingly down as she spoke. Zhang Tian listened in silence. He didn't take his own marriage seriously, having a strong sense of duty as a rich second generation, and if he had to make a sacrifice, so be it. After all, he didn't have anyone he liked, so it didn't matter. He thought his blind date would feel the same, but he didn't expect Qing Ge's family to be so tough. So what are you planning to do? Qing Ge's mother and Ms. Wu were hiding around the corner on the second floor, watching the two young people huddled together whispering, feeling very satisfied, without sensing anything amiss. Qing Ge's mother even felt a bit pleased, experiencing a sense of triumph over her daughter. See, my daughter is still obedient. After a while, the two mothers went downstairs to prepare dinner. Only the four of them were eating at home. Qing Ge's father had gone to school early, and it was unclear whether he really had something to do or was just avoiding them. Auntie, no need to prepare anything. Qing Ge just told me she wants to eat fish, and I know a great place, so I'll take her out to eat, Zhang Tian said politely. Qing Ge's mother was somewhat surprised, feeling that something was off, but didn't think too much about it. Ms. Wu was very happy and waved her hand. All right, you two go eat. Don't worry about us. Qing Ge followed Zhang Tian into the car, and after driving a short distance, A black G-Class followed closely behind and also stopped. Zhang Tian glanced in the rearview mirror at Qing Ge getting into the car behind, and he couldn't help but shiver. He felt as if someone was watching him from behind. Scary. The anxiety in Teng Feng's heart was miraculously soothed the moment he saw Qing Ge. He looked at her swollen eyes and somewhat subdued demeanor, wanting to ask, but didn't say anything, starting the car and heading towards the school, naturally asking her, "Are you hungry?" He thought she hadn't eaten all day. Qing Ge gently shook her head, feeling a sense of lingering fear of escaping from a tiger's mouth. Not really in the mood to eat. Teng Feng sighed softly. "Let's go to my house. I'll make something for you." Qing Ge blinked but didn't speak. She was so afraid of being alone, afraid of being caught again. She didn't dare to contact Lin Ji, worried that her aunt might notice something, and she couldn't disturb Yan Shishi, who had just given birth. Even being with Teng Feng was better. Qing Ge had not yet realized that home had already been shrouded in a layer of fearful dust. When they arrived at Teng Feng's house, he settled Qing Ge on the sofa and turned on the TV. Qing Ge quietly let him fuss around, not knowing what to think. In fact, it would have been better if she cried and made a fuss. This silence only made him feel uneasy. He went to the kitchen and took out the ingredients he had just bought on the way, preparing to make a reunion dinner just for the two of them. It was a blessing in disguise. He had never dared to hope to have a meal with Qing Ge during this new year. His heart was torn in two. One half was pain for her, and the other half was oddly filled with happiness. Teng Feng made Qing Ge's favorite dish, lotus root with spare ribs. He had heard Lin Ji, who was a bit of a sister complex, mention several times that Qing Ge loved this dish. At that time, he thought that after he sorted out his family matters, he would confess to Qing Ge, and after they were together, he would take turns making her delicious food. Whenever he had time to go home, he would sneak into the kitchen to practice. Occasionally, he would invite Lin Ji to taste the flavors. Otherwise, Lin Ji wouldn't have softened before Qing Ge went abroad and talked to Teng Feng. Lin Ji knew that his best friend was sincere. Unfortunately, he messed it up. He prepared dishes like lotus root with spare ribs, stir-fried vegetable hearts, and braised lamb with scallions, plus a plate of dumplings with 3 flavors. All of these were Qing Ge's favorites. When Teng Feng came to call Qing Ge for dinner, she was still sitting on the sofa, lost in thought. She couldn't understand why her parents were like this. Did her happiness not matter at all? Her mother chose to marry someone she loved. So why should she spend the rest of her life with a stranger? Have they considered what kind of person that stranger is? Or how he looks? Qing Ge leaned back on the sofa, curling herself into a ball, feeling a bit desolate as she thought that they must not have considered it at all. "It's time to eat." Teng Feng walked over and slowly squatted down in front of Qing Ge, looking up at her. He couldn't help but reach out to touch her forehead. Qing Ge shivered and withdrew her gaze, finally noticing the person in front of her. "It's time to eat," Teng Feng said patiently. Qing Ge nodded, dazedly following him. Today's events had quite an impact on her. Her mind was in turmoil, and her reflexes were a bit slow. The pork rib and lotus root soup was warm, filling her belly and warming her entire being, soothing her chilled heart. When Teng Feng started to clean up the dishes, Qing Ge, sitting obediently in the chair, finally realized that today was the first day of the new year. And why was he home alone? She didn't think too much, just quietly asked as she looked at his back. Teng Feng buzzed, the plates in his hands clattering together. "They aren't he home? Not home. Not home on the first day of the new year? Did Annie go to have fun?" She had even run into Lin Yi shopping with Annie not long before she went abroad. At that time, she felt quite sad. She also had the surname Lin, but was rejected by the person she liked. Meanwhile, another girl with the surname Lin could intimately shop with her crush's mother. Silence. Teng Feng didn't answer, placing the plates in the sink, standing silently for a while before turning back. "It's been a long time since I've seen Brother Teng Yi." Qing Ge sighed at the unpredictability of time. Someone she used to see often when she was young had suddenly disappeared without a trace. He must be busy with work, right? She heard Lin Ji say that Lin Yi went abroad for work and couldn't come back. Teng Feng sat back at the table, silently watching her, biting his lip, unsure of how to respond. 5 years ago, that collapse led to his younger brother, Teng Yi, disappearing and his mother becoming unwell. A well-functioning family just fell apart like that. It left him trapped, unable to confess his feelings to Qing Ge, let alone accept her. Teng Feng couldn't sleep all night, suddenly recalling his missing brother, his mother who had been sent to the hospital, and a happy family from 5 years ago. The plate of lamb from dinner made him feel restless and hot all over, tormenting him throughout the night. It was only when dawn broke that he gradually fell asleep. When he woke up the next morning, he sensed something was off. The room was quiet. Qing Ge was gone. Chapter 20. Qing Ge couldn't sleep all night. She lay on Teng Feng's bed, the fluffy down comforter carrying the fresh, rich scent of wood from a man, along with the smell of sunshine. Leaning against the headboard, she gazed at the starlight for hours. The stars were bright, and the night was peaceful, with snowflakes drifting down from the sky. After a long while, she felt a fleeting illusion that time was slipping back into her hands. When the sun rose in the east, Qing Ge rubbed her sore eyes. Unsure how to face her family or do Teng Feng, she wanted to go out for a walk. Perhaps the cool wind and snow from the north would chill the hot, angry blood coursing through her veins. As soon as her foot touched the ground in Oslo, she was stunned. It wasn't much colder than her home. Qing Ge planned to rest for a night in Oslo before taking a boat to the Arctic Circle the next day, hoping to see polar bears if luck was on her side. There was only one 5-star hotel in Oslo, so she had no choice but to check in there. She was quite lucky when she checked for flights at around 6 in the morning. She found a Finnair flight at 10 o'clock that required only one transfer and took just over 13 hours. The last-minute trip turned out to be the shortest flight time available, which made Qing Ge feel fortunate, as if it were fate. Even with the shortest flight time, the journey was tiring, especially after not sleeping at all the night before. Qing Ge headed straight back to her hotel room, didn't even bother to eat, took off her clothes, buried herself in the comforter, and fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning local time. Qing Ge turned over, and the comforter rustled. She reached out to turn on the bedside lamp. The dim yellow light illuminated the room, making her squint. She picked up her phone from the side. As soon as she powered it on, the phone vibrated nonstop. Leaning against the pillow, she felt her hand go numb from the influx of messages that caused the screen to lag. After 5 minutes, the flood of notifications finally stopped. When she opened the screen, she found it was all messages and calls from Teng Feng. Her family hadn't contacted her at all. How ironic. It started with "Where have you been?" and escalated to "You're not at home" or "Your dorm." "Where are you? Have you run away again?" to "Where is Xiao Ge? I'm worried about you. Please don't scare me." Finally, there was a resolute message. "I will definitely find you." Teng Feng had sent numerous messages in between, and as Qing Ge looked at the screen filled with words, her thoughts began to scatter. This person seemed to have changed quite a bit. He had never spoken so much to her before. Qing Ge bit her lip, feeling a bit reluctant. Not out of compassion, but because she felt he had saved her yesterday. After a moment's thought, she typed a message. "I'm out having fun. I'll be back in a while. Don't worry." After sending the message, Qing Ge sighed deeply, feeling conflicted about his anxious enthusiasm and her family's indifference. Her stomach growled, and Qing Ge got up, squatting down to open her suitcase and digging out a box of instant noodles. After finishing her meal with satisfaction, she patted her round little belly and lay back down on the bed, glancing at her phone again. Teng Feng hadn't replied, probably unwilling to respond to her. Qing Ge didn't think much of it, tossing her phone aside and turning on her tablet to watch a movie. Around 5 in the morning, feeling sleepy again, she snuggled back into the comforter for another nap. When she woke up, she saw a message from Ji. "Where are you? Why aren't you at home? Teng Feng is going crazy looking for you." It was around 10 o'clock at night in China. Qing Ge directly called Ji for a voice chat. "Where are you?" Ji listened to the static noise in the receiver, as the signal was particularly poor. Qing Ge didn't say much, just briefly summarized what had happened yesterday, and finally said, "I'm out having fun. I'll be back in a few days." As Ji listened to Qing Ge's account, his heart raced higher and higher, and finally, in a hoarse voice, he said, "It's my fault. I shouldn't have left." Qing Ge laughed nonchalantly. "You didn't know this would happen. I'm fine. Then have fun," Ji said, his drooping eyelids hiding his dark and unclear emotions. "I will definitely protect you in the future." The siblings exchanged a few more words before hanging up. After Ji ended the call, he sat by the window in a daze, not expecting his mother to do something like this. The more understanding Qing Ge became, the more it pained him. They were born into such a family. Were they not human? Why were they treated like animals, with every aspect of their lives controlled? Even who they could date, marry, or sleep with. Suddenly, he thought of his former weak and helpless self, unable to protect the woman he loved. And now he couldn't even protect his sister. Lin Ji angrily slammed the book beside him to the ground, grabbed his coat, and took his car keys to head out. If they wouldn't let the siblings live well, then they would never have it easy either. When Qing Ge woke up again, she felt her nose was a bit stuffy, probably from the cold air when she had opened the window to plan her escape. She boiled a kettle of hot water and sat on the sofa by the window, watching the sun rise. The sky in northern Europe was so blue. The blue sky and white clouds looked like a clear watercolor painting. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. Qing Ge turned around in surprise to look at the door. Who is it? She called out, realizing that the person outside wouldn't understand Chinese. She quickly got up and walked to the door, opening it to find a blonde, blue-eyed young man pushing a breakfast cart. Your breakfast? Qing Ge was confused. I didn't order breakfast. The Nordic man didn't speak English well, and Qing Ge wasn't fluent either, but they managed to communicate reasonably well. The blonde guy scratched his head, nodded blankly, and pushed the cart away. After closing the door, Qing Ge sighed with a smile. For a brief moment, when the doorbell rang, she had thought it would be Teng Feng, but how could it be him when he didn't even know where she was? Qing Ge shook her head lightly, realizing she had been half asleep. While checking out at the front desk, her phone rang. It was Shi Mu. Qing Ge smiled kindly at the receptionist and stepped aside to answer the video call. Why did it take you so long? Yedanashchimu complained softly. When he saw the girl on the other side, bundled up like a bear, Shi Mu's eyes widened in surprise. Are you dressed like that to go to the Arctic? Qing Ge was taken aback. How do you know? Shi Mu, in disbelief, bombarded her with questions like a machine gun. Who are you going with? Aren't you cold going that far? Aren't you the one who's most afraid of the cold? Wait, isn't it New Year's in China right now? Why are you going to the Arctic during the New Year? His brows furrowed as he continued. Is something wrong? Did that jerk bully you again? Qing Ye shook lid. A warm smile spreading across her face. I'll tell you when I have time. I'm checking out now. Today I'm flying to the Arctic Circle, then taking a boat. I'm so looking forward to it. Seeing Qing Ge in good spirits, Shi Mu smiled back. That sounds fun. I'll come find you to play. Qing Ge thought for a moment, wanting to say, if you have time, I'll wait for you. Just then, she felt someone press against her back. Qing Ye frusa, the familiar scent of wood enveloping her senses. A deep, magnetic voice sounded beside her ear. You don't need to accompany her. Thank you for your concern for Xiao Ge. After saying that, he ignored Shi Mu's suddenly changed expression and directly hung up the video call. He didn't step back either, but instead lowered his gaze and coldly stared at Qing Ge, realizing at that moment who this man was that constantly video called Qing Ge. It was actually Shi Mu. While his face remained expressionless, inside, Teng Feng was already boiling with jealousy. Shi Mu was the singer that Qing Ge had liked since she was a child. It seems that in the year Qing Ge has been away, many things have happened that he is unaware of. Now, Qing Ge and Shi Mu seem to have a closer relationship, but it's unclear how far they have gone. A sour feeling arises in his heart, and his tongue feels bitter. He has never felt such regret as he does at this moment. Teng Feng falls into his own thoughts, slightly tightening his grip on Qing Ge's hand. Ouch, Qing Ge says softly, twisting her wrist to pull her hand out of Teng Feng's grasp. After taking a step forward, she looks up at him and asks, what are you doing here? However, she feels a bit uneasy. Shi Mu just called him a dog man, and he probably didn't hear that. Teng Feng snorts coldly in his heart. What am I doing here? If I'm not here, you would run off with another man. After discovering that Qing Ge was missing yesterday, and recalling her previous quiet trip to America, Teng Feng immediately called his friends to check Qing Ge's travel records. He found out that she indeed went abroad. He drove his car like mad, almost causing an accident in his anxious state, and barely made it to the next flight to Oslo. Once on the plane, he gritted his teeth, thinking that one day he would make this little girl change her habit of disappearing without a word. His heart was in his throat. But upon seeing her laughing sweetly while video chatting with another man, Teng Feng felt like he was not just spitting blood, but losing his heart and lungs as well. Yet at this moment, seeing her red nose, her muffled voice, and her cautious sniff, his heart softened instantly. Forget it, There's plenty of time ahead. He just can't let her escape from his grasp. Are you catching a cold? Teng Feng suppressed his tumultuous emotions. Why did you come here if you're so afraid of the cold? I brought you some heat packs. After saying that, he pulled out a large bag of heat packs from the pocket of his jacket, tore open the packaging, and skillfully stuffed a few into her pockets. Qing Ge stared at him in a daze. Given Teng Feng's temper, she thought he would be angry or furious, but she didn't expect him to be so gentle. Could it be that he has changed? Where are we going next? I'll accompany you, Teng Feng said, looking deeply at her. He didn't mention the previous commotion that happened back home, nor did he talk about the anxiety he felt while searching for her. He simply said, I'll accompany you, as if he had merely stumbled upon her by chance. After speaking, he gently touched the cute little pom-pom on Qing Ge's hat. Qing Ge shivered, and after coming to her senses, she suddenly took a step back. Not knowing what she thought of, her previously soft demeanor completely vanished, and she coldly looked at him, saying, I don't want your company. Chapter 28, Qing Ge is complicated emotions. She remembered the collapse of her family when she was 17, and how Teng Feng appeared like a ray of light to take her away. Then she fell in love with him. But what happened afterward? Now he once again rescued her from her despair at home, and she was grateful to him. But she was scared. She was afraid of repeating the past. And she didn't want his sympathy. Their past was intertwined, but for the future, she wanted it to belong to herself. Throughout the journey, Qing Ge didn't speak to Teng Feng, and he didn't complain as long as she was by his side. Teng Feng stared at Qing Ge, and after a while, he finally irritated the young girl. What are you looking at? Qing Ge said, blushing half angry and half annoyed. Teng Feng's gaze swept past her, glancing at the dazzling light outside the plane window, then returned to her bright eyes, looking good. It was unclear whether he was referring to the scenery outside the plane or the person in front of him. Qing Ge was momentarily speechless, her expression complicated as she looked at him. What do you mean by how? Teng Feng raised an eyebrow. What do you mean how? How can you be so shameless? Your wife has run away. What's the use of having face? Teng Feng glanced at his eyes. Effortlessly taking the blanket the flight attendant handed him and covering Qing Ge with it. If you feel cold, tell me, and I'll warm your hands. Qing Ge stared at the man in disbelief, yanking the blanket to wrap herself tightly in it. Had he taken fake medicine or drunk fake wine? How had he turned into this? Even when Qing Ge used to like him and fantasized about being together, she never imagined that Teng Feng could be so flirtatious. Looking at the small red ears of the girl peeking out from the blanket, the man's eyes darkened, and he clenched his big hand resting on his thigh tightly. He suddenly felt that Wei Hung was right. He was indeed experienced. From now on, he would continue to work hard. Being able to coax his wife back home. What did face matter? The Arctic Circle was indeed cold, as the warm breath turned into swirling white smoke. After getting off the plane, Teng Feng followed closely behind Qing Ge. If she walked faster, he would pull the strap of her backpack to bring her back. How long are you going to follow me? After being tugged back 3 or 4 times, Qing Ge could no longer tolerate it, turning around to glare at the childish instigator. Teng Feng raised an eyebrow at her, his eyes clearly saying that she knew the answer. Although Qing Ge knew that in a foreign land, a man definitely couldn't let her walk alone. Seeing him act like a dog made her feel blocked and unhappy, with nowhere to hide and no way to deal with him. Qing Ge turned around angrily and walked outside. She didn't even realize that her soul, which had gradually become quiet since going abroad, seemed to be coming back to life. Qing Ge's travel itinerary in Oslo was already set. She wanted to see the snow and the aurora. Originally, it was planned for one person, but now there was an extra person. The tour guide was a bit unhappy, but Teng Feng silently took out a stack of local cash, and the tour guide immediately smiled. Who said Scandinavians didn't love money? People all over the world love money. Qing Ge rolled her eyes in silence from behind. Teng Feng moved the small stones in the path of pursuing his wife and strode towards Qing Ge. Although he still had his usual expressionless look, his eyes were shining brightly, and he was enveloped in a joyful glow. He stood in front of Qing Ge, staring at her, then slightly leaned in to whisper something like a big secret. Look at what I've done. Qing Ge raised her eyes, seeing the laughter in his gaze, and inexplicably thought of the big wolf dog they had raised at home before. Teng Feng's cold and indifferent godlike persona crumbled at that moment. Since they were here, Qing Ge recognized the reality of Teng Feng clinging to her. It felt oddly surreal, as if she didn't know what year it was. The arrangement for the day was simple: to go out and see the aurora. The local tour guide said the aurora was particularly beautiful and breathtaking. When he was feeling down, he would take a gun and run to places with few people to see the aurora. He carried a gun because polar bears often search for food in the area, which was unsafe. As soon as she heard polar bear, Qing Ge's eyes lit up. The tour guide quickly waved his hands, fearing he wasn't serious enough, and frowned. Polar bears are very dangerous. Don't get too close. There are always travelers who misinterpret the polar bear's cute appearance. It is a huge and fierce carnivore, weighing up to 300 pounds in winter after fattening up. It has nothing to do with being cute. At noon, the tour guide took them to a famous local restaurant for a meal. After eating, Qing Ge felt a bit of pain in her stomach. During the meal, Teng Feng had been staring at her, which made her emotions complicated, and she could only eat quietly. Then she ended up overeating. After paying the bill, Teng Feng turned to see Qing Ge holding her stomach, her delicate eyebrows furrowed. "What's wrong?" Teng Feng strode over and quietly asked. Qing Ge thought about how they were about to head to the small cabin outside the town to see the aurora, and didn't want to delay the schedule. So she shook her head. Teng Feng frowned, staring at her without speaking, and after a while, he walked away, not knowing where he went. Qing Ge silently sighed in relief, feeling like someone was stabbing her stomach with a sharp, pointed object, causing her intense pain. The down jacket was very thick, and Qing Ge's small face turned pale from the pain. She slightly bent over, feeling a bit more comfortable. After a moment, footsteps approached. Qing Ge quickly wiped her forehead and stood up straight, thinking it was Teng Feng returning, but it was the tour guide. The tour guide looked at her and cautiously helped her to sit down next to her seat, saying with some emotion, "Your husband is really worried about you. He saw you were uncomfortable and immediately went out." "Went out? Wait, husband?" "He is not my husband," Qing Ge said quietly. The tour guide was a bit surprised. That sharp-looking Eastern man had clearly told him in the morning that he had upset his wife and was chasing after her to accompany her. However, the tour guide, with his rugged and open Northern European character, was not interested in probing into the guest's privacy. "But he really cares about you. You're having stomach pains, right?" Although the tour guide phrased it as a question, his conclusion was a definite affirmation. Qing Ge was full of questions in her eyes. How did the tour guide know? She thought she was hiding it well. That young man could tell at a glance that you were uncomfortable and ran out to buy medicine. When he was paying, he glanced at you and told me you might have a stomach ache. If he didn't love you very much, how could he be so perceptive? The tour guide, in his 40s, was round and chubby, and even though he was a foreigner, he had an inexplicable big brother from Northeast China vibe. The tour guide patted Qing Ge's shoulder. "God bless you." When Teng Feng returned, he saw Qing Ge sitting there with her head down, lost in thought. Teng Feng quickly walked over, bringing a gust of cold wind, took out the medicine across the table, carefully picked it up and placed it in his palm, then went to get a cup of hot water. There is no habit of drinking hot water abroad, and asking for a cup of hot water usually costs money. He returned to the table, gently touching Qing Ge's forehead with the back of his hand. "Little Ge, take this." He placed the medicine in her palm and handed her the glass of water across the table. After drinking the hot water, Qing Ge felt much more comfortable, sipping it in small gulps, and looked up at him in confusion. "Why are you standing so far away?" The man still stood across the table, watching her with concern. "It's too cold. I'm afraid it will freeze you." There was only one pharmacy in the small town. Teng Feng was anxious and rushed out to find it. And after buying the medicine, he hurried back. The temperature difference between indoors and outdoors was quite large. And with Qing Ge having stomach pain and Teng Feng bringing in cold air, he didn't dare to get too close. Qing Ge was momentarily stunned by his words, raising her eyes to glance at him, unsure of what feelings stirred within her. So this is how he loved someone. Qing Ge parted her lips a couple of times, suddenly recalling the past 5 years that felt like a one-man show, but in the end, she remained silent. Teng Feng noticed that Qing Ge was uncomfortable and directly canceled their planned aurora trip that evening. "I'm not in pain anymore," Qing Ge said somewhat reluctantly. However, Teng Feng was firm in his stance, peeking into Qing Ge's room as he stood at her door. "Let's observe it tomorrow. If it still hurts, we can go the day after." Qing Ge looked at him in disbelief. After all, it was her outing, so why was he arranging her schedule? If she had known it would be like this, she should have shaken him off back in Oslo. Qing Ge thought to herself, and her face reflected her feelings. Upon seeing her expression, Teng Feng's face darkened, and the air around him seemed to chill instantly. Qing Ge became even more annoyed, wondering who he thought he was acting like a big shot. Did he really think she was the same girl he had bullied before? Qing Ge shot him a fierce glare and slammed the door shut with a bang. Fuming, she returned to her room and sat on the bed, growing angrier as she thought about it. Was she really going to repeat the same mistakes? No, that was impossible. Why should he look down on her and arrange her life? Did he still think she was the girl chasing after him? Or that she was still one of his company's artists? Although Qing Ge rationally understood that Teng Feng meant well, emotionally, she couldn't accept it. His face, covered with a layer of icy coldness just now, was so similar to the scene from their last unpleasant encounter in the CEO's office at Greenlight. That day was the most humiliating and sorrowful day of her life. The more Qing Ge thought about it, the sadder she felt, until her eyes turned red. She sniffed, clenched her small fists, and resolved not to let that dog of a man affect her mood any longer. She would take charge of her own life. After quietly waiting for a few hours, the hallway fell silent. Qing Ge quietly grabbed her backpack and tiptoed to the door. She intended to sneakily change to a room downstairs. Although she was angry, she remained rational. Changing hotels alone in a foreign country at night was unsafe and unrealistic. She planned to switch rooms and make a run for it in the morning while the man was caught off guard. Qing Ge reached the door, pressed her ear against the door panel, and listened quietly for a moment. There was complete silence. Taking a deep breath and holding it in, she slowly opened the door. The old wooden door creaked as Qing Ge pulled it open more gently, her scalp tingling with nervousness. The door fully opened, and there was no one outside. She had thought the dog of a man would block her. It seemed he wasn't that formidable after all. A sweet smile spread across Qing Ge's small face as her escape plan began. Chapter 22. The corridor was covered with a thick carpet. Even so, Qing Ge still lightened her footsteps, tiptoeing towards the staircase. The little one she found at the last minute today was quite old-fashioned, a 3-story building without an elevator. The small town was mostly made up of 1- or 2-story low houses, far from the high-rise buildings of urban landscapes. Just thinking about how surprised Teng Feng would be tomorrow morning made her feel quite pleased. Let him act like a big shot. She even chuckled softly to herself. What is so funny? Qing Ge paused, the smile still faintly visible on her face, and looked up in astonishment. A complex mix of emotions crossed her face, twisting her pretty little features. "What are you doing here?" she asked incredulously. She even took out her phone to check the time. It was almost midnight. What was he doing here instead of sleeping in his room? Teng Feng stood in front of her with his arms crossed, looking at her with a half-smile, waiting to catch a little rabbit trying to escape. After saying that, he glanced at the backpack behind Qing Ge and chuckled softly, not expecting to actually catch her. Qing Ge's escape plan failed after she crossed half the corridor. It turned out that in the next room, Qing Ge was sulking on the sofa, glaring at the man standing in front of her in silence. Teng Feng didn't take it to heart. Instead, he felt a faint joy. This version of Qing Ge was much better than when she ignored him. She was radiating warmth. You become bold, daring to sneak away. What would you do if you encountered danger? He still needed to educate her. Just thinking about her actually running away made his heart tighten. What are you running from? Teng Feng asked in a low voice. Qing Ge remained silent. The man gritted his teeth and chuckled softly. He thought to himself that he was already shameless. So why be afraid of her cold treatment? He stepped forward and sat on the coffee table in front of the little girl, his hard knees pressed against her slender legs. "Are you going to talk?" He leaned forward, looking straight into her eyes. Qing Ge felt as if his gaze burned her, the strong presence of the man overwhelming her. She quickly turned her face away, refusing to look at him. Teng Feng chuckled softly, noticing her flushed ears, licked his lips, and inched closer, resting his arms on the sofa and looking down at the little person in his arms, already catching the sweet scent coming from her. "Still not talking?" Qing Ge's face turned bright red, angry. She looked just like an angry jade rabbit spirit, raised her leg, and kicked the man. Unfortunately, it was like a tickle to him. Teng Feng's expression turned serious, the light-hearted teasing disappearing. He leaned in a bit closer, his nose brushing against Qing Ge's fair neck. And after a moment, he sighed as if admitting defeat. "Tell me, or I won't change." Teng Feng knew he must have done something to upset the little girl, making her want to run away, just like a year ago. Qing Ge glared at him fiercely, seeing his neat temples and gentle eyebrows. And the man before her strangely overlapped with the one from before. She sniffled lightly, "You're fierce with me." That referred to just now, and also to the past. Teng Feng froze for a moment. Fierce with her? How could he bear to? He was afraid she wouldn't be comfortable even if he held her in his hands. After thinking carefully, he realized that he might have been a bit harsh when he was concerned about her. "I'm sorry, I'll pay attention in the future." As he spoke, his warm breath brushed against Qing Ge's neck, making her hair stand on end. She felt like she was about to explode from heat. Her heart raced, and she pushed the man away randomly. "I'm going back to sleep in my room." Teng Feng initially retreated, but upon hearing this, he paused, his expression deepening. "You can't run anymore. Do you understand? You can tell me anything, but don't run again. If you run again, I don't know what I might do." Just thinking about her disappearing made Teng Feng's heart tremble. Thoughts of locking her by his side swirled in his mind. After saying that, he looked at Qing Ge's astonished wide eyes and touched her forehead. "Sleep here. I'm afraid you'll run." "Don't worry. I'll sleep on the floor." Without waiting for Qing Ge to refuse, Teng Feng stood up and pulled her down onto the bed. He efficiently spread a blanket on the floor and turned off the light. It was as if he was afraid Qing Ge would refuse. After doing all this, Teng Feng lay down directly. With a military background, he was highly efficient. Less than a minute passed after finishing everything. The room fell silent. Only the sound of their breathing could be heard. Qing Ge rested her hands on the blanket, staring dazedly at the dark ceiling, her heart in turmoil. Teng Feng was also somewhat nervous. Despite looking relaxed just now, his heart was racing like a barking dog, afraid that Qing Ge would reject him. Listening to her gradually steadying breaths, he finally relaxed. He had good eyesight and could see Qing Ge's small hand resting by the window, even in the dark. Teng Feng licked his lips, ultimately unable to resist the temptation of his heart, and gently reached out to hook her little finger with his. The movement was soft, as if afraid of desecrating a deity. Teng Feng held his breath as he intertwined his fingers with Qing Ge's, suddenly mocking himself in his heart. He was over 30, yet he acted like a clumsy teenager. In the night, Qing Ge's eyelashes fluttered. If the light were on, one would see that her face was about to explode from blushing. The next morning, Teng Feng felt as if he had spent the night in a muddled dream, feeling hot and restless, not daring to look at Qing Ge. After taking a stroll to cool down, he noticed something was off with her. If he had to pinpoint what was wrong, he thought for a moment. It was probably the silence. It was a bit different from the cold treatment before. After their little quarrel last night, Teng Feng didn't dare to ask, fearing he might anger the little lady again. While visiting the uninhabited area outside the town to see the wooden cabin, the tour guide explained everything in detail to Teng Feng, while Qing Ge walked behind with her head down, seemingly lost in thought. After looking around, Teng Feng noticed Qing Ge's silence and frowned, but ultimately suppressed his curiosity, turning back to the tour guide to say that they would choose this wooden cabin. He also carefully asked about the safety rules. On the way back to the town in the tour guide's vehicle, he thought this wasn't right either. Taking advantage of the guide's inattention, he leaned close to Qing Ge and whispered, "How about I make you grilled fish for dinner tonight?" After a few days abroad, he initially enjoyed the novelty of the food, but he started to miss the flavors of home. Upon hearing the words grilled fish, Qing Ge raised her eyebrows and glanced at Teng Feng. The man wore a gentle, coaxing expression. A mature man who had navigated the business world knew how to charm someone when he put his mind to it. Spicy salt or barbecue flavor? Teng Feng was intent on coaxing Qing Ge into talking to him, deliberately making her choose. Sure enough, Qing Ge fell into the trap. She thought for a moment and replied, "Barbecue flavor, I guess." Teng Feng's heart burst with joy. Though he didn't show it, his expression softened. "What else do you want to drink? I'll go buy it later." Since he had initiated the first sentence, the rest of the conversation flowed easily. After dark, the tour guide set up the safety equipment and explained it to Teng Feng once more in detail. A circle of thin lines surrounded the wooden cabin, ultimately connected to a trigger in a huge wooden box. If a polar bear brushed against the thin line, a gun would go off, startling the polar bear into fleeing. Despite weighing over 1,000 pounds, sometimes they could be quite timid. Returning to the cabin, Qing Ge was curled up near the charcoal fire, warming herself. Teng Feng glanced at her, but didn't say anything. He took the fish he had bought in the afternoon, skewered it with a stick, and quietly grilled it over the charcoal fire. After grilling one fish, he nudged the still-dazed Qing Ge and naturally handed it to her. Today, Teng Feng was particularly well-behaved, completely suppressing his strong and cold aura. Qing Ge was taken aback, and when she turned her head, she saw the delicious aroma of grilled fish. After receiving it, she suddenly realized, "What about yours? It's being grilled right now." Without saying more, he took another fish and placed it on the charcoal fire. Qing Ge nibbled at the fish beside him, and to be honest, Teng Feng's grilling skills were really good. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with juicy fish oil dripping out. "Let's talk." After eating halfway, Qing Ge said softly. Teng Feng's hand, which was turning the stick, paused for a moment as he suddenly felt his throat tighten. "What do you want to talk about?" Qing Ge got up and found a small tray nearby to put the unfinished fish on, then sat back down beside the man, turning to look at him seriously. "If you liked me before, why did you treat me that way?" After last night, Qing Ge had a sudden urge to clarify things. She had thought about it all day and decided to do it. She really couldn't understand. Although she didn't want to be in a relationship now, she found his drastic change strange. Seeing him in a stance, as if he had caught a rabbit and wouldn't let go, she wanted to ask clearly while their relationship was still good. Knowing the reason would allow her to clearly refuse him. Teng Feng fell silent for a moment at her words. The fish in his hand was done, and upon hearing Qing Ge's question, he lost his appetite and placed the fish on the tray like she did. He stared blankly at the hot charcoal fire for a while, and when he spoke again, his voice was somewhat hoarse. "Only my wife can know. Do you really want to hear it?" Just as Qing Ge was about to get angry, Teng Feng smiled and patted her jokingly. Teng Feng got up to grab a can of beer, popping it open with a crisp sound. "Then I need to drink a little. From now on, I will tell you everything you want to know." For some reason, Qing Ge felt that this sentence was somewhat heavy. Over the next hour, Qing Ge heard a very sad story. Originally, a happy family. The three men all catered to the family's only woman, but things changed after the younger son got married. The older son had been in the army for a long time, so the younger son accompanied the mother at home. The younger son doted on his wife, and the mother couldn't stand the disparity. She had been in the top position for over 50 years and couldn't bear being ignored. Thinking of ways to undermine her daughter-in-law, she tried to ruin the relationship between her son and daughter-in-law, and after several years of turmoil, she became obsessed, even forcing them to divorce when her daughter-in-law was pregnant. The daughter-in-law, unable to bear it, had a miscarriage, yet the mother still wouldn't let them go, even causing a scene at her in-law's house to see if her son was still looking for that vixen, if he still had feelings for her. The younger son couldn't take it anymore and had a huge argument with his parents, wanting to sever ties. As a result, his father was so angry that he suffered a heart attack, and when the ambulance arrived, it was too late. He was gone. With her husband dead, the younger son ran away from home. After a few days of silence, the mother went even crazier. She forced her eldest son, who had a bright future in the army, to transfer out and be close to her. The eldest son, fearing he would repeat the tragic fate of his brother, hesitated even when faced with the affection of the girl he loved. He was afraid of hurting her. The charcoal fire in the small cabin crackled, and Teng Feng's eyes were slightly red, seemingly covered by a layer of mist. He rested his arms on his thighs, turned his head to look at Qing Ge, and smiled awkwardly. "Do you think this eldest son deserves forgiveness?" Chapter 23. A man's eyes are like an unfathomable ocean, gently rippling at this moment, filled with pain. Qing Ge's throat felt as if a handful of dry gravel had been thrown in, both dry and itchy. Her red lips parted slightly, yet she didn't know what to say. This was probably the most regretful thing Teng Feng had ever done. He no longer looked at her, lowering his head to stare at the hot coals, and said faintly, "I'll heat the fish up for you again." Eat well, don't starve. Du Tingfeng adjusted his emotions very quickly as he continued to grill the fish. The turbulent emotions on his face had completely settled. After you're full and warm, I'll take you to see the aurora. A moment later, Du Tongfeng handed her the fragrant, crispy grilled fish, and Qing Ge pinched the far end of the bamboo skewer to take it. The little cabin was filled only with the sound of quiet chewing. Ever since Du Tongfeng spoke, Qing Ge's mind had been buzzing. What he said struck her like a bomb exploding in front of her. In her memories, Du Tingfeng's family was clearly quite happy. Du Tingfeng was often away, and the family was taken care of by Du Tongye. Du Tongye's personality was the complete opposite of Du Tingfeng. If Du Tongfeng was cold and silent, Du Tongye was a lively little son, the joy of everyone. She still remembered when she first entered high school, having done poorly on an exam and being afraid to go home for fear of being scolded by her mother. She hid outside the yard, and Du Tongye came over, casually smiling with a hint of mischief, sitting next to her and teasing, "Oh, little sister is crying again. Should big brother help you vent?" Or when Du Tongye occasionally visited, he would always slip her some candy before leaving, winking and saying, "This is from your brother Tengfeng," intentionally making her blush. Qing Ge truly couldn't imagine how such a person could be driven to run away from home. Even more shocking to her was the mother Du mentioned. Aunt Du would always greet her with a gentle smile, sometimes reaching out to touch her little face, sighing softly that she had lost weight and advising her to eat more. At that time, she secretly felt grateful and a bit excited, embarrassed to think that Aunt Du would be a wonderful mother-in-law in the future. She hadn't seen Du Tingye in recent years. She thought he was really down south working hard. When Uncle Du passed away, her father had lamented to her, "Old Du was such an outstanding person. It's heartbreaking that he died young." Little did she know the truth was like this. Qing Ge nibbled on the grilled fish, stealing a glance at the silent man beside her. She had always thought Uncle Du died of illness, but it turned out he had been driven to death by the unrest at home. The Du family appeared to be flourishing and joyful, but in reality, it was all just a facade hiding decay. For a moment, Qing Ge sighed. She couldn't imagine how much pain this man had endured over the years. When he spoke just now, it was impossible not to be touched. But she was truly a bit scared now, regardless of the reason. The process of her love was painful, and the ending was tragic. Rationally, she could accept the reasons he gave, but emotionally, she couldn't. She had shed so many tears and spent countless sleepless nights, even because of the previous incident with the drug. Now she felt extremely repulsed by any physical contact with the opposite sex, let alone falling in love. After filling their stomachs, the night had completely darkened, and the two prepared to go out to see the aurora. Pushing open the wooden door, a chilly wind rushed in, brushing past their noses, making Qing Ge shrink her neck and shiver. The little girl looked like a round cotton ball, and with that shiver, Du Tongfeng's gloomy emotions were calmed considerably. Qing Ge took a couple of steps forward, hands in her pockets, looking up at the sky. In the pitch-black night sky, bright, twinkling stars were scattered everywhere. Their luck was quite good. Not long after stepping outside, the ethereal aurora floated down from the night sky, so close it seemed she could reach out and touch it. Flickering in and out, it emitted a pale blue and green glow. Watching the ever-changing aurora, Qing Ge was shocked in her heart, silently marveling at how mysterious and vast the universe was. Compared to the decades of human life on Earth, it was merely a blink of an eye, like an ant. Suddenly thinking of the usually strong and cold man who had just shown a glimpse of his fragile pain, Qing Ge turned to look at him, only to find herself frozen in place. Unexpectedly, Du Tongfeng was not looking at the aurora at all. His narrow, expressive eyes were fixed intently on her. She could even see the deep affection and pain that had not yet been concealed in his gaze. Qing Ge felt uneasy under his stare, retracting her gaze to look at the sky. After a while, she secretly glanced to the side. He was still looking at her, with her delicate brows furrowed together. Qing Ge felt a bit angry. "Why aren't you looking at the aurora? Why do you keep staring at me?" Du Tongfeng paid no attention to her sulky attitude. Instead, he found it somewhat cute and leaned closer to her, curling his lips into a smile without saying anything. This attitude of letting her do as she pleased made Qing Ge feel a bit uncomfortable. She knew he was in pain, but she didn't know what she could offer him. What he thought of, she couldn't give. It was too cold outside. After looking at the aurora for a while, Du Tongfeng took some commemorative photos of her and urged her to go back inside. He had already caught a slight cold earlier, and with the Arctic Circle being so cold, it would be bad if it worsened. Even if Qing Ge didn't take it seriously, she was right under his nose, and Du Tongfeng felt he couldn't be careless. After a day of exhausting activities, it was quite late. The wooden cabin had a few simple wooden beds. He originally thought it wouldn't be very warm inside, but after coming back from outside, he felt, it was simply paradise. Qing Ge rubbed her reddened, frozen nose, her eyes also turning red from the cold. She leaned in front of the mirror at the door and softly muttered, "I really look like a little rabbit." Just then, Du Tongfeng, who was right behind her, heard this, and his expression deepened, suddenly thinking of another way to make her look like a little rabbit. Unfortunately, he had been too foolish in the past. Otherwise, now, both of them could probably have little rabbit babies. After the two finished washing up and prepared to turn off the lights and sleep, Qing Ge was wrapped in her sleeping bag, looking like a chubby little silkworm. There was charcoal fire in between them, and the sound of crackling coals filled her ears. She turned her head slightly in the dim light to see if the man was asleep. There was no movement on the other side. Her small hands rested on the sleeping bag, tightly squeezing the edge. Once it quieted down, 100 emotions surged in her heart. She felt a bit sorry for him, but she also felt that it was wrong for him to have hurt her in the past. The real life of Du Tongfeng, unveiled from his cold facade, was actually so tragic. The kind-hearted little girl wanted to do something, but hesitated. Taking a deep breath, she glanced over there again, her heart pounding, not knowing why the polar bear in her heart was jumping on a trampoline. She tightly closed her eyes. Would he be able to hear her? Let us see what fate has in store. I want to forgive you. Your pain is real, and my tears are real too. I don't want to fall in love right now, but I can accept being friends with you. Qing Ge's voice was soft and low, drowned out by the sound of the burning coals. As soon as she finished speaking, a loud thud came from the other side, and the man's hoarse voice responded, "Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll do as you say." Oh no, she was actually overheard. Qing Ge felt inexplicably relaxed, but more than that, she felt embarrassed. She quickly turned over to the side, presenting him with her back, closed her eyes, and prepared to sleep. Du Tongfeng's large, bony hand covered his eyes, feeling a warmth in his heart and a heat in front of him. A tear slowly fell from the corner of his eye, and he gently lifted the corner of his lips, but didn't dare to laugh out loud. He just knew that little girl was the kindest little girl in the world. After watching the aurora, Qing Ge's cold indeed worsened. Du Tongfeng ignored her objections and forcefully pushed her onto the plane. "You want to go to the Arctic? I'll accompany you next time." Originally, Qing Ge's plan was to take a boat to see the Arctic glaciers. "But you can't go now. Come home with me." Du Tongfeng was unyielding, showing none of the pleading demeanor he had before. Qing Ge sniffed, thinking to herself that she shouldn't have felt sorry for him last night. The man, seeing her mischievous expression, knew what she was thinking and helplessly patted her little head. "Be good, think of me too." Qing Ge was puzzled. What should I think of him? Du Tongfeng turned to look around, leaned closer to her ear, and said, "You are especially charming when you have a cold." Qing Ge widened her eyes in disbelief, thinking, is he a fool? No, he's a pervert. Du Tongfeng covered her eyes with his big hand and gently pushed her head towards the window, smiling faintly. He was speaking from the heart. When she had a cold, her eyes were beautifully moist and misty, her cheeks flushed, and her nose slightly pink. When she spoke, her voice had a cute nasal tone, combined with the faint fragrance she had at that moment. Du Tongfeng helplessly closed his eyes, wondering when he had become so shameless. But he truly felt a warmth radiating from his heart. It was about to explode. In the brief moment after those words, countless images of her flashed through his mind. Suddenly, he recalled Wei Hang's teasing remark before going abroad, "Qing Ge's charm is really great. It even set your old house on fire." Du Tongfeng siged enwardly. It was more than just a fire. He was almost burnt to ashes. What was frustrating was that the instigator remained oblivious, completely unaware of the effect she had on him. Every moment, she made him feel uncomfortable all over. On the way back, Qing Ge slept the entire time. Du Tongfeng was worried she might be too hot or too cold, so he kept adjusting the blanket for her. When it was time to disembark, he dawdled and ended up being the last one off the plane. As he reached the door, he suddenly noticed a row of flight attendants standing in front of the cabin, looking at her enviously. "Qing Ge, Welcome aboard this flight. Wishing you a pleasant life. After speaking, one of the flight attendants couldn't help but quietly exclaim, "Your partner treats you so well." The flight attendant spoke sincerely. When she went to serve water, she saw the girl snuggled in the man's arms sleeping, and when the man noticed her coming, he gently shushed her and waved his hand lightly. What a good man. He must really love her. The flight attendant had just broken up with a scumbag and was truly envious. Although Qing Ge was confused by the compliment, she politely nodded and smiled. After Qing Ge had left the plane and walked away, the flight attendant suddenly came to her senses and exclaimed to her colleague, "Was that just Qing Ge?" After saying that, she became even more envious, as that man looked either rich or noble. Once her work shift was over, the flight attendant returned to the changing room and took out her phone to post a Weibo message, expressing her astonishment. Qing Ge was completely unaware of this at that moment. Her mood suddenly soured. After getting off the plane, her phone buzzed. Looking down, she realized it was her troublesome mother. Chapter 24. Qing Ge's drowsy expression instantly faded as she clicked her tongue. What a coincidence! She had been away for a few days, and her family hadn't contacted her at all. The moment she returned to the country, they called. Looking back at how she had run away a few days ago, she felt a bit cowardly. Clearing her throat, she answered the phone coldly. "Hello?" One must not lose face. There was a brief pause on the other end of the line, but it didn't seem to matter. "Hurry back home immediately." Qing Ge let out a cold laugh and hung up without saying anything. When she looked up, she saw Teng Feng watching her with concern. Qing Ge took a couple of steps toward him and gestured for him to continue walking outside. "I might need to go home for a bit. I can't have dinner with you anymore." Teng Feng parked the car in the airport parking lot, making it quite convenient to go back. As Qing Ge approached, she secretly circled around. The man turned back, looking at her in confusion. "What's wrong?" Qing Ge glanced at the obvious scratch on the right rear side of the car and gently shook her head. The scratch was from when Teng Feng was rushing to the airport and accidentally scraped it. Once in the car, Qing Ge pressed her lips together, watching the man skillfully drive out. After thinking for a moment, she couldn't help but say, "You need to pay attention to safety when driving in the future." Teng Feng was taken aback by her words, but after a moment, a smile spread across his face as he gently replied, "Okay, I'll listen to you." Qing Ge. It was obviously her who valued her life, so why was he suddenly so cheerful? "Find a place to stop, and I'll take a taxi," Qing Ge said. Teng Feng shot her a glance. "I'll take you." Before Qing Ge could refuse, he continued, "We agreed before that I wouldn't let you go back alone. Don't worry, I'll wait for you outside. I won't go in." Teng Feng was careful not to let Qing Ge feel uncomfortable about him appearing in front of her family. Qing Ge was momentarily stunned. She had forgotten he had said that before, and she was surprised he still remembered. She softly hummed in response and leaned her head back against the seat, not speaking any further. The closer they got to home, the heavier her heart felt, gradually sinking. It really wasn't a place she could still call home anymore. It seemed like it couldn't be. When her mother forced her to study finance, although they had a big fight, she felt it was somewhat understandable. Many Chinese parents are like that, always wanting their children to do what they think is best. Some of it is foolish, overbearing love, and some is overwhelming control. She originally thought her mother might belong to the former, so she could tolerate it. However, after this forced matchmaking incident, she felt her mother seemed to belong to the latter. Matchmaking and marriage were quite common in their circle, but no one had ever done it so ruthlessly. With her mind clear, she prepared for the worst. The confusion in her eyes faded, replaced by determination. When Qing Ge got out of the car, her previously gloomy expression disappeared, and she even bent down to wave at Teng Feng. "You can go back now. Don't wait." She was about to make a big scene, and who knows how long it would take. Teng Feng looked at her and said, "Okay," without expressing any negativity, just gently saying, "Go ahead." As soon as she entered, she saw her mother sitting in the center of the sofa, dressed imposing as ever, almost like she was ready to wear a mink coat inside. Her father silently sat on the side, not even close to her mother. Qing Ge raised her eyebrows in surprise, but didn't ask anything. "Aren't you the strongest? You even know to come back?" her mother said coldly, with a sarcastic tone. Qing Ge stood up immediately. "Then I'm leaving." Lin Fu quickly got up, took a few steps forward, and grabbed Qing Ge's hand, glaring angrily at his wife. "What are you talking about? Isn't it you who called our daughter back?" Qing Ge's mother didn't expect her husband to explode and fell silent, lowering her head to arrange the bee-brand shawl draped over her shoulders. Lin Fu pulled Qing Ge to sit beside him, holding her hand and patting it. "You're pretty impressive. You can even command your brother." Qing Ge's mother slightly restrained her tone, but her dissatisfaction still overflowed. "Brother? What's wrong with him?" Qing Ge didn't bother with her mother and looked back at her father. Lin Fu leaned in and whispered, "Your brother smashed his house when he came back a few days ago." Qing Ge raised her eyebrows and chuckled softly. She didn't expect her unreliable brother Lin Ji to do something so bold while she was away. "What are you laughing at? What's so funny?" Qing Ji's mother exploded. Qing Ge realized she couldn't have a conversation with the woman who gave birth to her. The person opposite her was looking at her with disdain. How could they continue the conversation? Clearing her throat, she noticed both of their gazes were on her and prepared to cut the matter short. "We both dislike each other, so I won't come back anymore. If you want to find someone for a marriage alliance, I think you should adopt a child first. Whoever you want to marry is fine with me, but don't think about me." Qing Ji's mother was furious, sitting up straight, glaring at her with wide eyes. As for her dad, if he wanted to see her, he could call her, and she would go to his school to find him. This speech made Qing Ji's mother so angry that her face turned red. The fine lines at the corners of her eyes became more pronounced, and the veins on her neck bulged. What was wrong with what she had done? Wasn't it all for everyone's good? "I am your mother," Qing Ye pouted. "If you don't treat me like your child, why should I treat you like my mother?" After saying this, she felt it was pointless. She had said everything she needed to say, stood up, and walked out. Lin Fu held onto Qing Ji's hand, and seeing her leave, he felt a pang of pity. "Let her go. This ungrateful one. I'll just pretend I never gave birth to her." Qing Ji's previously soft expression turned cold in an instant. She gently broke free from her father's rough hand and took one last look at him before turning and walking away. As she closed the door, she heard the sounds of arguing inside, the sound of a porcelain vase falling, and a woman's sharp shout. As soon as she stepped outside, she saw the familiar black SUV still parked there. The moment she appeared, it honked lightly twice. Qing Ge hesitated, wanting to refuse, but Teng Feng rolled down the window, leaning against the car and smiling at her. "Come on, I'll take you to see Shishi's baby. It's almost a month old. Have you bought a gift?" Qing Ge was momentarily stunned, realizing she had completely forgotten about her good friend's important day. She quickly walked a few steps. "So soon?" "Oh no, I haven't bought anything yet." "When is it?" Qing Ge asked hopefully in a small voice, thinking if it was in a couple of days, she would still have time to prepare. "Yesterday." Qing Ge fell silent, obediently climbing into the black SUV, letting out a long sigh. "Quick, go to the nearest mall, hurry." Her earlier low mood was immediately thrown out the window by Teng Feng's words. Qing Ge, nestled in the passenger seat, felt guilty for forgetting her best friend's important day while she was out having fun. Not to mention, she was out with this dog of a man beside her. She could already imagine Yan Cece's expression when she found out. A mix of laughter and mocking. It was simply too embarrassing. At a nearby mall, the two went straight to the maternity and baby floor. A handsome guy and a beautiful girl walking together drew a lot of attention. As soon as they reached the top of the stairs, they were stopped by a clerk standing at the door of the first store. "What would you like to buy? Baby supplies or toys?" Qing Ge glanced at Teng Feng. "I've never bought any." Teng Feng picked up on her reliance and felt his heart melt. "Let's just take a look first." He thought that would make the clerk quiet down, but unexpectedly, this enthusiastic lady in her 40s got even more excited. "Oh, are you two newlyweds? How many babies are you planning to have? How many months along are you? Do you know if it's a boy or a girl?" Boys' clothes are usually bought in blue, while girls' clothes are often pink. If you don't know the gender, gray or yellow will also do. Qing is going crazy. She's still a young girl. How could it look like she's pregnant? Actually, it's not the shop assistant's fault. Couples who shop maternity and baby stores one-on-one are either trying to conceive or already pregnant. It's not like young couples who are just dating would come to these places, and definitely not ordinary friends shopping together. Looking back at how the man just looked at the little girl, it's definitely a done deal. Moreover, Qing Ge didn't wear any makeup today. Her face is pale and tender, and when her brows and eyes soften, it really gives off that vibe. She was buying for a friend, and her little face turned red from the commotion, stammering as she spoke. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I really spoke out of turn. The shop assistant has a good personality, thinking that the two probably just started dating, and she misread the situation, casually covering her mouth and repeatedly apologizing. The little person in Qing Ge's heart was screaming in frustration. What good is an apology? Teng Feng was calm and carefully looking at a set of blue clothes and a pair of white little shoes. He glanced back at Qing Ge, who looked like she was about to explode from embarrassment, and decided to rescue her. Which one do you think is better? Qing Ge was stuttering, suddenly unsure of what to say. The shop assistant came over, smiling brightly, saying, "Sir, you have great taste. These are our best-selling items. This blue outfit is made of pure cotton," and the shop assistant carefully opened a sample, saying, "Look, there are no seams inside. A baby's skin is very delicate, and it can easily get scratched. And these shoes, although newborns won't use them right away, they're usually bought as keepsakes. Look how cute these little shoes are." Teng Feng hummed in agreement, taking them to look closely, and while looking, he leaned over and whispered to Qing Ge. The shop assistant couldn't help but exclaim, "Men like you are so rare. How many men are this thoughtful when buying these things? They all think it's a woman's job. You will definitely be a good husband and father in the future." After saying that, she glanced at Qing Ge. "You are really lucky. You look like you're meant to enjoy life." Just then, a nearby shop assistant overheard the commotion and came over, asking what was going on. The older shop assistant got even more excited, thinking that such a gentle and patient man is truly hard to find, and she wanted to offer her heartfelt blessings to the little sister. "You two must come by before the baby is born. I will give you both a set of baby clothes. Look at you two, such a golden couple. The baby you have will definitely be stunning. It might even look like a baby from a New Year painting." The older shop assistant got happier as she spoke, even clapping her hands. The other older sister nearby nodded in agreement, exclaiming loudly in admiration. Qing Ge's little face turned redder and redder, shyly raising her hand to cover her face. Meanwhile, Teng Feng also joined in on the fun, bending down and leaning closer, whispering with a smile, "Did you hear that? Just like a New Year painting." So embarrassing. Chapter 25, Teasing the Person. Teng Feng was happy at that moment, but on the way to Wei Heng's house, he became unhappy. Qing Ge ignored him. Pouting, he turned to look out the window, arms crossed over his chest, like a particularly angry little child. Extremely cute. Teng Feng didn't dare to laugh. When they arrived at Wei Heng's house, Qing Ge rushed in directly to find uneasy and the baby, completely ignoring the man behind her. The man didn't mind at all and even seemed to be in a very good mood, flashing a smile at Wei Heng, who opened the door. Wei Heng shivered at the smile. When did this iceberg from 2 years ago smile like that? Especially when Qing Ge clearly still looked angry. What good news was there? Wei Heng took the items and leaned in to ask quietly. Teng Feng shook his head mysteriously, then stopped smiling. He turned back to the kitchen to make 5 red soup for uneasy. Teng Feng had nothing to do and followed him in. He said he came to see uneasy and the baby, but since uneasy was in postpartum confinement, he certainly couldn't just barge in. Bringing a gift to express his feelings would suffice. Moreover, his main purpose for bringing this up wasn't just that. He was also afraid that Qing Ge might have been hurt at home and wanted to distract her. Wei Heng stood in front of the stove in the kitchen, on top of which was a clay pot. Teng Feng leaned in for a closer look. It was dark inside and hard to see. "What is this?" Wei Heng turned around and shot him a glare, started to open up about his experiences taking care of his wife and raising their child over the past month. "This is called 5 red soup. It's good for replenishing energy and blood. It contains goji berries, red-skinned peanuts, red beans, red dates, and is simmered with brown sugar." Teng Feng raised an eyebrow. "You can make this? Does it work? Why not learn it if I can't? I learned it from the maternity nurse. When uneasy was giving birth, I couldn't help much, so now I'm doing my best to take care of her. I feel like it's quite effective. Her complexion has improved a lot during this time. She was pale when we left the hospital after losing some blood, but now she recovered and her little face is rosy and tender. I finally feel relieved." "Oh, can you say that again? What do you call this soup?" Teng Feng's eyes lit up as he leaned in closer. Wei Heng rolled his eyes at him. "You won't need it." Teng Feng was not convinced. What had just happened in the mall had put him in a great mood. "Who says I won't need it?" "You confessed to Qing Ge and she agreed. So you can get married? There are several steps before pregnancy, you know. Looking at Qing Ge just now, My good brother hasn't even breached a single fortress, and he's still asking me about this. Doesn't that make you feel sorry for the other men who work hard to marry and have children? Teng Feng pondered for a moment. Maybe it could be useful during her menstrual period. Isn't it all about replenishing energy and blood? This one comment left Wei Hung speechless. He held the lid of the pot in midair, looking at Teng Feng with an expression that was hard to describe. Why are you so? Teng Feng raised an eyebrow. So what? So shameless. Teng Feng wasn't angry. If he wanted a wife, he couldn't afford to be shy. Sighing, he said, I kind of miss Xiao Ge. I want to go see her. Wei Hung. Damn, have you been possessed or something? Deeply shocked, Wei Hung pulled out his phone and sent this conversation to their small group of 4. Before long, Wenzi was the first to respond. Wenzi, so shameless. Huolonji quickly followed. Huolonji, so shameless. Wei Hung raised an eyebrow. He hadn't seen Huolonji for a while, and didn't he know what he had been busy with? He opened Huolonji's private chat page and sent him a message. What's up, buddy? Not pursuing Qing Ge anymore? Old Du is almost blowing the victory horn, I'm telling you. But the message sank without a trace. Huolonji did not reply. Qing Ge entered the house, first going to the bathroom to wash her hands, then leaning over the baby crib to gently touch the little baby's hand with her fingertips. So small, Qing Ge marveled at the wonders of life. Is he a good boy? Before Yin Cici could answer, she quietly asked again, How are you feeling now? Yin Cici's face instantly flushed, and she glared at Qing Ge with a mix of reproach and resentment. You had to bring that up, didn't you? This had to start from the day she gave birth. Yin Cici wanted a girl, dreaming of having a daughter, preparing for 10 months with everything in pink, little pink blankets and towels. But then, a thunderbolt from the blue, a giant egg was born. A boy. When the doctor held the baby up for Yin Cici to see, she was stunned. Her body ached and was exhausted, feeling like she had just been beaten up, and after all that effort, it wasn't a little girl. Yin Cici cried out loud on the delivery bed. Wow. The doctor. Wei Hung. This was almost becoming Yin Cici's dark history. During her month of postpartum confinement, everyone who knew about it came to tease her. Yin Cici was almost going crazy. Qing Ge quickly rushed over and grabbed Yin Cici's hand. Sister Cici, I won't say anything more. Please don't hit me. Yin Cici's chest heaved, her round eyes glaring in anger, ready to avenge herself. So how are things between you and Teng Feng? I heard you two went to the Arctic to see the Northern Lights. That sounds pretty romantic. Qing Ge looked at Yin Cici with a pitiful expression, her eyes glistening with a plea for mercy. Yin Cici wouldn't let her off, smiling as she scrutinized her. So, do you still want to date? In fact, Yin Cici had always been worried that Qing Ge might avoid relationships because of her previous failed experience. She was still so young. What a pity. Do you still love him? Qing Ge bit her lip. This question was quite overwhelming. Did she love him? Her heart was a mess these days, hard to articulate. But she was very clear about one thing. I don't want to date anymore. Her phone was fun enough. What did she need a man for? Just to cause heartache and anger? Sister Cici, you said when I liked him before, it was so miserable. I felt like I did nothing all day but cry. You don't know, on his birthday, I bought him a watch, but it was actually a couple's watch. At that time, when I was at home wearing the other watch, I was secretly happy. Looking back now, it was really too humble. I don't want that kind of life anymore. Yin Cici sighed, patting Qing Ge's head, not pushing her further. The man standing at the door, who had just seemed relaxed, silently listened to this conversation, his heart aching fiercely, almost splitting. He originally thought he was being good to her, but in reality, he had only done terrible things. That night, Teng Feng returned home without changing his clothes or turning on the lights. He strode into the study, heading straight for the corner safe. After entering the familiar numbers, the safe clicked open, revealing only a black velvet box inside. Trembling, he took the box out and slowly opened it. Inside was a special men's watch, the birthday gift he had given Qing Ge the day they had a falling out. Teng Feng's lips were straight, his eyes shining in the darkness as he took the watch out of the box and carefully placed it on his wrist. He had never known that this watch was a couple's watch. The moment he realized it was a couple's watch, he felt both joyous and heartbroken. What a wonderful girl he had lost. Whenever he thought of what she had said to Yin Cici, Teng Feng felt deeply pained. He took out his phone and sent a message to Assistant Lu, get everything ready. Tomorrow, go with me to that TV station. In the following days, Qing Ge didn't return to the school dormitory. After all, she had completely fallen out with her mother, and her mother couldn't come to catch her anymore. Staying in the dormitory was not as comfortable as being at home. As for whether the dogman next door knew, she didn't care. Let him take advantage of her before. Teng Feng didn't look for her either. She didn't know where he had gone. But he did send her a message saying that he had something going on and wanted to give her a surprise. Qing Ge didn't take it seriously. She thought with Teng Feng's character, it would be good enough if he didn't scare her. Oh right, after the two of them returned from Oslo, Teng Feng had indeed made some progress. He finally escaped from Qing Ge's blacklist. The next day, he received a call from Old Li, who had finally enjoyed enough time abroad with his partner and was preparing to return home. Qing Ge took the New Year goods she had bought earlier and went to Old Li's home, which was an old courtyard behind the school. The building was quite dilapidated. But in this land where every inch is worth its weight in gold, its value was self-evident. Qing Ge circled around the old streets and alleys several times before finding it. Before knocking, she wiped the sweat from her forehead, thinking that her master was indeed a big figure hiding in plain sight. She knocked gently on the door. An Old Li's strong voice came from inside. "Come in." This straightforward and unpretentious energy was something only a seasoned elder could possess. Nowadays, young pianists all dress in suits. She didn't know how well they played, but they certainly looked good. As soon as she entered the courtyard, she saw Old Li watering the flowers by the wall. The water sprayed down onto the green leaves and red flowers, creating sparkling droplets. The sunlight shone on them, inexplicably warming the cold winter day. "The girl is here." Old Li smiled as he saw her and invited Qing Ge to sit inside. Soon, Old Li's partner came in carrying tea, and when Qing Ge saw this, she quickly stood up to help. Old Li nodded in satisfaction, feeling that he hadn't judged her wrongly. "I called you here today to tell you something. In a few days, someone might come to the school to select piano accompaniments. I'll give you a few pieces to practice over the next few days. Make sure to perform well and don't embarrass Old Li. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me anytime. Don't think that just because I'm old, I can't offer you guidance." Qing Ge nodded repeatedly, being exceptionally obedient. The two chatted for a while longer. And then Old Li called out, "Xiaomei, where did I put that watch?" After a moment, his wife approached with a small box, rolling her eyes at him. "You're always losing things. Can't remember anything." Old Li chuckled, "But I still have you." Qing Ge silently watched the old couple bicker, feeling a bit envious. Just then, Old Li turned around and handed her the small box, winking mysteriously. "That kid Shimu said he'd be back in a few days. This is for both of you." Qing Ge opened the box in confusion and was stunned to see a pair of bamboo couple watches. Chapter 26, In Li Lin's Eyes. Shimu was his former beloved disciple, while Qing Ge was his current beloved disciple. Although he initially took Qing Ge on as a way to assist his somewhat foolish apprentice, upon hearing Qing Ge play the piano, a surge of spiritual energy emanating from her stirred Li Lin's heart. He couldn't believe he had encountered such a good seedling. However, this did not hinder his ongoing efforts to bring the two together. A talented man and a beautiful woman. What a perfect match. By the time they returned home, Qing Ge was still a bit dazed, breathing in and out, unable to comprehend why her master had given her and Shimu matching couple watches. She glanced at the time. It was daytime in America. After thinking for a moment, she sent Shimu a video message. Before long, Shimu appeared on the screen with a cheerful smile. "What is up? Missing me?" Qing Ge glanced at the small box on the coffee table, unsure of what to say. "Li Lao." Qing Ge's sister, look at me." A little head squeezed beside Shimu, pushing him out of the frame. Qing Ge couldn't help but chuckle, as it seemed she heard a muffled sound from the other side, as if something had fallen to the ground. "Can't believe your strength, King Can." The little girl giggled, holding her phone and running into the room, quickly locking the door behind her. "Qing Ge's sister, I heard Shimu say he is coming back to the country in a few days. Can I go with him to play with you? Aren't you going to school?" Qing Ge imitated Song Kan's tone, speaking softly. "I have spring break," Song Kan said proudly, like a little fox that had stolen a piece of meat. "Otherwise, it would be boring for me here. Plus, Qing Ge's sister, I have a secret to tell you." Song Kan looked back at the door, then leaned her phone against the window. Outside, the blue sea waves crashed, and she opened the window to let in the salty, briny wind. That man hasn't come to find brother Shimu for a while. I've been staying at his house these days, and I noticed he doesn't seem to be in a good mood. He can't be heartbroken, right? Qing Ge. She was at a loss for words. How should she respond? How did you end up staying at Shimu's house? Qing Ge frowvnid. Although she was friends with Shimu, Song Ken was still young. This was akin to a lamb being led to the wolf's den. Brother Shimu said he was lonely. Qing Ge rubbed her forehead. Lonely my foot. Shimu is really going to great lengths to please a little girl. Moreover, brother Shimu said friends are supposed to keep each other company. Qing Ge looked at the little girl on the other side of the screen, suddenly feeling a wave of sympathy for her. The naive little fox had caught the eye of a big gray wolf, and the outcome was all too obvious. Then come back with him. I'll take you out to have fun. Qing Ge still felt it would be safer to keep Song Ken close by. Okay. Song Ken nodded repeatedly, her dimples deepening, and her eyes curving into crescent moons. A knock on the door startled Song Ken, and she shrank her neck. Oh no, I need to return the phone. Otherwise, he might get angry. The screen went dark, and the two people on the other side were murmuring about something. After a while, Shimu's face appeared again. You're really something, Qing Ge quietly exclaimed, then thought about Song Ken's disappearing figure and lowered her voice. Even if you're in college. You're only 17 this year. Have a little conscience. She got sidetracked and forgot about the watch, chatting for a couple more minutes before ending the video call. Shimu turned back, smirking at the direction where the little girl had just vanished. Conscience? I don't have that. I have a wolf's heart. After raising this little girl for so many years, it was time to bring her back home. The moonlight was dim, and the wind stirred the shadowy trees. Teng Feng leaned against the car, holding his stomach, his head bowed and brows tightly knit. Behind him was the largest brothel in Shushi. Mr. Du, why don't you get in the car and rest for a bit? You just drank so much at the table, Assistant Lu said nervously beside him. No need. The cold wind outside is just right. If I get in the car, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on and will fall asleep completely. Guotai was about to launch a new music variety show, which was different from previous attempts that either copied or referenced others. This time, it was an innovative attempt from within the station. Some people were optimistic, while many were not. Teng Feng had come to discuss sponsorship with Guotai, hoping to secure the largest share. He took a deep breath, stood up straight, and re-entered the private room of the restaurant, looking refreshed and spirited. Sorry, everyone, I just had to take an emergency work call that delayed me. Let me toast you all as an apology. Assistant Lu noticed the cold sweat on Du's forehead and admired him inwardly. The boss was indeed tough on others, but even tougher on himself. After toasting and sitting down, Teng Feng felt his stomach hurting more and more. He clenched his back teeth and gently rubbed the watch on his left wrist, trying to calm himself down. Mr. Du, you always touch that watch. Is it a new favorite? Teng Feng paused, smiled gently, and his eyes filled with tenderness. It was a gift from my wife. No way, mister. Du is already married at such a young age. There are so many beauties in our circle. What a pity. He lowered his long lashes, hiding the disgust in his eyes. How could those flirty girls be compared to his little girl? My wife and I have been childhood sweethearts. I finally caught up with her. Please don't tease me, everyone. You all might actually know her. Her name is Qing Ge. Everyone was taken aback. They actually knew her. Although Qing Ge hadn't been in the industry for long, as the leading princess of Greenlight, she was quite well known. Several leaders congratulated him, saying they would bring her along next time. Teng Feng smiled gratefully, promising to introduce her to everyone. Assistant Lu shot a glance at his boss. Had Miss Qing Ge already agreed to be with him? He hadn't heard anything about it. A wave of unease surged through him, feeling a crisis approaching. As the top assistant, he was too out of touch with the news. He needed to ask about it in the company group. Should he just help his boss announce it? Teng Feng had no idea that his assistant was already concocting a grand scenario in his mind. He held on until the dinner party ended, exchanging a few more pleasantries as everyone stood up to leave. After that, he quickly excused himself, claiming an urgent matter at the company, and hurried outside. Several leaders from Guotai exchanged glances. His hurry was likely not for company business. They guessed it was because of his childhood sweetheart, which made them both envious and amused. Childhood sweethearts, how lovely. However, this kid was really good at keeping secrets. They hadn't heard a thing before. Qing Ge was unaware that even though she hadn't attended the dinner, she had already made a name for herself in front of several high-ranking leaders at Guotai. Assistant Lu stayed behind to wrap things up, smiling as he sent off the leaders. How did the talk go regarding inviting Mu as a guest for the new variety show? The leaders from Guotai discussed the preparations for the new show as they walked out. Basically confirmed, with Mu on board. Our new program is sure to be a hit. Listening to the leaders, Assistant Lu nodded. Mu was a big shot in the industry. If he could join, the show's ratings would be half secured. He truly felt happy for his boss. As his loyal assistant, he feared his boss would suffer a loss from the investment. After drinking so much, a failure would be truly not worth it. Better not to tell his boss the good news yet. Wait until the new show started filming and give him a surprise. Assistant Lu happily ran towards the parking lot, opened the car door, and glanced back, only to widen his eyes in alarm and quickly turn around. Boss, what is wrong? Teng Feng was reclining against the leather chair, eyes tightly shut. His face flushed, but his lips frighteningly pale. He did not respond. Assistant Lu was so frightened that he quickly got out of the car, opened the back door, and squeezed in. He gently shook Teng Feng, but for a long time, the usually cold and unyielding man showed no reaction. Damn, I knew drinking like this would definitely cause problems. Assistant Lu cursed softly and hurried back to the driver's seat, drove out of the parking lot, and rushed to the hospital. Qing Ge had been focused on practicing her pieces these days, from morning until night. During her lunch break, she received a call from Wang Liangshun, the deputy director of her department. Qing Ge, let's have a meal together with our colleagues this afternoon. There's an important and happy event to announce. Then we'll go to KTV to sing. Do you have time? Qing Ge was a bit surprised. Of course, she had time. Director, just let me know the time and place, and I'll be there on time. Qing Ge didn't expect Wang Liangshun to specifically call her. She had heard from Linji that colleague gatherings were important opportunities to enhance relationships. Although she didn't have much of a bond with her colleagues and didn't care about having one, she still needed to integrate. But what could be such good news that made Wang Liangshun so cheerful on the phone? The meal was set at Jiuzhou Bay, a well-known seafood restaurant in the city. The private room faced the sea, with small fishing boats bobbing on the waves, creating a beautiful scene. Only 15 officially employed teachers from the piano department attended, and some are not even qualified to be there. Qing Ge glanced around and noticed the gender ratio was surprisingly balanced. She greeted her colleagues with a smile. The male colleagues generally nodded with smiles, while the female colleagues were more enthusiastic, though a few were indifferent. Different people in different situations. Qing Ge didn't take it to heart. Wang Liangshun didn't keep them in suspense. Once everyone was seated, he announced the big news. So, there's a TV station that has launched a new professional music program. Everyone's eyes lit up at this, as if they sensed competition, and they exchanged glances. It's mainly for singing, and the TV station contacted our school to see if there are any teachers who can serve as professional piano accompanists. After all, the accompanists in the circle, how should I put it, aren't very academic. The TV station specifically said they wanted to find someone from our school. Think about it. Those who want to try, let me know privately, and the TV station will come and check it out. The implication of checking it out was to assess their abilities and select someone. Qing Ge leaned back in her chair, quietly listening, glancing at the people around the table. Although she was interested, such a good opportunity probably wouldn't come to a newcomer like her. The meal was quite uncomfortable, with a few colleagues unable to contain themselves and starting to probe each other. Qing Ge felt a chill in her heart and was glad she didn't act rashly. As they walked out after the meal, Qing Ge leisurely followed behind her colleagues. Wang Liangshun sneakily walked up to Qing Ge's side. The two fell to the back. He looked ahead and then leaned in to whisper, the TV station specifically mentioned you should give it a try. Qing Ge turned her head, incredulous, pointing at herself. Me? Why? Chapter 27. Wang Liangshun shook his head. He didn't know why either. He patted Qing Ge on the shoulder. Little comrade, no matter what the reason is. You must work hard. Don't be afraid. Wang Liangshun was also someone who had been in the department for decades. How could he not see the look of retreat on Qing Ge's face at the dinner table? In silence, Qing Ge followed everyone to the KTV. To her surprise, the seemingly simple teachers turned out to have booked the most luxurious private room with the best sound system. What happened next left Qing Ge in awe. They actually started competing in ear training, a group of piano experts playing elementary level games, and everyone seemed to be having a great time. Qing Ge thought, I really didn't expect you to be like this. That evening after the gathering, Qing Ge returned to the teacher's dormitory with her colleagues. Hey Qing Ge, I thought you were a big star before and wouldn't want to talk to us. One said, oh, the salary we teachers get. Li Qing, the youngest and least experienced teacher in the piano department, climbed onto Qing Ge's shoulder. Qing Ge looked up at the sky and sighed. She didn't expect that people who studied piano would think of her this way. Studying piano is really expensive. How much have you spent on piano lessons from childhood to now? Qing Ge asked. Li Qing, a bit tipsy, thought for a moment and said, I started learning when I was 4, then did my undergraduate here, and went abroad for my master's. I've probably spent over 8 million from start to finish. Qing Ge nodded, just about to say that no one who studied piano was short on money, since they didn't live off that salary. But just as she was about to speak, she saw Li Qing excitedly clap her hands, her chestnut waves shaking. I later want to chop off my hand. Why did I have to touch that piano when I was 4? Li Qing's first encounter with the piano was at her uncle's house. She thought the big thing in the corner looked strange, and when she pressed it, it made sounds that were different depending on where she pressed. Later, no matter how her parent called her, she wouldn't leave, crying and throwing a fit like a flopping carp, wishing she could grow on that piano. Her parents exchanged glances. They had never been to college and felt secretly happy that their daughter had such an artistic inclination. So they arranged for her to start learning piano at the age of 4. During her teenage years, Li Qing became a bit chubby, and her mother would often hold her hand and look at it, which made her curious. Finally, one day she asked her mom, what's so special about my hand? Her mother gave her a resentful look. Isn't it because I'm afraid that if you get fat, your fingers will shorten? Excellent pianists have very slender hands, which helps them better navigate the 88 black and white keys and handle more complex pieces. If they are too short, they might as well just cut the webbing in between. Li Qing looked terrified and incredulously at her mother. Are you treating me like a duck? So she practiced even harder. Qing Ge listened to Li Qing ramble on, secretly biting her lip to hold back her laughter. She really didn't expect that Li Qing, who seemed gentle like a woman from Jiangnan, would be like this after a few drinks, showing a bit of boyish flair. As they approached the dormitory door, Li Qing's awareness faded, her voice lowered, and finally, she hung her head in silence. Qing Ge gritted her teeth and tried to move her upstairs. As they climbed the stairs, she vaguely saw a familiar figure around the corner and quickly called out, come help me. Her waist was about to break. The man quickly stepped forward, took a look, licked his lips, and said, wait for me, before heading downstairs. Hey, wait, I asked you to help me. Why are you running away? Qing Ge wanted to shout at him, but Li Qing's head was tightly wedged on her shoulder, making it impossible for her to move. After a while, the footsteps coming up the stairs grew closer. It seemed not just one person. Oh, dear girl, look at how you're being squished. Come, let me carry her, the dormitory lady said, very robustly stepping forward and effortlessly picking up Li Qing like a toy, running toward the room. This girl drank so much again. I need to have a word with her later. Little girl, you go ahead. Your boyfriend has been waiting for you for a long time, the dormitory lady joked, and even turned to wink at her playfully. Qing Ge thought, this combat power is too much of a difference. Wait, boyfriend? Qing Ge turned back suspiciously to look at Teng Feng. Did you say something random again? The man, with clear eyes, shook his head gently. I didn't say anything. Qing Ge nodded in approval, but that lady's eyes were really good. She rolled her eyes at him and turned away, looking for her keys in her bag. You could have just carried her directly. Why bother someone else? The man leaned closer to her, leaning against the wall, his gaze intense. I wouldn't dare to carry another woman. Didn't I tell you I have a pet rabbit? Qing Ge glanced at him, puzzled. He actually had time to raise a rabbit while being so busy? My rabbit loves to get jealous. If she smells another person's scent on me, she'll throw a fit. Wait, why does that sound a bit familiar? You know her. With a bang, it felt like the world had just split apart. A rush of overwhelming heat surged in, howling and whistling. Qing Ge curled her toes inside her snow boots, feeling incredibly embarrassed. Those words sounded like something she had said before. With a forceful twist, she opened the old, worn lock on the wooden door, shot a glare at the man, and dashed in, quickly trying to shut the door behind her. A large hand slipped through the crack of the door, holding it steady. Long time no see, don't you miss me? Not saying anything would have been better. Once he spoke, Qing Ge felt even more embarrassed and angry. She threw her bag to the ground and pushed the door forward with all her might. Hey, dude, Teng Feng sighed. This little strength is like a tickle to me. But I miss you. Aren't you going to ask what I've been doing on my business trip these days? Qing Ge snorted coldly, refusing to respond, recalling how he had just mocked her. This doggo man really took advantage of her. He had already benefited from her so many times. I don't care what you did, Qing Ge thought to herself. I have a surprise for you. You'll know soon enough. See you tomorrow. Teng Feng knew she didn't want to see him right now. After saying a couple of sentences, he reluctantly pulled his hand back, listening to the sound of the wooden door being slammed shut, feeling a bit desolate. When would his little song finally accept him? Turning back to his adjacent room, Teng Feng took a deep breath, frowning as he pressed on his stomach. His phone in his pocket kept buzzing. When he took it out, it was Assistant Lu's frantic calls. What's going on? Boss, why did you leave the hospital without permission? The doctor said you need to be observed for a few more days. Assistant Lu sounded almost frantic on the other end of the line. He discovered the boss was missing while he was out to buy dinner and couldn't get in touch with him. You can't treat your health lightly. Assistant Lu was almost screaming in frustration. After all, the boss was his breadwinner. Teng Feng pressed slightly on his stomach. I'll be back tomorrow afternoon. It's fine, don't worry. After saying that, he hung up. Assistant Lu was left at the hospital, stomping his feet in anxiety. Ancestor, all of you are ancestors. He paced the hallway, secretly making up his mind that if the boss didn't keep his promise tomorrow, he wouldn't hesitate to tell Miss Qing Ge. The next morning, the selection time was suddenly changed, and there was a surprise attack. The school's administrative department quickly cleared out the largest concert hall and moved a grand piano over. Why do we suddenly need 2 pianos? The administrative director quietly asked Wang Liangshun. Wasn't T? It said we only needed 1 piano? Wang Liangshun hummed in response, but didn't T say anything. He had T figured it out either. The producer of the new variety show, Zhang Mu, and the chief director, Wang Shidu, had arrived. Both regarded as top figures in the classical music industry. The school's teachers surrounded them, warmly exchanging pleasantries. Today, 6 teachers from the piano department had signed up. For male teachers, and, aside from Qing Ge, there was also a female teacher, Su Jia. The 6 of them were waiting in another classroom nearby, with the sounds of tuning and lively chatter filtering in from next door. Suddenly, there was a burst of cheers and applause. Qing Ge, who had been quietly waiting, felt a sudden wave of nerves. Who had arrived that could excite the leaders in the concert hall so much? After a while, Wang Liangshun came over to start arranging the order. In a bit, we'll have a duet. You all decide on your groups in advance. I'll call the first group in 5 minutes. Director, what about the piece? Su Jia asked. You decide among yourselves. With that, Wang Liangshun left, gently closing the door. The classroom fell silent. Damn, we've never practiced a duet together. Now we have to pick a piece on the spot. These old foxes are too crafty. If they weren't satisfied, they could just quit. The 2 male teachers, who had never liked each other, ended up arguing at this critical moment. Su Jia shot them a glare, thinking, you're embarrassing the national music. She turned to Qing Ge, who was quietly sitting in the back. Shall we form a group? Qing Ge nodded. She felt that forming a temporary team with anyone was fine. Su Jia, however, had her own considerations. All right, let us decide on a piece. 5 minutes passed quickly. When Wang Liangshun came to call them, Su Jia immediately stood up and said, we'll go first. As they walked toward the concert hall, Qing Ge's heart raced a bit. They entered through the side door and slowly walked onto the stage, bowing together with Su Jia. As she lifted her head, she froze. Shimu was sitting in the audience, and when their eyes met, he grinned, revealing a pair of white little canine teeth. What's he doing here? Wang Liangshun sat down beside Shimu and paused before introducing him, adding a hint of mystery. The biggest guest of the program. Keep it a secret. You all just need to know. After finishing the introductions, he looked at his watch. We're still waiting for one more person. With a loud bang, the concert hall door was pushed open, and a tall figure stepped out from the light. The February wind still carried a chill. Teng Feng, wearing a black woolen coat, walked in and saw Qing Ge on stage. He initially showed a smile, but upon closer inspection, his expression darkened. The black off-shoulder knee-length dress revealed her porcelain white skin against the cool air. "Turn on the air conditioning, do," Teng Feng said, slightly frowning as he turned to his assistant Lu, who was following behind him. After saying that, his eyes fixed on the girl on stage, striding forward. He had never seen Qing Ge on such a stage before. She had always been in the studio. Suddenly, he felt that this clean, scholarly place was indeed more suitable for her. His gaze softened. The young girl looked quite surprised, unsure if she liked his surprise. Approaching the front row of judges, Wang Liangshen quickly stood up. "You're here. Please take a seat." This internal selection had arranged 4 judges: the chief producer and chief director of the new variety show, the biggest guest judge, and the largest investor. Generally, investors don't participate in such events, and Wang Liangshen was unsure why this time the investor had come. However, since he was here, he had to entertain him well. Wang Liangshen knew that the man who had come was the president of Greenlight Entertainment, who not only had many students graduated from their school, but had also donated pianos recently. For both personal and professional reasons, he needed to get along well with him. Wang Liangshen had reserved a seat in advance, and Teng Feng bypassed the chief director and chief producer to sit down. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a man on his right, but his attention was entirely on Qing Ge, so he didn't turn to look closely. "All right, everyone is here," Wang Liangshen said with a smile, looking at the 2 girls on stage and gesturing for chief producer Zhang Mu to give them a prompt. Su Jia had already turned to walk toward the piano, while Qing Ge was still dazed, looking at the audience, unsure of what they were watching. Seeing this, Teng Feng slightly curved his lips, rarely showing a smile in front of others. "Look at this little one. She really is surprised by her own surprise. Please, Teacher Qing Ge, go take your seat and get ready," Teng Feng said with a smile, subtly elevating Qing Ge's position. Nearby, someone snickered. Teng Feng's expression froze for a moment, feeling displeased, an imposing aura emanating from him. Which guest did the program team invite? How can they be so rude? Teng Feng's lips were straight, his thick brows raised like a sword, and he glanced sideways. He saw the man on his right momentarily stunned. What's he doing here? The man provocatively smiled at him, his eyebrows raised in mockery. Their gazes met, and sparks flew. In the background, Zhang Mu's calm and powerful voice called, "Please, the 2 of you perform Mozart's D major double piano concerto." Teng Feng retracted his gaze. His large hand tightly clenched on his lap. Qing Ge and Su Xin exchanged a look across 2 Steinway grand pianos, seeing the confusion and uncertainty in each other's eyes. This piece was composed by Mozart in 1781 specifically for duet, lasting 8 minutes, with a lively rhythm. The first theme featured both pianos playing in unison with strong intensity, then softening into the beautiful second theme, followed by mutual imitation and support, leading to new themes, alternating back and forth. Overall, it required the performers to be highly skilled, with a deep level of tacit understanding. A single misstep could lead to discord. Neither side could rush or be impatient for self-expression. Qing Ge initially thought that the chosen piano accompaniment would be assessed based on technical proficiency, but it seemed the program team cared more about coordination. Qing Ge slightly nodded to Su Xin, and their hands began to dance freely across the 88 black and white keys. The clear and bright piano sound flowed, lively and cheerful, weaving back and forth, chasing each other. The soft notes seemed to tell a story, intertwining like lovers dancing together, lost in their own world. The audience listened quietly, initially with judgment in their eyes. Gradually, they became immersed in the music. Wang Liangshen, the only young pianist present, was deeply moved. His emotions soared with the melody, and when the final note fell, he couldn't help but stand up, clapping vigorously, tears in his eyes as he shouted, "Wonderful! Great! Amazing!" He was a bit emotional. This piece had been suggested on the spot, and the 2 young performers, despite their youth, had coordinated so well. What was even more commendable was that even though this was an assessment for commercial opportunities, neither had resorted to pandering or tried to outshine the other. Both shared a genuine love for music and the piano. Their thoughts were calm and unworldly, with an unlimited future ahead. Wang Liangshen even had tears in his eyes, his hands red from clapping, trembling continuously. He finally understood why Old Li made an exception for Qing Ge. After calming down, he realized he might have been a little too excited. He discreetly wiped his eyes and said, "All right, you two go wait in the nearby classroom while the judges discuss." After finishing their performance, Qing Ge and Su Xian smiled at each other, and on their way to the adjacent classroom, they even spontaneously held hands affectionately. Su Xin, shedding her earlier cool demeanor, tilted her head and smiled at Qing Ge. "This counts as making friends through music, right? You played so well. Some of the notes came in perfectly, otherwise, it would have been a disaster." The four male teachers in the room looked bewildered. Weren't they rivals? Just moments ago, they hadn't exchanged more than 2 words, and now, after playing for less than 10 minutes, they suddenly became good friends? Chief producer Zhang Mu pondered for a moment. "I think we can finalize it now." Director Wang, she raised an eyebrow, thinking it was too hasty. There are still 2 more groups to go. Perhaps there could be better performances. And women, well, sometimes they can be a hassle. Wang, she had a poor impression of female pianists and all-female workers, saying that in their group, someone was either taking leave for stomach issues or maternity leave for childbirth. If the competition were to suddenly fall apart, where would he find someone to fill in? As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 men on his right shot him angry glares in unison. At first, Wang, she didn't react, but after a while, he noticed it was eerily quiet around him and turned to look. "Wang Shi, what's going on? Why are you all glaring at him? Let us listen to the rest of us and decide by voting. What do the 3 of you think?" Teng Feng said, leaning back against the wooden chair. "I think it's good." Shimu squinted at Teng Feng, thought for a moment, and agreed. The 2 men exchanged glances, each thinking their own thoughts. They snorted coldly in their hearts and turned away in unison. Teng Feng, "This kid Shimu, doesn't he know how he ended up here? But we'll settle the score later." Shimu, "I didn't expect the man Xiao Ge like to be such a dog. TSK, my hands are itching. He looked a bit punchable." The next 2 groups played well too, but none were as shocking as the first group. Zhang Mu had already made up his mind. He glanced at Wang Shi and immediately saw that Wang Shi disagreed with him. They each had their own faction in the venue and were secretly competing. Zhang Mu looked past Wang Shi at the cold and hard-tempered investor and the smiling guest judge, deciding to leverage their influence. "What are your opinions? One of you is our program's biggest investor, and the other is a core judge and guest. Do you have any thoughts?" Zhang Mu began by flattering the 2 significantly, as he had a task to complete before coming here. He needed to firmly grasp the decision-making power of this election in his hands. Shimu pondered for a moment before speaking first. "I think the first group performed better. The 2 young pianists played music that made one's body tremble, which is quite rare. The piano sound had soul, the rhythm and intervals were perfect, and it wasn't just a dry performance according to the sheet music. Their group had soulful piano music." Teng Feng shot an unhappy glare at Shimu, thinking, "Damn, he can really talk. He finished all the praise. What's left for me to say?" Shimu didn't want people to know his relationship with Xiao Ge just yet. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good for him to protect her later. So he stopped at that. After speaking, he lazily leaned back, casting a sidelong glance at Teng Feng. "Big brother, please start your performance." Teng Feng, his forehead tweaked, his chest rising and falling as he suppressed his breath, gritting his teeth and saying, "I agree with Shimu. The first group had superb skills and emotion." Remembering Qing Ge's spirited appearance on stage just now, a smile finally appeared on his face, showcasing an artist's aura. "Zankmu. That was quite a compliment. Wang Shi, why is everyone opposing him? All right, then we'll decide on the first group. Let us select from the first group." Zhang Mu couldn't hide his smug glance at the puffed-up Wang Shi. "Hey, what is there to choose? Didn't Director Wang just say he's afraid the girls might feel unwell? Then let us just decide together, so they can look out for each other. First choice is Qing Ge, and the other is a backup." Shimu stated. "Good, it's settled." Teng Feng hammered the decision home. "Zankmu. Wang Shi. He is still alive. He is still here. Thank you all so much. I'll treat everyone to dinner tonight." Wang Liangshan was extremely happy. He genuinely felt pleased with the young pianists in the department. The more opportunities they had, the broader their paths would be. Assistant Lu couldn't help but raise his head and poke the boss in front of him when he heard about dinner. clearly indicating that the boss promised him to return to the hospital afterward. Teng Feng was silent, deep in thought, while Shimu glanced at him and cheerfully said, "Let us call the first group too, so they can get familiar in advance." Zhangmu and Wang Shi both agreed repeatedly. Teng Feng raised his eyes and glanced at Shimu, saying in a deep voice as an investor, "I'll treat everyone tonight." Assistant Liu. I knew the boss wouldn't listen. "Boss, you're forcing me." Wang Liangchun happily walked to the nearby classroom, where the 6 participating teachers were still waiting for the results to be announced. "The first group stays. I have something to say to you." The other 4 male teachers immediately understood and left promptly. Being eliminated isn't a big deal. But musicians must have their pride and should never cling to the place begging. Qing Ge and Su Xin were puzzled. Weren't they selecting just one person? Why were 2 being kept? "You both have been selected. Qing Ge is the primary choice, and Su Xin is the alternate." Before the joy could fully wash over them, Wang Liangchun continued, "We'll have dinner together tonight, and you both will join us." Thinking of the 2 men who had been so close to them just now, Qing Ge felt a sudden rush of anxiety. Qing Ge had told Shimu about her relationship with Teng Feng. At first, she cried when she spoke about it, but later she became calm. So, Shimu had a very poor impression of Teng Feng and had told her more than once, "When your brother comes back, I'll help you beat him up." But back then, she didn't know that Teng Feng had his reasons. Moreover, their relationship had eased, and they were considered friends. If Shimu really did something now, where would she hide her face? At that moment, Qing Ge didn't realize that what Teng Feng cared about most wasn't this. If Qing Ge had him in her heart, he wouldn't mind even if he got beaten up. Qing Ge liked Shimu and was now close to him. They had bumped into each other several times. That was what truly bothered him. On the long road to pursue his wife, he couldn't let that kid Shimu intercept. Zhangmu and Wang Shi were brought to the door by Wang Liangchun, while Teng Feng and Shimu walked side by side outside. When they reached the door, neither of them moved. Their eyes met, sparks flying. "This year, I trouble you, Qing Ge." Teng Feng spoke first. The words were gratitude, but the expression didn't match. His throat felt sore. "Ha!" Shimu sneered, getting straight to the point. "Stay away from Xiao Ge." At the door, Wang Liangchun saw the 2 of them come out and quickly waved. "Let us go. Our excellent female pianist will be coming out soon." Wang Liangchun felt proud today. Qing Ge and Su Xin truly made him proud. "Let us go, it's quite cold. Let us just get in the car and wait," Wang Liangchun said. The 2 men stood at the door, unmoving. Just as Wang Liangchun was about to advise them again, he saw Qing Ge and Su Xin walking over, arm in arm. To look good for the performance, the 2 girls were dressed appropriately, wearing thin, elegant dresses with only a wool coat over them. When Teng Feng saw Qing Ge for the first time, his thick eyebrows slightly furrowed. He swiftly took off his coat and draped it over his arm. When she walked closer, he naturally called out to her, "Put this on, don't catch a cold." Saying this, Teng Feng's gaze slightly dropped, sweeping over her exposed, smooth calves, which were slightly reddened from a cold. He glanced sideways and saw Shimu staring as well. TSK, not pleased. The moment Shimu made a move, Teng Feng's arm shifted, pulling Qing Ge over and wrapping her up tightly. The long black wool coat reached her ankles. Qing Ge hadn't reacted yet when she felt the cold wind blocked. Only then did she realize she was wrapped in Teng Feng's embrace. Qing Ge. Realizing this was at school, she quickly stepped back. Wang Liangchun and Su Xin were dumbfounded, while Shimu lazily leaned against the column behind him, squinting and watching. "We know each other. We're childhood friends." Teng Feng smiled, explaining his sudden action, then discreetly glanced at Shimu beside him. Teng Feng's smile faded as he turned his head, asking, "What are you laughing at?" "I've never heard of calling someone a childhood friend just because there's a 70-year age gap. Jedenaście muskoft inwerdi." This dog of a man can really flatter himself. Even the 2 people beside her, who were usually slow to catch on, sensed something was off. Wang Liangchun. What did he do wrong to have to see such a hellish scene? Su Xin. What did she do wrong to have to see such a dog-slaughtering scene? The clash of blades and sparks flying. Teng Feng's gaze was icy. He no longer wanted to fight. "Let's go, we're getting the car." It was too late to say that. They had already wasted 2 minutes. Wow. It's really cold. When Shimu gets petty, he can be really annoying. Qing Ge slowly came back to her senses and helplessly thought about covering her forehead. So embarrassing. Ignoring everyone, she pulled Su Xin and rushed toward the parking lot. After getting the car and fastening the seatbelt, the car didn't start. She turned to see Su Xin teasingly looking at her. Just now, when they were playing music together, they had said some cheesy things, and after their souls resonated. Su Xin had grown quite fond of Qing Ge, the initial rejection melting away. They understood each other. What's going on? Su Xin leaned closer to Qing Ge, playfully bumping her shoulder. It was obvious to anyone with eyes that the two men seemed to be familiar with Qing Ge, and there was clearly a lot of tension between them. In her mind, Su Xin concocted a dramatic love triangle filled with anguish. Shimu was still a well-known, all-round musician in the industry, and his eyes sparkled with gossip. Qing Ge helplessly covered her face. She didn't understand what was going on with these two men either. One was supposed to be abroad, and the other had been busy with work not long ago. How could they both show up together today? Just thinking about the sight of the two men sitting closely together made her feel uncomfortable. I don't know what is going on either, Qing Ge stammered, ultimately unable to resist Su Xin's bright eyes. They were all acquaintances, friends. She wouldn't say more. After all, she hadn't said anything wrong, just friends. Su Xin clicked her tongue as the car drove away from the school. At a traffic light, she couldn't help but chuckle. Sister, let me take you to meet your two friends. Life was too boring. Su Xin felt that tonight would definitely be spectacular. She was excited, feeling as if a card game had come to life right before her eyes. Sure enough, when they arrived at the restaurant and pushed open the private room door, Su Xin couldn't help but chuckle. The empty space between the two men was glaringly obvious. She wondered who was reserved for her. Turning her head, she glanced at Qing Ge and couldn't help but pat her shoulder. Everyone in the room turned their gaze to the door. Qing Ge, steeling herself, peeked in from the back and saw there was an empty seat next to Wang Liangshan. She thought maybe she should sit next to the director. She had a feeling that something might happen with these two men today. Come here, Su Xin. I need to talk to you, Wang Liangshan waved. Su Xin gave Qing Ge a look that said good luck and happily walked over. After sitting down, she leaned in and whispered, Director, what is up? Wang Liangshan rolled his eyes at her and whispered back, I'm saving you. Qing Ge had no choice but to slowly make her way to the seat that had been reserved for her. Sitting down and taking off her coat to return it to Teng Feng. He reached out to take it and casually draped the coat over her lap. Shimu poured a cup of hot water and handed it to Qing Ge. The dishes began to come out one by one, and Teng Feng and Shimu skillfully chatted with the people at the table. After a while, Zhang Mu curiously asked, Do you two know each other? Zhang Mu and Wang, she had left early, so they hadn't seen the hellish scene at school. He looked at the two people in front of him, feeling that the atmosphere between them was both familiar and strange. I've long admired Director Du's reputation. We had a spiritual connection for a long time. Shimu said, Oh, a spiritual connection? Zhang Mu thought to himself. He hadn't heard that Shimu had returned to the country recently. Teng Feng lowered his gaze, his long eyelashes hiding the emotions in his eyes. Although we haven't met, we are very in sync and have similar interests, Shimu continued. The interests were self-evident. Qing Ge felt like her heart was going to explode. Unable to bear it any longer, she stealthily tugged at Shimu's sleeve and shot him a glare. Calm down. Teng Feng noticed Qing Ge's actions from the side, feeling a pang of bitterness in his heart. He pressed his lips together. Shimu was right. As soon as he finished speaking, Qing Ge quickly turned her head, incredulously staring at the suddenly crazy man. Being stared at, Qing Ge's attention returned to him, and Teng Feng felt a sense of comfort, even smiling at her. He placed a piece of sticky rice chicken on her plate. Eat some, don't starve. Opposite them, Zhang Mu and Wang, she was somewhat confused. Earlier, when Teng Feng had been drinking with them, he clearly said that Qing Ge was his lover. Now it seemed a bit strange. They couldn't quite put their finger on what was odd. The meal was awkward. Qing Ge kept her head down, occasionally chatting with Zhang Mu and Wang Shi. Every time they spoke for a bit and she looked down, she would find the two men beside her filling her plate again. Qing Ge, are they feeding pigs? As the meal neared its end, Shimu picked up his cup and stood up, saying, "Everyone please, Qing Ge is my junior sister. If she has any questions after joining the group, you can come to me, and I'll teach her." He finished speaking in one gulp. Zhang Mu and Wang, she were a bit surprised, having been in the industry for many years. They naturally knew that Shi Mu was a disciple of the national music master Li Lin, and they hadn't expected Qing Ge to be one as well. Suddenly, they admired Qing Ge even more, and Zhang Mu felt pleased, thinking he had chosen the right person. After chatting for a while longer, Qing Ge got up to go to the bathroom, not noticing the man on her left had been silent since earlier. Standing in front of the mirror, feeling the cold water wash over her fingertips, she reflected on the silent confrontation between the two men and sighed. As she stepped out, she caught a glimpse of someone in the hallway. Looking up, sure enough, it was him. The man had his hands in his pockets, leaning against the wall, looking at her with a heavy darkness in his eyes. "Is it cold?" Qing Ge was taken aback. She hadn't expected the first question from the man to be this. She slowly shook her head. "That is good, dude," Teng Feng sighed. "I'll take you back later." "Okay." He had many questions stuck in his throat. Wanted to ask her how she knew Shi Mu and why they were so close. When did they become siblings? There were so many things he didn't know. Over this year, had he missed out on many things? Could he still win back this beloved girl? Qing Ge responded with an and the two of them returned to the private room, one in front of the other. The people in the room were getting dressed and preparing to leave. Zhang Mu was in a hurry to go back and revise the contract, with Li Lao's disciple present. He had to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once revised, he would send it over for signatures, and it would be settled. Teng Feng followed her closely, looking at her with a gaze that seemed to convey 1,000 words without saying a single one. Shi Mu walked over to Qing Ge, pulling her into a corner and quietly asking, "Do you have anything going on later? Come with me?" Chapter 28. The night is heavy. Teng Feng lay on the hospital bed, turning his head to look at the cool moonlight outside the window, feeling cold inside. Just now, when he stood there watching Qing Ge walk towards Shi Mu, he felt like he was trapped under a copper lid, stuffy and unable to hear the sounds outside. While his panicked heartbeat was distinctly audible, a punch landed on his chest, causing pain and numbness throughout his chest and abdomen. Like a walking corpse, he was dragged back to the hospital by Assistant Liu, and he couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating laugh. At least he still had an assistant. Actually, it wasn't Qing Ge's fault. At that time, Shi Mu had pulled Qing Ge aside and said something, and Qing Ge changed her mind. "Sanzan misses you. She has been waiting for you." When she was in the United States, at first, she was heartbroken and hadn't gotten over the overwhelming pain of a breakup, and it was Song Kin who accompanied her. Although Song Kin was a few years younger, she was very perceptive. Qing Ge really liked Song Kin. They were inseparable in the U.S., and after returning to China, they had been apart for over a month, which made her a bit unaccustomed, and she missed Song Kin a lot. She was eager to see Song Kin share this good news, to tell her about what she had experienced during this time. There was so much to say to Song Kin. As soon as she entered the room, she hugged Song Kin tightly, and the two girls excitedly bounced around the room. Shi Mu watched from behind, squinting his eyes, clicking his tongue, and walked to the balcony, lighting a cigarette and resting his arms casually on the railing, gazing into the distance with a cold expression. "How long are you going to stay here?" Qing Ge asked softly as she pulled Song Kin to sit on the bed. "I don't know. It hasn't been decided yet." Song Kin replied with a bright smile, sweet as candy, leaning closer and whispering, "I'm keeping an eye on Shi Mu for you. He has been very honest during this time." Qing Ge helplessly looked back at her, feeling a bit of sympathy. This child was almost being dragged back to Shi Mu's den by that lone wolf and was still completely unaware. Poor little thing. A faint wisp of smoke drifted into the room through the crack in the door. Song Kin wrinkled her nose, immediately jumped off the bed, turned to Qing Ge, and said, "Sister, wait for me," before running out the door. "You're smoking again." Song Kin's angry voice came from afar. Qing Ge got up and walked to the door, watching the two people by the balcony. "Don't you know you have pharyngitis? Do you still want to sing in the future?" Song Kin put her hands on her hips, her small stature exuding great authority, looking up to reprimand Shi Mu. He looked deeply at her, then glanced at the cigarette burning between his fingers, and thought to himself that she was really slow this time. He was almost suffocating. Seeing that he still dared to look at the smoke, Song Kin became even angrier, immediately snatching the cigarette from him and running to the bathroom to flush it down the toilet. She ran back, looking as if the man still had some regret. pulling him towards the kitchen. Quick, brew some fatsi. Like an old lady possessed, she nagged nonstop. You need to take care of your health. What if you keep doing this? Don't you know what the foundation of your career and life is? It's your health. Shimu patiently followed behind her, the gloom in his eyes fading away. Song Kan's attention finally returned to him, and he felt much more at ease. Qing Ge stood still, shivering all over. Shimu was too terrifying. He seemed so close to her usually, but seeing how he treated someone he truly liked, his possessiveness was astonishing. Like a reincarnation of a vinegar jar. Her phone buzzed. It was an unfamiliar number. Qing Ge glanced at the couple nearby, then turned and entered Song Kan's bedroom, walking to the window to answer the call. The person on the other end spoke softly, and Qing Ge's brows furrowed deeper. After hanging up, she walked to the door, where Song Kan was holding a cup of brewed fatsi and walking towards her. Qing Ge stopped, looking at her apologetically. I'll come back to see you when I have time. I have something urgent now. After saying that, she glanced at Shimu and added meaningfully, I'll give you a surprise later. After saying goodbye, she hurried downstairs. She was quite lucky. A taxi was just stopping by the roadside. Driver, please go to the affiliated hospital. She jogged a bit, her breath slightly short. Remembering Assistant Lu's earlier words made her heart race. Miss Qing Ge, could you come to the hospital to see our President-Do? He has been hospitalized for many days, and when he ran out today, he felt uncomfortable when he came back and was kept in for an injection. A few days ago, he had a gastric hemorrhage and only returned after recovering a bit in a hospital in another city. But he isn't completely well yet. The doctor said he needs to be observed further. President-Do is very concerned about you and worries about you. He specifically went to see you today. Could you come check on him? Our President-Do would be very happy. Hearing this, Qing Ge's heart skipped a beat. Even though Assistant Lu was vague, she could roughly guess what was going on. Assistant Lu deliberately omitted the previous city, and considering Teng Feng's sudden appearance today, along with his identity as her largest investor, it all connected. Teng Feng had previously texted her about a business trip. He had mentioned to her with a hint of pride that he wanted to give her a surprise. Everything formed a line, and as Qing Ge gazed at the flashing neon lights outside the window, her emotions became chaotic. She just wanted to see that scoundrel quickly, feeling both touched and angry in her heart. What did the painful tactic mean? Hadn't they agreed to start as friends? Upon arriving, just as she was about to get out of the car, the driver noticed Qing Ge's troubled expression and comforted her. Don't worry, little girl. Everything will be all right. Thank you, she replied. Strangely, those words really calmed her heart. It was too late. The main elevator was closed. Following the address given by Assistant Lu, Qing Ge wandered around the hospital building before finally locating Teng Feng's ward. Assistant Lu was anxiously standing at the door with his phone in hand, and when he saw Qing Ge, he immediately relaxed and hurried over. Thank you for coming so late. Qing Ge waved her hand and quickly followed Assistant Lu towards the ward. How is he? In the dimly lit corridor, the sound of their footsteps echoed. Assistant Lu pondered for a moment, and after much hesitation, he spoke the truth. Not too good. He vomited after coming back. He was staring out the window and didn't say a word. After the injection, I took a look, and he had just fallen asleep. Qing Ge stood at the door, looking through the glass window. The man lay flat on the hospital bed, covered at the waist, and the loose patient gown made him appear somewhat thin. Qing Ge felt a wave of confusion. The impression of him had always been that of a strong and sturdy man. Since he is asleep, I'll come back tomorrow, Qing Ge said softly. The man in the ward had excellent hearing and, upon hearing the familiar voice, quickly awakened. He listened intently to the sounds outside, wanting to call her, but feeling unbalanced, filled with jealousy and resentment. She had just walked away with another man in front of him. He had to watch it happen. The little jealousy in his heart was making him feel like crying. Assistant Lu noticed the look inside the window and frowned, saying awkwardly, Could you wait a moment? I'll go buy him some porridge. I'm afraid he'll wake up hungry and uncomfortable. Qing Ge could only nod. Suddenly, there was a loud crash from the ward, as if something had fallen and broken. Assistant Lu hurriedly pushed the door open and rushed inside. Qing Ge hesitated for a moment, then tiptoed in after him. Teng Feng, who had just been lying on the bed, propped his arm on the edge of the bed, looking gloomily at the ceramic shards on the floor. Mr. Do, are you thirsty? Teng Feng didn't speak, his face pale as he gritted his teeth and silently nodded. Then just call me if you need anything. What if you fall? After saying this, he stood up and apologetically glanced back at Qing Ge. Miss Qing Ge, please take care of Mr. Du. I'll go get a broom to clean up. Only then did Teng Feng lift his gaze to glance at Qing Ge, as if he had just realized that there was suddenly another person in his hospital room. He gently nodded at her and then slowly lay back down, closing his eyes. The hospital room was very quiet and serene. Seeing that he didn't want to talk to her, Qing Ge's earlier feelings of gratitude and remorse suddenly faded. She found a chair to sit at the door and remained silent. Time passed second by second. Seeing that she still had no intention of speaking, Teng Feng's large hand beside him tightened into a fist. He wanted to think of her, to talk to her, but he didn't want to lose. He held on stubbornly. After a while, Assistant Liu returned. Qing Ge watched him deftly clean up the shards and then glanced at the silent man lying on the bed. All right, I'm leaving now. The man on the bed had veins bulging on his hands, his back teeth tightly clenched. Hey, Miss Qing Ge, I still need to go buy porridge. Qing Ge stood up and adjusted her coat, suddenly recalling the man's insistence on wrapping her in his coat earlier that afternoon and the current indifference. The contrast was vast. She sneered inwardly, thinking he hadn't changed at all. He was still the same hot and cold person. She had had enough. It was very convenient to order takeout now. Without saying more, Qing Ge turned and left. Assistant Liu stared blankly at Qing Ge, then turned to glance at the silent boss on the bed, unsure of how things had suddenly escalated like this. Even he could tell that Miss Qing Ge was angry. Had he done a good deed that turned out bad? As her footsteps faded, Assistant Liu stood there at a loss, unsure if he should stay and keep the boss company. Suddenly, there was a whoosh behind him, and the man moved swiftly to get out of bed, rushing out the door like a gust of wind, causing Assistant Liu's short hair to sway. Qing Ge felt wronged and angry. She thought she shouldn't have come to see him today. Why did she let herself be dragged back into this? Hadn't she been cold to him enough in the past? Hearing a sound behind her, Qing Ge instinctively looked back, and after a blur of white passed in front of her, she was pulled into a warm embrace. Don't go. I was wrong. Xiao Ge, please don't leave. Chapter 29. The corner of her eye was flushed red, and a single sentence made Qing Ge's tears spill out. You're not wrong. I am. She shouldn't have come to see him, offering her face for someone to hit. The elevator arrived, and Qing Ge stubbornly tried to break free and walk inside. But the man held her tightly with his iron arms, refusing to let go. Seeing her attempt to leave, he panicked and bent down to carry her back into the ward, closing the door behind them. Assistant Liu stood at the door, dumbfounded. Teng Feng gently placed Qing Ge on the bed, his hands gripping her shoulders as he leaned slightly to meet her gaze. If you're angry, just hit me. Qing Ge still didn't speak, turning her head away from him. She felt a lump in her heart. This dog of a man had just been so arrogant, deliberately ignoring her. Just looking at him made her furious. If you don't speak, I might just kiss you. She turned her head, glaring at him. You're shameless. Finally, he got her attention, and Teng Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the girl in front of him with red-rimmed eyes disdainfully looking at him, he wondered why he had to be so stubborn earlier. It was already hard for her to come back. Did he really want to push her away again? My stomach hurts a bit. Will you keep me company? After saying that, he bravely sat down beside Qing Ge. They sat side by side in an endless silence. His heart hung in the air, and after a while, without seeing any intention from Qing Ge to leave, he silently relaxed. Teng Feng awkwardly pressed his lips together, licking the cracked skin at the corner of his mouth. I was just feeling uncomfortable. I didn't mean anything else. He wanted to ask about her jealousy, but was afraid to be too obvious. Teng Feng glanced at her out of the corner of his eye. Is everything done over there? Qing Ge's eyelashes trembled, and she sneered coldly in her heart. Hearing the man's probing tone, she finally understood why he had reverted to that dog-like behavior. No, I rushed over to see you, but you seem fine. Qing Ge pretended to stand up to leave. Teng Feng grabbed her, collapsing weakly onto the hospital bed, his brows furrowed. My stomach really hurts. Qing Ge looked at him coldly for a moment. Then I'll help you call a doctor. No, just stay here. The man's expression was pained as he squinted at her, seeing her still with a cold expression. He decided to throw caution to the wind. You are my miracle cure, Qing Ge. She couldn't help but let out a helpless laugh, pulling over a chair from his side. Qing Ge sat down, watching the man's large hand tightly gripping her wrist. What was the point of your actions just now? Qing Ge sat quietly beside him, neither leaving nor speaking. She could see that the man's lips were really pale, and he didn't sit as upright as before. He must be genuinely uncomfortable. She sighed inwardly and decided to let go for now. Teng Feng lay on the hospital bed, still holding her hand. He didn't know how much time passed, but his vision gradually blurred, the effects of the medication taking hold, and his consciousness began to drift into a white void. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself suspended in the air, looking around to see he was in his office. The office was silent, and suddenly the door was pushed open. His half-sister Lin peeked in, circling around his desk. She twisted open a bottle of purified water that had just been opened and hadn't been drunk yet, looking around to ensure safety before pulling something out of her bag and pouring it into the water bottle, then placing it back in its original position. Soon after, he saw himself walk in, surprised to see Lin, and heard her say that his mother wanted her to marry him, claiming that his mother would never allow Qing Ge to enter the house. Finally, in a fit of rage, he kicked her out. Suspended in the air, Teng Feng's consciousness gradually returned, and the scene before him became more familiar. Just as he thought this, the door was pushed open again, and Qing Ge walked in. He finally realized what moment this was, floating toward Qing Ge and shouting in her ear, "Hurry and leave." Qing Ge stood there unmoving, her eyes red as she poured her heart out to the man in the room. Teng Feng watched helplessly as he handed that bottle of purified water to Qing Ge, knowing what he had been thinking at that moment. He wanted to keep Qing Ge, but didn't dare to speak, hoping she would drink the water and calm down. "Please calm down." Teng Feng rushed in front of the man, screaming madly, "Don't drink it! Don't give it to her!" But no one could hear him. Qing Ge drank the water and left in tears. The scene that shattered his heart replayed before his eyes, and he wished he could rush up and hit someone. But who would he hit? Lin, who had already left after drugging him. The clueless version of himself? Teng Feng remained suspended in the air, and the scene shifted to him sitting blankly in place after receiving a phone call, not knowing how long he had been sitting there. In a fit of anger, he smashed everything on the desk. The sun rose and set, and Teng Feng watched as he remained trapped in this office, enduring the passage of time through the seasons, waiting day after day, until he grew his first silver hair without waiting for Qing Ge to return. Finally, one day, wrinkles crept up the corners of his eyes, and his movements became sluggish. He stood by the window, looking at the scorching sun in the sky, filled with regret and sorrow, realizing he would never wait for her again. The apologies he owed her and the hidden love he harbored, would he ever be able to say them out loud? The man collapsed, like a mountain crashing down. He hadn't waited for her. Just as Teng Feng wanted to dive down to try to help the version of himself in the scene, a powerful suction force pulled him back. He turned to see a blinding white light rushing toward him, enveloping him. Teng Feng screamed, suddenly sitting up, opening his eyes to look around. He was still in the hospital room. "Mr. Du, what's wrong?" Assistant Liu rushed in, hearing the noise and thinking something had happened, his expression anxious. "Where's Qing Ge?" Steadying his mind, Teng Feng asked hoarsely. Assistant Liu glanced helplessly at his boss and quietly said, "Miss Qing Ge has left. She said she would come back to see you when she has time." Teng Feng responded with HM, lying back down without saying anything. Knowing Qing Ge as he did, if she said that, it was likely she wouldn't come back to see him, especially since he had messed things up again yesterday. Thinking about the scene in his dream, his heart felt heavy. He couldn't shake off the anxious feeling. Qing Ge had left early and was now sleeping soundly at home. She was awakened by the buzzing of her phone and, looking at it, saw it was Shimu. "What's up?" Qing Ge still hadn't fully woken up, her voice carrying a deep sleepiness. "Let us go out and have some fun." Qing Ge closed her eyes, her reflexes a bit slow. After thinking for a while, she chuckled softly and replied, "Don't joke around. Take me out. Is it because King won't go out with you?" Shimu fell silent, feeling a bit displeased at having his sore spot poked. He didn't understand why Song Kim was unwilling to go out with her alone. Otherwise, although he appreciated Qing Ge, why would he treat her so well? Wasn't it because the fish he wanted to catch was too slippery, and he had to ask Qing Ge to be the fishing line? "I beg you. I'll help you rewrite a song for free." Qing Ge's eyes instantly widened, her expression brightening. "Deal." Shimu rarely offered to rewrite songs. When he did, it was a classic, known throughout the industry. Many people would pay for the chance, but Qing Ge chuckled to herself. Can we go shopping? Kikan told me yesterday she wanted to buy some cosmetics. We'll buy, and you pay. Yedenatst moist forehead tvitchit. Regretting why he had picked Qing Ge up more than a year ago. It was like inviting a wolf into the house. Ever since she arrived, Kan's attention had not been solely on him anymore. Fine. Shimu gritted his teeth, answering grudgingly. Qing Ge replied with an HM, mercilessly hanging up the phone, and then quickly sent a message to Song Kan to arrange a shopping trip. The two girls quickly agreed on a time, and, after rubbing her eyes, Qing Ge hesitated in bed for 5 minutes before finally getting up reluctantly. After washing up and putting on makeup, they set off in the car. As soon as they arrived at the mall and got out, Qing Ge saw Song Kan wrapped up like a little round ball and couldn't help but laugh. Why are you wearing so much? Song Kan glanced sideways at Shimu and said, It's cold. He told me to dress warmly, or he wouldn't let me go out. Qing Ge teasingly shot a glance at Shimu, holding back her laughter. She didn't expect these dogmen to have some common traits. Suddenly, she thought of the sick cat lying in the hospital and wondered how that man was doing. Qing Ge felt a bit annoyed and shook her head to dismiss the man from her thoughts. She crossed over Shimu, linking arms with Song Kan as they walked into the mall. What are you buying today, Kan? Your brother Shimu will buy it all for you. Song Kan turned to glance at Shimu, then turned back to Qing Ge and exclaimed, So great. I'm riding on my sister's coattails. Qing Ge sighed inwardly, Oh, this silly child. The two girls were very happy, linking arms and started to shop. Yesterday, Song Kan said she wanted to learn makeup. So Qing Ge took her through everything from foundation to concealer, trying on lipstick shades, and buying all the pretty ones. The new Valentine's Day limited edition silk shell from the Lan family was absolutely stunning. While shopping, Song Kan tugged at Qing Ge and whispered, It seems like someone has been following us. As they turned a corner, Qing Ge subtly glanced back and saw a young girl. Not wanting to startle the person, Qing Ge took out her phone and sent a message to Shimu, who was following them from a distance. Soon, several photos came through from Shimu. Qing Ge took a look at the screen and handed it to Song Kan. They exchanged glances. We don't know her. After finishing their makeup shopping, the two linked arms and headed towards the women's clothing area on the second floor. Their backs relaxed, but when they turned around, it was clear that the two girls were quite tense. Song Kan picked out a dress and went into the fitting room. She shot Qing Ge a look, and Qing Ge nodded slightly. They were preparing to work together to catch the follower off guard. Qing Ge stood at the door, pretending to be on a phone call. And sure enough, a sneaky shadow appeared in her peripheral vision shortly after. Qing Ge cleared her throat into the phone now. Not far away, Song Kan exclaimed, gripping the arm of the girl following them, glaring fiercely. Who are you? Why are you following us? Shimu, wearing a hat and mask, hid in a corner, ready to step in at any moment to protect them if needed. Qing Ge quickly walked up to the follower, and upon closer inspection, she was surprised to see a beautiful girl with fair skin and clear eyes, who didn't seem like a bad person. Qing Ge softened her tone and smiled slightly. Why are you following us? The girl blushed, feeling shy and unable to maintain eye contact with Qing Ge. Song Kan held her tightly, unable to escape, and asked, Are you Qing Ge? Qing Ge nodded. The person I like likes you, and I was just curious about what you're like. I'm really sorry if I bothered you. Her words came out like a tongue twister, leaving Qing Ge a bit confused and curious. Who is it? Who do you like? Chapter 30. The mall was bustling with people, and many were glancing over, with some eager to pull out their phones to record the commotion. Qing Ge glanced over and quickly pulled the girl to a less crowded spot. There was a Starbucks on the second floor, and they found a corner to sit in. Afraid of being recognized, Qing Ge didn't dare to take off her mask. So, who is the person you like? Song Kan asked the girl sitting across from them. Crossing her arms, she thought, it can't be that dog Shimu, right? If he is out there attracting attention, what about my sister Qing Ge? She felt a sudden, bittersweet feeling in her heart. The girl smiled shyly. My name is Linyu. After a pause, in a small voice, she added, The person I like is Huolanzi. Song Kan sighed in relief. I'm really sorry for bothering you. Can I treat you to coffee? Linyu was extremely embarrassed, not expecting to be found out. Qing Ge's eyes lit up. No need, we just want to chat. Someone will bring us coffee later. After saying that, she began to quietly ask what was going on. Why are you following us if you like Huolanzi? Linyu covered her face, her ears turning red. and then slowly said, I fell in love with Wolanzi at a party and nervously confessed to him after a while, but he coldly rejected me, saying I wasn't his type. After that, he didn't say much more. Later, when he got annoyed, he finally said he liked Qing Ge, just now while shopping here. I looked up and saw someone who looked a bit like Qing Ge, so I mustered the courage to follow. Wanted to see what Qing Ge was like in real life and what kind of woman the man likes. I really wasn't intentionally stalking. I genuinely like him. And at that moment, I even thought about where we would be buried together decades later. Listening to her, Qing Ge's eyes darted around as she thought for a moment. Did you call him over a month ago? Lin Yu was taken aback. Was it the day you returned to the country? Oh, it really was. Qing Ge remembered that day when Huolanzi had driven her home, and his phone kept ringing with a dark expression. But he didn't turn it off or block the caller. When she looked back after getting out of the car, he had indeed answered the call. Qing Ge squinted as she recalled the scene, instinctively rubbing her fingers. She had known Huolanzi for many years, and generally, he wouldn't keep contact with women he disliked. He would either block them or cut them off directly. Yan Cece even told her that when Huolanzi first met Yan Cece, he thought she was a scheming woman trying to get close to Wei Hung and unceremoniously threw her out. Yan Cece was so stunning, like a flower of wealth in the world. So, Qing Ge seriously suspected that Huolanzi might like someone else without realizing it. Was it possible he was like Wei Hung and Teng Feng, needing to hit a wall before realizing he should turn back? Qing Ge decided to give a push. She thought Lin Yu was a good girl, so she smiled and whispered, I think you have a chance. On the way back, Qing Ge and Song chattered about this matter, and Qing Ge had a point. Hey, Kin, why do so many men not know how to cherish? What would you do if you encountered such a man? After glancing at Shi Mu, who was driving in front, she added, if you met a man like that, what would you do? Song wrinkled her nose, thought for a moment, and replied, I think such a man probably has a problem with his brain. He shouldn't be kept. It's a threat to the intelligence of future generations. Qing Ge kept stealing glances at Shi Mu's expression in the rearview mirror, and sure enough, it darkened instantly, causing Qing Ge to burst out laughing. Qing Ge and Shi Mu went to check on Li Lin again. And after a short day of shopping, the three finally headed home. Songkin was in a hurry to go home to relieve herself and dashed out as soon as the car stopped. Qing Ge suddenly seemed to think of something, softly exclaimed, opened her bag, and took out the bamboo couplets that Li gave her, handing them to Shi Mu. The master misunderstood. What should we do about this? Shi Mu took it, his long fingers opening the box and carefully examining the men's watch inside. After a moment of contemplation, he said, I'll take this back. He then glanced at the lonely women's watch in a box and added, you should find a chance to give this to Can. I'll get you a better one later. Qing Ge curled her lips like a small cat that just tasted oil and seized the opportunity to add a condition. And help me change a song. Okay, deal. Qing Ge happily put the box away, grinning as she patted Shi Mu on the shoulder. Brother, do your best. Don't let Can think you're a fool. As soon as she opened the door and got out of the car, she ran off. No need to see me off. Go accompany Can. Shi Mu chuckled lightly, watching Qing Ge walk away. He looked up at the lights that had turned on upstairs. The sunset had sunk, and the light in the house was dim, just like his faint and vague feelings. Shi Mu tightly gripped the bamboo tablet in his hand. Can't believe you've grown up, Jean. It's time to take you back to the nest to eat. You can't run away now. Qing Ge was in a good mood, having found a Japanese restaurant by the roadside to fill her stomach before heading home. Standing by the road, she looked up at the sky, filled with fiery clouds, shrugged her shoulders while hugging her bag. Soon she would sign a contract with the production team and start recording the show. Although she had been in the entertainment industry for 2 years, appeared on many shows, and sung many songs, this was her first time as a piano accompaniment. Others might think that being a piano accompanist was like being a semi-behind-the-scenes staff member, that it was not as good as being the focus of the stage. But she thought differently. The piano was her dream. It had been so far out of reach when she was young, but now it was so close. How could she not be excited? She even thought that all the small goals she had missed in the past, buried deep in her heart, she would have to work hard to achieve. After taking a long detour, being able to do what she liked made her feel very happy. On her way home, she was smiling, knowing that in a few days she would report to the production team. She heard that the intensity would be quite high, and she would have to stay up late. Recording once every half month for 3 months seemed like a good schedule to her, as it wouldn't interfere with her work once school started. She wondered what kind of work the school would arrange for her. She was quite curious about it, as she walked and thought. She still had a smile on her face when entering the elevator, her eyes sparkling like they were filled with the Milky Way. Suddenly feeling something in her heart as the elevator door opened to reveal a man standing at the entrance. Qing Ge was taken aback, thinking her sixth sense was still quite useful. "What are you doing here? You've been discharged? Weren't you just acting all dramatic yesterday?" The man stared at her intently and grunted in response. "Step aside. I need to open the door. Let us talk business if there is something to discuss. If not, hurry and leave." Although Qing Ge had compromised to stay last night, waiting for him to fall asleep before leaving, it didn't mean she wasn't angry. She had to take this opportunity to deflate his arrogance and make him act out. With a click, the door opened, but the man remained silent, standing beside her. "If there is nothing to say, I'll close the door." Qing Ge shot him a glance and said coldly. Teng Feng bit his lip, looking pitiful as he said, "I'm hungry. Can you cook me a bowl of noodles?" "Qing Ge, that is quite an unexpected request. I waited here after being discharged at noon, afraid to leave in case I missed you." If Assistant Liu heard this, he would definitely applaud Du Zong for his excellent act. "Just a bowl of noodles, is that okay?" Teng Feng leaned against the doorframe, his face pale but without force, quietly watching her, as if there were stars and seas in his eyes. Qing Ge's heart softened. She lowered her head and entered the door, but didn't close it. Teng Feng instantly smiled, fearing that the little ancestor might change her mind. He quickly followed her inside and shut the door with a thud. He skillfully bent down to open the shoe cabinet and pulled out a pair of dark blue men's slippers from deep inside. "Qing Ge, when did my house have these slippers? How come I didn't know?" Seeing Qing Ge's suspicious gaze, Teng Feng's eyes flickered, casually glancing to the side. "I bought them the last time I dropped you off, Qing Ge." But she didn't say anything more. "Can you cook the noodles yourself? Heavenly blessing, can't be a bear, no?" Teng Feng raised his hand to cover his stomach, feeling a bit of pain. Qing Ge turned back and shot him a look, and Teng Feng immediately said, "I can manage. As long as you let me in, I'm very happy." "All right, I'll cook. How about tomato and egg noodles? Less salt and light, right?" "Okay, you sit in the living room." Qing Ge turned and went into the kitchen to wash her hands and prepare the ingredients from the fridge. The warm steam rose gently, and Teng Feng didn't leave, sitting at the bar counter across from the kitchen, his gaze glued to her graceful figure. The dream from yesterday startled him. In the dream, after he pushed the beloved girl away, he lived a lonely and desolate life. "Qing Ge, after you go abroad, have you thought about settling down there?" The water in the pot bubbled and splashed, and the steam was clear. Qing Ge paused for a moment. The man's words seemed to bring her back to last year, when she had wandered far away. "I thought about it." Her voice was hidden in the sound of water, like surging tears boiling together, if it weren't for she saying she was about to give birth. "I probably wouldn't have come back for a long time." Qing Ge turned to glance at him, a bit curious as to why he suddenly asked this. After returning to the country, Teng Feng had seen her many times, regretted, apologized, and shamelessly clung to her. But he had never dared to mention their breakup from a year ago. Teng Feng just gazed deeply at her, his heart bitterly laughing without speaking. He inexplicably felt that the scenes from the dream might be true. His heart was filled with sadness and anxiety, feeling helpless like trying to grasp the wind. When the noodles were cooked, Qing Ge wasn't hungry. She placed the bowl in front of Teng Feng. "Eat, and leave when you're done." She walked back to the living room and turned on the TV. Teng Feng slowly slurped the noodles one by one, but no matter how slow he was, the bowl of noodles soon reached the bottom. Qing Ge glanced at him and said loudly, "Leave it there. I'll wash it later." Teng Feng walked to her side, slowly squatting down, his eyes dark and persistent. "I'm not leaving, okay?" Chapter 31. Teng Feng doesn't want to leave. Ever since Qing Ge returned to the country, he didn't want to be apart from her for even a second. Moreover, after being frightened by a dream, Teng Feng's gaze was sincere, with emotions like surging waves pulling Qing Ge in, crashing against her soul one wave after another. His eyes were too deep and sorrowful, leaving Qing Ge momentarily speechless, just staring at him in a daze. "Also, I'm running a fever, and I'm all alone at home. Please pity me, okay, Xiaoga? The man held her hands tightly, unable to support himself, slightly bowing his head, with his forehead pressed tightly against Qing Ge's hand. His intense body heat seeped through her skin and into her heart. Why is it so hot? Qing Ge was startled and asked in surprise. She hadn't looked at him closely just now, but now, as she lowered her head, she saw that the skin on the back of his neck was all red. I'll get you some medicine. Qing Ge stood up to find medicine box, but the man weakly leaned back on the sofa, his eyes shining brightly. Qing Ge rushed to the balcony, opened the cabinet door, took out the medicine box, and frowned as she checked each medicine box. She had just returned to the country and hadn't been sick, so all the medicine at home had expired. Turning back, she saw the man with his eyes slightly closed, straining to look at her. She took the thermometer and walked over. With a beep, it turned out he had quite a fever, already at 39 degrees. Qing Ge felt a bit anxious, tapping her right foot nervously against the floor. Teng Feng was tall, and his whole body was hard with muscles. She couldn't carry him. It's okay, Xiaoga. Teng Feng smiled to reassure her. I'll be fine if I lie down for a bit. What's okay about that? Qing Ge glared at him angrily. First, I'll help you lie down, and then I'll buy you medicine. You just lie there and don't move. Time was of the essence. There was no time to tidy up the spare bedroom. Qing Ge wrapped his right arm around her neck and lifted him up with gritted teeth. Fortunately, Teng Feng was still conscious and only needed to use a little strength to walk on his own. He fell onto Qing Ge's bed, his eyes tightly closed, and fell into a deep sleep. Qing Ge didn't have time for anything else. She hastily covered him with a quilt, grabbed her bag, and ran out. With a thud, the door closed behind her, and the man on the bed slowly opened his eyes, bloodshot from the fever, letting out a satisfied sigh. The cold wind from the afternoon hadn't blown in vain. Immersed in the familiar fragrance, Teng Feng felt like he was wrapped in warmth. How happy he was. When Qing Ge returned, she had a light sweat on her forehead and was slightly out of breath. She held her breath as she pushed open the bedroom door. The moonlight fell on Teng Feng's face, the mottled light kissing his handsome brows and eyes. The phone placed by the bed buzzed, and Qing Ge glanced at it. It was a landline number from the city. After thinking for a moment, she didn't answer. Teng Feng was sleeping soundly, and it wouldn't be good to answer his phone without permission. After buzzing for a while, the sound finally stopped. Qing Ge inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief, reached out to touch Teng Feng's forehead, and prepared to put a cooling patch on him. The phone vibrated again. After applying the cooling patch, the phone continued to vibrate incessantly. Qing Ge hesitated for a moment, but eventually answered. Hello, who is this? There was a moment of silence on the other end before a polite female voice said, May I ask if this is Mr. Du's phone? He's not available to take calls. If there's something, I will relay it to him. Qing Ge's delicate brows furrowed slightly, feeling that the voice was somewhat familiar. Oh, it's like this. Mr. Du's mother has been insisting on seeing him these days. Could you ask him when it would be convenient? Hospital? Which hospital? The words slipped out before she thought. She hadn't heard that Andy was hospitalized. After listening to Teng Feng talk about his family last time, she thought Annie was living alone. It's a psychiatric rehabilitation hospital. With a thud, the medicine box fell to the ground, and the phone call was disconnected with a busy tone. Qing Ge stared blankly at the man sleeping on the bed. Her brows knitted tightly, her lips pale, but her face flushed with a sickly red. She didn't know whether he was dreaming or if the fever was too high, and his hair was damp. Suddenly feeling a bit sorry for him, afraid of softening her heart, Qing Ge dared not look again, avoiding his beautiful brows and eyes. She applied a cooling patch on him again and took his temperature, which had dropped a bit. Qing Ge let out a light sigh, turned, and left, gently closing the door behind her. The morning sun was bright and dazzling, playfully dancing into the room and illuminating everything. The warm light jumped on Teng Feng's eyelashes, blinding him as he struggled to escape from the vast and cruel dream. His eyes squinted slightly, gradually coming into focus. In front of him was a colorful watercolor painting, with a familiar fragrance at the tip of his nose. As his consciousness returned, Teng Feng realized that this was Qing Ge's fragrant boudoir, and he stayed overnight, although later he had felt so unwell that he fell into a deep sleep. The slight sound of the door opening and footsteps approached, and Teng Feng quickly closed his eyes. After a while, the door was pushed open, and the light fragrance from her body swept past his nose. His eyelashes trembled slightly. Qing Ge bent down to touch Teng Feng's forehead. The temperature had gone down, and he was no longer burning up. She thought to herself that this dog of man had really good physical quality. He had a fever of 39 degrees, but was able to bring it down by himself. No wonder he was a tough guy who came out of the army. Get up and eat something. Qing Ge gently poked the man's shoulder with her fingers. This morning, Assistant Liu had called her early, anxiously asking if her boss was with her. One sentence from Assistant Liu made her heart feel a bit sad. She asked, "Why is it always you? What about his family?" Assistant Liu paused for a moment and quietly said, "The boss is all alone now. So Miss Qing Ge, please take good care of him." When she heard that, Qing Ge couldn't quite articulate her feelings. Remembering the phone call last night, she felt sympathy for him, but didn't want to compromise by being with him. She simply didn't want to see him. Qing Ge thought that when she went to another city to record a show and got busy, it would be a good time for both of them to cool down. Hurry up and get up. Stop pretending to be asleep. His Adam's apple moved continuously, clearly awake. So what was he pretending for with her here? Hesitating a bit, Qing Ge lowered her gaze to sketch the pale and haggard face of the man, glancing at the dark circles under his eyes. She sighed softly in her heart. "Last night, I answered a call from the hospital. They said Annie was insisting on seeing you." The man's narrow eyes immediately opened wide, and the cold light shooting from them stunned Qing Ge. "I'm sorry I answered your call. You should get up and get busy." Teng Feng saw that Qing Ge misunderstood his meaning and quickly sat up, grabbing her small hand with his large one. He was eager for her to take care of herself, so how could he blame her for answering that call? "Thank you, Xiaoge, for helping me answer the call. I was just a bit confused." He visited the hospital to see Annie once a month, and the hospital had never called to urge him. His feelings towards his mother were very complicated now. He was grateful for her care when he was young, but he also resented her control, her madness, and her refusal to back down, which had caused their family to fall apart and had driven his brother away, leaving his own life in chaos. Not wanting to think too deeply, he stood up briskly, dragging Qing Ge to the dining room. Seeing the hot porridge on the table, his eyes softened, and a warm current surged in his heart. "Xiaoge, you eat first. I'll call the hospital back." Holding the phone, he walked through the living room and opened the balcony door. After stepping outside, he worried that the cold air would rush in and freeze his girl, so he carefully pulled the door tight. Qing Ge looked at the man wearing only a thin shirt as he stepped outside, feeling a bit worried because he had just recovered from a fever. She hesitated for a moment, but ultimately didn't take a step forward. Silently, she sat down and served herself a bowl of porridge. Halfway through her porridge, Teng Feng returned with a chill. To prevent the cold from affecting Qing Ge, he first went to the bathroom to wash up before coming to the dining table to serve himself a bowl of porridge as well. The two of them silently drank porridge. Qing Ge didn't ask, and Teng Feng didn't say anything. When Qing Ge was about to finish her porridge, Teng Feng looked at her and asked, "Can you accompany me to the hospital?" Qing Ge looked at him for a moment, lowered her eyelids, and didn't want to get too close to him. "I just went out wearing too little. I'm afraid I might get a fever again." "Qing Ge, so you just went out and froze? And don't you want to know why I was afraid to get close to you before?" This is a deep scar in Teng Feng's heart, and every time it is touched, it bleeds painfully. But he wants her to know, it's not about forcing her to forgive him, but about wanting her to accept all of Teng Feng, to see his determination to change. From now on, there will be no more secrets between them. One sentence struck at Qing Ge's heart. Teng Feng's lies and distance had always been a knot in her heart. As long as this knot remains untied, there will be no possibility for the two of them. Moreover, she wants to step out boldly, not to be trapped in the past. Only by clearly seeing the ins and outs can she walk out confidently. To Qing Ge, some things in the past are destined to bring sadness when recalled, and she doesn't want to be bound by them, even if she doesn't end up with Teng Feng. She doesn't want to lose her ability to trust and love others. She cannot punish herself for someone else's mistakes. "All right, I'll go with you." On the way to the hospital, Qing Ge was driving, her right cheek burning intensely, while the man's gaze stuck to her face like a spider's web, unabashed. At a red light, Qing Ge couldn't take it anymore and turned to glare at him. "What are you looking at?" Teng Feng's eyes curved slightly as he chuckled. "I'm just wondering, how did Xiao Ge become so cute?" And why did Xiao Gu suddenly agree to go to the hospital with me? Has she forgiven him? Thinking this, his heart felt a surge of warmth. Qing Ge shot him a glance, but said nothing, fearing that speaking would make him cry. She wasn't going to get closer to him. Instead, she wanted to better walk away from their past. Teng Feng was completely unconcerned with Qing Ge's silence, suddenly recalling the bamboo watch box on the bedside table this morning, which clearly had space for a pair of watches, but only one women's watch remained. Where's the other one? Remembering the watch she had given him before, he couldn't help but probe Xiao Ge. Do you like bamboo watches? I've seen nicer ones in neon. Should I buy one for you next time I go on a business trip? Upon hearing this, Qing Ge realized he must have seen her watch on the bedside table. But she had already decided to give that watch to Song Can, and she didn't particularly like it. So she shook her head. I don't like it. No need to trouble yourself. Anyway, Shimu had already promised to get her a new one, which would definitely be a good one, on the road afterward. Teng Feng remined silent. If she didn't like it, and it wasn't bought by Qing Ge, then who gave her that pair of watches? The person who gave the watch couldn't have only given one watch in the box. Where did the other men's watch go? Teng Feng glanced the device at Qing Ge, pondering her attitude towards that women's watch. Did her attitude towards the watch represent her feelings towards the person who gave it? The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. The more anxious Teng Feng felt inside, the colder and more indifferent his expression appeared. When they arrived at the hospital, he exuded a chilling aura, like he had just come out of the army, his demeanor tough and unyielding. As they passed through the corridor, the doctors and nurses were taken aback by the man's astonishing presence and appearance, but dared not look too closely due to his intimidating aura. As they got closer to the ward, Qing Ge's heartbeat became more pronounced, her hands at her sides quietly forming fists. She couldn't believe that the gentle and kind Aunt Du from her childhood was truly like this, but at the same time, she wanted to believe. Otherwise, wouldn't her previously sincere and unprotected feelings be even more unbearable? Her heart was a chaotic mess. Teng Feng stopped in front of a ward, looking inside. The mother and son seemed to sense each other. Sitting by the window, Du's mother turned her head upon hearing him, her eyes immediately turning red. Du's mother was beautiful in her youth. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given birth to such handsome sons. Even now, with wrinkles around her eyes and red-rimmed eyes, she still looked pitiful. She turned to gaze at her son with deep affection, her lips trembling as she slowly extended her hand, crossing through time and space. She wanted to touch his face, to trace his outline. My child, I miss you so much. Are you here to take me home? Teng Feng looked at her without speaking or moving, standing there like a statue. Du's mother slowly stood up and walked to the door. As she got closer, she saw a girl standing next to Teng Feng through the small glass window. Her expression instantly twisted, her eyes swollen and red, filled with bloodshot veins, as she crazily pounded on the door, making it thud loudly. You bitch, why are you locking me in here? Are you in a relationship? Have you secretly married behind my back? You're just like your brother. I treated you so well, so well. You're all the same. How dare you treat me like this? How dare you? When I had no money, I sold all the houses, emptied my savings to buy a 4-story villa, just so we could live together as a family. What have you done? What have you all done? You betrayed me. You all left, ungrateful betrayers. Betrayers. Police, hurry up and catch them. Glancing at the terrified Qing Ge, Teng Feng lowered his eyes to hide the panic and fear within, reaching out to pull her closer, pressing her tightly against himself. Doctors and nurses rushed in, pinning Du's mother to the bed, injecting her with a sedative. Du's mother stared with her red eyes fixed on the door, filled with a relentless stubbornness. Are you scared? Teng Feng turned to look at her, pulling her into his embrace with force, his voice hoarse and soft as if passing through time, comforting her. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. He raised a hand to gently pat Qing Ge's back and said to the nurse, standing beside him coldly, don't call me about such matters in the future. I will visit her regularly. After saying this, he took Qing Ge and quickly walked out, the screams and howls from a ward behind them like a hellish requiem trying to bury him. Neither of them noticed that at the far end of the long corridor, a pair of pitch-black eyes had been watching them. Teng Feng pressed Qing Ge into the passenger seat, carefully fastening her seatbelt. Observing her trembling hands resting on her lap, he took them in his hands. Qing Ge looked at him, her expression as natural as if she had just finished a meeting. Are you scared? Teng Feng didn't expect her to ask such a question, momentarily dazed, then smiled. I was scared before, but not now. Qing Ge was puzzled. Teng Feng's rough fingers gently stroked her smooth hand. I was afraid you'd leave me if you knew. Now, the worst has already happened. Things will eventually turn for the better. In the past, Teng Feng didn't dare to say it, fearing that if Qing Ge saw his mother like this, saw the tragedy of his family, she would completely leave him. So he didn't dare to express his affection, nor did he want to refuse it. At that time, he thought, at least Qing Ge is still by my side, and hasn't he left? If she knew, she would probably be scared away completely, disappearing from my side. Now, he had come to terms with it. She had already left him once, and in that moment, he realized how painful it was. Having already experienced the worst, things would eventually rebound, right? The ride back was silent, the air thick and palpable. The sports car roared down the road, and Qing Ge's phone rang. Looking down, she saw it was Zhang Tian, the blind date who had almost sold her out recently. Hello, Zhang Tian, what's up? This time, Zhang Tian was calling for something serious, and after a few sentences, Qing Ge thought for a moment and responded, Okay, I'll help you ask. After hanging up, she called Lin Ji. Bro, are you free? Zhang Tian wants to invite you to dinner tonight. Oh, the blind date arranged by the family before? No. We're not together. We knew each other beforehand. He helped me escape that day. He probably has something he wants to ask you for help. All right, I'll let him know. 7 o'clock tonight, okay? After hanging up Lin Ji's call, he called Zhang Tian again, and the other side answered repeatedly. He got busy, and the chill that had just settled on him dissipated. Are we having dinner tonight? Did you book Zhuzhou Bei? Teng Feng kid. Yes, what's up? Teng Feng licked his lips, his brows, and eyes icy. I'm going too. Cursing inwardly, he thought, damn it, there are too many rivals. As night fell, when Lin Ji walked into the private room of Zhuzhou Bei against the fishy sea breeze, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. The three people in the room turned to look at him simultaneously, especially a man he had never seen before, who brightened up at the sight of him, as if he had seen a savior. Lin Ji. What happened before he arrived? Zhang Tian contacted Lin Ji today for help, similar to the initial thoughts of the two families about a marriage alliance. The Lin family made their fortune through real estate, and although their business has expanded to commercial real estate, a union would greatly benefit Zhang Tian's family, which is in the building materials business. However, the Zhang family started a bit late. Major developers have fixed procurement channels and long-term partnerships with building material suppliers. The Zhang family can't compete for opportunities with big developers. Small developers are prone to running away. Now that everyone's cash flow is tight, sometimes they supply goods first and settle accounts later. But there are always small developers who can't hold on and run off with pre-sale funds. The Zhang family is easily left with nothing, and they were recently scammed again, which left their cash flow in a dire situation. This prompted them to consider a marriage alliance. Previously, the family spoiled Zhang Tian and catered to his every wish, never thinking of using his marriage for anything. This time, Zhang Tian saw his aging parents distressed day and night and privately thought about asking Qing Ge to see if he could make a connection. If the marriage alliance doesn't work out, they could at least discuss business. While Zhang Tian and Lin Ji were seriously talking, Teng Feng sat beside Qing Ge, earnestly peeling shrimp for her. The Argentine red shrimp were each the size of a palm, and the sharp edge of the shrimp head could easily cut the skin if one wasn't careful. Qing Ge carefully peeled one at first, and Teng Feng frowned at her cautious demeanor. How could such delicate hands possibly get hurt? Teng Feng naturally reached out and took the shrimp from her, peeled one, dipped it in sauce, and placed it on the plate. Then he peeled another one. Qing Ge glanced over and tugged at Teng Feng's sleeve. Stop peeling. Teng Feng ignored her and leaned in closer to whisper, hurry up and eat. Don't let Lin Ji find out. He loved shrimp the most. When Lin Ji looked up after finishing his conversation with Zhang Tian, he was stunned. The shrimp he ordered was all gone. The large white plate was completely empty. His sister was nibbling on a giant shrimp, and in front of her was a neat row of peeled Argentine red shrimp, lined up as if standing at attention. Scanning to the side, he saw his good buddy wiping his hands with a wet towel a look of pride on his face, as if he had just accomplished something great. Lin Ji found it hard to comprehend. Wasn't Du Tingfeng a tough guy? When did he become a slave to his wife? The president of a leading entertainment company was so pleased just peeling shrimp. How shameless. Lin Ji's shock lasted only a moment before he regained his composure and smiled at Zhang Tian. Eat, or else there won't be any left for us. After glancing at Du Tingfeng, he continuously cursed inwardly. The old house is on fire. It really is different. The fire was fierce, and he nodded to himself. No wonder he's my sister's boyfriend, turning stones from the latrine into this impressive. After Zhang Tian finished discussing business, the heavy stone in his heart was lifted, and he finally had the mood to chat with Qing Ge. How have you been lately? How did the assessment go? Just after he spoke, a sharp glare shot over from across the table. Zhang Tian, come on, brother. Is it that exaggerated? Are you a reincarnation of vinegar? Qing Ge looked at Zhang Tian, hesitated for a moment, then discreetly pinched the man's thigh under the table, smiling at Zhang Tian. It's going well. Thanks to you for helping last time. Otherwise, I don't know what would have happened. I passed the assessment too, thanks to your help. Teng Feng, listening, pressed his lips together and also retracted the icy air around him. If it weren't for this kid's help, Qing Ge might have been sold off by now. That's that. He filled a glass with red wine for himself, stood up, and raised it toward Zhang Tian. Last time you helped me, I haven't thanked you yet. So let's toast to that. Qing Ge. Lin Ji, you just had a fever last night. What are you drinking wine for? Qing Ge exclaimed in a moment of panic. Lin Ji then carefully examined Du Tingfeng, clicking his tongue. Old Du, weren't you wearing this outfit when I picked you up from the hospital yesterday afternoon? Zhang Tian, it seems this brother beside me has discovered something extraordinary. Zhang Tian felt a bit uneasy, thinking that this conversation was inappropriate for him as an outsider. Why is the Lin family so strange, always acting out of the ordinary? On the other side of the city, Qing Ge's mother was waiting downstairs, eagerly anticipating her daughter's return. Ever since Qing Ge came home that day and had an argument with her father, he left her with a parting shot. If Qing Ge didn't come back, he and her mother would get a divorce. After that, her father stopped coming home. The longer it went on, the more anxious Qing Ge's mother became. In her heart, caring for her husband surpassed everything. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given up the family inheritance to marry for love in the first place. In the night, she stood there, her thoughts becoming clearer. This time, she had to back down and must bring Qing Ge back. As for the future, that could be discussed later. A distant beam of light approached, and Qing Ge's mother took a step back, squinting to see, thinking it looked like Qing Ge's car. The car didn't drive into the underground parking lot, but stopped not far away. The driver's door swung open, and a man stepped out, going around to open the other door. Qing Ge's mother took another step back, hiding in the darkness. A man? She wanted to see clearly who this man was that was causing Qing Ge so much trouble. Du Tingfeng insisted on driving Qing Ge home. On the way, he silently wondered if he could catch another fever and stay at Qing Ge's house for one more night. As he pondered, he subtly glanced at Qing Ge. Her phone kept ringing, new messages coming in nonstop. Qing Ge gritted her teeth as she read them. They were all playful messages from Lin Ji and a thank you from Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian sneakily added, your boyfriend really gets jealous. Should I not come to you in the future? Will he hit me? He looks so strong. His eyes are scary too. Even Yin Cece sent a message, questioning how a person sitting at home recovering could know that she had taken in this dog of a man last night. And how could they know about the Argentine red shrimp? Qing Ge suddenly felt a loss for words. She really underestimated a man's gossiping nature. Turning off the screen, Qing Ge was staring out the window in a daze when she noticed the man's gaze and turned to meet his eyes. The man's expression was cold and emotionless as he withdrew his gaze, as if it had just been a coincidence. He thought, why not use the excuse that he felt miserable in the hospital today and didn't he want to return to a cold and lonely home alone? Teng Feng slightly nodded, feeling that this reason was acceptable. He indeed felt sad while in the hospital. This wasn't a lie. Qing Ge surely didn't know, but in just a moment, the man's thoughts had become so active. The wind was a bit strong at night, the biting cold wind playfully trying to sneak into people's clothes and sweep around. Du Tingfeng parked the car, got out first, and walked over to Qing Ge, silently standing behind her to shield her from the wind. The two of them entered the building, one in front and one behind. As they opened the door, Qing Ge felt something flicker in her peripheral vision, and her hand on the door paused. She turned to look, but there was nothing there. Perhaps she had seen it wrong. What is wrong? Teng Feng asked with concern. Qing Ge shook her head. It's fine, I'll go up. You can go home. Teng Feng licked his dry lips and said casually, I'm a bit thirsty. Can I go up for a glass of water? If it were earlier, Qing Ge would have immediately refused. She felt a headache just looking at this man with so much information bombarding her. But just now, she felt a little uneasy, thinking she had seen something. So having a big man follow her felt a bit safer. All right, just a glass of water. Teng Feng felt satisfied, as long as he got the entry card. Everything would be easier. This was the most profound realization he gained in the army. Once you get over a hurdle, what happens next is up to you. The two of them entered the elevator in comfortable silence. Teng Feng tried to make conversation. Did you eat well tonight? Qing Ge did. Noticing she was ignoring him, Teng Feng couldn't help but tease her. Is the Argentine red shrimp good? If you like it, I can buy a box for you later. Sure enough, he received an angry glare from her, which made him feel amused. After exiting the elevator, Qing Ge skillfully opened the code lock, turned her head to signal him to step back, and then pulled the door open. A warm light spilled into the hallway, casting a golden glow all around. Qing Ge stiffened and whispered, Did you turn off the lights when you left? Teng Feng immediately sensed something was off. He pulled Qing Ge behind him, his expression serious, a chill emanating from him. Stay close to me. He casually picked up a golf club from beside the shoe cabinet at the door, moving quietly as he stepped inside. Qing Ge is back. A familiar voice came from deep within the living room, accompanied by the sound of slippers slapping against the floor. Qing Ge peeked out from behind Teng Feng, tugging at his shirt, and hesitantly called out, Dad? Teng Feng. Wait, what did you say? I didn't hear you. Oh, Dad came to see you this. They faced each other. Qing Ge's father staring at the young man holding the golf club in shock. What is going on? Teng Feng was also stunned, staring wide-eyed at Qing Ge's father. Teng Feng sat on the sofa, watching the father and daughter happily chatting, while a little figure in his heart felt dejected and jumped around in frustration. He never expected to meet his father-in-law under such circumstances. Teng Feng must have scared you just now. I'm really sorry. I was just trying to give Qing Ge a surprise and didn't tell her in advance. Qing Ge's father, after doting on his daughter, turned to Teng Feng and sincerely apologized, making Teng Feng step back repeatedly. Uncle, what are you saying? It was my fault just now. Teng Feng, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been holding a big stick to hit you. Qing Ge's father waved his hand dismissively, his eyes darting between Qing Ge and Teng Feng with a smile. So what is going on between you two? Qing Ge suddenly grabbed her father's arm and pulled him over. He just came to send me home. We just had dinner with my brother. Qing Ge's father smiled, but didn't say anything. You had dinner with Lin Ji, but it wasn't Lin Ji who sent you back. It was Teng Feng. Qing Ge's dad looked at them with a mysterious expression. The living room fell silent for a moment. Then he asked, Teng Feng, want to have a couple of drinks with Uncle? Dad, he just got out of the hospital. He can't drink. Qing Ge's father glanced at her with a knowing expression. You know this? Well, then if he can't drink, he can't drink. After saying that, he stood up and quietly sighed, Oh, you shouldn't have to wait until the wedding feast to drink. Qing Ge. What wedding feast? Whose wedding feast? What nonsense is my dad talking about? Uncle, don't worry, I definitely can't. I'll be able to drink in a few days. Qing Ge quickly turned her head and glared at Teng Feng. What nonsense is he talking about? All right, I have nothing else to do, so I won't disturb you too. After saying that, he stood up and was about to leave. Qing Ge. Dad, your reaction is not right. Qing Ge's father quickly walked to the door, and by the time Qing Ge realized what was happening, he was already putting on his shoes. Dad, don't go. If anyone should leave, it's him. Qing Ge's father looked at his daughter and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. She was still shy about it. What's the big deal? Your dad isn't old-fashioned. Young people are young people. By the way, when are you two planning to get married? I'm waiting for my grandson. Qing Ge. Wait, Dad, what are you talking about? Boys or girls? I'm fine with either. I don't prefer boys over girls. I have many calligraphy and paintings collected, and when a child is born, I'll give them to him. Also, someone gave me a wooden bracelet. What kind of wood was it? I forgot. I'll give it to you once the baby is born. It's a good thing. Qing Ge. I had no idea there were so many things at home, and during this time, I need to hurry and write a book, jot down my life insights, so my grandson can read them and hopefully avoid making mistakes. My grandson will definitely be a dragon among men, someone who achieves great things. Qing Ge. Okay, you can go now. Goodbye, Dad. Qing Ge weakly waved at her father, feeling exhausted. She never knew her usually taciturn dad had such rich thoughts underneath. And what about the calligraphy and paintings, the bracelet? Why had he never told her? Was she not worthy of knowing? Qing Ge felt drained. She was still single and had already felt the impact of generational expectations. Wait, what generational expectations? The door was suddenly slammed shut, and Qing Ge's father even excitedly knocked on the door from the outside. He had originally worried that his daughter wouldn't be happy because of the family, especially after what happened during the new year, fearing she might rebel and not even date. Now he could rest easy, knowing that after he was gone, someone would take care of his precious daughter. Qing Ge's forehead twitched in frustration, and she tightly pressed her lips together. After standing still for a moment, she turned around and saw Teng Feng standing not far behind her, trying to suppress his laughter, his eyes filled with endless amusement. Qing Ge, what are you laughing at? You can leave too. Teng Feng immediately stopped smiling and said coldly, Uncle still wants a grandson. Qing Ge felt inexplicably that this man had left half a sentence unsaid. After being tormented by both of them all night, she couldn't take it anymore. Let's go. She pushed Teng Feng to the door and thought for a moment before continuing. I'm recording a show tomorrow. Let me calm down. Let us not contact each other for a while. Teng Feng's heart sank. He had thought his father-in-law had given him an assist, but it turned out not to be the case. Before he could say anything else, he was pushed out the door. Downstairs, Qing Ge's mother saw her husband's car and excitedly ran after it, calling out husband a couple of times, but unfortunately, Qing Ge's father didn't hear her as the car gradually drove away. She looked up at the building with a thoughtful expression. Teng Feng had just followed her daughter upstairs, and he must have seen her husband. Now, her husband was driving away. That meant Teng Feng must have already been with her daughter. Qing Ge's mother stroked her chin. Teng Feng, he has not a bad choice. A couple of years ago, her husband had mentioned that he thought Teng Feng was a good kid, but they had never seen the two children together. Unexpectedly, it had turned out this way. Qing Ge's mother suddenly remembered that she hadn't seen Teng Feng's mother, the elder sister of the Du family, for a long time. She needed to find out where the elder sister had been enjoying herself. Chapter 32. After driving everyone away, Qing Ge started packing her luggage. The next morning, she met Shimu and Song Ken at the airport and flew to Sha City. The name of the new variety show was also decided, called Voice of Imagination. The program team selected 30 contestants, gathering newcomers who were just beginning to shine in vocal music and musical theater, as well as peak figures in the industry. After getting off the plane, the production team picked them up, and with the help of Shimu, Qing Ge and Song Ken shared a large suite, while Shimu stayed in the adjacent room. The weather here was a bit more humid and cooler. Song Ken didn't bring enough clothes, so he wore Qing Ge's clothes for now, planning to buy some more when he had the time in a few days. Song Ken followed as Shimu's cousin and assistant. This identity was something Shimu had thought about for a long time. In the industry, some young female assistants have unusual relationships with the artists they accompany, and some artists even bring their fixed partners under the guise of being assistants for convenience. However, Shimu didn't want others to speculate about Song Ken like that. Even though he had impure thoughts and plans for Song Ken that went beyond friendship, he wanted to be above board and despised hiding his lover. Therefore, he added an extra layer of identity for Song Ken as a cousin to prevent outsiders from overthinking and to spare himself some irrational fans from troubling Song Ken truly. A thoughtful arrangement. Shimu was like a lone wolf running down from the mountain, having found his soulmate at first sight, digging layers of traps around her before she even noticed, waiting for her to willingly jump down. As soon as they entered the recording studio, Qing Ge noticed that the station had high hopes for the explosive popularity of Voice of Imagination. The luxurious and dazzling stage, with colorful and brilliant lights, When Shimu and Qing Ge walked in, the contestants waiting on the side of the stage erupted in chatter. "Oh my god, I heard they invited Shimu, but I didn't expect he would actually come, right? Didn't he say he hasn't been back to the country in a long time? Looks like we might really get popular. Wait, who is that woman behind Shimu? Is it Qing Ge? What's she doing here? She can't possibly be a contestant, can she?" The three judges on the panel were already well known, and with Qing Ge's qualifications, she couldn't possibly sit there. So what was she doing here? As the contestants finished their makeup, Zhang Mu and Wang, she took the microphone and briefly introduced the recording process and general setup to everyone. A big variety show like this would definitely require staying up late to record, with sessions every half month, each lasting 2 to 3 days to gather enough content. All right, everyone knows the first two judges, so I want to introduce them much. Shimu, I'm sure you all know him better than I do in this circle. Our show aims to create classics through pop music, and Shimu holds a leading position in the pop music scene. So any contribution you make will significantly benefit our opera and musical theater dissemination. Zhang Mu paused for a moment, recalling the strong directives from the investors over the phone. And then there's Qing Ge, whom you probably all know, but this time she is not a contestant. She's here to play as the piano accompanist. Piano accompanist. The audience below was taken aback, exchanging glances. Everyone in the industry knew how important the piano accompaniment was for the musical structure. If the orchestration wasn't in sync, it relied on the piano to take charge. The requirements for a piano accompanist were extremely high. Thus, an uproar ensued. A newcomer with a background, Wu Yiqian, bluntly refused, saying, "This won't work, producer. It's not that we don't trust Qing Ge, but she's only been in the industry for 2 years and is a pop singer. This is too risky for us." There is a hierarchy of disdain in the music industry. The underground looks down on the mainstream, classical looks down on pop, and rock looks down on everything else. The young guy immediately voiced his opposition, followed closely by a few young people standing firmly behind him. Though they didn't speak, their intentions were clear. Zhang Mu scanned the audience's varied expressions, then glanced at Qing Ge and Shimu standing beside her. "How about this? You choose a piece for Qing Ge to play, and let us see how well you two can collaborate. Does everyone agree with this arrangement?" Zhang Mu had anticipated this situation and had already given Qing Ge a heads up. Although Qing Ge felt a bit nervous, she didn't show it on her face. "Sure, producer, I have no problem." Wu Yiqian jumped onto the stage, closely observing Qing Ge, and as he brushed past her, he whispered, "Sorry, sister." He didn't want to make things difficult for Qing Ge, but when it came to their future, he had to be cautious. The silent audience mostly shared the same thoughts. Although Qing Ge rationally understood, she still felt a bit uncomfortable. She had been pampered all her life and rarely experienced such an embarrassing moment of being publicly humiliated. The last time was when Teng Feng had rejected her in his office. However, Qing Ge had a hidden strength. Usually quiet, she became braver in the face of difficulties, able to rise from despair. She held her head high, her gaze slowly sweeping over the audience like a proud swan, without a band to rehearse with. The solo piano accompaniment and singer-s collaboration tested both the singer-s foundation and the accompanist-s rhythm control. Let us go with a segment from Don Quixote. Wu Yiqian stood in the center of the large stage, turning to look at Qing Ge. The impossible dream. With a challenging raise of his eyebrow, he asked, "Sister, can you do it?" Qing Ge looked at him coldly, a slight smile on her lips, and placed her hands on the keys. These 88 black and white keys were her stage. Her fingers danced over the keys, and the prelude quietly flowed from her fingertips. "Sister, no, faster." Wu Yiqian turned, frowning at her, his dissatisfaction evident. Qing Ge glanced at him without speaking, lowering her eyes to the keys and taking a deep breath. "I'll give you 3 choices. Listen carefully." Then, bowing her head, Qing Ge played the prelude at a rapid pace, then glanced at Wu Yiqian. She lowered her head again, slightly slowing down, and played it once more. This time, she didn't look at him, as if immersed in the idealistic kingdom of Don Quixote, expressing her dreams through the music. The audience below was stunned in disbelief, their lips slightly parted, their eyes focused on Qing Ge, who was swaying in the corner of the stage with the music. Under Qing Ge's fingers, they seemed to see the scene and hear the final line sung in court, wishing Don Quixote good luck with the impossible dream. to pursue the impossible dream, to fight against the unbeatable enemy, to bear the unbearable sorrow, to run towards the places where even the bravest dare not go, to correct the uncorrectable error and offer pure love from afar. As the music leapt to the final note, Qing Ge raised her head, quietly looking at Wu Yitian. He was stunned, unable to speak, just like the audience below, staring at her. How could her music seem so magical, instantly pulling him into the story, into the scene? As if everything was happening right in front of his eyes? Shimu, watching this scene, slightly curved his lips, patting the overly excited Song beside him, feeling a sense of pride, as if everyone was intoxicated while he remained sober. My sister Qing Ge is really amazing. Song can excitedly hug Shimu's arm, shaking it back and forth. Shimu looked down at her, thinking to himself that she was also amazing in his heart. Zhongmu and Wang, she were relieved upon seeing this. Zhongmu stepped forward, clapping his hands. All right, everyone cooperate a bit. And don't think about Qing Ge's past as a singer. He added, you see, we can't judge people too narrowly. Qing Ge is the direct disciple of Mr. The Can she really lack skill? He glanced at Wu Yitian, who was still standing there in a daze. What do you say? Must you stand out? Isn't this awkward? The discussions in the audience were buzzing. Isn't Mr. Li Lin's closed-door disciple Shimu? That was many years ago. How could it be Qing Ge? Everyone's gaze unanimously focused on Shimu. Shimu turned to face everyone, feeling embarrassed to let them see her laugh, saying, my junior sister has embarrassed herself today. This statement confirmed Qing Ge's identity. Everyone shook their heads wildly in their hearts, not daring to laugh. How could this be embarrassing? However, with Qing Ge's impressive piano skills and rare talent, why did she initially go into the entertainment industry? Such skills are simply fit for a musician. How prestigious. If everyone knew that Qing Ge originally entered the entertainment industry to chase a man, they would probably be so furious they'd de-bang their heads against the wall. The contestants who were initially unconvinced were now subdued by Shimu and conquered by Qing Ge's piano sound. Obediently standing below the stage, waiting for the recording to finish, even a few rebellious ones were surprisingly well-behaved, especially Wu Yitian, who now looked at Qing Ge with eyes as sticky as fine honey. His companion glanced at him and thought, well, this will be Wu Yitian's new goddess from now on. After recording the show, it was already late into the night. As dawn broke, the magpies outside were cawing, and the recording finally ended. After it was over, everyone rushed to greet Qing Ge, secretly praying that the goddess would give a little more effort when playing their accompanying pieces. Oh no, just a little effort would be enough to tug at their heartstrings. Thinking this way, they all felt immensely respectful. Some younger contestants even took photos with Qing Ge to commemorate the moment. Shimu watched from behind with arms crossed, clicking her tongue in amazement. And when Qing Ge walked over, she whispered, wow, you're much more impressive now than your senior brother. After all, he is also a judge, and they ignore me standing here. That night, the three of them went out for hot pot, with the spicy aroma wafting from the red oil hot pot, while the other side's yin-yang pot was quiet. Stop looking, you can only eat the white pot. Song Can, looking at Shimu's stiff face, couldn't help but advise. You need to take care of your voice. Reluctant. In fact, she was overjoyed inside. She didn't like spicy food at all. Every time she risked eating spicy food, her stomach would feel uncomfortable for a long time. This was all to make Jean take care of her more. The three of them in the hot pot restaurant had no idea that the online world was already in an uproar. Chapitre 33, Urgent Knocking. Teng Feng looked up at Assistant Liu, who rushed in with a terrified expression. What is the matter? Assistant Liu stammered, unable to articulate a single sentence clearly for a moment. Teng Feng frowned, somewhat displeased. Speak clearly. With a gulp, Assistant Liu swallowed hard. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, but he was afraid that after saying it, the president would chop him down with a big knife. Assistant Liu licked his lips, quickly organizing his words, closed his eyes, and straightened his body. The first thing is that Miss Qing Ge was photographed with Shimu. The second thing is that when you came back from Oslo with Miss Qing Ge, the flight attendant's Weibo post was also dug up. The flight attendant said Miss Qing Ge is not single and has been accompanied by a gentleman all the way. Netizens are cursing Miss Qing Ge, saying she saying she is not self-respecting and is trying to climb the social ladder. There are even harsher words that Assistant Lu dared not repeat. Assistant Lu opened his eyes to sneak a glance at his boss's expression and continued, "Also, Miss Qing's participation in the program as a steel partner has been leaked in advance. Netizens are leaving messages on our company's official Weibo, asking whether we are hiding Miss Qing. Otherwise, why hasn't she appeared at events for a year and instead is working behind the scenes? Is this arrangement because she... Is something wrong?" The online platforms, unable to see the real faces of people, fueled the netizens' maliciousness, without considering how much harm their words could cause to others. Teng Feng listened without changing his expression, his demeanor cold, lightly tapping the surface of his office desk with his fingers. "Send me the account and password for the official Weibo." After saying that, he waved to let Assistant Lu leave. Once the door closed, Teng Feng's expression darkened. He took out his phone and opened Weibo. The internet speed was a bit slow today, and it opened very slowly, causing him to tap the screen repeatedly in frustration. What does it mean that she was photographed with Shimu? After a moment, he finally logged in and opened the trending topics. The names of Qing Ge and Shimu were floating right there. Qing Ge and Shimu embrace on the street. These words were glaring and painful to look at. Teng Feng clicked on the screen and examined it for a while, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Although she was wearing Qing Ge's clothes, it was not Qing Ge. Just a moment ago, his heart almost stopped. Just like over a year ago, when he had only intended to scare Qing Ge, but felt the same way when he saw her photo with Liang Chun trending on Weibo. Teng Feng sat there, holding his phone, lost in thought. He suddenly felt that this might not be a bad opportunity. He believed that he and Qing Ge had reached a bottleneck, stuck in a situation where they couldn't go up or down. Perhaps this trending topic would serve as a boost. Although it wasn't Shimu who was photographed, he knew without looking that Qing Ge was definitely with Shimu now. The two of them were not only friends, but also senior and junior, and nominally closer than he was. Teng Feng's heart boiled with jealousy as he watched the netizens clamoring below for Qing Ge to be with Shimu. What is this Qingmu CP? And those female fans of Shimu who were chasing after Qing Ge and cursing her. Did he die? He didn't protect her well before. Can't he do it now? After many years in the army and the business world, Teng Feng knew how important momentum was. So he moved his fingers, opened the company's official Weibo, and typed the line, "Greenlight Entertainment. Qing Ge has dreams. We support her in pursuing them." Then he switched to his personal account, pondered for a moment, and ultimately decided to take a gamble. He gently tapped the screen and liked the Weibo post by the flight attendant. He then posted a Weibo. Teng Feng, waiting for you to come home. Qing Ge. Accompanied by a photo he had secretly taken of Qing Ge under the starlight in the Arctic Circle. He wanted to bind Qing Ge tightly, letting everyone know she was his. As Qing Ge became more independent and excellent, more and more admirers would surround her. He knew this was a gamble, but he had a past and felt uneasy. After posting, he sent Qing Ge a WeChat message, quickly informing her. "This doesn't count as acting without notifying you first, right?" He then pressed the intercom to call Assistant Lu back in, remove the trending topics about Qing Ge and Shimu. "No matter the cost, I don't want to see such content on trending anymore." He raised his eyes to stare at the assistant standing across from him. The company's stance can be unified appropriately, understand? Assistant Lu shivered and understood, turning to tell the major agents to have the company's artists repost in support. With Teng Feng's explicit and implicit hints, plus Qing Ge's previous good relationships in the industry, the online discourse began to change. Even before she finished her hot pot and realized it. "Wei Heng, Qing Ge is my wife's friend. Our family wishes her success on her new path." Liang Chun. "Hey, ladies and sisters, don't just talk based on the photos. The online violence caused by me and Qing Ge being photographed before is a cautionary tale. Let's love peace, okay? Peace. Go for it, Qing Ge." Xiaji. "Qing Ge is a good girl. I didn't expect her to be so talented. I hope to see her on a bigger stage one day. Go for it, Qing Ge." The three who spoke first had considerable status, and other small stars in the company sensed the shift and were poised to act, especially after seeing the ambiguous likes and Weibo content from the president of Greenlight Entertainment. They all began to post on Weibo to voice their support for Qing Ge. After the three finished their hot pot and returned to the hotel, they felt like someone was watching them on the way to their rooms. Qing Ge looked down at her clothes. They were clean, and she wasn't dressed incorrectly. Her mask was also worn tightly. What were they looking at? After exiting the elevator, the three parted ways. Song-Kin waved at Shimu. We're heading back first. You should brew some herbal tea later. During the recording, he had talked too much and could clearly feel his voice getting hoarse. Shimu glanced at Song-Kin, his mind swirling with thoughts, and pouted, not brewing, too tired. Song-Kin glared at him. Why are you so lazy? I'll brew it for you later. Turning back, she pulled out the room card from her pocket, muttering softly to Qing Ge. Sister Qing Ge, how can he be so lazy, TSK? Qing Ge stood by, watching this oblivious scene, silently sighing in her heart. She thought, Shimu is really a scary guy. Luckily, I don't like him. Although, Teng Feng, that dog man, is a straightforward steel man who always makes her angry. He has always been proper, which is still a merit compared to Shimu. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she shook her head. Why was she thinking of him again? Entering the room with Song-Kin. After taking off her coat, Song-Kin brought it to her nose and sniffed. It was full of the smell of hot pot. It smelled so good in the restaurant, but now that she was full and back, it just felt. No way. She turned and looked at Qing Ge seriously. I'm going to take a shower first and help you warm up the bathroom. After saying that, she hurriedly took her phone and dashed to the bathroom. Qing Ge shook her head with a smile. This lively girl was really full of energy, while she, with her stomach slightly bulging, just wanted to lie in bed like a 200-pound salted fish. Sighing contentedly, she lay on the bed when Song-Kin, wrapped in a towel, rushed out. Not good, Sister Qing Ge. You're trending. Qing Ge looked at her with a puzzled expression, hesitating. No way. I'm practically half retired. Why would they trend me? Opening Weibo, the screen froze, shaking nonstop, and the number of private message notifications had become too many to display, turning into a red dot. You go take a shower. I can't open Weibo right now. Qing Ge smiled at Song-Kin, but the warmth in her hands and feet gradually dissipated, growing colder. Song-Kin glanced at Qing Ge. Although she was young, she understood that sometimes it was necessary to give others space to process their emotions. Her eyes flickered as she lightly bit her red lips. All right, I'll go now. Sister, call me anytime if you need anything. The sound of footsteps grew distant, and the patter of water began. Song-Kin hid in the bathroom. Frantically missucking on Vechat. After waiting for a while and seeing Shimu reply, she nervously went to take a shower. When she had just met Sister Qing Ge not long ago, Qing Ge had told her that the decision to go abroad was influenced not only by a painful breakup, but also by the hurtful comments from strangers online after some scandalous photos were leaked. She felt so miserable that every day when she woke up and saw people on the street with the same black hair and yellow skin as hers, she would tremble all over. Would this person online have insulted her? Would that person look at her with disdain? At that time, Qing Ge even went to see a psychologist. She couldn't understand why people who didn't even know her would insult her like that. So when Song-Kin habitually scrolled through Weibo before her shower and saw Qing Ge's name trending, she instinctively felt uneasy. Qing Ge sat up, leaning against the pillow, her hand holding the phone gradually turning cold. The influx of private messages gave her a sense of returning to the past. The page finally stopped lagging, and she trembled as she tapped on it. The last Weibo post she made over a year ago had thousands of comments beneath it, filled with accusations of being shameless, saying she flirted with Liang Chun first and then went after Shimu, questioning if she couldn't live without a man. The more she read, the colder she felt, as if she had been thrown into an ice cave. Her fingers slowly scrolled down, and she saw a vague Weibo post from Teng Feng, causing a loud bang in her mind. Frantically flipping through the comments and private messages, she found that her list of crimes had grown longer. She had one more man to answer for. She had already told him to calm down. Why wouldn't he listen? Memories flooded her mind. It had always been like this. When she confessed, he wouldn't listen. He ignored her feelings, always doing things on his own without consulting her. Why do you have to post such ambiguous things on Weibo? Why bring everyone's attention back to her? Why couldn't she just play the piano in peace? In the past, she had pressured Teng Feng despite his difficulties, but now it had reversed. Since returning to the country, she felt his impatience every moment they were together. He was using the situation to force her to accept him. Cold sweat broke out on her back as she faced a barrage of hurtful insults. Her heart grew colder, as if she were sinking in an icy lake. Qing Ge suddenly realized that she had never truly understood Teng Feng before. And now, Teng Feng had never understood her either. They were not suited for each other, destined not to be together. The past was like a dream, too troubling to bear. It was time to let it go. Chapter 34, first update. She didn't respond to the noisy voices online and simply deleted her Weibo account. When Song Can hurried out of the bathroom, she saw Qing Ge lying on the bed with her back turned to her, the white quilt pulled up to her neck, curling up to hide herself completely. Song Can anxiously paced back and forth with her phone in hand, making some noise, but noticed that Qing Ge didn't react. Unsure if she was ignoring her or had fallen asleep, she quickly dried her hair with a towel, rushed to the wardrobe to put on some clothes, and left the room. Before closing the door, she glanced back at Qing Ge, who lay quietly on the bed, and sighed inwardly. After closing the door, she knocked loudly on the door of the next room. It took a while before the door was opened. Shimu also seemed to have just finished showering, wrapped in a towel around his waist, his smooth muscle lines and abs glistening with water droplets, looking particularly striking. With a bit of a cleanliness obsession, Shimu immediately felt that he smelled after returning. So he took off his clothes and went to shower. Song Can stared for a moment, swallowed hard. And when she raised her eyes, she found Shimu looking at her with a half-smile, his gaze deep. Her face flushed instantly. I came to find you because I have something to discuss. Song Can dared not look any further and stammered as she stared at the tip of Shimu's nose. Her gaze flickered and slid down to his straight, firm collarbone. How had she not noticed before that Shimu had such a good physique? Song Can quickly shook her head. What was she thinking? She was just a pure little fairy. As she shook her head, the water droplets from her hair jumped in the air, falling in a smooth arc onto Shimu's half-naked body. He raised an eyebrow, suddenly feeling a bit hot, a rush of warmth flowing down. Not daring to delay any longer, he turned back into the room. Come in, little drenched chick. Song Can follow behind, cautiously peeking in before closing the door, muttering softly, You're the little drenched chick. She thought Shimu would come out right away after changing, but there was the sound of water again. Song Can, didn't you just take a shower? After waiting for another 5 minutes, Shimu finally dressed neatly and opened the door to the living room, sneezing. He rubbed his nose and muttered to himself, Damn, a cold shower is really not meant for humans. It's freezing. Huh? What did you say? I didn't hear you. Song Can asked loudly. Shimu, do you think I want you to hear? He casually sat down next to Song Can, resting his arm on the back of the sofa. What is up? Why did you come to find your brother? Not caring that they were sitting too close. Song Can picked up her phone, her tone anxious. You finally came out. Something big has happened. Sister Qing Ge is being criticized online again. Is it serious? Song Can nodded repeatedly. Sister Qing Ge is so sad. She's lying in her room, not talking. That is pretty serious. Shimu distractedly reached for his phone with one hand while propping up Song Can's chin with the other. Don't nod so hard. Your head will fall off. Song Can. After secretly touching the smooth skin on Song Can's chin, Shimu withdrew his hand and opened Weibo, first checking the comments on Qing Ge's post. It was unbearable to look at. He glanced at the photo where Qing Ge was being criticized the most, and recognized at first glance that it was a picture of Song Can's back. When Song Can was walking and not paying attention, she almost tripped, and he instinctively reached out to support her. It looked like they were hugging. Is that Qing Ge's outfit? Shimu pointed at the screen and asked Song Can. Song Can nodded slightly. I didn't bring enough clothes. Sister Qing Ge lent me hers. Shimu looked deeply at Song Can. So, Qing Ge took the blame for you? He pressed a bit harder with his fingers and saved the photo. What are you saving that photo for? Song Can leaned against him, peering at the screen with confusion. Shimu snorted lightly in his heart without answering. He just wanted to see how long it would take for this little brat to react. Returning his attention to the comments, he clicked his tongue. How come some people are so idle? And some female fans are incredibly possessive, thinking that the person they like belongs only to them. As Shimu scrolled through the comments, he saw that some of his fans were really fierce in criticizing others. Don't worry, it's fine. Shimu turned to look at Song Can, who had a worried expression, and patted her head. Don't you trust your brother? After saying that, he found a recent photo of him and Qing Ge taken when they visited their master and edited a Weibo post. Shimu, master, junior sister, and I. After posting it, he looked at the silly girl next to him and thought for a moment before reposting it. Shimu, if I love someone, it should be open and above board, and I wouldn't hide it. Shimu, master, junior sister, and I. The internet was in an uproar. Qing Ge, being a disciple of Mr. Li Lin, was revealed for the first time. Some netizens who had been fiercely criticizing Qing Ge voluntarily went to apologize on her Weibo, and while some stubbornly didn't apologize, at least they stopped the attacks. After all, Mr. Li Lin holds a transcendent status both internationally and domestically, and anyone he recognizes must be quite capable, not to mention someone he directly accepts as a disciple. However, netizens had some doubts and began to curiously comment and inquire, with such talent, why has she only been seen singing for the past 2 years? Shimu continued to look at the comments for a while, then opened the trending topics to see Greenlight Entertainment, clicking in out of curiosity. He immediately saw Teng Feng's heartfelt confession and couldn't help but chuckle. What's wrong? Why are you laughing? Songkin leaned over, curious. Shimu glanced at her. This guy is really pitiful, sincerely stepping on a tiger's tail. Songkin. She leaned forward, trying to see what was on the screen. Soft and fluffy like cotton candy. The scent of the same shower gel as filled her nostrils, and she felt herself getting hotter, her nose itching, unable to resist the urge to rub it. Shimu, why are you having a nosebleed? Yidanash. The next day, Qing Ge was just as usual, getting up early to review her songs in preparation for recording the show. When she arrived at the recording studio, everyone fell silent for a moment upon seeing her enter. This moment brought back memories from a year ago when they were filming Small Town Romance. It was the same. The noisy filming set fell silent as soon as she walked in, as if fearing to be affected by a virus. With a stern face, Qing Ge ignored everyone and walked straight to the piano to practice. The young contestants below pushed each other, wanted to ask her something but didn't dare. Most of them were students still in school or had just graduated a few years ago, and the incident that exploded on social media was too distant for them. Wu Yiqian coughed lightly, scanning the room with his eyes. What is there to ask? Hurry up and do what you're supposed to do. No questions allowed. Wu Yiqian had a background, and everyone listened to him. Ever since Qing Ge had confronted him, he had been subdued, calling himself Qing Ge's #1 little fan. No one was allowed to say anything bad about Qing Ge in front of him. Time passed second by second, and the first recording ended smoothly. When Qing Ge returned to her room to pack her luggage, she sat beside her suitcase, warm sunlight pouring down behind her, feeling cozy. Suddenly, she remembered the message Teng Feng sent her last night. She hadn't replied. She took out her phone and sent Teng Feng a message, asking to meet and talk in the evening. On the other side, Teng Feng felt uneasy since losing contact with Qing Ge the night before. His eyelids twitching. He didn't even go home and stayed at the company. When he received Qing Ge's message, his heart skipped a beat. Talk? About what? Teng Feng lightly tapped the table, unable to resist asking Lin Ji for Qing Ge's flight number. Time dragged on painfully, and he drove early to the airport parking lot to wait. The plane landed smoothly and on time, and Teng Feng was already waiting at the arrival gate. Looking forward, after 10 minutes, he finally spotted Qing Ge, who was accompanied by a youthful-looking girl, while Shimu, wearing a mask and looking down, followed behind at a distance. It was then he realized that Qing Ge wasn't out alone with Shimu. As he saw Qing Ge, a smile was just starting to form on his face when he noticed her gaze smoothly sweep past him, brushing shoulders without acknowledgement. The smile froze. An inexplicable sense of panic surged within him. He hurriedly turned and followed behind, striding forward to grab Qing Ge's suitcase, whispering, "I'll help you with that." Qing Ge didn't look back or say a word, seemingly oblivious as she continued walking forward. Song can cautiously glance between the two, saying, "Sister Qing Ge, I'll walk with Brother Shimu later." After saying that, she quickly slipped away. Qing Ge stood still, biting her lip, and after a moment glanced at the helpless man beside her. "Let us go." The journey was silent. The air in the car felt stagnant, and Teng Feng couldn't help but tug at his collar, feeling as if he were about to suffocate. They drove towards Qing Ge's home. Upon reaching the community, the two ascended the stairs one after the other. Teng Feng followed behind Qing Ge, unsure of what was wrong, but he felt that her demeanor indicated he had done something to upset her. What was going on? Once inside, Qing Ge closed the door and took off her outerwear. Sitting on the sofa with a serious expression, I need to talk to you. Teng Feng lightly licked his lips, his voice low and hoarse. About what? I think we should just end this. It's not suitable. Teng Feng abruptly lifted his head. What do you mean end this? What do you mean not suitable? Why? Echoing his premonition, Teng Feng asked with difficulty. Qing Ge took a deep breath, not looking at him, her gaze fixed on a bouquet of plum blossoms beside the TV cabinet. I have nothing to say. The things that needed to be said have already been said, but it seems he didn't listen to a single word, Qing Ge thought silently. She raised her eyes to look at Teng Feng, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I feel like I've never really known you. And you don't know what I want or what I'm afraid of. Tell me, can such love be genuine? After speaking, she bit her lip to suppress her emotions, leaving a beautiful bite mark. Let us just act like strangers from now on. The blow was heavy, and the man's expression turned difficult. But didn't we say we'd be friends? I don't want to be friends with you anymore. Is that okay? At that moment, Qing Ge truly felt that they were not suitable for each other. After experiencing online bullying, she was too scared. But Teng Feng's status and identity were there. He was destined to shine brightly and attract attention, and he could never be an ordinary person. She gave a self-deprecating smile, wondering how she ever thought they could start over. How foolish. Indeed, she shouldn't have been soft-hearted. Otherwise, she wouldn't be feeling this sadness now. The compromises and concessions of these days felt like a clown, laughing at herself with a bright red mouth. Tears blurred her vision, blocking her view. Teng Feng felt a sharp pain in the back of his head and suddenly pulled Qing Ge into his embrace. His palm pressing against her back, his eyes bloodshot, staring fiercely at her like a wolf that lost its mate, his chest heaving violently. Look at me. Look into my eyes and say it. Look into my eyes and say you don't want me anymore, that you don't love me, that you're tired of me. Teng Feng gritted his teeth, his cheeks taut, his narrow, upturned eyes filled with defiance and stubbornness. His hand, supporting her, trembled uncontrollably from the surge of emotions, gently shaking her. Look at me and say it. A hot tear fell, landing between Qing Ge's brows, flowing down to the corner of her eye. Look at me and say you don't want me anymore. Look at me and say it. Qing Ge turned her face away, her heart aching, her hands tightly clenched into fists at her sides. But she didn't raise her head, her voice soft. You should go home. But you're all I have. You're telling me to go home. Teng Feng stared at her in disbelief. Where can I go? Tell me what I did wrong, and I can change. Qing Ge remained silent, simply keeping her silence. Is it wrong to love you? His voice was low, a faint self-questioning, sorrowful and pleading. Is my love all wrong? Chapter 35, Part 2. Qing Ge pushed him away and rushed back to her room like the wind, leaning against the door. Tears could no longer be contained and streamed down her face. She covered her mouth and sobbed softly, afraid to let herself cry out loud. She was sad, but more than that, she was afraid. Afraid of repeating the past. In the living room, Teng Feng sat stunned on the sofa, his arms still in the position they were moments ago, his fingertips seemingly still holding onto Qing Ge's warm body temperature. Turning to look at the bedroom door, he stood up too abruptly and felt a bit dizzy, stumbling to the door and pressing his forehead against it. Xiao Ge, you can't leave me. Where are you going to let me? Tears silently fell, hitting the floor with a soft thud, and the sunlight streaming and made them sparkle. Talk to me. Please don't be silent. Don't ignore me. Okay? The room was silent, without a sound. Teng Feng leaned against the door, slowly sliding down to sit on the floor, his arms resting on his knees, his head hanging weakly. He couldn't understand how things had suddenly turned out like this when everything had seemed fine. If someone passing by saw him like this, they might click their tongue in pity and throw him a coin, thinking how pitiful a homeless person looked. How could a person look so much like a stray dog? The next day, when Teng Feng went to work, his emotions had returned to normal. But he didn't go home, starting to work overtime day and night, basically living at the office. At night, he couldn't sleep, relying solely on alcohol. Even after he fell asleep, he would repeatedly dream of Qing Ge leaving him, dreaming of growing old alone, waking up gasping for breath, and unable to sleep again. Sitting by the window, watching the night outside, staring all night. After a few days, he had lost weight, his eye sockets were sunken, and he appeared even sharper, like a drawn sword. Yet, there was a sense of having lost his soul. Assistant Liu had watched him for a few days, feeling genuinely worried, and secretly sent a message to his good friend Wei Hong. In the bar's private room, the music outside was deafening, but the room was quiet. Teng Feng continued to pour himself drink after drink without stopping. Wei Hong sighed as he watched. This scene was far too familiar, reminiscent of the past. However, he couldn't help but advise him, "Your health is important, stop drinking." Just as he finished speaking, the door was pushed open, and Huolonji and Wenzi arrived. Young women passing by the door peeked in, their curious gazes abruptly cut off by the closing door. "Oh, what's got you so heartbroken again?" Huolonji taunted. Ever since the last hotel incident, he had looked at Teng Feng with disdain. He was puzzled as to why a man would act like that towards the woman he loved. How pathetic. Although he had been feeling down lately, it didn't stop him from poking fun at Teng Feng whenever they met. That said, Huolonji poured himself a drink from the bottle, sitting opposite Teng Feng, and the two of them silently drank. Wei Hong and Wenzi exchanged glances. Wenzi inquired with his eyes, "What was wrong with Huolonji?" Wei Hong shrugged, indicating he didn't know. After a moment's hesitation, he pushed the fresh watermelon platter towards the two and cautiously asked, "Lonji, are you in a bad mood?" Huolonji paused in his action of pouring the drink, silently set his cup down. "Let me ask you guys, what would you do if you accidentally slept with a woman?" Wei Hong, what does accidentally slept with a woman mean? Wenzi, who had driven and not drunk any alcohol that night, suddenly sprayed the soda he had just put in his mouth, then quickly waved his hands, apologizing. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is the first time I've heard someone phrase drunken escapades so refreshingly." Wei Hong couldn't help but laugh at Wenzi's reaction, patting Huolonji's shoulder. "Brother, sounds like there's a situation." Huolonji lifted his left shoulder, glancing disdainfully at the two without retorting, simply remaining silent. Wei Hong quickly sobered his expression. "I think it splits into two situations. If you're single, then there's nothing to say. A man should take responsibility. If you don't want to take responsibility, then don't sleep with anyone, right?" With a sharp look, Wei Hong pretended not to see it, retracting his gaze to continue. "The second situation is if you're not single." Wei Hong paused, suddenly envisioning Yan Zixi smiling face holding a knife. "I think then it would be better to die to atone." Wenzi nodded, raising his right hand in agreement. Huolonji glanced at the two, remaining silent, and continued to drink. Wei Hong looked at Wenzi, realizing there was indeed something going on. Then he glanced at Teng Feng, who was also silently drinking. It seemed he heard a word of their conversation, as if he had sealed himself in a small world. Unable to watch any longer, Wei Hong approached Teng Feng, pushed him, and snatched his drink away, his face showing anger. "If there's a problem, solve it. Drinking like this, what are you doing? Do you still care about your health? You just got out of the hospital, don't you know? If your health deteriorates, will you still want kids in the future?" This harsh dose of reality finally brought Teng Feng back to his senses, and he turned to stare blankly at Wei Hong. Children? Of course, he wanted children. He dreamed of it. But the mother of the child didn't want him anymore. Where was he supposed to get a child from? As he thought about it, his eyes turned red, and he lowered his head, hiding the despairing expression on his face in the darkness. "What happened between you and Qing Ge?" Wei Hong asked bluntly. Having known Teng Feng for over a decade, and only Qing Ge could make him lose control like this. Teng Feng shook his head, not speaking. After a while, he finally managed to say, word by word, "She doesn't want me anymore. She told me not to bother her, that from now on we would be strangers." After speaking, he forced a bitter smile. "Don't smile, it looks worse than crying." Wei Hong sat down beside him, curious. "Tell me, after Qing Ge returned to the country, how did you pursue her?" Wenzi also leaned over, nodding. He was particularly curious about how Teng Feng, with such a winning hand, ended up in such a state. It was hardly like his usual decisive military style. "Pursue?" Teng Feng turned his head, his red eyes showing. "What does that even mean?" Wei Hong was taken aback. "What do you mean, what does that mean?" "Although my relationship with Yan Zixi wasn't traditional, I know. Flowers, gifts, romancy, poursuit." Teng Feng shook his head. "I didn't do that." "Then how did you do it?" Wenzi continued to press. "I just took her under my wing, watching over her all the time." Before he finished, Wenzi exclaimed, "Dude, that essay script for forced abduction. When was directing Small-Town Romance, Qing Ge was the female lead, and he believed he understood her character. Qing Ge would definitely not fall for that. No wonder you failed. After saying that, he ignored Teng Feng. His professional instincts ignited, and he began to discuss with Wei Hong what type of script Teng Feng and Qing Ge belonged to. Teng Feng shot a glance at the two, reflecting on what Wei Hong had just said. Pursue? Had everything he did before been wrong? Another day passed, and Teng Feng received an unexpected phone call. Shimu asked him to meet. They agreed to meet at a CAF downstairs from the Greenlight Entertainment Building. Teng Feng arrived first. Shimu came leisurely, smiling when she saw him, and sat down opposite him. "I want a latte," she said without any courtesy, treating Teng Feng like a waiter, and added politely, "Thank you." Teng Feng felt a thumping in his temples and got up to order the bar. How come he never realized that Shimu's way of doing things was so annoying? Didn't people in the industry say he was as aloof as a cold mountain pine, proud and unyielding in the snow? He returned with a latte and gently placed it in front of Shimu. "What else do you want?" Shimu raised an eyebrow, surprised that this guy could keep his composure. "Nothing else. I just wanted to chat with you." "Has Qing Ge fallen out with you?" Shimu asked straightforwardly, hitting the nail on the head. Teng Feng pursed his lips and remained silent, his dark eyes fixed on Shimu. "How about this? Let me tell you a story. I know a friend who was sent abroad by his master and struggled greatly. One day, he found a girl with a fever right at his doorstep. Coincidentally, he recognized her. She had attended his concert the day before. Her fever was really bad, so he took her in. The girl was quiet and often gazed at the sky, probably due to the change in environment, and it took her days to recover. During this time, my friend suddenly discovered that this girl had exceptional piano skills and a lot of talent. Just then, their team's accompanist had an emergency, so my friend wanted to try playing with her. To his surprise, they clicked really well. Usually, he needed 4 or 5 practice sessions with others, but with her, just 1 or 2 would suffice. He was thrilled and decided to hire her at a high salary. However, the girl declined, saying she couldn't perform on stage. When he asked her why, she said she didn't like being the center of attention. My friend, being stubborn, insisted on trying. The girl had a good temperament and managed to perform in front of thousands without losing her composure. But afterward, she fell ill again and lapsed into a deep sleep. When a family doctor came to see her, he subtly suggested that my friend take her to see a psychologist. My friend was puzzled, thinking, how could someone who seemed so quiet and reserved need a psychologist? Later, someone told him about the things that had happened to her back in the country, and he realized he had been unaware of the situation for years. After taking her to a psychologist for over half a year, she finally recovered enough to perform without stage fright, but my friend felt she still wasn't completely okay. For some reason, she was still afraid. At this point, Shimu took a sip of his coffee and remarked how thirsty he was after sharing so much. Leaning back on the sofa, he curiously observed Teng Feng. The man had his head down, and Shimu could only see his high brow bone and thick eyebrows. After a moment, the man finally looked up, emotions swirling in his eyes, but he managed to keep them contained. He looked at Shimu and said hoarsely, "That friend is you, isn't it? Yedanashcha muchaka casuality." "Oh, you figured it out. What does this mean?" Teng Feng aske de harceler. Shimu thought to himself that it was just that he could found him quite decent, and it would be a pity if Qing Ge missed out on him, so he was asking for a favor. Otherwise, he wouldn't bother with other people's affairs. "Don't you like Xiao Ge too?" Teng Feng continued to probe, feeling that there had to be a motive behind Shimu's actions. As a rival in love, he felt that Qing Ge had already sentenced him to death, and there was no way out. Shimu was about to deny it when he suddenly turned serious and said, "Because I want you to feel the pain she used to endure." He continued, somewhat provocatively, "Winning too easily isn't interesting." Completing his task, Shimu didn't want to waste any more time. He stood up and patted Teng Feng's shoulder before leaving. "Just like I believe that people in love cheat because they know it would hurt the other person. What about you? Do you love her as if she is your possession, like a bird? Or, as a living person, have you loved her and respected her?" After saying this, he left briskly, leaving Teng Feng sitting there in silence. He looked calm, but his heart was breaking. Shimu's words struck deep. He had never known that Qing Ge had seen a psychologist abroad, although Shimu had only hinted at it. His meaning was clear. The rumors before she left for abroad and the endless online abuse had left deep scars on her heart. She was scared. She had always been scared. But what had he done before? Out of jealousy, he had posted ambiguous tweets without discussing it with Qing Ge, drawing everyone's attention to her. He hadn't considered her feelings. He just wanted to take advantage of the situation, to leave his mark on her through public opinion, to claim her as his own and ensure that no one would pursue her. One day, she would wear herself out and have to compromise. He hadn't touched her heart with genuine feelings. Instead, he treated Qing Ge as an enemy and used tactics. As the clouds cleared, his heart hurt even more. No wonder Qing Ge had rejected him. No wonder she didn't even want to talk to him. He had done this more than once. Qing Ge had clearly given him a fresh start, yet he had squandered it. She must have been very disappointed, very sad, very hurt. For the past few days, Qing Ge hadn't seen anyone and stayed at home, practicing her pieces, calling Li Lao to report on her practice, or watching TV and variety shows. She hadn't touched any other apps on her phone. One day, Li Lao asked her to come to his house to review her progress in person. Li Lao's teaching method was quite unique. He believed that since they were all adults, those who had the desire to become famous must have enough self-restraint and self-discipline. Therefore, he adopted a free-range policy for his young apprentices to observe their inner selves. Qing Ge arrived early, buying steam buns and soybean milk for Li Lao and his wife at the alley entrance, and also getting a pot of daffodils for his wife. When practicing the piano in her spare time, Li Lao often liked to talk about his wife, saying she loved flowers, was a bit greedy, and enjoyed watching young handsome men. When he spoke, he would pout in a jealous manner, looking at Qing Ge and whispering, "Those young boys are so dull. They can't compare to my depth, can they?" Qing Ge felt envious. Two people growing old together, still caring for each other, occasionally getting a little jealous. What a beautiful, mundane life it was. Sure enough, when Li Lao saw the pot of daffodils in Qing Ge's hands, he smiled broadly, completely ignoring the soybean milk for breakfast. He carefully took it from her and walked slowly to find his wife to offer the flowers. Before long, he returned with a thumbs up, quietly thanking Qing Ge. "Thank you, my little disciple. How did you know I made your teacher's wife angry this morning?" Qing Ge leaned over. "What happened?" Li Lao frowned and waved his hand. "It's that someone she likes recently. I watched it on TV. It wasn't anything good. She seemed so girly, and as soon as I mentioned it, she flipped out. She has talked to me all morning. If it weren't for this pot of flowers, I wouldn't know what to do." Qing Ge smiled, but didn't say anything as she followed Li Lao to the piano room. "Play a piece you've been practicing recently," just casually. Qing Ge played the theme from Don Quixote, a piece she had practiced a few days ago. Li Lao stood by the piano, and the smile on his face gradually faded, his white eyebrows furrowing together until he raised his hand to interrupt her. "All right, that's enough. Qing Ye Pus." The last note sounding harsh. She sat at the piano bench, looking helplessly at her teacher. Li Lao didn't blame her. He just quietly observed her. "Have you encountered any issues recently? Do you need help from your teacher?" Li Lao was getting old and didn't understand the software used by young people at all. He could only sense her melancholy and sadness from the soft, melancholic, and somewhat jerky sounds of her. Qing Ge lowered her head and slowly shook it after a long while. Li Lao softened his tone, advising her to take things lightly when young people encounter problems, and not to force themselves into a dead end. "How about this? I'll give you a day off today. You can go out for a stroll, climb a mountain, and shout from the top of the mountain." Qing Ge stood at the door of Li Lao's house, feeling like she had nowhere to go. In the past few days, she had thought a lot about her past with Teng Feng, and over time, she felt that the memories of the two of them were covered in a thick layer of dust. Looking back at it, it felt like something from a past life. Her phone vibrated. It was Yin Shishi calling. "Where are you?" Yin Shishi got straight to the point. Qing Ge hesitated and hadn't spoken yet when Yin Shishi continued, "Come back with me to Lingde Temple. See you in an hour at the door." After saying this, she hung up the phone. Listening to the busy tone, Qing Ge, with red eyes, slowly said okay. The cold winter wind was almost gone, and the breath of spring was quietly approaching. The little snow on Lingde Temple's mountain had melted, and standing at the door, the mountain wind rustled the leaves. Not long after Qing Ge arrived, Yin Shishi came running toward her. "Sister Shishi, slow down." Qing Ge called out, unable to help but walk forward to greet her. It had only been a little over 2 months since she gave birth, especially since the baby was too heavy. Yin Shishi couldn't walk for the last month. Why was she standing there and in such a hurry? Yin Shishi ran over and, in the end, walked quickly in small steps, panting, "I can't breathe. It's been 2 months since I gave birth, and Wei Hung still won't let me go out. If I don't get out soon, I'm going to get moldy. Luckily, you can save your sister." Qing Ge looked at Yin Shishi with red eyes and didn't speak. Sister Shishi must have come to accompany her because she knew something. Under the gaze of the soft and cute jade rabbit spirit, Yin Shishi quickly conceded, all right, as long as we know in our hearts, that's enough. If you're feeling anxious, don't be afraid of bottling it up. Otherwise, should I accompany you to draw an oracle? Zan Si Si Zoka. The two of them had initially met at Lingde Temple when Qing Ge was deeply entangled in emotional confusion, seeking an oracle for a way out. Qing Ge chuckled and nudged her with her arm. "You're making fun of me." Seeing Qing Ge smile, Yin Shishi felt much more at ease. They walked all the way to the main hall, and Qing Ge thought for a moment before kneeling in front of the Buddha statue, putting her hands together with a respectful expression. In a bustling world, she didn't know why she was troubled by love. Once, she was obsessed, letting go of everything, even her dreams, just to follow the person she loved. The result was painful. Later, she let go of her obsession, wanting a plain life. Why did the world still not let her go? Why? She closed her eyes and knelt before the Buddha statue, softly asking, "What should I do to avoid this troubled world? What should I do to abandon my past ties?" She couldn't even clearly say whether she still loved that man. Was it that she didn't love, didn't dare to love, or didn't want to love? Even her master could hear the confusion in her. Standing up, she noticed someone was watching her. It was an elderly monk in a faded gray robe. He looked at her with compassion, placing his right hand on his chest and nodding slightly. "Benefactor, this poor monk has a message for you." Qing Ge stood respectfully in place, looking at him with curiosity. "What is it, esteemed monk?" Not avoiding, not disturbing. Ignorance and fearlessness, impermanence and selflessness. After listening, Qing Ge bowed her head in thought. When she looked up again, the monk was already gone. Outside the red wooden door, Yin Shishi bent over and peeked inside when someone behind her lightly coughed. She turned back and smiled. "Esteemed monk, you are out. Thank you for your hard work." The monk, who had just looked compassionate, now glared at her. "Next time, don't make me do this again." When Yin Shishi first arrived in this world, she was penniless and, on a whim, started part-time work at Lingde Temple, thus meeting the monk who swept the floors. The sweeping monk was born for her and had been waiting for her arrival. "Do you understand that the heavenly secret cannot be leaked?" The sweeping monk pointed at Yin Shishi in exasperation. "But this isn't even a heavenly secret. You clearly know what's going on." Yin Shishi muttered softly. "You still need to be professional and responsible. Do your job as an NPC." The sweeping monk retorted, pausing for a moment before continuing. "You know the outcome for the two of them isn't good. That girl's red thread on her wrist is about to break. What more are you forcing?" Yin Shishi frowned, very disapproving of this statement. "I can come to this world. I don't believe in any outcomes. You should know, my fate is determined by me, not by others. They got separated because of the so-called heavenly path. I can't just stand by." The sweeping monk sighed, "But they were never meant to be, destined to encounter many hardships." After saying this, he shook his head and turned to leave. The world is so turbulent. Not long after, Qing Ge came out, and Yin Shishi linked arms with her to walk outside. When they reached the door, Qing Ge looked up and stopped in her tracks. Under the tree across from her, a man stood straight. From a distance, she could see the pain in his eyes. "I called him here. Don't blame me." Yin Shishi said softly, "If there are knots to untie, don't avoid them, Qing Ge. Otherwise, it will only deepen." After completing her task, Yin Shishi quietly disappeared. Teng Feng stepped closer to Qing Ge, wanting to smile, but couldn't. "I have something to tell you. Is that okay?" Qing Ge looked up at the man, suddenly understanding what the monk had just said to her. Not avoiding, not disturbing. Ignorance and fearlessness. Impermanence and selflessness. Not escaping, not disturbing myself. Ignorance and fearlessness. The world is impermanent, and I am also impermanent. Like a clear spring rushing through her heart. A sense of clarity washed over her. There was even a hint of understanding and openness in her eyes. She felt that she should no longer escape. She had fled to America before, but now she wanted to shrink back again. However, the problem remained unresolved. No matter how far her body fled, her soul remained rooted in place. There was nowhere left to escape. All right, what do you want to say to me? Chapter 36, First Update. Two people stood under the tree. The wind at the end of winter and the beginning of spring wrapped around the sunlight, warm yet cool. Should we go to the car or walk while talking? Teng Feng looked at her seriously and asked softly, "Let's walk and talk." Listening to the sound of the wind, the rustling of the trees, and the free chirping of the birds, how nice it is. Okay. The two walked one after the other on the hillside, with Teng Feng's eyes fixed on her. "What do you want to tell me?" Qing Ge stopped and turned to ask. Teng Feng's tut opposites here, stepping aside to block the wind, watching her standing in his shadow, as if wrapped in his embrace, feeling a bit envious of his own shadow. After looking for a while, he reluctantly withdrew his gaze and said, "I want to apologize to you." Qing Ge raised her eyebrows in surprise. Apologize? The man continued to speak to himself. "I haven't done well in the past, always thinking I was good to you without considering your feelings. I didn't discuss things with you in advance either. They said I didn't respect you enough, and at first, I was unconvinced. But later I thought about it calmly and realized they were right. I wanted to be with you before, but my approach was wrong. What I did was no different from those who threatened to commit suicide after a breakup online." Teng Feng chuckled self-deprecatingly. "I've done many things wrong. And I was afraid to see you a few days ago, afraid that you wouldn't want to see me. But I feel that an apology still needs to be said. Xiao Gu, please don't punish yourself because of my mistakes." After finishing his speech, he dared to look up at her. "Can you forgive me?" Then he felt it was somewhat inappropriate. "I'm not forcing you to forgive me. How do you feel about it now?" After being enlightened by the high monk, Qing Ge felt much calmer. She quietly listened to his words, thought for a moment, and decided not to escape anymore, honestly saying, "I feel a bit confused right now. There are many things I haven't figured out yet. For example, what exactly are my feelings for you? Why did I accept you getting close again? But I need some time now, and before I figure things out, I don't want to date. I think being single is great. It's very free. Moreover, if there is a fate, we will meet again." The latter sentence she kept hidden in her heart. If there is no fate, then let us part ways here. Qing Ge looked directly at the man, and after hearing her, he was momentarily stunned, feeling a dull pain in his heart, as if a stone pestle was striking his heart. But he didn't dare to reveal a hint of it. Her attitude was also within his expectations, and he nodded. "I understand." The two stood there in silence, and a gust of wind blew through the mountain gorge, causing Qing Ge to shiver. "Let's go back, Teng Feng said, taking a few steps outward, looking at her sideways. "Can I drive you back?" Qing Ge shook her head, politely refusing. "I drove myself." Teng Feng nodded, saying nothing. Walking back to the parking lot, their cars were parked a bit far apart. After Qing Ge said goodbye to him, Teng Feng watched her walk further away and couldn't help but shout, "I will wait for you. I will always wait for you. Just like in a dream, I will always wait for you." The man's determined yet pained hoarse voice drilled into Qing Ge's ears. She was momentarily stunned, but did not stop. She directly returned to her car and drove away without pausing. The black SUV followed behind at a distance, while the sports car nimbly wove through the road. A red light stopped the black SUV. Teng Feng watched the sports car gradually disappear until he could no longer see it. His eyes felt hot, and he lowered his head and sighed. "Why does my heart hurt so much?" Teng Feng respected Qing Ge and did not run to the National Music again. That shabby dormitory, exchanged for dozens of Steinway grand pianos, stood vacant, even though he knew that just a wall away was the girl he loved. During the day, Teng Feng went to work as usual, and after work, he stayed in the office's lounge. The employees in the company whispered to each other, wondering if the boss had been abandoned by Miss Qing Ge again. Otherwise, why was he so low in spirits, working as if his life didn't matter? Assistant Liu couldn't help but reprimand when he saw someone discussing it. Do these idiots want to add fuel to the fire? Just knowing in your heart is enough. Do you have to say it out loud? Aren't you afraid the boss will hear and deduct your bonuses? In fact, Teng Feng was doing fine. Life went on as usual, except for the heartache and sadness. Sometimes he would be lost in thought. During this time, after work, he read many books, including psychology, success, and even quite a few romance novels. He was pondering the words Wei Hong had said to him before. How should one pursue the girl they love? He thought that Qing Ge would eventually feel better and one day would see him without anger. At worst, he could just keep waiting. He had endured for 5 years, and he could wait for a year. In his dreams, he waited a lifetime. Teng Feng thought to himself that even if he had to wait 10 or 20 years, at worst, he could have a twilight romance with Qing Ge. Isn't that quite fashionable now? After reading many books, he still didn't understand. He thought for a moment and called Wei Hong, again in the same bar box. The outside was dazzling with lights, a world of indulgence. Inside, 3 men held their breath, looking at another. Wei Hong waved his hands repeatedly. No. Why are you 3 looking at me? Teng Feng pressed his lips together. Even though he didn't want to admit it, it was a fact. Among the 4 of us, you're the only one with practical experience. You're married. Tell us how you managed to win Shi's heart. Wenzi nodded. You even have a child. You need to share some experiences. Wei Hong glared at Wenzi, saying he couldn't share experiences about having children. However, his path of meeting and falling in love with Yin Shi was also unconventional. It didn't conform to materialism. Wei Hong stammered, unable to articulate it clearly. How about this? To share any insights you've had since dating and getting married. If he could answer this question, Wei Hong raised his crystal cup and took a sip of red wine, looking at the 3 of them with slight pride. A sense of security is quite important and somewhat mysterious. What we call caring is something that can only be understood, not explained. For example, if you have no money but time, how would a girl feel that you care about her? Then you have to spend money on her. If you have money but no time, then you need to spend time with her. Girls are smart. They know what is truly rare and valuable in men. Sometimes, they just want to feel the man's care for them. This is like cooperation in business. You have to grasp the core needs of the other party. My friends. Wenzi smacked his lips and rubbed his chin, squinting. Is it that complicated? Teng Feng listened and felt as if he had gained enlightenment. No wonder in the romance novels he read, some male protagonists got together just by giving bags and luxury cars, while others just spent time together in a mundane manner. After bidding farewell to the others, he pondered on the way home. Although he promised Qing Ge to respect her, it didn't mean he was giving up on himself. Teng Feng instinctively took out his military research spirit, starting from scratch to recall where he had gone wrong and what needed to change. The moonlight was cool. Teng Feng sat in his study without turning on the light, hiding himself in the darkness, leaning against the back of the huge office chair. When Qing Ge was 17, he wanted to wait for her to grow up before expressing his feelings. He thought he wasn't a beast. He couldn't just pursue a minor girl. Later, when he finally waited for her to become an adult, family changes happened. His brother's family fell apart, and his father died while his mother went mad. After quietly dealing with family matters, when it came to Qing Ge, he became a bit timid. He was afraid of many things. Afraid that she wouldn't like him. Afraid that she would despise him after knowing about his family's problems. Afraid that she would give up on him. On one hand, he didn't dare, and on the other hand, he didn't want to give her up. The attitude fluctuated between cold and warm, doing many things that he thought were good but actually hurt her deeply. Remembering the dull pain in his heart, tears welled up in the corners of his eyes before he even realized it. Scenes flashed before him. Qing Ge's smile, her tears, her eyes filled with pain and indifference. He felt a tightness in his chest, as if breathing had become difficult. The more he thought about it, the deeper his regret became. He had done many things wrong, step by step, making mistakes that led him to a dead end with her. Now, recalling that Qing Ge's eyes were so clear and bright when she was 18, holding a sincere heart, filled with thoughts of him, he felt that if he had been honest with her, she wouldn't have turned against him. At that time, he always thought he was older and had more to consider, bearing heavier responsibilities. He made decisions for her and for their relationship without consulting her. The roar of cars on the highway surged through the window. Suddenly, he realized, was his way of loving her similar to how he treated his mother? Controlling the other person in the name of love. Shocked, he felt that what he had done before was utterly terrible. A sense of belated regret and shame washed over him. How foolish he had been. Teng Feng opened his eyes, gazing out at the endless night. A few years ago, did his brother feel this way too? Was that why Teng couldn't face himself and chose to wander the world? Teng Feng abruptly stood up, turned on his computer, and opened his email. Over the years, he had maintained email contact with Du Tengye, who was unreachable by phone and rarely replied to messages, but would occasionally send an email. Du Tengfeng bit his lip and sent Du Tengye an email. Then he wanted to take a shower, wanted to cool off with cold water. After finishing his cold shower, droplets still dripped from his hair. The computer chimed, and Du Tengfeng approached it to check the new email. It was from Du Tengye. This kid was quick to reply today, Du Tengfeng thought to himself. Du Tengye's response was very brief, congratulating his brother for finally choosing to face his feelings for Qing Ge directly, something he had been anxious about for many years. However, he had nothing special to share with his brother. He had also missed out. Just one line, Nirvana is painful. Remember the past, remember his wife, and the child that never came into this world, and feel regret and sadness. He hoped his brother wouldn't understand the preciousness of ordinary life only after suffering heavy losses like he had. Du Tengfeng leaned slightly over the table, reading the email carefully, going over it several times, then sent another email asking his brother where he was and when he would return home. Du Tengye qui replié. I'll come back when I find her. A sense of sorrow filled Du Tengfeng's heart. Du Tengye was only 2 years younger than him, about to turn 30. Yet how had his life turned out this way? Would his brother be able to find his sister-in-law? Or would he be trapped in endless searching for the second half of his life, just like him? Du Tengfeng sighed, feeling that the paths of the two brothers in love were truly fraught with difficulty. Yet, they were born into this family, with such a mother, it wasn't their choice. What could they do when they were born? With a heavy heart, he took a can of beer from the fridge and returned to the table to open a video app. Today was the premiere of The Voice of Illusions, and he wanted to see Qing Ge on the screen. Suddenly feeling regret, he wondered why he hadn't insisted on being there for the first episode. The variety show had just started, and the director introduced the judges, with the first being Shimu. The camera panned to Shimu, who still maintained his aloof demeanor, hands crossed over his chest while speaking. Du Tengfeng froze, staring at the screen in shock, his hand holding the beer suspended in the air. He rewound the progress bar. Scrutinizing 11 Moiserist. He took a screenshot and enlarged the image. That watch looked so familiar. Du Tengfeng gis atraced. In a flash, he recalled the women's bamboo watch from the box at Qing Ge's house. His hand trembled uncontrollably, the veins in his neck pulsing. The ironclad truth stood before him. And Du Tengfeng fixed his gaze on Shimu's wrist. Did Qing Ge give that men's watch to Shimu? The first episode of The Voice of Illusions exploded in the music industry. The show was a hit. The next day, the top 5 trending topics were all about The Voice of Illusions. Although Qing Ge only had one shot, everyone knew that the original singer Qing Ge had transitioned to behind-the-scenes work after her previous appearance on the trending list. Initially, when Shimu posted on Weibo, some netizens were still unconvinced. But after the first episode aired, all objections faded. Qing Ge's piano music resonated throughout the show, whether fast or slow. Her accompaniment was never overshadowed by the orchestra. In fact, she subtly guided the orchestral parts. The industry was in an uproar, finally understanding why Mr. Li, at such an advanced age, broke the rule of not accepting apprentices and took Qing Ge under his wing. If they had the chance, they would have fought to have her. With the successful airing of the first episode, the show's profile rose, attracting sponsorships from several fast-moving consumer goods companies. The recording process for the second episode went much smoother. The air conditioning that had been sparingly used last time was now fully operational. When Qing Ge returned to school after recording the second episode, Mr. Li called her into his office. I need to prepare for a masterclass soon, and there are quite a few applicants. Please help me screen them, and we'll select 5 in the end. My old bones can't handle too many people. Qing Ge nodded in agreement. Teacher, do you want to be present during the screening? Mr. Li was quite amusing. In school, he asked her to call him teacher. But at home, he preferred she call him master. He referred to this as a blend of Eastern and Western cultures. As long as you're there. What I need to do? Mr. Li waved his hand, chuckling like a mischievous child. You need to have some confidence in yourself. I won't take on anything I'm not sure about. If you weren't that outstanding, how could I have taken you as my apprentice? How could I entrust this to you? Mr. Li pointed out his own issues with precision. Qing Ge felt a pang of inferiority. She didn't say much more. All right, go prepare. If you need anything, just find me. As she walked to the office with the materials in hand, Qing Ge kept thinking about Mr. Li's words. She thought she had concealed her feelings well, but Mr. Lee saw through it all, clearly and unmistakably. Indeed, he was an old fox. Qing Ge had grown up bearing her mother's expectations until she had a falling out with her at 17. The things she loved were never supported by her mother. Instead, she was constantly belittled and scolded. Later, after falling for Teng Feng, she mustered the courage to learn piano and confess her feelings to him, pouring out all her passion and bravery without reservation. The result, however, was painfully tragic. In the 2 years she spent in the entertainment industry, she felt unfulfilled. Before meeting Shimu, piano had drifted far from her life. She didn't even dare to hope for completeness. Her career, love life, and family were all unsatisfactory. At that time, she felt that her first 22 years of life had been a complete failure. Too much of failure. The high-pressure family life had bent her once proud neck lower, and the man's ruthless rejection was the last straw that broke her. During that time, she appeared normal but was actually lost, nearly falling apart inside. That was why she chose to leave and couldn't bear to face her failures at home. After returning, she still couldn't confront Teng Feng because she needed to heal herself first. Back in the office, Qing Ge opened a stack of application materials and began to review them one by one. Li Lin's reputation had indeed spread far and wide, and the applicants were either teachers from various music academies or somewhat well-known young pianists, along with a few foreigners. Qing Ge carefully reviewed each application, and by the time the preliminary selection was over, the sun was setting outside, and it was almost dark. After sitting for a long time, her shoulders and neck ached. So she stood up and shook her head. She organized the selected names and placed them on the desk, preparing to call them tomorrow to request a piano performance video. Once she finished, she noticed it was getting late, so Qing Ge packed her things and prepared to go eat. As she turned to lock the door of the adjacent room opened as well. Teng Feng walked out and was a bit surprised to see Qing Ge, then smiled gently. "Long time no see. How have you been lately?" Qing Ge was also taken aback. At first glance, she noticed that the man's hairstyle had changed. The change was significant. Unlike his previous clean and tidy buzz cut, his hair had grown quite a bit, with a few strands falling over his forehead. The cold aura around him was much softer, but his gaze remained indifferent, and his profile was still stern, giving off a bit of a brooding vibe. He really seemed both restrained and wild at the same time. Teng Feng's transformation was so drastic that Qing Ge momentarily lost her composure and stammered, "Your hair has grown quite fast." Teng Feng chuckled inwardly. It had been almost a month since he last saw her, and it felt like a year. "I came here today to handle some paperwork. The previous documents are in this office," Teng Feng explained in a low voice, worried she might misunderstand that he had promised her space but kept lingering around. His words made Qing Ge feel embarrassed, and she quickly waved her hands. Realizing how foolish she had just acted, she felt even more embarrassed. How humiliating. So, she decided to make a hasty retreat, giving Teng Feng a perfunctory smile. "Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving." "Hey," Teng Feng called her, "meeting is fate. How about we have dinner together?" Chapter 37. Qing Ge subconsciously wanted to refuse. Where's she going to eat with him? A month ago, she had just said she didn't want to see him, and now they were meeting for a meal again. Didn't that make her words sound like dog shit? Teng Feng raised his hand, and Qing Ge was stunned when she saw his wrist. His watch looked so familiar. Frowning, she stared at it. Wasn't that the birthday gift she had given him before? Teng Feng took her silence as agreement. And by the time Qing Ge came to her senses, they were already in a Japanese restaurant next to the school. Wasn't it normal to have a meal with colleagues? It was just a meal, nothing much. Seeing her regretful expression, Teng Feng helped her out, carefully arranging her chopsticks and warming her plates and bowls. Qing Ge didn't dare to look at him. She didn't understand what had gotten into Teng Feng over the past month, why he had let his hair grow long, why the top 2 buttons of his shirt weren't fastened, and how his suit suddenly looked so exquisite. She had just glanced at him and noticed that there were even cufflinks on his shirt cuffs. Qing Ge silently wondered what had stimulated him. Was it not because of her? As the meal came to an end, Qing Ge felt a bit embarrassed, and standing at the restaurant door, she solemnly and justifiably refused Teng Feng's offer to take her home. She quickly said goodbye to him and went home alone. Teng Feng sat in the car, holding a cigarette between his fingers, looking up at the light that turned on in Qing Ge's room. staring at that warm yellow light. He felt like he was going crazy thinking about her. When he couldn't sleep at night, he would look at her photos, especially the only group photo of him and Qing Ge taken secretly outside the filming set. Since the watch Qing Ge had given him a month ago, he had worn it on his wrist day and night. He felt so lonely. He didn't know how he had gotten through the past month. The moment he saw her, he felt like a lost traveler in the desert, and she was the life-saving spring that rescued him. Thinking of Qing Ge's expression when she saw him today, he couldn't help but smile with joy. The beauty trick truly didn't deceive him. He just had to think about how to respect her wish for time to cool down while also making his presence felt. On Saturday morning, Song called Qing Ge early to invite her to go to the hot springs. Before leaving, Qing Ge looked at the watch box on her bedside table, thought for a moment, and put it in her bag. She drove to pick up Song, who was wearing a long hoodie with tall boots, looking youthful and vibrant. "Sister Qing Ge, you're here. I've already booked the group deal. It's on the mountain not far from Ling-to-Temple." Song hopped into the car with her little bag, chattering like a magpie, while occasionally stealing glances at Qing Ge. She hadn't dared to reach out to Qing Ge during this time, unsure of how she was feeling, but today she seemed pretty good. Song decided to share a little secret. "Sister Qing Ge, I have some good news for you." Qing Ge mimics Song tone, "What good news?" "I haven't told you, but I actually applied for an exchange program at a domestic university. I can stay here for a year." Song beamed. "Sister Qing Ge, are you happy?" Qing Ge thought to herself, "What a girl who quietly does big things. Does she know?" Song was momentarily stunned, not having time to chew the yogurt stick in her mouth, which was now filled with sourness. She mumbled, "Why should I tell him?" Qing Ge replied, "You should tell him. He would definitely be very happy." When they arrived at the hot spring hotel at the top of the mountain, Song curiously looked around and whispered to Qing Ge, "This is my first time at a hot spring. I've never seen one in America. I brought my swimsuit. It's really pretty." As soon as they entered the room, Song jumped onto the soft bed with a thud. "Sister Qing Ge, can we drink some alcohol today? It's illegal to drink before 20 in America, and I'm turning 19 soon. I haven't tasted alcohol there. Whenever I see Shimu drinking, I get really curious. But Shimu is too mean. He has never let me try." Song Kan's eyes were bright and full of hope, her hands clasped together at her chest. Gently rubbing them together, "Please, just a little taste." Qing Ge conceded, "All right." Song happily jumped up, hugging Qing Ge and spinning around on the carpet. Sister Qing Ge is the best. In the end, they playfully bumped into each other and fell onto the carpet, both girls laughing happily. Qing Ge felt a bit shy and put on a layer of clothing over her swimsuit. Song, having grown up abroad, didn't think much of it. She was proud of her athletic body and beautiful muscle lines. Qing Ge, worried that Song might drink too much, ordered a can of cold beer. School had already started, and there weren't many guests at the hot spring hotel. Looking around at the many pools on the floor, only a few people were soaking. Qing Ge led Song into a small pool in the corner, and as soon as they entered, the two girls let out satisfied sighs. So warm, so comfortable. With a click, Qing Ge opened the cold beer can, and the dense white foam rushed out. Fearing it would spill, she leaned over to take a sip. She looked up to see Song eagerly watching her. "Are you really going to drink?" Qing Ge asked, holding the beer can. Song nodded continuously. "All right." Qing Ge handed her the beer. "You can only drink 3 sips. "Oh." Song stretched her voice, feeling a bit disappointed. "Why is Sister Qing Ge so strict? Is it because I'm too young?" After taking a sip, Song looked at Qing Ge with a grimace. "It's a bit bitter and not really good." She murmured in confusion. "How can anyone like drinking this?" Turning to Qing Ge, she cautiously asked, "Sister Qing Ge, how have you been feeling lately?" Qing Ge was momentarily taken aback. "It's okay." Song wrinkled her nose. "Actually, I think you were just too strict with yourself. Too serious. Those people online who like to criticize can just do it. How many of them are richer than you? Besides, whether it's that dogman from before or Brother Shimu, they both like you and are both excellent. Why do you care about the words of strangers online?" A month ago, when Qing Ge was being criticized online, her entire demeanor was like when she first arrived in America. She had somewhat closed herself off. At that time, she wanted to accompany Qing Ge, but Shimu stopped her, saying that Qing Ge needed to calm down and get through some hurdles on her own. Song took another sip, enjoying the warmth of the water while drinking the cold beer, and suddenly felt quite refreshed. She gulped down 2 more sips. Qing Ge, worried that Song Can would drink too much, snatched the remaining beer can and finished it in one go. However, Qing Ge's state had improved a lot. Qing Ge's actions, however, were a bit late. The steam and heat mixed with the alcohol swirled in her body, and since Song Can had never drunk before, her consciousness gradually became hazy. She glanced around and squinted her eyes for a moment. Sister Qing Ge, doesn't that person standing by the pool look a bit familiar? I can't quite see clearly. Are there 2 figures? Qing Ge turned her head to follow Song Can's gaze and was stunned. Teng Feng and Shimu stood by the pool with gloomy expressions, staring at the 2 of them. Qing Ge blinked her eyes, her small face flushed pink from the warm water. What are you 2 doing here? A small snore came from beside her. Qing Ge turned her head and saw that Song Can had actually fallen asleep by the edge of the pool. Asleep? It had only been a few seconds. Shimu let out a cold laugh. What are they doing here? Look at how careless they are. How can they expect to wake up and return to their room if they stay here? I came with you too, Shimu said in a cool tone. Qing Ge was a bit tipsy and looked at Teng Feng foolishly, asking, So how did you end up here? Shimu glanced at the man beside him and scoffed. I called him here. After saying that, he couldn't hold back any longer and bent down to pull Song Can out of the pool, the wet hot spring water dripping down his bathrobe. Shimu looked down at the girl in his arms, gritting his teeth in anger. When he arrived earlier, he saw several men in the hot spring stretching their necks and staring over here. If it weren't for the law against murder in a harmonious society, he would have drawn his knife. He turned back and glared fiercely at Qing Ge. How dare these 2 drink here? He would settle the score with her later. He brushed past Song Can and Teng Feng. The remaining man and woman gazed at each other across the edge of the pool, the man's expression dark and deep, while the girl's gaze grew increasingly confused. When did you arrive? Teng Feng asked expressionlessly, probably recalling how the girl had just called him a dog man. Qing Ge blinked her round eyes, took a moment to react, and said, Oh, so why are you here? Teng Feng took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling sharply. To take you back to your room. Qing Ge was truly his little ancestor, someone he couldn't provoke or scold. Oh, only then did Teng Feng realize that Qing Ge was also drunk. Teng Feng clenched his fists tightly. Can you walk? Qing Ge nodded and slowly crawled out of the pool, obediently standing beside him. Looking up at him, Wait, who are you? Teng Feng. He felt like he was going to explode from anger. Your brother, he replied somewhat impatiently. Qing Ge thought for a moment and realized she did have a brother, softly saying, Oh, then let's go back. Is brother going to the amusement park with Sister Qiao-Yu tomorrow? Can you take me? Teng Feng was taken aback, realizing that the drunk Qing Ge had returned to her youth. He thought for a moment and tentatively asked, Don't want to find your brother Teng Feng tomorrow? Qing Ge pouted, Oh, but brother Teng Feng hasn't seen me recently. I think he probably doesn't like me. Brother, do you think brother Teng Feng hates me? The last time I saw him, he didn't say a word to me. Teng Feng felt a lump in his throat, his lips moving but unable to speak. Was this the feeling he had given Qing Ge so long ago? Clearing his throat softly, he said, How could he dislike you? Qing Ge, don't think too much. Qing Ge nodded. I think so too. Brother, I'll tell you a secret. My birthday wish this year is to be with him. It's okay if he doesn't like me this year. I still have next year, the year after that, and every year in the future. The girl looked up at him with a sweet smile. There will always be a year when he agrees to be with me. Right, brother? Teng Feng felt like his heart was about to explode. He looked down, unable to meet her gaze, his voice trembling. Yes, what little Gus said is right. They reached the entrance and opened the newly opened room. Gently and carefully, he placed Qing Ge on the bed. Teng Feng squatted beside the bed, looking at her deeply. He knew Qing Ge couldn't hear him, but he continued, I have to go to the airport for a business trip soon. Little girl, be good and wait for me to come back. I will definitely pursue you properly and compensate you. Okay? Qing Ge felt a bit sleepy, nodded randomly, and turned over, wrapping herself in the blanket. Teng Feng kept watching her until a call from outside urged him to leave. He reluctantly got up and touched her forehead. He walked out in a daze, and Assistant Liu was waiting at the door, looking expectantly as Teng Feng came out. Boss, we're running a bit late. Teng Feng replied with a sound, walking slowly. Boss, are you still driving? You were in such a hurry when you came that you made him sit in the passenger seat while you drove? Assistant Liu asked. Teng Feng looked down at his slightly trembling hands and replied, "No, you drive." The unintentional heartbreak was the most lethal. That night, Qing Ge, with her once naive and innocent appearance and burning love, stabbed Teng Feng's heart deeply, causing him unbearable pain and distress. Qing Ge had a dream. She dreamed she had returned to a year ago after a fallout with Teng Feng when she went abroad. She was standing in a room talking to Shimu when the door suddenly opened. In her dream, Qing Ge saw Teng Feng appearing suddenly, frowning and looking at her, and Shimu coldly asking, "Who are you?" Unexpectedly, Shimu raised an eyebrow and answered his own question, "Her boyfriend?" Then asked, "And you are?" Teng Feng sneered, "Her husband." Qing Ge woke up with a start, the words "her husband" still buzzing in her ears. What the hell kind of dream is this? Why did I dream of such a bizarre scene? She grabbed her phone and saw it was already 7 in the morning. Looking at the unfamiliar room, Qing Ge covered herself with the blanket. Where is this? Wait, why does my head hurt so much? There was a knock on the door, and Qing Ge, holding her head, slowly got up, walked to the door, and opened it a crack, seeing Shimu staring intently at her. "You, what? Did you drink so much that you don't even recognize me?" Shimu pushed the door open and walked in. "You and Song can really went overboard. How dare you soak in the hot spring and drink? Why didn't you just light a fire behind your waist?" Qing Ge was still half asleep and a bit confused. Why light a fire? Oh my God! Suddenly, memories rushed back in her mind, and Qing Ge stood frozen, staring wide-eyed at Shimu. Shimu raised an eyebrow. "What? Remembered?" Without waiting for Qing Ge, Shimu walked over to the sofa and sat down, speaking earnestly. "Yesterday, when I saw Teng Feng leave, he seemed to be in quite a bit of pain. What did you say to him? I couldn't hold it in anymore. You said you never stopped loving him." "Qing Ge, how long are you going to deceive yourself?" Qing Ge looked at him blankly, not understanding why he suddenly said that. "Do you think I want to meddle? Want to play along with you? If you two aren't together, Song can keep thinking I like you. So I can only provoke that dog man, Teng Feng, to the extreme. But you two really are not a match, are you? Are you both snails? If this keeps dragging on, I'm going to explode." Hearing Shimu curse, Qing Ge took a step back in surprise. "What did you say?" Expecting Shimu to continue cursing, she was surprised when he suddenly stopped. "Nothing." After a barrage of words, Shimu felt a bit guilty. "Sorry. I got a bit worked up. Last night, Songkin was so drunk, insisting she was hot, and clinging to me without letting go. I really thought I was going to explode. Blood was pouring from my nose. I even thought I was going to bleed to death. Really, he was just hoping that Qing Ge could get together with Teng Feng soon, so that Songkin could realize he had no feeling for Qing Ge. Then he could take care of her on the spot to pay back for the trouble of last night." After tidying up, he left for breakfast. After saying that, Shimu left decisively. Qing Ge stood there, desperately trying to recall what had happened last night. All she could remember was that she seemed to have mistaken Teng Feng for Lin Ji and mumble a lot. But what had she said? It seemed Teng Feng had also said something to her before leaving, but what was it? Qing Ge knocked on her head, truly unable to remember. Qing Ge's mother was currently trying to reconcile with her husband. Her husband had been living at the school, not returning home at all. He didn't respond to her messages and would occasionally pick up the phone, only to say a couple of cold words. Qing Ge's mother felt a growing sense of crisis. The man she had cherished all her life had never treated her like this before. Today, Qing Ge's mother asked her sister to go shopping, thinking of buying some clothes as a gift for her husband to send to school and ease their relationship. Qing Ge's mother arrived early and waited in the CAF on the first floor of the mall. While waiting, she contemplated her daughter's marriage with Teng Feng. The Du family is well off. Although Teng Feng's father has passed away, he left behind a considerable fortune. It turns out that Teng Feng's father had a good reputation in the military, but unfortunately, he died too early. Qing Ge's mother thought with some regret that otherwise, it would have been a political and business marriage with their family, which would have been somewhat beneficial to the Lin family. "Andy, is this Aunt Lin?" Qing Ge's mother turned around and looked at the unfamiliar young woman in front of her. "I am Lin Yi. Do you remember me?" Chapter 38, One Update. It had been a long time since she had seen this little girl. Mama Qing Ge squinted her eyes and looked for a while before recognizing her. "You are the girl adopted by Sister Du?" Lin Yi smiled and nodded. "You still remember me." As she spoke, she glanced around and asked, "Are you waiting for someone?" "Yes," Mama Qing Ge replied without revealing too much, then changed the subject. "Sister Du?" "Oh no, Where has your mother gone? I wanted to find her recently, but I couldn't get through on the phone. Lin Yi lowered her eyes, a ruthless glint flashing across them. How did you get through? She was not doing well, but she would never let Qing Ge do well. Raising her head again, she smiled brightly. Auntie, don't you know? My mother has been in the hospital for a year. The smile on Mama Qing Ge's face froze as she stared at Lin Yi. In the hospital for a year? But how could this little girl still be smiling so happily after a year in the hospital? Lin Yi leaned closer to Mama Qing Ge and whispered, You don't know, right? My mother was sent to the hospital by her own son. Teng Feng said my mother is crazy, not mentally stable. She slightly raised her eyes, frowning as she stared at Mama Qing Ge. My mother is so sad. She misses you too. Auntie, do you want to go see her with me? Keep her company? As she spoke, she moved closer to Mama Qing Ge, their noses almost touching. The scene was too eerie and awkward, and people around in the CAF were stunned, staring in disbelief. Mama Qing Ge hurriedly stepped back, clutching her platinum bag, her face filled with terror. Are you crazy too? Ha ha ha. Lin Yi burst into laughter, standing up and staring at her fiercely. If anyone is going crazy, it's because of her daughter. What are you going to do about it? Lin Yi hated Qing Ge to the core. If it weren't for her, Lin Yi would have succeeded long ago. Whether it was the outstanding, cold man, Teng Feng, or half of the Du family's assets, it would all be hers. That cold man would burn for her in bed, sing haunting melodies to her in a deep, seductive voice, and go crazy for her. But it was all ruined. It was just a bottle of water. She was driven away like a rat in the sewer, living in the shadows. She had nothing left. She wished Qing Ge would die. Mama Qing Ge sensed something was off. Scrambling out of the CAF, her heart pounding in the empty street. She stared blankly at the bustling market in front of her, with cars and people everywhere. It took her a while to calm down before she rushed toward the parking lot. Qing Ge was in the kitchen cooking noodles for herself, the water in the small pot bubbling. She picked up a handful of noodles, ready to put them in. There was a knock on the door. Who is it? No response. Did she hear wrong? Qing Ge turned off the range hood and listened for a while. Sure enough, the knocking came again. Who would come to find her at this late hour? Qing Ge turned off the heat, placed the noodles back on the plate, and rubbed her growling stomach. When she opened the door, she saw her mother's furious face. What are you doing here? Qing Ge asked coldly. Mama Qing Ge glanced at her, forcefully pushed the door open without changing her shoes, and walked straight in, looking around suspiciously. Is it just you at home? What are you doing? Mama Qing Ge turned around and shot her a glance, walked around the living room, then went to the bathroom, bedroom, and even the cloakroom, checking everything before feeling relieved. Qing Ge frowned at her mother's actions. What drama was she trying to perform now? What do you want? I am Busekuchen. She turned to look at the woman in front of her. I want to keep you here. The anger that Mama Qing Ge had been holding surged to 2 meters high. You're kicking me out? Who are you clearing the space for? I'm telling you, you better break up with that dude guy soon. I don't approve of you marrying him. No, not even dating. You shouldn't even keep in touch. Mama Qing Ge's beautiful eyes widened, staring at Qing Ge intensely. Who? Who told you that we are together? Just as Qing Ge was about to say a word, Mama Qing Ge thought she was just being obstinate, and she shouted angrily, no. If I say no, then it's no. Breathing heavily, Mama Qing Ge looked at her daughter. She could allow Qing Ge to marry a stranger, as she had investigated thoroughly. Wasn't it good to have no worries about food and clothing? But having someone with a mental illness in the family was unacceptable. She couldn't bear to watch her daughter jump into a fire pit. Her son sent his mother to the hospital, and the adopted daughter didn't seem normal either. Such a family was too frightening. Even if they were wealthy, she couldn't let her marry. This was the first time Mama Qing Ge considered Qing Ge's feelings. Unfortunately, the mother-daughter relationship was already strained. Qing Ge thought her mother was just reacting to something and had come to find her to vent her madness. Qing Ge's face darkened. I'm a person, not your possession. I don't need your permission to be with whoever I want. Do you understand? Saying this, she tugged at her mother's arm, pushing her toward the door. Don't you know you should take off your shoes when entering someone else's house? Is this how you show me respect? She pushed her mother out the door, slamming it shut with a bang. Through the door, Qing Ge said indifferently, If you couldn't find me again, I'll move. Isn't it good to spend money shopping every day? Why do you have to control me? After saying that, she turned her back and went into the kitchen, turning on the range hood with a serious face. Mama Qing Ge stood outside the door, stunned, for a long time before realizing she had been pushed out by her daughter, and her daughter was complaining about her not taking off her shoes before entering. But wasn't she worried? Wasn't it for her own good? Mama Qing Ge raised her hand and knocked hard on the door. Open the door. I haven't finished talking. Do you still recognize me as your mother? After 10 minutes, her hands had turned red for knocking, and the door still didn't open. She hurriedly took out her phone from her bag and called her husband. He would definitely stand by her side after he found out and help her figure something out. Beep, the call connected, and Mama Qing Ge's face lit up with joy. But the next second, the call was cut off. Mama Qing Ge, in disbelief, pulled the phone away from her ear, staring blankly at the screen. It was only now that she realized her husband and daughter seemed unwilling to talk to her. A huge airplane landed on the runway, its tires screeching against the ground. Assistant Liu, with large dark circles under his eyes, followed behind Teng Feng, admiring his boss's back. After leaving the airport and getting into the car, Teng Feng took out his pad to browse documents, not wasting any time, even holding a conference call. How is the company's revenue this quarter? Want to terminate the contract? Then you go talk to them and see if they really want to terminate or just posturing. Also, for the new movie the company plans to invest in, you all need to bring a plan. Assistant Liu kept staring at Teng Feng. Teng Feng had noticed this on the plane and finally couldn't hold back anymore. After ending the conference call, he glanced at Liu. What are you looking at? Liu realized he had been caught and quickly looked away, but he couldn't help his curiosity. Boss, you haven't slept at all during this business trip. Aren't you tired? Why you look so spirited? Liu touched his own dark circles, which seemed to be getting worse. Originally, this business trip was supposed to last 5 days, but Teng Feng was anxious, working day and night without much rest and finishing in just 2 days. But how could he not be tired? Teng Feng smiled faintly, casting a mysterious glance at him. How could a single dog understand his urgent feelings? Of course, he was eager to return to show his presence in front of Qing Ge. Time was tight. He couldn't lose a second. The phone rang. It was Lin Ji. Where are you? Come and drink with your brother. The words brother are indeed harsh to hear, but then I thought from now on, I would have to call Lin Ji brother when following Qing Ge. Just returned from a business trip. Where are you? Lin Ji said he was at home, waiting for him to come over. Teng Feng's eyes lit up and he responded, and the two agreed to hang up the phone. Teng Feng leaned back in his chair, feeling a bit tired, and pinched the bridge of his nose. When he opened his eyes again, he looked straight at Assistant Liu, asking, Is everything ready? Assistant Liu looked at his boss in shock, wondering if he really had to go out after 2 sleepless days. Stammering, he said, It's ready, it's in the trunk. Teng Feng gave Assistant Liu an approving glance, saying, Good job, keep it up. He turned to the driver to stop the car, went to the trunk to get a box, and said, You two go down and wait for me. The car shook, and the driver and Assistant Liu stood on either side, staring at each other in confusion. 5 minutes later, Teng Feng tapped on the car window to signal them to get in. He opened the door, and the deep scent of a men's ocean fragrance filled the air, causing Assistant Liu to rub his nose and sneeze softly. What's wrong? Too strong? Teng Feng asked with a frown. Only then did Assistant Liu look at his boss and was stunned. How did the boss suddenly look so young? He thought there was something important in the suitcase the boss gave him, but it turned out to be clothes? Assistant Liu didn't answer, and Teng Feng didn't press him, turning back to lower the window completely, letting the cold wind blow in. When they arrived at Lin Ji's home, Teng Feng closed the door and got out, taking a box from the trunk. After walking a few steps, he seemed to remember something and turned back to look at Assistant Liu and the driver. After pondering for a moment, he said softly, You guys can take 2 days off. Go ahead. You don't need to wait for me. Boss, it's difficult to get a car here. How will you get back later? Why don't we wait for you a bit longer? Lin Ji's villa was located halfway up the mountain, in an excellent spot, with few people around and great air quality. The downside was the inconvenient transportation. However, wealthy people generally don't care about this. They just buy a few more cars. Teng Feng shook his head. No need to wait for me. Upon entering, he saw Lin Ji drunkenly lying on the huge brown leather sofa, blowing bubbles. Teng Feng sat next to him, watching for a while in silence. When Lin Ji finally forced his eyes open, Teng Feng spoke up. What's wrong? Lin Ji covered his face and cried out, Xiao Yu is back, but she is ignoring me. Why is she ignoring me? I was good to her back then. I've kept myself for her all these years. Teng Feng snorted coldly, thinking to himself that Lin Ji knew it was back then. His eyes flickered, and he licked his lips, saying, I think girls understand other girls better. Why don't you call Qing Ge over to ask her? Lin Ji's crying stopped for a moment as he wiped his tears, reached for his phone beside him, and squinted to call Qing Ge. The moment the call connected, Lin Ji instantly wailed, Sister, I miss you. Come see me. His wailing startled Qing Ge, making her shiver all over. She had never seen Lin Ji like this before, and quickly responded, softly comforting him, Okay, I'll come over right now, don't worry. Lin Ji hung up the phone and leaned over to grab more alcohol, but was quickly restrained by Teng Feng. You'll be chatting with Qing Ge later, don't drink anymore. Lin Ji felt dizzy, but thought Teng Feng's reasoning made sense, so he lay back down, grumbling. After about 20 minutes, the doorbell rang. Teng Feng stood up. His heart racing, brushed off non-existent dust from his clothes, and walked briskly toward the door. When the door opened, Qing Ge looked anxious, and upon seeing the man, she was momentarily speechless. He was dressed in gray sportswear, with the trendiest black Bluetooth neckband headphones hanging around his neck. His slightly longer bangs were carefully styled, and there was a faint scent of ocean. If it weren't for the deep, mature look in his eyes, one might mistake him for a youthful college student. An athletic, sunny boy, the kind of popular figure who could command attention at school. Last time they met, he was still a reclusive playboy. How did he make such a complete turnaround this time? You. Chapter 39, Part 2. Qing Ge was truly stunned. She initially thought she wasn't knocking on Lin Ji's door, but had instead traveled back in time. No. Teng Feng wasn't this flamboyant in college. Maybe she had crossed into a parallel universe? What is wrong with you? Qing Ge looked up at the man. Teng Feng stepped aside, smiling faintly at her. Come in. Sister, are you here? Sister. Lin Ji heard the voice and stumbled to the door, pulling Qing Ge into his arms. Sister, what should I do? Yu is ignoring me. After saying that, he dragged Qing Ge into the room and shoved her onto the sofa, collapsing next to her. His cheeks flushed as he looked at Qing Ge, repeatedly whining, She's ignoring me. She's actually ignoring me. Qing Ge. Sister Yu gone for several years? What nonsense is he talking? She looked up in panic at Teng Feng, who also seemed unusual. And Lin Ji was not normal either. She turned to glare at the villa's door. A bold thought crept into her mind. Could there really be something wrong with that door? Teng Feng watched Qing Ge, who looked like a ruffled little rabbit, unable to hold back a laugh, and quietly explained, Yu is back. They ran into each other, and she ignored him. Qing Ge. Oh, so that is how it is. Now I understand his odd behavior, but what about you? Did you eat Tang Seng's meat? Qing Ge glanced at Teng Feng, pursed her lips but didn't ask aloud. And finally her gaze settled on Lin Ji's face. What do you want from me? She felt Lin Ji wouldn't be drunk enough to make a fuss, and probably had something to say. Only then did Lin Ji vaguely recall, and began to ramble. He talked about how he met Xiaoyu, confessed to her, how they promised to be together for life, and how his family separated them. After a long time, Lin Ji's mouth was dry. Qing Ge, you're a girl too. What do you think I did wrong before? Do you really want to know? Lin Ji nodded. Qing Ge cleared her throat and raised her hand to count his faults one by one. At first, you clearly liked Sister Xiaoyu, but you waited for her to confess. From start to finish, you didn't take the initiative at all, -5 points. When you were together, you put on airs, busy with work every day and didn't accompany her, -1 point. You never bought her anything, no romantic flair at all. The most expensive thing she got from being with you was probably the check my aunt threw in her face, right? But she didn't even take it. -2 points. When my aunt disagreed, you didn't take it seriously at first, just muddled through. When Sister Xiaoyu talked to you, you didn't take it to heart. In the end, Sister Xiaoyu gave up, and only then did you turn back to chase her. Too late, -2 points. Teng Feng, who had been standing aside, felt his knees ache more and more, silently sitting down next to Qing Ge. Lin Ji initially grumbled and tried to retort, but by the end, he sat there in silence. What should I do then? Qing Ge shrugged. Look, you got 0 points out of 10. After a sigh, she added, why not let the two of them have a way out and embrace a new life? No way. Both men exclaimed in unison. Qing Ge fruget. I feel like you won't be able to win her back unless Sister Xiao You has a change of heart and shows mercy. Lin Ji felt a pang in his heart. He originally thought he treated Xiao Yu pretty well, but was it really this bad? He suddenly got up to grab a beer and chug it, only to be stopped by Du Tingfeng again. Enough, look at yourself. Don't drink anymore. Du Tingfeng gurged. Lin Ji scoffed. Don't just stand there and talk like you're not in pain. Weren't you the same when Qing Ge left? Du Tingfeng. Qing Ge. Du Tingfeng, with a cold face, helped Lin Ji up. He drunk and talking nonsense. I'll take it back to his room to sleep. Lin Ji wouldn't he give up? I'm not talking nonsense. You were crying. That was the first time I've seen you cry after knowing you for so many years. Du Tingfeng, unable to tolerate it, covered his mouth and dragged Lin Ji back to the room like a dead dog. After settling Lin Ji down, Du Tingfeng adjusted his sportswear, ensuring there were no wrinkles before stepping out. Qing Ge was still sitting in the living room. Hearing the noise, she looked up, her gaze inquisitive as she watched the man walk over. It's late. It's not safe to go back. Why not stay at Lin Ji's house? The quiet living room was only occupied by the two of them, the dim yellow light creating a hazy and ambiguous atmosphere. Qing Ge softly agreed. Then you should go back and rest early. Du Tingfeng glanced at the deep dark night outside. I didn't drive. Turning to look at Qing Ge, he said, I could have borrowed your car, but unfortunately, I just had a sip of beer. With a hint of regret, he sighed, I can only stay here now. Qing Ge felt something was off. What about your assistant? He and the driver are on vacation. They want to be back until the day after tomorrow. Qing Ge. Back in her room, after washing up and lying down, she thought about Du Tingfeng's appearance today and felt her heart racing. She had thought about it before, always regretting what it would have been like if Du Tingfeng hadn't gone to military school and had gone to college instead. Or if they were the same age and truly grew up together as childhood friends, what would Du Tingfeng be like? She had imagined it a million times, but had never been able to paint a clear picture. Seeing the man today gave her a sense of clarity. So this is how it is. The night was quiet, and the door creaked open, the sound particularly pronounced. Qing Ji's heart suddenly hung, and she pulled the blanket up to cover her nose. The footsteps got closer to her room, her heart racing wildly. After a moment, there was no sound. Qing Ge lifted the blanket and listened carefully. Did she miss here? She quietly got out of bed and walked to the door, the light from the wall lamp in the corridor seeping in through the crack of the door. She gently pressed her ear to the door, but there was no sound outside. Was it just her imagination? Qing Ge bit her red lips, her curiosity gnawing at her like 1,000 tiny bugs, itching unbearably. Her fair little hand gripped the doorknob. Pressing down on the handle, she opened the small door slightly. No one was there. Turning her head, she stepped back in shock. You scared me to death. The voice, tinged with a cry, sounded coquettish and electrifying to the man, sending a shiver from his tailbone to the top of his head. He looked at her quietly, his gaze deep. He softly shushed her, don't wake Lin Ji. The possessiveness and aggression in his eyes were completely at odds with his sportswear. The night seemed to bewitch her. She looked at Du Tingfeng, forgetting her own words about wanting to stay away from him, and couldn't he help but ask, what else with your outfit today? Du Tingfeng smiled at her words, his deep, magnetic laughter echoing in the narrow corridor as he looked straight at Qing Ge. Do you like it? Do you like today, yes? Or do you prefer last time, yes? Qing Ge looked at him, savoring his words. Is there going to be a next time? Of course. You'll know when you see me next time. Qing Ge blinked, thinking to herself that he was quite the schemer. But she couldn't help being curious and wouldn't admit it. She quickly asked, what are you doing out here? Du Tingfeng pulled out a delicate black velvet box from behind him, a gift I brought back for you from my business trip. Mimicking her posture, he tilted his head and asked, then what are you doing out here? Qing Ge remained silent, but Du Tingfeng didn't mind at all. How have you been lately? I've remembered your instructions regarding Lin Ji. I'll perform well in the future. I hope referee Qing Ge gives me a chance to play. I promised you to give you time and won't take the initiative to find you. But if we happen to meet, you should at least give me a chance, right? Xiaoge, our gathering is fate. All right, go back to sleep. Du Tingfeng handed her the small box, lifted her chin to urge her to return to her room. He listened to her, behaving properly, unlike before when he would casually stroke her forehead. At this moment, he didn't touch her. It was more distant than friends. But his burning gaze made Qing Ge feel as if she were bare. The next morning, when she woke up and went downstairs after washing up, She saw several plates on the dining table, with bowls placed on top. There was a piece of paper beside them, still in Teng Feng's handwriting. There's porridge in the pot. Heat the bacon and eggs before eating. Her favorite breakfast combination: milk, oatmeal porridge, bacon, and eggs. The man had long disappeared, just as he promised, giving her time without entangling her. Qing Ge drove to Guin, starting to prepare for the master class early. Her life was very fulfilling now. She had to record a program every half month, and although the school hadn't arranged classes for her, Li Lin valued her. So she was never idle. Today, 5 students had already arrived for the master class, and Qing Ge needed to go to the school to welcome them. Emphasizing the precautions before meeting Li Lin, there were students from Shenin, Chuanin, and 3 others who were freelance creators, all older than Qing Ge. Qing Ge smiled at the 5 people from the podium, welcoming them to Li Lao's master class, and introduced herself as the teaching assistant, Qing Ge. Then she patiently and meticulously explained. The 5 people below silently assessed Qing Ge, who had recently trended a few times online. Her previous identity as a small star made her current status even more special. They couldn't understand Qing Ge's career direction, finding it perplexing. All right, we'll head to the piano room shortly. Since the master class is one-on-one, those waiting can stay outside the piano room or return to the hotel. I will call you in advance. Several of them waved their hands, indicating they didn't need to leave. It was a rare opportunity to watch from outside the class. They envied Qing Ge for being able to learn and grow by Li Lao's side day and night. Before starting, Li Lin asked Qing Ge to let everyone try the piano. The sound transmitted through the screen was far less shocking than hearing it live. Li Lin stood beside them, proudly observing their various expressions, thinking to himself, my little apprentice, who used to look down on me, is impressive now. The first day of class quickly concluded. Chuanin's student was a young male teacher in his 30s, who could also be called a pianist. As he brushed past Qing Ge, he suddenly called out to her, saying he thought she should try the European International Piano Competition in the second half of the year. The man expressed a mix of admiration and envy, saying, if I were you, I would definitely go. You play very well, and if you could dispel your inner demons, you will be even more outstanding. Don't take those online comments to heart. Look at me, I don't know anyone, and there are still people cursing at me. The man smiled and shook hands with Qing Ge, firmly grasping her hand, saying, when you become famous, you must cultivate more seedlings for our country's piano industry. His words deeply moved Qing Ge. This exhortation, especially the last sentence, stirred her emotions and uplifted her spirit. Qing Ge stood in place with teary eyes, clenching her fists. She's great too, right? By the time she sent off the students from the master class, a week had passed. During this week, Qing Ge was extremely busy attending classes during the day and taking these people out for dinner in the evenings, driving them around. Since the first day of class, their relationship had improved significantly. Some admired Qing Ge, while others were captivated by the clarity of her piano sound, believing she had a bright future. And they collectively changed their previous opinions. They wanted to befriend Qing Ge. Regardless of their thoughts, Qing Ge felt happy to have made a few new friends. This was her first time achieving this because of her own strength, not because of her family background while at school, nor because of Teng Feng's protection in the entertainment industry, but truly relying on herself and her charm to win over strangers who initially held prejudices against her. The dark clouds in Qing Ge's heart finally let in a bit of sunlight. Hurry up, get up. The department head said we need to be the audience for a donation ceremony. Qing Ge was still groggy in the teacher's dormitory. She was really exhausted from the week and wanted to sleep in today, but Li Qing and Su Xian Wen-Ti led her. Let me sleep a bit more. I'm fine without attending. Qing Ge mumbled into her pillow, squinting her eyes. Su Xian unceremoniously gave Qing Ge a light slap on the head. What are you thinking? If Li Lao doesn't attend, you are representing him. Do you still want to go unnoticed? Li Qing peeked from behind Su Xian and was the first to be spotted. Qing Ge, eyes still closed, was pulled up from the bed. Su Xian pushed her to the bathroom. Go wash up and then sleep again, hurry. I'll do your makeup while you nap for 10 more minutes. After the makeup was done, Su Xian exchanged glances with Li Qing, who nodded in satisfaction. The two seemed to be plotting something, but Qing Ge, too sleepy to open her eyes, didn't notice their little secret. This all started from a long-standing conflict between the piano department and the orchestra department. The orchestra department was established first and received most of the limited teaching resources at the beginning of the school. Later, with the return of masters and the establishment of the piano department, the already scarce resources became even more insufficient. How do you decide who gets the only chicken leg? There's limited money. Who gets it? But the piano department couldn't be left without a decent piano, so the school allocated funds to them. This infuriated the orchestra department, which had always been favored. From then on, the orchestra department was at odds with the piano department, nitpicking everywhere from daily teaching to resource donations, even arguing over which department as female teachers were the most beautiful in school. The disputes became chaotic and absurd. During today's donation ceremony, Su Xin and Li Qing, as veterans of the department, sensed that their home would definitely try to stir things up. Such things hadn't happened before. A previous donor was taken away by a teacher from the orchestra department after the ceremony, while a row of students stood at the door playing their instruments. The orchestra teacher, tearfully lamenting, said, "Our kids have it tough. I really envy you for donating pianos to the piano department. If there's an opportunity, next time, sure enough, the next opportunity fell into the orchestra department hands." The piano department folks gritted their teeth in frustration. Those wolves, tigers, and leopards, so cunning. Entering the conference room, Su Xin and Li Qing pulled Qing Ge to sit in the front row. After sitting down, they turned around and saw a few enchanting figures from the orchestra department behind them, who snorted coldly and turned back in disdain. Looking at Qing Ge, Su Qin patet harchist. Qing Ge's looks were not out of place in the entertainment industry, let alone among ordinary people. With her exquisite makeup today, whether based on looks or talent, those few fairies from the orchestral department have no chance. After all, he is the big shot who donated dozens of Steinway grand pianos. The conference room door was pushed open, and a group of people surrounded the big shot as they walked in. Come, please sit in the middle. We're sorry for the delay in this ceremony. We will send the photos to you as soon as they are taken." The big shot responded with a sound of acknowledgement, seemingly casually sweeping a glance over the audience, the corners of his lips slightly curling up. The female teachers from the orchestral department were stunned. Li Qing and Su Xin were stunned, and Qing Ge looked up and was also stunned. Teng Feng sat on the stage, his hair neatly combed back, wearing a black suit and black shirt, with delicate gold-rimmed glasses. He looked just like a domineering CEO, with a hint of a playboy vibe. He wore a pair of obsidian earrings on his earlobes. However, his own temperament was cold and austere, even when he smiled. It carried a slight chill. Slightly domineering, slightly playboyish, slightly cold, like a strange contradiction. What an extraordinary person is this? Li Qing tugged at Qing Ge's arm and shook it vigorously. "Do you think he has a girlfriend? I'm going to ask for his number later. He is too impressive. I bet you $1,000,000 that he's all muscles under that shirt." Su Xin wasn't as excited as Li Qing, but she also felt somewhat strange, always feeling that this person looked a bit familiar. She tugged at Qing Ge's hand. "Why do I feel like I've seen him somewhere before?" "Have you seen him, Qing Ge?" Qing Ge was momentarily speechless, staring straight at the man on stage, thinking to herself that she had indeed seen him before. Not only seen, but she would recognize him even if he turned to ashes. Suddenly recalling what he said a while ago, that he would be different next time. This is definitely very different. A gasp of amazement came from behind, and Qing Ge's drowsiness vanished. She turned to look and saw several women gazing at the man on stage with starry eyes, frowning slightly, feeling somewhat displeased. Li Qing was still tugging at her arm. I want to get his contact information. Phone number, WeChat, Weibo. I want all of it. Oh my God. This man must be a playboy. Definitely knows how to charm girls. The kind who has sweet words ready. Li Qing felt a bit conflicted for a moment. No. A playboy won't do. I don't want to see King. Qing Ge turned her head to look at Li Qing with an indescribable expression, as the little voice in her heart slowly shook its head. No, he is not like that. He is the kind of person who can't get anything done. Everything seen now is just an illusion. Suddenly, her right arm was squeezed tightly, and Su Xin widened her eyes to look at the person on stage. Then turned to Qing Ge. I remembered. Is this your childhood sweetheart? My God, he has changed so much. In a lower voice, she added. Could it be he is in a cosplay? All right, teachers down there, please cooperate. The donation ceremony is about to start. Let me introduce, this is Mr. Teng Feng, the president of Greenlight Entertainment, who previously donated 20 Steinway grand pianos to our piano department. The gasps from the female teachers in the back row grew louder. Mr. Du has been busy with work and hasn't had time for this donation ceremony until now. All right, we're ready to begin. The school leaders started clapping, sitting on either side of Teng Feng at the signing table. The bright flashes of the cameras kept hitting Teng Feng's face, making his prominent brow bone appear even more distinguished. His thick brows furrowed slightly, and the man's penmanship was strong and powerful. His shoulders were straight, broad, and strong. This was the first time Qing Ge saw Teng Feng in such a setting. Indeed, a serious man is particularly attractive. She couldn't help but look a bit mesmerized, though she had realized it herself. After signing, Teng Feng immediately looked up, his gaze locking tightly onto Qing Ge. After the school leaders signed, the two sides exchanged documents and took photos. The applause from below was thunderous. Shall we invite Mr. Du to lunch? The school leader suggested. Teng Feng remained silent, glancing at the audience, pondering for a moment. No, I have a meeting at the group later. Although he wanted to, Teng Feng felt that Qing Ge probably wouldn't like him intruding too much in her life right now. He simply wanted to come and see her today. It had been a week since he last saw her, and he truly missed her. All right, I'll see you out, the school leader said. Teng Feng shook his head, smiling. You go ahead, I will leave on my own later. The school leader indeed had things to attend to and left after a few more pleasantries. After the school leader and a group of people left, the conference room quieted down significantly. The teachers from the orchestral department were eager to try their luck. Whether it was the man or his donation, they all wanted to make a move. To the capable go the spoils. Li Qing glanced back and nudged Qing Ge, signaling her to hurry up. They must not let the schemes of those behind them succeed. Su Exin, however, wasn't in a hurry. She remained calm and glanced at Li Qing, recalling how Li Qing had been boasting earlier, not wanting to see her making a fool of herself. She decided to send her message. A little while later, Li Qing covered her mouth, staring in shock at Su Exin. Li Qing glanced at the quietly sitting Qing Ge, regretting that she had just said so much in front of the main character, asking for phone number, asking for contact information, and even for a boyfriend. And muscles. I can't live anymore. Qing Ge sat still, watching the orchestral teachers elegantly and reservedly walk toward Teng Feng, one of whom was wearing a chi pao, her figure exceptionally alluring. I wonder if it's cold. Monsieur. Hello. Do you have time to visit our orchestral department? Our department head would like to invite you to a meal. Teng Feng's expression was cold as he shook his head. Sorry, I don't have time. The chi pao-clad teacher blushed a little, her head slightly lowered, and her shy side profile was truly softening. Could you give me your contact information? We can get in touch when you have time. Teng Feng looked at the female teacher, not immediately refusing. Qing Ge's hands, which had been resting under the table, slowly clenched together. Waiting for a long time without hearing the man's rejection, her gaze gradually dropping. She felt a bit stuffy in her heart. I need to ask. The female teacher looked confused, staring blankly at the mature and alluring man in front of her. Ask who? Didn't she want his contact information? Chapter 40. First update. Qing Ge felt a warmth in the corner of her eyes and thought to herself that she really had no ambition. She angrily thought that the dogman was indeed a dogman, dressed flamboyantly. Didn't he say he liked her? Didn't he say he was waiting for her? Such blatant flirtation. Unsettled. Not a good match. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. She didn't want to fall in love anyway. So don't be angry. The footsteps grew closer, and the man's deep, smiling voice rang out. Qing Ge, stop pretending not to know me. Qing Ge looked up, her eyes slightly red, her cheeks puffed. Teng Feng was taken aback. He didn't expect that his teasing would actually make Qing Ge angry. He quickly turned back to the female teacher and said apologetically, Sorry, I was just joking. If there's anything, just contact our company directly. Fearing that Qing Ge might mind, but not wanting to miss the opportunity, Teng Feng bent down to look at her. Your brother asked me to take you to him. Shall we go? Teng Feng looked at her with a gentle, indulgent gaze through his gold-rimmed glasses, as if the ice mountain around him melted away, turning into a clear spring. The two figures gradually disappeared. Su Exin proudly linked arms and looked at the few women from the orchestral department who had failed to dig a wall. The double meaning of failing to dig a wall. She had finally vented the anger from last time when the orchestral department intercepted them. Stop looking. They donated the piano just to show face to Qing Ge. Qing Ge is their treasure. From then on, Qing Ge became famous in various aspects of the National Music Academy. After getting into the car with Teng Feng, Qing Ge sat silently in the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt and sitting there quietly. Do you like it? Teng Feng uneasy. Like what? Qing Ge looked at him with a puzzled expression. Do you like my outfit today? Only then did Qing Ge remember, her gaze sweeping over his slicked back hair, gold-rimmed glasses, and obsidian earrings. You don't look like yourself. Why are you dressed like this? What's going on with you lately? You're always different. Teng Feng's eyes were as deep and vast as the sea, gentle and kind. I made many mistakes before, and I was afraid you would be unhappy to see me. This way, every time you see me, it will feel fresh, and maybe your bad mood will decrease. If I try a little harder, and chase away your bad mood a bit each time, wouldn't that mean you'd have more good moods? Little Ge, I hope you're always happy. And I also hope that what I bring to you is not just pain. I'm not good with words. I've been dull from spending too long in the army. There were many things I didn't say to you before. Actually, my wish is very simple. I just hope you are healthy and happy for the rest of your life. So, are you happy now? The car's air conditioning made a subtle noise, blowing warm air. After the seat heater turned on, Qing Ge felt as if she had fallen into a warm cotton candy. The heaviness in her heart increased. She lowered her head and didn't look at the man, but her eyes grew hotter, with a mix of feelings in her heart swirling together, creating huge waves that constantly crashed against her precarious bottom line. Qing Ge felt a bit moved, a bit angry, and a bit resentful, struggling within herself. What had she resolutely said before? She said she wanted to keep her distance from him, that she didn't want to be friends, that they would go their separate ways and treat each other as strangers. And it had only been 2 months. She thought, how could this dogman be like this? How could every word stab at her soft spot, making her nose tingle? Qing Ge forced herself to suppress her emotions and glanced out the window. Didn't you say my brother was looking for me? Just take me there. Teng Feng shook. I lied to you. I was afraid you wouldn't come out with me. Qing Ge bit her lip. Then if there's nothing else, I'll leave. Teng Feng sighed sadly and tentatively asked, how about having a meal together? Qing Ge shook her head and forced herself to say softly, don't come looking for me again. Without hesitation, she opened the door and ran away. Back in the dormitory, Qing Ge opened the door and fell onto her bed. Not even bothering to change clothes, covering her face with the blanket and crying loudly. Outside the door, the man hesitated with his hand raised to knock, lowering his gaze and frowning, hearing the girl's cries, feeling lost and heartbroken standing outside the door. Did he once again do something wrong? Just a door apart. Qing Ge could no longer hold back. The bitterness in her heart was intense. She felt like she was about to break. Was she uncontrollably about to repeat her past mistakes? She felt anxious and scared. Previously, she had repeatedly told herself that if one day she saw Teng Feng, and her heart had no fluctuations, that would be a success. Now all her efforts had gone to waste. She took out her phone, squeezed herself into a corner, and quietly sobbed as she called Cici. Sister Cici, am I too bad? I cried for too long before, and I can only say a few words between sobs. Catching my breath to continue. He clearly didn't do anything, yet I always lose my temper with him. Every time I feel sorry for him, the next second, I get angry at myself. After suffering so much before, why can't I remember? Sister Cici, I feel so sad inside. Qing Ge covered her mouth, tears streaming down from the corners of her eyes. I feel like I'm being torn apart. It hurts so much, Sister Cici. The deep-seated love for the man in her heart and her aversion to the past were tearing at her every moment. Every time he treated her better and more gently. When her heart wavered, another force would rise up, suppressing her, tearing her apart. Qing Ge pounded her chest, bent over, and breathed heavily, feeling so uncomfortable. She murmured to herself, Sister Cici, I really hate myself like this. Am I just a little drama queen in Teng Feng's eyes? Has he grown to dislike me? But I'm clearly not that kind of person. Various emotions mixed together, disturbing her to the point of unease. Cici listened quietly, sighing helplessly. Why force yourself? If you can't get over it, Isn't it better to let nature take its course? After hanging up, Qing Ge curled up in the corner, the words of Yin Cece echoing in her ears. Isn't it better to let nature take its course? Qing Ge slowly slid down, her back pressed tightly against the plain wall, curling up like a baby. On the other side of the wall, Teng Feng's eyes were bloodshot, his large hand resting on the cold wall. He couldn't hear what Qing Ge had just said, but he knew the girl was crying. His fingers gently stroked the wall, as if caressing the beloved in his heart through the barrier. Suddenly, he felt a bit lost. Had he done something wrong? Listening to the girl's painful cries, Teng Feng thought that his persistence, his stubbornness to seek a conclusion for this relationship, might have brought her immense pain instead. So what should he do? After a while, Qing Ge hadn't seen Teng Feng again. Even his usual check-in messages had disappeared along with him. When Qing Ge occasionally thought of him, she felt he had likely given up. A sense of relief washed over her, but it also brought a bitter taste. Soon, it was time for the variety show recording, and Qing Ge flew over early. After arriving at the hotel, she met up with Shimu and Song Can. The atmosphere between the two was strange. Neither spoke to the other. Qing Ge pulled Song Can into the room and whispered, "What is going on between you two?" After the last hot spring trip, she thought their relationship would have progressed significantly, and she hadn't disturbed them during this time. Why did it feel like it was worse than before? Song Can was furious. A male classmate confessed to me and wrote me a love letter. Qing Ge's eyes brightened, gripping Song Can's hand. That's a good thing. Then what happened? She was eager to know how Shimu would react, whether he would confess his feelings directly. Then he tore up the love letter and scolded me. It was obvious who she was referring to. Qing Ge. Huh? What did he scold you for? Song Can turned her face away, feeling embarrassed. Her eyes reddening with a layer of moisture, her voice tinged with a hint of tears, clearly not saying anything nice. So you two are just going to ignore each other? That's fine. I didn't expect Shimu to be no different from Teng Feng. Both are quite annoying. Thinking of Teng Feng, Qing Ge felt a pang in her heart, shook her head to stop thinking about him. The city is really big. If you don't want to see someone, two people can really avoid each other. Qing Ge gently patted Song Can's arm, saying, "Then let us ignore him. Sister will play with you." At this moment, Qing Ge genuinely felt that love and affection were not worth it. They were too disturbing to the mind. 2 days of recording passed quickly. The collaboration between the accompaniment team and the contestants improved, and everyone's relationships also got better. The variety show established its foothold in the market with its unique concept, winning the ratings and market share, hitting hard on the faces of those who initially doubted it. After this day's recording, Zhang Mu stood on stage holding a microphone. Halfway through the recording, he said, "Let us gather tonight. We'll go out to eat a big meal together at 6 o'clock. Zhang Mu waved his hand grandly. Everyone, contestants and staff, come. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. As Zhang Mu walked off stage, he brushed past Qing Ge, looking at her deeply, gratefully patting her shoulder before striding away. Qing Ge. Without having time to think it over, she quickly called Song Can to come over. Song Can had completely fallen out with Shimu, and the young girl no longer came to the recording site with him. Shimu's face grew darker by the day, making the contestants nervous during the critiques, with one even cracking their voice when they started to sing. Shimu glanced around and saw Qing Ge's spot, swaying over to stand silently next to her. Qing Ge. Groups of people passed the two of them toward the exit, making them stand out even more. Qing Ge turned to look at him and tentatively said, "Should I go pick up King Can?" Shimu finally raised his eyes to glance at her, then turned to stare at a corner of the stage in the distance. Breathing deeply, "Is she still angry?" Qing Ge was taken aback, then realized who he was referring to. "So you still care? I see you acting like an old man and not talking to her at all." Qing Ye said softly. Shimu shot her a sideways glance, silently taking a step to leave. Qing Ge looked at his thin back and pouted. Annoying man, can't even talk to him. A bad thought emerged in her mind, and she lowered her voice to call out, "But Can is crying." The man's footsteps halted, his whole body tensed. He turned back to look at Qing Ge, his face tight, his expression gloomy. Teng Feng is coming to the dinner tonight too. The meaning in Shimu's eyes was clear. "Come on, let us hurt each other." Qing Ge froze in place, her breath catching for a moment, her heartbeat suddenly quickening. It had already been 11 days since she last saw that man. Chapter 41, Second Update. In a large private room of the restaurant. The lights were bright and the atmosphere lively. Over 100 people filled the banquet hall. Qing Ge sat at the main table, with a seat next to her deliberately left empty. She was restless, her chopsticks neatly placed on the table, with no appetite to eat. Beside her, Song Kim was feeding himself like a little squirrel, his big eyes watching Qing Ge. "Sister, why aren't you eating? Aren't you hungry?" Yedanashchimu quietly snorted, clearly only watching Qing Ge. He hadn't eaten either. Could he not see that? Zhang Mu, sitting across from Qing Ge, leaned over with a mysterious expression and said to Song Kan, "Your sister Qing Ge is probably waiting for someone." After saying that, he turned to Qing Ge and asked, "Is there a traffic jam on the way? Why don't you call and ask? Has Mr. Du sent you a message?" Qing Ge lowered her eyes, forcing out a faint smile. It had been a long time since he had sent her a message. Zhang Mu sensed something was off, wondering if the couple had quarreled. Not wanting to pry, he suggested, "How about we eat while we wait?" He then stood up, carrying his wine glass to greet the tables. And the atmosphere in the banquet hall grew increasingly intense. Some guests began to succumb to the alcohol, the noise levels rising. In the corner, some were playing games, while others were crying while hugging their chairs. Qing Ge scanned the room and glanced at the time on her phone. She felt that man probably wouldn't come. While she breathed a sigh of relief, she also felt a heavy weight in her heart and picked up her chopsticks to prepare to eat something. Suddenly, the door to the banquet hall was pushed open with a bang, and someone stepped into the light from the shadows. Today, Teng Feng looked particularly different. Dressed in all black casual wear, his cheeks covered in stubble, and his messy hair hanging down naturally on his forehead, coupled with his cold and hard aura. He appeared even more intimidating. If his thin lips were to hold a lit cigarette, he would look just like an undercover cop on the street. Such a careless appearance was a shock to Qing Ge. While feeling sad, also found herself wondering if he was going for a tough guy look today. It was the first time she had seen him with a beard. He was bursting with masculinity. When their eyes met, Teng Feng's back tensed up. He noticed her look away, her eyelashes drooping in disappointment, and walked over to sit silently beside her. The air between them felt awkward, as if it had solidified. A strange tension spreading. "Mr. Du is late? Oh dear, does that mean you have to punish yourself with 3 drinks? Wang Shi teased, knowing that Teng Feng was the largest investor for the program. Who would dare offend him? Unexpectedly, Teng Feng shot him a glance and replied in a low voice, reaching for a newly opened bottle of red wine and pouring himself a glass. Lifting the glass of red wine, his cold gaze swept across the table. When he saw Shimu, his eyes paused for a moment before he drank it all in one go. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Qing Ge, who was silently eating with her head down. Teng Feng set down the wine glass, his large hand clenched tightly, feeling overwhelmed with bitterness. The last time they drank together, Qing Ge had immediately stopped him, but this time he had drunk so much without her saying anything. Confused, he wondered if she had really grown tired of him and no longer cared. Teng Feng sat there, gazing down at the white plate in front of him. After a moment, everyone at the table began to sense the unusual atmosphere, their voices gradually fading away. They all unconsciously sneaked glances in their direction. Zhang Mu wandered back, his round face flushed from drinking, squinting his eyes at Teng Feng's back, and strode forward to pat his shoulder. "Hey there, bro." Wang Shi covered his face in exasperation. Although he sometimes clashed with Zhang Mu, he had to pull him back now. "Hey, what are you pulling me for? Come on, drink." Zhang Mu turned around, clicked his tongue, and swatted Wang Shi's hand away from his clothes. Wang Shi, he just couldn't understand why some people had to court disaster. The scene before them was as awkward as it could get. Zhang Mu, oblivious from the alcohol, still wanted to encourage Teng Feng to keep drinking, only to be pulled away by Wang Shi. Wang Shi smiled awkwardly. "He has had too much to drink. I'll take him outside to sober up." The 2 hefty men stumbled away. With a hiss, Teng Feng heard a sound and turned his head to see Qing Ge pinching her fingers. A red mark on her fair skin, particularly eye-catching, with blood oozing out. Throwing all caution to the wind, Teng Feng grabbed Qing Ge's hand, frowning in concern. "Why are you bleeding?" Qing Ge slightly tugged to pull back her hand, but it didn't budge. The man glanced at her plate, and sure enough, There was a huge red shrimp inside. Feeling both anxious and angry, his voice hoarse, he said, "If you want to eat shrimp, just tell me. I'll help you peel it. I've never been good at peeling shrimp since I was little, and I always end up hurting my hands." The others at the table, unaware of Qing Ge's relationship with the program's biggest investor, were stunned. Wow, it seems like we just heard some earth-shattering gossip. No wonder it fell off just now. Teng Feng simply took her plate, placing his clean, empty plate in front of her. He silently began peeling shrimp for her. Placing each one he finished into her plate. Qing Ge felt the curious gazes of everyone around her like needles, taking small bites of the shrimp. After Teng Feng peeled a whole plate of shrimp, Qing Ge silently finished it all. Eventually, she could no longer eat, so she pressed down on the man's large hand. "I'm full." Their skin touched, and both of them felt a jolt, retracting their hands, falling into silence. Teng Feng seemed to hear his blood rushing through his veins. The onlookers were captivated, their eyes sparkling. The audience, wow, this is so interesting. I didn't expect the big investor to be so pure. The online rumors must have some credibility. Didn't they say that the president of Greenlight Entertainment was pursuing Miss Qing Ge? Just looking at him, one would think he was a domineering president, going for a strong-arm approach with money. But today, it seems that's not the case. Teng Feng had gone straight from a meeting to the airport to catch a flight, not eating anything along the way, and now, after drinking, his stomach felt a bit uncomfortable. It was cold and painful, causing a bit of cramping. Teng Feng's complexion gradually paled, his lips pressed tighter. Song stole a glance and poked Qing Ge, signaling her to look at the man. Qing Ge hesitated, then reached out to poke the tense muscles of his arm. "Is your stomach hurting?" Teng Feng was a bit surprised, turning to look at Qing Ge in a daze. He thought she had grown tired of him and wouldn't care anymore. Staring into the man's eyes, Qing Ge frowned and poked him again. "What are you dazing out for? I'm asking you. Is your stomach hurting?" Teng Feng felt a warmth in his heart, despite the cramping in his stomach. He felt sweet inside. He smiled at Qing Ge. "It does hurt a bit. Why are you smiling when your stomach hurts? And drinking too. Why doesn't he take care of himself? Who was the one who got hospitalized for a stomach ulcer from drinking before, if not her?" In a fit of anger, Qing Ge felt very upset, but not knowing how to express it, she simply reached for the bottle of red wine on the table. Pouring herself a glass, she lifted a drink. The man swiftly pressed down on her hand. "Don't drink." Qing Ge turned her head, angrily looking at him. "Why can you drink and I can't?" Teng Feng. Suddenly, he let out a helpless laugh, realizing that the girl was upset because he was drinking. At that moment, Teng Feng felt warmth in his heart, slowly realizing that the girl cared about him, although he didn't know why she was being stubborn. The tension in his heart that had been there for days suddenly eased. Teng Feng was extremely happy, his whole being glowing. After not seeking her out for so many days, how could he not miss her? He could no longer hold back. This was why he had made an excuse to tell the program team he wanted to treat everyone at dinner. Teng Feng's gentle gaze no longer held any reservations or worries about her disliking him. He leaned closer, looking directly at her. "How about I go back and drink with you?" Qing Ge saw his attitude and laughed, which only made her angrier. With a huff of frustration, she noticed the curious eyes around her, and her scalp tingled. She couldn't stay any longer, so she grabbed her bag and headed for the exit. Teng Feng also stood up, apologetically smiling at everyone present, and looked tenderly at Qing Ge's back. "She's angry. I'll go check on her. You all eat first. The bill has already been settled." After saying that, Teng Feng quickly chased after her, grabbing her arm, but she shook him off. The man was not angry at all. He got even closer. Qing Ge, unable to tolerate it any longer, pushed him away, but as they turned the corner, the man suddenly pulled her into his embrace. Then they disappeared from view. The onlookers were engrossed, with Song gazing adoringly, resting her chin on her hands, completely engrossed. It seems our big financial backer has angered Qing Ge. At first, she ignored him. "Oh, I envy Qing Ge so much. Dude is such a cold man. Yet he's so gentle with her. The way he looks at her is filled with love. I envy it so much. When will heaven grant me a man like that?" Song nodded. She initially disagreed with Qing Ge going back to an ex, but after seeing this, she thought maybe it wasn't such a bad idea. If a man treated me that gently, I would agree immediately. By the entrance, the figures were already out of sight. But Song continued to watch, resting her chin on her hands. Shimu couldn't help but coldly mock, "What's wrong? Are you envious?" Song Kan's expression immediately turned cold, her infatuated look disappearing completely as she shot a glare at Shimu, thinking to herself, "Even a dog is better than you." Teng Feng carried Qing Ge all the way to the parking lot. At first, she struggled wildly to get down, but after hearing the man's pain groan, she fell silent. Today, Teng Feng had called for a van. He opened the door at the front and finally set Qing Ge down. Just as she was about to explode, she caught a glimpse of Assistant Liu in the car, staring in shock. Qing Ge. Assistant Liu. It seemed he had seen something he shouldn't have. Was he going to be silenced? On the way back, the car was filled with an awkward silence. No one spoke. Even the driver couldn't take it anymore and, after sneaking a few glances in the rearview mirror, reached out to turn on the music. Teng Feng leaned his head back against the seat, eyes closed, resting. The streetlights flashed by, making his face look even paler. A large hand loosely wrapped around Qing Ge's wrist. She bit her lip and stole a glance for a moment, unable to resist poking the man with her other hand. "Where are we going?" The man opened his eyes, his gaze clear and gentle as he looked at her. "How about we just go home? It takes about 8 hours to drive back on the highway." "Qing Ge, you flew over, had a glass of red wine, hurt your stomach, and now you want to drive all night back? Aren't you sick or something?" Qing Ge felt her temples throbbing with anger. Considering there were outsiders present, she suppressed her fury. "I think you should see a doctor." Teng Feng raised an eyebrow at her words, his eyes suddenly brightening as if filled with fireworks. He grinned, showing off his white teeth, leaned closer, and stared directly at her, as if seeing through her soul. "You care about me." A statement. "Qing Ge, he's the one who needs help. I can't hit him, I can't hit him. How about you kiss me once, and then you can go to the hospital." Qing Ge. Chapter 42, 3 in the morning, sitting in the passenger seat. Assistant Liu suddenly heard this sentence and broke into a cold sweat. He raised his hand unknowingly to turn up the music. The driver threw him a grateful glance. Today's boss was too terrifying. He had never seen anything like it before. Teng Feng heard the sudden increase in music volume and glanced sideways at the front. He was in a good mood and didn't take it to heart, then shifted his gaze back to Qing Ge. Qing Ge's eyes were wide open, and one could see her own reflection in her dark pupils. The little girl looked just like a jade rabbit spirit, both white and tender, making one want to swallow her whole. He lowered his gaze to the delicate wrist he was holding, too slender, with blue veins appearing almost enchanting. Teng Feng licked his lips, wanted a kiss, wanted a bite. "Just kidding. Let's head back to the hotel." Teng Feng I'll be fine after taking some medicine. Don't worry. Qing Ge glared at him. Who is worried? Who is worried about you? Not me. Upon arriving at the hotel, the chauffeur stopped. Qing Ge followed Teng Feng out of the car, but didn't he continue walking into the hotel with him? "I want to go back." Teng Feng turned back to look at the little girl standing still, his expression darkening. He strode back, directly grasping her wrist and pulling her forward. "Let us go chat with your brother for a bit. I just want to ask you a few questions before you head back." Qing Ge didn't want to go and twisted her wrist, trying to break free. "If you don't come, I want to take my medicine." Those words ignited Qing Ge's anger. What was he using to threaten her? "If you want to eat, eat it." Teng Feng turned his head, suddenly smiling. His voice was deep as he scanned the hotel lobby, then looked at Qing Ge. "You can either come upstairs with me, or I'll carry you up. You choose." Don't say he wasn't democratic. There were options. "How did you suddenly become like this? Didn't we agree before?" Qing Ge was reluctant and still wanted to struggle. The strength of a girl was no match for a man. With one strong pull, Teng Feng brought Qing Ge into his arms. His iron-like grip firmly around her waist as he carried her into the hotel. How did it suddenly become like this? Of course, it was because she had given him courage. That day, he thought Qing Ge truly didn't love him anymore, not only without love, but even annoyed with him. For the past 11 days, he had been crazily suppressing his feelings and obsessive longing. If Qing Ge ignored him today, he might have been able to hold it together for a while longer. But she had revealed her feelings, and he suddenly felt a lack of patience, not wanting to play games with her anymore. He thought that the forceful scenes in novels weren't so bad after all. At least they could be together every day. Unlike him, where every minute felt like torture, Qing Ge's heart was being torn apart by two extreme emotions. Teng Feng felt the same way, on some level. Qing Ge's tears from 11 days ago, along with the fear of losing him for 6 years, could no longer be suppressed and erupted violently. He squeezed Qing Ge into the room and gently placed her on the sofa. Teng Feng turned around to get a bottle of whiskey and 2 glasses from the bar. He walked back and placed them on the coffee table in front of Qing Ge. "How much do you want to drink?" After he finished speaking, he opened the bottle and began to pour. Qing Ge looked at him in disbelief. "What are you drinking for when your stomach hurts this much? Are you crazy?" The anger that had been building up inside Qing Ge finally burst forth. Teng Feng paused, looking at her. "Didn't you just say you wanted a drink?" "I said I'd come back to drink with you." Qing Ge stared at him in disbelief, her eyes wide. She had said that in anger. Even a dog could understand that, right? Was he doing it on purpose, trying to make her furious? "How can you drink when your stomach hurts?" Teng Feng looked at her, a hazy smile rising in his eyes. "You don't want me to drink, little girl? Then I want tea." He put the bottle back in its place, sitting down opposite Qing Ge, his gaze deep as he fixed it on her. "Am I being good? Praise me, Qing Ge." She looked at Teng Feng with a confused expression, wondering what kind of medication he had taken today. Oh no! What kind of fake medicine had he taken? Her stomach hurt a bit, but her heart felt like it was wrapped in the finest honey, crystallizing with a milky white sweetness. Teng Feng decided not to beat around the bush anymore. "That day when you got out of the car, I chased after you and heard you crying in the dorm. I was very pained and confused at the time, unsure if I had really done something wrong or if giving up would be better for you. During this time, I thought a lot. I believe it's not true. We had misunderstandings, and we've already missed one chance. Why miss another? I, Teng Feng, will love you in life, and even after death, I will always love you. So I can't give up." Suddenly thinking of something, Teng Feng chuckled lightly, looking at her but seeing the future through her. "I thought, if you really marry someone else, I'll wait for you. What if you're not happy? I do have to be ready to take you away at any time. Then I thought, what if you're happy? I'll just wait. Maybe I can outlast that old man and take care of you quietly. 2 years of care is still care. You see, what I fear the most is that you don't care about me. I'm not afraid of anything else." After speaking, he sighed softly. Today's glass of red wine is really worth it. His words deeply shook Qing Ge's heart. She lowered her gaze, staring at the wooden coffee table in front of her, unsure of what she was thinking. Teng Feng stood up, pressed his hand against his stomach, squatted down in front of Qing Ge, and tilted his head to chase her gaze. "I've told you my heartfelt words. Can you tell me what you're afraid of?" He took one of Qing Ge's hands, holding it in his and gently rubbing it. "Give us another chance. Give me a chance. If I don't do well, you can give up later. If it really ends like this, little girl, don't you think it's a pity?" Qing Ge silently thought that it was indeed a pity, which was why she felt so torn by complex emotions. Her red lips slightly parted, wanting to speak but finding her throat blocked, unable to express the sourness inside her. Teng Feng gently patted her hand, looking at her tenderly, the corners of his lips lifting into a beautiful smile. Qing Ge had never seen such a gentle Teng Feng. Even when she first developed feelings for him, his kindness was silent and unobtrusive. At that time, the way he looked at her was no different from how he looked at others, cold and indifferent, as if nothing could stir his emotions. Later, when she returned to her country, his gaze was filled with pain and regret. Even though he later tried to cover it up, she could still see through it. She could see his pain, and her heart sank heavily as well. This was the first time she saw a bright warmth and hope shining in his eyes. Her nose tinged with acidity. Qing Ge couldn't hold back any longer, tears misting her vision. I'm scared that if I like you again, I'll repeat the same mistake. I was really too miserable last time." Unable to hold back any longer, Qing Ge began to cry. Into Teng Feng's eyes, it was a blood-red hue. He swallowed hard, pulling her into his arms, his voice choked with emotion. "Little girl, it's all my fault, my fault." He kissed Qing Ge's forehead, filled with regret and pain. "Don't punish yourself with my mistakes, little girl." He held the girl tightly in his arms, pressing her back against him as if he wanted to merge her into his very bones. His usually proud and uncompromising head rested closely against her delicate, fragrant neck, his hot tears flowing down her skin and into her heart. The man's voice trembled, hoarse and humble, pleading desperately, Love me again, little Ge. Will you love me once more? The room was very quiet, and the girl nestled in the man's arms seemed to be asleep. The man did not call her or force her. He just sat on the ground, holding her tightly. The two were intertwined, perfectly fitting into each other's embrace, listening to each other's vigorous heartbeat, as if they wanted to last forever. After a long time, the girl in his arms softly said, "Okay." The man sighed and tightened his arms even more, blushing as he turned his head to kiss Qing Ge's earlobe reverently. After that, the relationship between Teng Feng and Qing Ge was no longer as awkward as before, but it didn't upgrade to a romantic relationship either. Teng Feng would go to Guin every week to pick up Qing Ge for dinner, taking her to explore every street and alley of the city. When Qing Ge was not busy, she would go with him. When she was busy, she would let him go by himself. Teng Feng wouldn't leave. He would wait on the sofa in her office until she finished her work and then take her back to the dormitory. Afterwards, he would open a room next to her dormitory, just a wall apart. They spent a period of time like this, without any pressure, living a simple life, naturally, feeling an inexplicable sense of tranquility in the passage of time. On Friday evening, Qing Ge didn't stay in the school dormitory and wanted to go home. Teng Feng took her upstairs, helping her carry her suitcase into the room. "I might go on a business trip to Neon tomorrow. Do you want anything? Cosmetics or something?" Qing Ge went into the kitchen and poured him a glass of warm water, gently shaking her head, then placed the glass in front of him. "It's time to take your medicine." Teng Feng's stomach problem still hadn't healed properly, and he needed to take medicine for a while to recuperate. Teng Feng obediently picked up the glass, took out a strip of medicine from his coat pocket, popped one into his mouth, tilted his head back to drink the water, and then smiled at Qing Ge. Qing Ge rolled her eyes and turned around to get him a milk tablet from the cupboard. She didn't know when it started, but this dog of a man insisted on her getting him candy after taking his medicine. But there was no candy at her place. There were plenty of milk tablets, which Teng Feng didn't mind. They were fine too. Taking his medicine and getting a milk tablet became a little joy between the two of them. "All right, you should go back after taking your medicine." Teng Feng didn't want to leave. He wanted to linger, but Qing Ge frowned at him. Reluctantly, he got up. He was still in the probationary period and didn't dare to disobey Qing Ge's words. He felt a sense of melancholy in his heart, sighing. "If only I'd gotten together with Qing Ge earlier, how sweet she was back then," looking at him with eyes full of admiration. Now, it was like she had turned into a little tiger. As he reached the door, Teng Feng chuckled, picturing a little tiger with Qing Ge's head energetically wagging its tail and growling at him. Suddenly, he realized that a little tiger wasn't so bad after all. Qing Ge stood beside the man, looking at him in confusion. "What are you laughing about?" He had been acting mysteriously and laughing to himself lately. Whenever she asked him what was funny, he wouldn't say, "I'll head straight to the airport later. Let me know if you want anything in advance." Teng Feng gazed at her and couldn't help but touch her fluffy head. Sure enough, he was slapped on the hand with a loud sound. Teng Feng withdrew his hand. Not angry, but smiling again. That expression was truly just like that of a little tiger. After smiling at Qing Ge, he reluctantly left, watching the door close. Qing Ge turned to clear the water cups from the table, taking them to the kitchen to rinse and put away. Just after she finished washing the cups and tidying up, the doorbell rang. Qing Ge still had water droplets on her hands. She walked out while wiping with a towel, raising her voice to ask, "Did you forget something again?" Previously, when Teng Feng brought her back, he either forgot his phone or his keys, always forgetful. With a loud pop, she opened the door, and as she turned back to put the towel away, she suddenly felt something was off. There was no sound behind her. Turning around, Qing Ge took 2 steps back in shock. Du's mother was staring at her fiercely, holding a glinting dagger in her hand. Upon seeing her turn around with a terrified expression, she let out a sinister laugh and took a step closer. Chapter 43, First Update. Teng Feng was in a good mood today. He felt that his relationship with Qing Ge was becoming increasingly harmonious. He went downstairs and got into the car, where Assistant Liu had been waiting for a long time. He even happily apologized to Liu for the wait. "Sorry for keeping you waiting, Assistant Liu." Assistant Liu was terrified. "It's fine, boss." The eternal Ice Mountain suddenly being amiable was very frightening. And Assistant Liu felt as if he were facing execution in ancient times. "Shall we set off now?" Teng Feng nodded took the folder from Assistant Liu, flipped through it briefly, and after getting a grasp of the situation, he prioritized the tasks. He prepared to take out his phone to call the executives downstairs and start arranging the work. When he reached into his pants pocket, it was empty. Teng Feng's brows furrowed. Where was his phone? Suddenly, he remembered that he had taken it out when he sat down at Qing Ge's house because it was uncomfortable. Assistant Liu, how long until we board? Du temps fait esqued, gnosin si doué. There's still an hour and a half. We need to arrive an hour early for security checks. After saying this, he cautiously continued, there's only half an hour left. Is there anything you need, boss? Teng Feng fell silent for a moment, and his eyelids suddenly began to twitch. Feeling a bit anxious, I left my phone at Qing Ge's. We need to go back and get it. Assistant Liu hesitated, clearly disapproving. Boss, we have a spare phone in the car. Why don't you use that first? We can't keep the film studio waiting for our cooperation meeting. Teng Feng had been fighting for this opportunity for a long time. It had taken a lot of effort to clear the way for this meeting. It was crucial for the other side to see Greenlight Entertainment's sincerity. This meeting was vital. If they were late, all the efforts of the past few months would be wasted. Teng Feng didn't speak. He knew Assistant Liu was right. This opportunity was critical, affecting the company's next developmental direction. If he seized this chance, Greenlight could basically become the leader in the industry. Teng Feng lowered his eyelashes, forcibly suppressing his anxiety. Then bring me the spare phone. He thought it must be that he couldn't bear to part with Qing Ge. After all, they had just separated for less than 10 minutes. What could happen? The black SUV sped away, leaving the night and skyscrapers far behind, growing more distant. Meanwhile, Du's mother smiled sickly, her eyes gleaming with malice. Lin Yu was hiding in the stairwell, watching through the glass as Du's mother approached Qing Ge with a knife, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Her hands were tightly clenched, cheering Du's mother on. As long as Qing Ge was killed, there would be no obstacles left. Lin Yu had planned this meticulously. After all, Du's mother could be considered mentally ill, and even if she killed someone, she wouldn't bear criminal responsibility. She had been plotting for a long time, pretending to apply for a janitor job at the hospital to take Du's mother out. All along the way, she had been inciting and provoking, repeatedly telling the old lady, your son won't let you go home. He makes you suffer here day and night because of that woman. As long as that woman is dead, you'll be free. Du's mother grew more and more agitated, her eyes shining with bloodlust. Lin Yu watched Qing Ge's terrified expression, feeling ecstatic. No matter how rich or well-born one was, what use was it if one still faced death? A thrilling electric current coursed through her, twisting her expression. Du's mother drew closer with the knife, muttering incoherently, if I kill you, I can go home. I can go home. The hospital was too dark. The medicine was terrible. I want to go home. My husband is still waiting for me at home. If I don't go back, he will cry. Plus, my 2 sons are still young. They can't live without me. The blade, glinting coldly, sliced through the air with a sharp sound. Qing Ge kept backing away, glancing behind her at the glass, sliding door of the balcony. She suddenly lunged backward, jumped into the balcony, and pulled the door shut. Gripping the door with one hand while holding the other side of the frame tightly, she secured the sliding door. Seeing that the person had escaped, Du's mother immediately became furious, stabbing the glass door with the dagger. The sound of the knife scraping against the glass was piercing. Qing Ge's hair stood on end, her heart pounding as if it were in her ears. Her feet felt cold, and her whole body trembled uncontrollably as she swallowed repeatedly. Suddenly remembering her phone was in her pants pocket, she quickly escaped, opened her call log, and randomly pressed the top contact. What a coincidence! It was Teng Feng. He had called her when he came to pick her up from work today. The call connected, and it rang. Then, the familiar ringtone echoed from the living room. Qing Ge froze, looking around in a panic, and indeed saw the black phone on the sofa. The spring night wind was still chilly, blowing away her tears in an instant. Her hand gripping the door turned red from the cold, faintly aching. Glancing through the glass door at the person so close, the one who wanted to kill her, Qing Ge suddenly felt a wave of despair. In her extreme panic, she instead calmed down, exited the failed call screen, and dialed the emergency number, trying to steady herself, but her voice trembled uncontrollably. Once the call connected, she quickly said, "My name is Qing Ge. I live at Building 6, 1701, Huayuan community. Someone is breaking in with a knife and wants to kill me. Please send someone immediately. The operator paused for a moment and quickly asked, Where are you? I will arrange for the nearest patrol officers to come over right now. It should take about 5 minutes. How much longer can you hold on? Hearing the phone conversation, Du's mother became even more agitated. She abandoned the idea of stabbing through the glass and began to ram her body against the glass door. Qing Ge heard the sound of police sirens and turned to see a police car speeding down the road toward her. She whispered to herself, there might not be enough time. The fragile glass door rattled, and after a couple of hits, a gap began to form, with cracks appearing in the glass. Jumping down meant death. Opening the door also meant death. Qing Ge closed her eyes in despair. With a bang, the balcony glass door was finally knocked out of alignment. Du's mother grinned widely with a knife in hand, and Qing Ge could no longer escape, watching helplessly as the person who wanted to harm her approached. The balcony was clean, with nothing around. Du's mother stepped onto the balcony, the cold wind from outside making her shiver. Peering down, Du's mother seemed somewhat afraid of heights, and without hesitation, turned back, pulling Qing inside. Qing Ge obediently followed her into the living room, her eyes fixed on the dagger. Just as Du's mother stopped and was about to turn around, Qing Ge quickly pulled out her right hand, which had been hidden behind her, and swung a potted succulent toward Du's mother's head. With a thud, Du's mother fell to the ground, blood gushing from the back of her head. Qing Ge stepped back in terror, throwing the hard ceramic pot to the ground. The small pot rolled twice, and the green, plump succulent tumbled out. Qing Ge turned around, ready to escape. However, just as she turned, she saw someone standing at the door. Qing Ge focused her gaze and realized it was Lin Yi. She felt like cursing. Was this never-ending? Lin Yi squinted and smiled at Qing Ge, her fiery red lips making Qing Ge feel nauseous. Qing Ge, don't struggle. Aren't you happy to see me? Having gained experience from the previous fight, Qing Ge didn't respond immediately. Instead, she quickly moved behind the sofa, glanced toward the door, and calculated her escape route. First, she would get behind the sofa. Lin Yi would definitely chase her. And when Lin Yi stepped aside to follow her, she would run past. It was now a gamble. Escape through the stairwell or the elevator. Were you the one messing things up behind my back all along? Qing Ge began to speak, trying to disturb Lin Yi's focus and provoke her. No matter how much you do, Brother Teng Feng will never look at you. Qing Ge slowly moved towards the sofa, glancing out of the corner of her eye, quietly clenching her fist. He's been chasing after me every day, just like he did back then, waiting for me to agree to him. Lin Yi was indeed provoked, running towards her with a knife. I will kill you, you little. Qing Ge seized the opportunity and ran, holding her breath as she rushed past the doorway into the corridor, only to bump into a wall of people. The familiar scent of a man lingered at her nose, and when she looked up to see his face, her eyes turned red, tears welling up. In just a few seconds, she tightly grasped him and trembled as she said, Quick, hurry up and run. Teng Feng was about to ask what happened when he caught sight of someone rushing out from Qing Ge's house, holding a sharp knife and looking fierce. There was no time to dodge. Teng Feng quickly wrapped his arms around Qing Ge, pulling her tightly against him, and turned to shield her with his chest. He let out a muffled groan, his voice gently soothing her. Don't be afraid, Xiao Ge. After patting her shoulder, Teng Feng turned around, a knife embedded in his back, the blade no longer visible, only the handle sticking out. Lin Yi looked terrified, stepping back in disbelief. Didn't you leave? Why are you back? After saying this, he took a step forward, wanting to get closer, but hesitating. Bro, are you okay? Does it hurt? His eyes were red, his expression twisted with hatred as he shouted, Why are you protecting her? Why? Teng Feng's face darkened as he strode forward. Do you think I don't hit women? He kicked out with all his strength. Lin Yi couldn't stand and crashed into the wall with a thud, falling to the ground. His head tilted as he fainted. Teng Feng walked back, carefully looking at Qing Ge, the gloom on his face still not dissipated. Are you scared? Qing Ge looked over Teng Feng's broad shoulder at the unconscious Lin Yi behind him, worriedly saying, Quick, go to the hospital. The knife is still stuck in there. What do you mean it's not scary? I am terrified. She tugged at Teng Feng, leading him towards the elevator. When the elevator doors opened, a police officer poked his head out, asking what happened. The officer walked around and saw the knife handle behind Teng Feng, startled, and glanced at the man who looked unfazed. All right, what a man. The ambulance is downstairs. You guys hurry down. We'll take the person away in a bit. One officer moved quickly to the door, glanced at the unconscious Lin Yi, and then looked sideways. Huh? Why is there another person in there? Qing Ge stopped in her tracks, suddenly remembering that she had knocked Teng Feng's mother unconscious earlier. Grabbing Teng Feng, she spoke timidly, stammering. Annie Du is fainted in the house. I knocked her out. She carefully observed Teng Feng's expression. Teng Feng's expression changed. Turning to look at her seriously. Are you okay? Qing Ge shook her head gently, her small hand gripping his shirt tightly. Glancing at the knife handle behind him, the blood around it growing larger, she couldn't help but worry, her heart aching as tears threatened to spill. Please, can we go to the hospital? Her voice was soft. Trembling, I'm so scared. Teng Feng patted her reassuringly. I'll go take a look first. He strode back into the room, silently observing the person lying on the ground, and said to the police, This is my mother. She might have escaped from a mental hospital. The person outside who fainted is my mother's adopted daughter. You, just do what you need to do. The police were stunned, looking at the man in disbelief. The assailants are the man's mother and sister, and then the man rushes over to embrace the victim? So what is his relationship with that girl, just now? Teng Feng stopped in his tracks, his voice hoarse as he said, She is my lover. The police in the room were dumbfounded. What kind of outrageous plot is this? The officers who had rushed into the room finally noticed the knife handle behind the man, exchanging glances in shock. This world is truly surreal. In the ambulance, Teng Feng lay down, while Qing Ge sat beside him, feeling a wave of fear surging up, quietly crying. No matter how Teng Feng tried to comfort her, her tears wouldn't stop. Eventually, the medical staff couldn't help but reassure her. It's okay, look, he seems quite professional. At this time, you really shouldn't pull the knife out yourself. It just looks scary. He'll be fine after surgery in a bit. Really, it's nothing. I've been injured during missions before. I know what I'm doing. Xiao Ge, don't cry. Look, I can't hold you and comfort you right now. It hurts my heart too. Qing Ge didn't speak, but her emotions calmed down somewhat later, lightly sobbing, her small hand still clutching the corner of Teng Feng's shirt without letting go. When they arrived at the hospital, Teng Feng was taken directly into the operating room, and Qing Ge followed closely beside him until she could no longer go in and finally released her grip. Teng Feng looked clear-headed, turned back to look at her, and softly said, Don't be afraid. Qing Ge's eyes were red, her hands trembling as she watched him move further away, finally separated by the silver metal door. Unable to hold back any longer, she crouched down in a corner, burying her face in her knees and silently crying. The fear in her heart turned into an endless stream of tears pouring out wildly. She didn't know how long she cried until she heard someone calling her name and felt a hand on her shoulder. Qing Ge looked down to wipe her tears, took a few gentle breaths to calm herself before turning around, only to see a few people standing behind her. Her eyes, swollen from crying, looked up suddenly, rubbing her eyes. It turned out to be Wei Heng and the others. Wei Heng, Huolianji, and Wenzi had all rushed over after hearing the commotion. While in the car, Teng Feng was worried that Qing Ge would be anxious, so he secretly sent them a message to come over and check on her. To comfort her, Wei Heng helped Qing Ge to a nearby seat, saying she will come in a bit. Qing Ge gently shook her head, her nose stuffed up. Don't let her come. She still has to accompany the baby. Hey, if she comes out now, she'll be happy. She's been cooped up at home. So bored she's almost clawed at me. Wei Heng teased, trying to cheer Qing Ge up, and after saying that, he pursed his lips. Old Du is tough. Don't worry. Qing Ge nodded, but didn't speak. Yeah, he hasn't married you yet. How can he let go of this world? Wen Zikimidin. Upon hearing this, Qing Ge's previously stopped tears began to flow again, cascading down. Wei Heng glared. What are you doing? Can't you speak properly? Just as he managed to stop her from crying, one sentence ruined all his efforts. Huolianji also shot a disapproving glance at Wenzi and sat down beside Qing Ge. Don't worry, he can't have any issues. Among us, he has the most willpower. Time passed second by second. 1 hour, 2 hours, the red light above the operating room never went out. The door was pushed open, and a doctor walked out. Even with a mask on, his serious expression was evident, his brows tightly furrowed. The few of them quickly stood up, anxiously watching him. Who are the patient's family members? The three men instinctively turned to look at Qing Ge in unison. The doctor followed their gaze and asked Qing Ge in a deep voice, "Are you the patient's family member?" Her heart was pounding, feeling as if someone was tightly squeezing it, and she didn't dare to breathe heavily. Any effort to do so caused intense pain. Qing Ge clenched her hands, licking her dry lips. In that moment, she suddenly realized how trivial her previous discomfort was compared to life and death. If Teng Feng were to leave today, she would regret it for the rest of her life. The little person in her heart knelt silently, praying, "Please let it be good news, good news. I beg you. Don't take that man away from me." She hasn't told him that she forgives him yet, hasn't agreed to watch the sunrise of the new year together next year, and hasn't celebrated her birthday with him. They haven't done many things together. Qing Ge looked straight at the doctor, no longer wavering. Her voice was weak and carried an uncontrollable sob, but it was very firm. "I am a family member of the patient. I am his girlfriend." Chapter 44, second update. A few gentlemen suddenly had red eyes after hearing two seemingly ordinary sentences. Old Du finally waited for this moment. The doctor frowned, saying that the girlfriend was not doing well. Qing Ge stepped forward anxiously and panicked when she heard the words "not good." "Doctor, we are about to get married. We are about to get our marriage certificate. What's wrong with him? Is it serious?" she asked in fear, her already swollen eyes reddening again. She took short breaths, inhaling and exhaling repeatedly to calm herself. The doctor, used to seeing life and death, had become somewhat immune to the sight of family members crying every day. However, at this moment, Qing Ge's eyes, like a helpless jade rabbit, were heart-wrenching. He had just finished signing for the surgery, but then he fainted. He urgently needed a blood transfusion, and Mr. Du's blood type was special. "The blood in our hospital's blood bank might not be enough, so please contact your family quickly." When Qing Ge heard that Teng Feng had fainted, she couldn't stand any longer. Her legs went weak, and she took 2 steps back, being caught by Wei Hung. Wei Hung cut to the chase, asking, "How much do we need?" "Prepare 1,000 milliliters for now. The exact amount will depend on the situation." Qing Ge's ears were buzzing. She knew that losing more than 800 milliliters of blood would be considered a major hemorrhage with the risk of shock. Wei Hung exchanged glances with a few others and immediately began mobilizing resources and making calls. Fortunately, they were all capable individuals, and it didn't take long to find enough blood. Qing Ge wanted to help by making calls too, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she couldn't help but cry. Yan Cece rushed over and hugged Qing Ge, gently patting her back. It's okay, they've found it, don't worry." Qing Ge didn't know how long it had been, but the red light of the operating room finally went out, and the door was finally opened. She immediately got up, her body trembling uncontrollably, and rushed to the hospital bed. Teng Feng's handsome face was pale, devoid of blood, without his jet black hair. He would almost blend in with the white pillow beneath his head. His eyes, which had looked at her with a smile, with tears, and with tenderness, were now tightly closed, his long eyelashes casting shadows in the light. She reached out to hold the man's large hand, which was cool to the touch, almost icy. Her eyes became hot again, and her nose felt sour, not daring to blink. She stared at him for a moment. "Basically no problems. We will observe for 24 hours. If he doesn't have a fever, he will be safe," the doctor said as he accompanied Teng Feng to the ward, giving a few more instructions before leaving. Wei Hung and the others also came in, sighing when they saw Qing Ge in such a daze. Unable to help themselves, they stepped forward to comfort her. The doctor said, "It's fine, don't worry, Qing Ge. Do you want to go home and rest?" Qing Ge's reaction was slow. After a few seconds, she slowly shook her head. What exactly happened? How did old Du get hurt all of a sudden? "Qing Ge, don't worry, tell us. We'll help him get revenge." In the ambulance, time was tight, and Teng Feng didn't have a chance to explain the whole situation to them. Or perhaps it didn't matter to him. He was only concerned about not scaring Qing Ge. Only then did Qing Ge turn to look at them, her red lips devoid of color, tightly pursed. "Aunt Du came to my house with a knife. I knocked her out, and when I was escaping, Lin Yi stopped me, and when she was about to stab me, Teng Feng blocked in front of me and then got hurt." After saying this, she couldn't help but cry out loud, raising her hand to cover her eyes. Qing Ge had always been a kind-hearted and soft girl. Even though her original family had some issues and she encountered other troubles later, she had not turned into a cold and extreme person. Her heart remained soft. She shed the armor that had wrapped around her and returned to her original self. The few people standing across from Qing Ge were stunned. They recognized every word she said, but when put together, they didn't know what it meant. Wei Heng's lips parted slightly, and for a long time, he couldn't speak. When did Aunt Du get hospitalized? How did he not know? Wei Heng glanced at Huolanji, who slowly shook his head. He didn't know either. Qing Ge was extremely sad, her heart full of concern for Du Teng Feng, and it was clear she wouldn't be able to answer their questions. Wen Zisigid, looking at his two good friends, let's go out. I'll tell you what happened. The family troubles of Du Teng Feng were complicated, and he had kept it very tightly under wraps. Only when they were looking for a hospital did Wenzi learn a little bit through his connections. Wenzi pulled Wei Heng and Huolanji out. 5 minutes later, the three men stood silently outside the hospital room. Wei Heng glanced at his good brother inside the room, his voice hoarse. Old Du really has it tough. After saying this, he smiled wryly, shaking his head. He had kept it too tightly under wraps. Huolanji didn't say anything. He thought the same. However, he could understand Du Teng Feng. It wasn't something glorious. For someone like Du Teng Feng, who had always had a smooth sailing life, this might be the biggest hurdle in his life, right? Helpless and unable to escape. The sky had darkened, and the few of them returned to the room, looking at Qing Ge, whose emotions had calmed down considerably. Should we bring you something for dinner? Qing Ge shook her head. The man on the hospital bed was still unconscious, and she had no appetite. Her throat felt blocked, and if she ate anything, she could throw it up immediately. Wei Heng sighed deeply and took in Cici out to handle the hospitalization procedures first. Huolanji and Wenzi also left, planning to go to the supermarket to buy some things for Du Teng Feng's hospitalization. With this injury, he would have to stay for at least a week or half a month. After the few of them left, the ward returned to silence. Qing Ge's gaze remained fixed on a man in bed, her small hands tightly gripping his large hand, looking down at his bony yet powerful hand, gently stroking it. There were calluses on his palm, and on the pads of each finger as well. Was it from training in the army? She wondered. When he was in the ambulance, he said he had been injured before, but where were those injuries? Qing Ge felt like she had never truly understood him. Reflecting on today's psychotic Aunt Du and the insane Lin Yi, her heart ached. She really hadn't known him well at all. Those two were both not normal. Yet they approached him under the guise of family, wanting to control him. He must have had a tough time before. Qing Ge reached out to gently stroke his brow bone and thick eyebrows, then tiredly cradled his hand and leaned on it, her consciousness gradually drifting away. Today she had also been greatly frightened, her emotions fluctuating too much, and she soon fell asleep with her eyes closed. Du Teng Feng had a very strong will. Not long after the anesthetic wore off, he slowly woke up from his deep sleep. Before he even opened his eyes, he felt a severe ache in his left arm. His eyelids were extremely heavy, but he was worried about Qing Ge, so he exerted effort to open his eyes. Everything in front of him was blurry, and he could smell the scent of disinfectant around him. After a moment of stillness, he realized he was in the hospital. Just as he was about to lift his left arm, his gaze shifted and he froze. The little girl in his heart was lying by his bedside, her fair little hand tightly holding his left hand. The light from the bedside lamp illuminated her, and he could even see the fine fluff on her face, which was particularly cute. His heart warmed, fearing that Qing Ge would be uncomfortable lying there all night. Du Teng Feng moved his fingers, playfully wanting to touch her face. As soon as he made contact, Qing Ge shot up, her eyes blurred for just a moment, but as soon as her consciousness returned, she immediately fixed her gaze on Du Teng Feng. The moment their eyes met, her eyes immediately turned red, and Qing Ge instinctively pouted, then tightly pressed her lips together. Not saying a word, just staring at him intently. Du Teng Feng smiled gently. Why are you ignoring me? Qing Ge continued to look at him, then suddenly stood up and rushed to the door, shouting loudly, "Nurse, he's awake." Her voice was hoarse and excited. After a while, doctors and nurses flooded into the ward. After a series of checks, the doctor nodded, indicating there were no problems, and advised him to rest well. After taking a few steps, the doctor turned back upon seeing Qing Ge and said, "However, your knife wound is a bit close to the internal organs. Although it didn't hit anything, You should be careful not to engage in any intense activities during this time. You also need to take some responsibility. Your girlfriend almost fainted from crying. After saying that, he walked out, giving Qing Ge a sympathetic nod as he passed by, saying, "Your boyfriend is fine now, so stop crying." Qing Ge stood at the door, her face suddenly turning red. Teng Feng squinted at her, pondering the doctor's words. Girlfriend? Boyfriend? All right, girlfriend, come over here, Teng Feng said, extending his hand. Qing Ge stood still, but Teng Feng had a plan. He groaned, feigning pain, and sure enough, Qing Ge quickly jogged over, anxiously asking where it hurt. The nurse nearby couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Oh dear, don't tease the girl. You have no idea how much she cried while you were in surgery." I was shaking just watching. When the doctor asked who the family member was during the blood transfusion, the girl said it was his girlfriend. And the doctor replied that a girlfriend doesn't count as family, which made her break down. Your girlfriend has been worried about you, so you better treat her well. Each word struck Teng Feng's heart, making it feel like it was about to melt. He gazed intently at Qing Ge, responding to the nurse's words. Yes, I will treat her well. I would even give my life for her. The nurse checked the '4 and the data from various instruments, confirming everything was fine. As she packed her things and prepared to leave, she said, "You won't be able to wash your body for a week. If she can't help you with that, go to the nurse's station and ask for help, or you can hire a caregiver." Teng Feng murmured in agreement. He wanted to say more, but seeing the girl's face turning almost purple, he swallowed the rest of his words. Once the nurse left, the room was left with just the two of them. They stared at each other in silence. After a while, Teng Feng reached out his hand. Qing Ge hesitated for a moment, afraid he might move too much, but she eventually walked over and placed her hand in his palm. Girlfriend? Qing Ge shot him a glare without replying. Teng Feng sighed inwardly, looking at her shy yet angry expression, feeling his soul expand. He licked his dry lips and said hoarsely, "I'm fine now. You should go rest." Suddenly remembering something, he added, "Don't go home yet." He was worried Qing Ge might be scared going home alone. Stay at Guoyin's dorm for a while, or you could go to Yin Cici's place. Teng Feng gently stroked her fingers, thinking about how to ensure she was comfortable. Qing Ge listened, her head lowered, not saying anything. Teng Feng waited quietly without rushing her. After a while, Qing Ge sat on the chair beside his bed and whispered, "I'm not going back." "Then where do you want to go?" Teng Feng suddenly had a mischievous thought and asked directly. Qing Ge fell silent, unable to endure his pressure any longer. She pinched his palm and exclaimed, "Don't you know where I want to be? Right here. I'll be here with you until you're discharged." Teng Feng looked at her, his gaze capturing her fully, watching her for a long moment. Qing Ge finally got angry, exclaiming, "What are you looking at? Say something." "I wasn't looking at anything," Teng Feng thought to himself, feeling suddenly content. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, Huolonji and Wenzi returned with some supplies. Brothers are indeed brothers. While Teng Feng was still unconscious, they went to the supermarket and directly bought Qing Ge toiletries, as well as soft bedding and pillows. They were all brands used in 5-star hotels. Although it wouldn't be comfortable in the hospital, at least it would be a bit better. As soon as they entered the ward, they saw Teng Feng speaking gently to Qing Ge, and they froze at the door. Unable to help themselves, they thought, how disgusting is old Du's tender side. They were more accustomed to the expressionless old Du. Qing Ge heard the noise and turned to see the two of them coming in, instinctively wanting to pull her hand back, but Teng Feng held it tightly, not letting go. He even pulled her closer. Huolonji and Wenzi. So it turns out old Du is so clingy when in love. They had naively thought he might be indifferent. Now it was clear, indifferent my foot. Before they could mock him, there was a knock on the ward door, and they turned to see two serious-looking police officers in uniform standing at the entrance. Huolonji and Wenzi stepped out of the ward, and Huolonji's phone vibrated incessantly. Wenzi glanced at him and said, "Your phone has been ringing all night. Aren't you going to answer it?" Huolonji took out his phone and looked at the screen with a disgusted expression. Wenzi leaned over to take a look. The caller ID only showed the character Lin. Finally, unable to tolerate it any longer, Huolonji took a deep breath and answered the call, stepping aside. "What do you want?" His voice was icy. "What does it matter where I go? Do you have any right to manage my life? Am I going to find Qing Ge?" Huolonji squinted at the phone, thinking, "Yes, I'm looking for her. What about it?" The other side hung up immediately. Huolanji kept the phone pressed to his ear for a while before lowering it, gripping it tightly in his hand, standing there in silence. "The woman you mentioned last time?" Wenzi asked. Huolanji didn't respond. Wenzi sighed. "I don't know what's going on with you and that woman, but you're being too harsh. Can't you express yourself better? Look at that man in the room. He suffered so much just to get the girl back because he didn't communicate properly." Huolanji scoffed. "I'm not like him. That woman is different from Qing Ge. We're destined for a bad ending." "Hey, you're saying that too early. Why would there be a bad ending?" Huolanji self-deprecatingly smiled and fell silent. Wenzi saw he couldn't be persuaded, sighed, and stopped talking, only reaching out to pat his shoulder. Love in this world is indeed too complicated. In the next room, two police officers, one fat and one thin, walked in and nodded at Teng Feng and Qing Ge, both of whom had just met at Qing Ge's house. "We are here to take a statement. Given your special situation, we won't require you to come to our station." "Thank you." Qing Ge sincerely expressed her gratitude. The fat officer waved his hand dismissively, a smile appearing on his face, his small eyes curving like a laughing Buddha. "Please recall the sequence of events for us, so we can document it." Qing Ge glanced back at Teng Feng, who held her hand and nodded encouragingly. "When I went to the kitchen to wash a cup, I heard the doorbell ring. I thought it was him coming back for something he dropped." Qing Ge looked at Teng Feng, bit her lip, and continued, "But when I opened the door, it was Aunt Du holding a knife. She looked a bit off, and as soon as she came in, she charged towards me. I kept backing away and eventually seized the chance to escape to the balcony. On the balcony, I called for help. I first tried to call him, but realized his phone was left at my house, and he was on his way to the airport. So I called the police directly. I thought about jumping down to seek help, but my house is too high, and I was afraid to jump. After calling the police, the glass door to the balcony was smashed open. In the chaos, I grabbed a small ceramic flower pot, and, while Aunt Du was distracted, I knocked her out." Qing Ge's voice grew fainter, and in the end, it was barely audible as she didn't dare to look at the man beside her. The person she had knocked out was, after all, his mother. Although Teng Feng could roughly guess the sequence of events, he felt increasingly alarmed. His heart filled with fear as he unconsciously tightened his grip on her hand. What if he hadn't insisted on turning back at that moment? Would she have been in real danger? When he heard Qing Ge say she wanted to jump off the building to escape the knife, it pained Teng Feng deeply. He wished he could turn back time and return to the balcony to be with her. He wanted to hold her tightly in his arms so that no one could harm her. Later, when I ran outside, Lin Yi stood at the door with a knife. I guess she had been watching the situation from outside and only rushed in when she saw Aunt Du fall. I encountered him while running around the sofa, and he got injured while protecting me. The two detectives silently took notes and then looked up to continue asking, "So what do you think their motive was for doing this? Did you have any conflicts?" Qing Ge glanced at Teng Feng, frowning, unable to speak, as it was too difficult to articulate. I think Lin also wanted to be with him. Seeing how close I've been with him lately, she must have had this thought. The two detectives were taken aback and looked at the two people opposite them in unison. Didn't they say that the girl who harmed was the injured man's sister? Their minds were filled with exclamation marks. The world of the wealthy really was different. The two detectives, being men, automatically placed themselves in Teng Feng's perspective. The one who harmed was his mother and sister, while the injured were his wife and himself. What a situation this was. The chubby detective paused for a moment. Being someone who was used to seeing storms, he cleared his throat and said, "They want to talk to you." "What are your thoughts?" Teng Feng, who had been silent, finally spoke up, his voice hoarse yet firm as he held Qing Ge's hand to comfort her. They had already taken a wrong turn, and it was a hard one for them to reunite. No one could disrupt that. Wasn't it just using so-called blood ties to bind him? He wasn't afraid. This time, with him around, no one could harm Qing Ge even a bit. "We won't discuss it. We insist on a retrial." Chapter 45, first update. The only sound in the hospital room was the ticking of medical instruments. Two detectives and Qing Ge stared blankly at Teng Feng, whose expression was serious and resolute. Qing Ge's eyes turned red, feeling that she had become too emotional over the past 2 days. She bit her lip, wanting to say something, but at that moment, Teng Feng pressed her hand down. He looked at her firmly and said, "Don't say anything. I've already made up my mind." He didn't want Qing Ge to be caught in the middle of his troubled family. The two detectives nodded after hearing this. All right, we will inform them on our end. So we won't meet directly and will refuse mediation, right? Teng Feng replied in a low voice. The two detectives said a few more words, reminding him to rest and recover, then left. In the police station, a few people sat behind metal bars. The surrounding environment was filled with an unbearable stench. Yi stood in the corner, disgusted, gripping her clothing tightly and watching the person in front of her warily. Besides Yi, there were also people caught for drunk driving, theft, and street fighting, all waiting in this iron cage. A drunken man, his face flushed, mumbled loudly, "Keep drinking. I can still drink another pound of Wu-yang-ya." Yi cast a disdainful glance and noticed a lewd man with shifty eyes staring at her. When he saw her looking over, he grinned widely, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth with bits of green vegetable residue. The lewd man licked his lips and said to Yi, "Hey, are you bored? Come play with me." Yi curled her lip and took a step back, giving him a disdainful look. What a disgusting guy. Doesn't he see what he looks like? "Hey, little girl, come here." The chubby detective returned to the station and walked straight over, ready to inform her with a serious attitude. Yi excitedly ran over. The blood on her hands already dried. She gripped the bars tightly, her eyes filled with hope. "Is my brother here to pick me up?" With a proud and sweet smile, she thought to herself, "I knew my brother wouldn't leave me here." If Teng Feng had heard this, he would have wanted to slap her. Why do some people have such a high opinion of themselves? It was as if they completely ignored the laws of nature. The chubby detective couldn't help but snicker at her words. "You're talking about someone who just took a knife to his wife and now expects her to come and save him? What a wishful thinking." He glanced at the expression of the man in the hospital as he looked at his wife, as if he were watching a death sentence. "You should be grateful that this is a society governed by the rule of law." Yi was momentarily taken aback, confused. "What do you mean?" The chubby detective shot her a glance and remained silent. If this weren't a society governed by law, that man would have undoubtedly taken revenge on this girl without hesitation. But that was too politically incorrect for him to say. He lost interest in continuing the conversation and said, "You can get ready to leave in a bit." Linya's face lit up with joy, ready to express her gratitude. "It's been filed. You'll be going to the detention center." Yi was stunned, staring blankly at the chubby detective, as if she didn't understand what he meant. After a moment, her voice trembled. "Does my brother have anything to say to me?" The chubby detective, who was about to leave, paused upon hearing this. He found this woman truly annoying. Why didn't she have any self-awareness? So he struck her with a devastating blow. He is facing severe punishment. Don't think about anything else. That old lady has been sent back to the hospital for strict supervision and is completely isolated. Yi stood there in a daze, and a voice in her mind suddenly told her, "It's over, you're done for." The people in the hospital room had all left, leaving only Qing Ge and Teng Feng. As the effects of the anesthetic wore off, the incision on Teng Feng's back began to ache faintly. Of course it hurt. He was made of steel. He was just a regular person, but he didn't say anything. "You should go back." Teng Feng glanced at the narrow sofa by the bed, thinking that it wouldn't be comfortable for her to sleep there. He didn't want Qing Ge to suffer with him. Qing Ge shot him a glare and silently began to organize her things. Watching the girl busily moving around the room while ignoring him made Teng Feng unhappy. He clicked his tongue lightly. "Qing Ge, I want some water." Sure enough, upon hearing this, Qing Ge immediately turned around, poured warm water into a cup, and placed it on his bedside table. After finishing, she was about to continue her work, but after taking a couple of steps, she heard his faint voice from behind. "Qing Ge, I can't lift it." The cup was too heavy for him. Qing Ge turned back expressionlessly, picked up the cup, and handed it to him. The man didn't take it, but stared straight at her. After a while, he finally parted his lips, silently saying, "Feed me." Qing Ge was filled with exclamation marks in her heart, thinking how resilient he was. Just out of surgery and already acting so cheekily. In fact, Qing Ge had been silent, embarrassed, and shy while packing up. Just a few hours ago, she had thought he was dying, and the image of her crying and pleading with the doctor that she was his girlfriend and they were about to get married kept flashing back in her mind. How sincere she had been then, and how awkward it felt now. Teng Feng drank a couple of sips of water using Qing Ge's hand, then held on her hand and wouldn't let go. He grasped her little hand in his palm, pulling her down to sit beside him. Stop busying yourself. Take a break. Aren't you scared today? Qing Ge silently shook her head. She had cried too much earlier, and now her throat was dry and painful. Teng Feng didn't push her, gently playing with her soft little hand, and there was suddenly a sense of tranquility in the hospital room. After a long while, Teng Feng looked at her soft hair and recalled her previous narrative, feeling a wave of fear in his heart. In a hoarse voice, he said, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for falling in love with you and making you suffer so much. I'm sorry for loving you so much while allowing you to witness the cruelty and malice of humanity. He couldn't bear to think about what the ending would have been if he hadn't shown up. Human language was truly inadequate and powerless. His feelings of regret and fear surged, but they could only be transformed into these light and airy words. It's okay, I don't blame you, Qing Ge said softly. After speaking, she realized her voice sounded dry and unpleasant and didn't want to continue. Teng Feng quickly handed her the cup of water from earlier. Drink some water. Your throat is hoarse. Qing Ge was momentarily taken aback, took a sip of water, and only then realized they were using the same cup. Qing Ge glanced at the man. You said you couldn't lift the cup. Teng Feng chuckled, unbothered by being caught in his lie, and relaxed against the hospital bed. You caught me. I just wanted you to feed me. The lights in the corridor suddenly went out, and the sound of the nurse's light footsteps grew distant. Qing Ge also stood up to turn off the lights in the room, leaving only a small night light above the bed. All right, let us get some sleep. Qing Ge walked over to the sofa, lay down, and covered herself with a thin blanket. Outside the window, the hospital's massive neon lights cast a red glow. She stared blankly at them, suddenly thinking, the doctor just mentioned the girlfriend thing to Teng Feng. Why hasn't he confessed to me yet? Feeling a bit disappointed, she recalled how many times she had confessed in the past. This time, she didn't want to be the first to say it. Teng Feng lay on the hospital bed, watching Qing Ge's blurred silhouette, thinking he had really wronged her today. Noticing that she seemed a bit down. Once he was discharged, he would definitely make it up to her with a grand confession. The rhythmically mismatched man and woman, once again, found themselves wanting to cross paths. The next day, after Qing got up, she went to the private bathroom in the ward to wash up briefly. After finishing, she walked carefully to the bedside and looked at the man, who seemed to be sleeping uneasily, his brows furrowed. Qing worriedly touched his forehead. Fortunately, it wasn't too hot, and she sighed in relief. After thinking for a moment, she took out her phone, preparing to call the school. With Teng Feng in this condition, she wasn't comfortable going back to work. A few days ago, Oldley had taken his wife out to play and told her to wait until they returned to contact her. Although the school hadn't scheduled any classes for Qing Ge, she felt it was necessary to inform them and ask for leave. Qing Ge was uneasy leaving Teng Feng alone in the ward. So she moved to the window and lowered her voice. Director Wang, I'm at the hospital and I want to ask for some time off. Wang Liangchun immediately became anxious. What's wrong, Qing Ge? Are you sick? Qing Ge waved her hands repeatedly, suddenly realizing Wang Liangchun couldn't see her. She glanced at the man on the bed. No, it's not me. It's a family member who is sick. Your parents are sick? Wang Liangchun's voice rose higher. Which hospital? Do you need the school to help with anything? Suddenly feeling suffocated, Qing Ge thought, why couldn't she just say it? It's not her parents, it's... Qing Ge was about to go crazy. There was an unwritten rule at Gwyn that if a parent or spouse was hospitalized, the leave could be longer. But if it was just a regular friend, maybe only 1 or 2 days off would be given. Qing Ge understood this. After all, Gwyn's leave policy didn't deduct wages, so it was reasonable to ask for clarification. But at this moment, how she wished the school's leave policy did deduct wages. However, Teng Feng was hospitalized because he got hurt protecting her, and she couldn't just ignore it. Feeling her scalp tingle, she felt extremely embarrassed. Qing Ge gritted her teeth and lowered her voice. It's my boyfriend. Wang Liangshan was taken aback for a moment, but didn't ask further, directly saying he understood and told her to take good care of her boyfriend and not to rush back to school. After hanging up, Qing Ge bashfully bumped her forehead against the glass in front of her. Hearing a light laugh behind her, all the hairs on Qing Ge's body stood on end, and she froze in place. Slowly turning around, she indeed saw the man looking at her with a smile in his eyes, gazing at her gently. Qing Ge, why does this always happen when I say such things, and the person involved hears it? Huh, why is that? Chapter 46. The conclusion with the certification of the parties involved, whether it was the hospital's doctors and nurses, their friends, or the employees of Greenlight Entertainment. Everyone knew that Qing Ge and Teng Feng were a couple. Qing Ge felt like she was in a dilemma, truly speechless. The key was that everyone else thought so, but neither of them had brought it up. The more she thought about it, the more frustrated she became. Qing Ge sat in a corner chair, lost in thought as she listened to the conversations around her. Xiao Ge, come here. Teng Feng's deep voice came from the crowd. Qing Ge looked over and saw the executives of Greenlight Entertainment surrounding him. At the moment, her gaze swept over. The executives instinctively stepped aside, and their eyes met. Teng Feng smiled and reached out his hand. Why are you sitting so far away? Qing Ge plead. You guys could talk about work? I'm fine here. Teng Feng insisted, patting the edge of the bed. Come sit here. I can't feel at ease if I can't see you. Qing Ge shot back. I'm in the same room. The executives were puzzled. Isn't she in the same room? Unable to withstand the probing gazes of the crowd, Qing Ge reluctantly walked over and sat down on the chair beside Teng Feng's bed. A group of executives stole glances at her, their eyes following her discreetly. Qing Ge couldn't take it anymore and took out her phone to scroll through Weibo. The executives were used to big scenes, but they were still taken aback when they saw their boss looking at Qing Ge with such tenderness. Finally believing what Assistant Liu had said about her being the boss's precious little darling. They thought, indeed, people in love become softer. Even such a tough man like their boss had changed. However, the moment Teng Feng looked at them, the executives thought, he's still the same, his gaze as sharp as a cold wind. The reports continued, and Teng Feng listened intently, while he sought out Qing Ge's empty right hand and squeezed it in his palm. The executives watching, we see nothing at all. Then Teng Feng seemed to feel it wasn't enough. He pulled Qing Ge a bit closer to him. The executives thought, we didn't expect the boss to be so clingy in love. We originally thought it was Qing Ge clinging to the boss. What a slap in the face. Assistant Liu stood in the corner, smugly raising an eyebrow. Serves you right for not listening to me before. Scared you to death. As the meeting came to an end, and Teng Feng had almost finished arranging the work, Qing Ge felt that her right arm had gone numb. As most people had left, Teng Feng leaned over to Qing Ge and quietly requested, I want to take a shower. He didn't have the domineering CEO's strong demeanor from before. Qing Ge glanced at him and rubbed her numb right arm. The doctor said, I can't shower for a week. Teng Feng chuckled softly, lowering his voice, his deep tone laced with temptation. The nurse said family can help wash. Qing Ge glared at him. You really have no shame. She felt as if Teng Feng's face had floated 2 miles away, hanging in the air, crying out in despair, Master, I am your face. Why have you abandoned me? The man seemed completely unfazed by her scolding, and after being scolded, he felt more relaxed. How about this? If you don't agree to help me wash, then you have to agree to another request. Qing Ge eyed him warily. What request? After I'm discharged, you have to take care of me. Qing Ge hesitated for a moment, thinking that this request wasn't too outlandish. She had considered that she could visit him more often when she wasn't busy, reminding him not to work overtime and such. So, she nodded in agreement. Seeing her agreement, Teng Feng's face lit up, and his voice trembled with happiness. So, are we going to stay at your place or mine? Qing Ge was stunned, realizing she had been too careless. Teng Feng was in good physical shape and recovered quickly. Before discharge, the doctor examined him carefully again. All good. No problem. You can be discharged now. This young man has good physical fitness. After saying that, he turned to Qing Ge. You have to take good care of him when you go back. Keep him away from research and no vigorous exercise to prevent the wound from opening. But you two really have a good relationship. Usually, only couples or close family members take care of each other like this. Half an hour earlier, Qing Ge had been embarrassed by Teng Feng, and now she was playfully teased by the doctor. Her heart was truly mixed with emotions. It was quite a coincidence that today, Wei Heng and Yin Shishi had taken their child to get vaccinated, while Lanji was on a business trip abroad. And when Z was busy with a film crew and couldn't make it, only Assistant Liu and the driver came to pick up Teng Feng from the hospital. They all got into the car and headed straight for Teng Feng's villa. Upon arrival, Assistant Liu and the driver quickly moved the luggage into the room, and then, very perceptively, left without needing Teng Feng to say a word. Qing Ge stood at the door, not entering. Although she had agreed to take care of him, and everyone thought they were a couple, they were still just ordinary friends at this point, and it felt inappropriate for her to stay at his house. She planned to wait for him to go inside and then head home. She was feeling a bit tired during this time. The man had not confessed his feelings, which left her a bit disappointed, and she needed some quiet time at home. I have something to show you. Teng Feng noticed Qing Ge wasn't following him and turned back to walk towards her, taking her hand to lead her inside. They went upstairs to the bedroom, and Teng Feng walked over to the closet. Qing Ge stood outside, listening to the soft sounds coming from within. It was her first time entering his bedroom. She looked around, noting that his style was quite minimalist. There was not a single extra item in sight. The bed only had pillows and a quilt, and the bedside table was empty, unlike hers, which had photo frames, an alarm clock, and plush toys. The floor was dark wood, with no carpet at all. She loved to place a small wool rug by the bed. It felt particularly comfortable to step on it barefoot. Hearing footsteps, Qing Ge turned around to see Teng Feng walking out of the closet with a large wooden box. The box was exquisite, rich in classical beauty. The man walked up to her and placed the box at her feet, raising an eyebrow at her, somewhat eager. Open it and take a look. Qing Ge looked at him in confusion. What am I looking at? She crouched down and pushed the box open with both hands. It was quite heavy, and she could tell it had some years on it. Once opened, she found a pile of items inside. Small boxes of various colors piled up nearly to the top of the box. She reached in and took out a small box, curiously glancing at it. It didn't seem special at first, but when she turned it over, she saw some writing on it. Xiao Ge, 17 years old, Paris, perfume, 3. 4. She looked up at the man, questioning with her eyes what it meant. He just watched her gently, encouraging her to look further. Xiao Ge, 20 years old, Barcelona. Necklace, 2. 19. Xiao Ge, 22 years old, São Paulo. Diamond, 8. 20. Qing Ge's hands began to tremble slightly, and she set down the small box in her hand, taking a careful look at the hundreds of boxes inside the wooden box. What is this? She asked softly, her eyes misting over. This is the gifts I brought you every time I returned from a business trip after I realized I liked you. Teng Feng squatted beside her, picked up the box at her feet, and smiled. The first time I saw this diamond, I thought it was just like you, dazzling and bright. I thought that once I sorted out my family's issues, I would propose to you with this diamond. Qing Ge's red lips trembled slightly, her pearly teeth biting down, but you already gave me many gifts when you went abroad. Yes, Teng Feng sighed at that time. The gifts in this wooden box were not meant to be seen, just like the feelings I hid in the dark. The things that weren't appropriate to give you at that time, I kept in this box. These were all gifts that local men loved to buy for their loved ones when I was there. It was one of the few ways I could comfort myself during those painful years. Whenever I thought about your smiling face while buying gifts like the locals, I felt like we were together like many ordinary happy couples. Qing Ge quietly watched him without speaking, lowering her head to carefully take out the boxes from the wooden box one by one. She didn't know how long she looked, but there were 2 brown notebooks at the bottom of the box. Teng Feng glanced at them and suddenly said, "These are my diaries. Don't read them now. I'm embarrassed." The 2 diaries recorded all his emotional journey, his unrequited love, the suppression of his feelings, the daily discomfort, and how he could only pour his painful love onto paper, telling himself to hold on for Qing Ge's sake, not to be swallowed by despair. Qing Ge gently stroked the faded cover of the diary, promising him in her heart. Teng Feng looked at her, picked up the first little box, held in his hand, knelt on one knee, and tugged at Qing Ge's small hand. At this moment, he wanted to lay his heart bare for her to see, to show her that he had wandered, felt helpless, but his love was unconditional. Cie, me cie. For over 20 years of my life, I followed my family's arrangements, focusing on making achievements, without loving anyone else. Later, when my family fell apart, and I was in unbearable pain, when I thought life was so unfair, suddenly I thought of you. You said, "Why are you so soft?" Like a beam of light breaking through the clouds and shining on me. At that moment, I thought, no matter how hard it gets, I will never leave you in this life. Later, I tried every means to pave the way for us, thinking I was doing it out of kindness, thinking it was love, but I made many mistakes that hurt you. At that time, I couldn't find you, and every night I was afraid to sleep. Whenever I closed my eyes, all I could see was your eyes filled with hatred towards me and your back as you walked away. Teng Feng's eyes gradually turned red, his gaze deepening. He wished he could open his soul for her to see, to show her that even though he clumsily made many mistakes, he truly loved her. He couldn't live without her in this life. Then you came back, and I was so happy. You ignored me, but I thought, as long as I wait for you, one day you will come back to me, even if it's just a handful of ash. Hot tears fell from the corners of his eyes red, his expression as cold as usual, but his heart was overflowing with love. He held out his heart in his hands, sincerely and humbly offering it to his beloved. Xiao Ge, look at me. I have never loved anyone else in my life. I am clumsy and have made many mistakes, but I only have you. I only love you. Can you give me another chance? Let me love you, okay? Qing Ge looked at the man with tearful eyes, the sour emotions in her heart unable to find a voice, fiercely pressing against her chest. She couldn't make a sound, her small hand tightly grasping the man's hand. Nodding vigorously, tears fell into the air with her movement, like sweet dew falling on the parched earth, like fresh spring water soaking a thirsty traveler. A drop of salty, warm tear fell onto Teng Feng's slightly pale lips. He gently tasted it, the sweetness fulfilling his wishes. He suddenly pulled her into his arms, tightly holding her, his side of the face pressed against her neck, gently kissing her pulsing veins, cherishing her immensely. But we agreed, from the moment we are together, you and I will never be separated. Teng Feng looked down at her, his eyelashes damp, gently kissing her wet eyes with a hoarse sigh. And there will be no painful separation. Qing Ge's small hand clutched the fabric of his back, slightly tilting her head to find his thin lips, using all her strength to softly say, okay. The sunlight poured over the two, embracing, casting a layer of golden light around them. They had walked through hardships, experienced separations, loved, hated, and misunderstood each other. But finally, one day, after navigating a huge bend, they held each other's hands with difficulty, pulling each other into their lives. In a warm afternoon where the years were peaceful, the two quietly embraced, gazing at each other. From then on, the trajectories of their lives intertwined until the end of time. The end.